The super soldier's rebirth, merging with a supreme technology system at the outset, signing in for elite technological gear, slaying enemies to earn tech points, and opening infinite boxes. Congratulations! You have obtained tactical gloves, pink-purple, restricted level equipment. Congratulations! You have obtained Barrett Sniper Rifle red, stealth level equipment. Congratulations! You have obtained blood red military knife gold, divine level equipment. 1. Eternal Brothers. In Huaxia, at the Beha military district. Bang! Bang! At the edge of a primordial forest, gunfire erupted incessantly. Bullets whizzed overhead, and an air of lethal intent pervaded the battlefield. Within a trench, a soldier, caked in mud, huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. His gaze was fixed on the ground, eyes devoid of life. Each gunshot sent his body into a spasm. His grip on the rifle was so tight that his knuckles turned white. "Don't shoot, please." Xiao Bing desperately shook his head, muttering to himself. This marked the 30th day since his transmigration. In his past life, Xiao Bing was a Special Forces operative in Huaxia's Southeast Military District, the captain of the Blade Special Operations Team. He was a prodigy of the military, an elite among elites. At merely 23, he stood out in the Special Forces selection, rising to become the captain of a top-tier Special Operations Team. Having completed 53 missions, he successfully achieved 52 of them. It was the 53rd mission that irrevocably altered the course of his fate. The Blade Special Operations Team was ensnared in a dire predicament, surrounded by hundreds of enemies. To ensure the safe retreat of the main force, team member Wu Fan selflessly stayed behind. In the end, the main force managed to escape safely. However, Wu Fan sustained severe injuries and was captured by the enemy. As a sniper, Xiao Bing witnessed through his scope as his closest brother was tortured mercilessly by the foes. Xiao Bing could never forget Wu Fan's final, desperate words. "Captain, shoot me." Bang! The sound of a gunshot jolted Xiao Bing back to reality. He looked up to see that the soldiers of the 318th Regiment were unable to withstand the ferocious assault of the Iron Fist Regiment, with warriors continually falling. The Iron Fist Regiment is relentless. We can't hold them off much longer. We must not let them breach our lines. If we can withstand for another 20 minutes, we'll win the exercise. Blue Army, hold your ground. We cannot allow the Red Army to break through. A clash of red versus blue. The struggle between the 318th Regiment and the Iron Fist Regiment. Xiao Bing, what in the world are you doing? Get up. You're a soldier. Don't disgrace the 318th Regiment. Before Xiao Bing, his 35-year-old company commander, Miao Lian, shouted fiercely at him. Caked in mud and disheveled, Miao Lian's camouflage uniform was tattered, yet his eyes shone like a beacon in the night, brimming with fighting spirit. This was the indomitable spirit of a Huaxia soldier. Xiao Bing gazed at his rifle, yet lacked the courage to rise. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of Wu Fan's demise haunted him. "I can't do it." With that, Xiao Bing covered his head, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Coward! You're a coward. Miao Zhenghong, do not have a timid soldier like you." Bang! Before he could finish, a bullet struck Miao Lian squarely in the chest, a plume of crimson smoke billowing from his back. Miao Lian clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and tore off his military cap. "Xiao Bing, remember, you owe the entire regiment." With those words, Miao Lian slowly left the battlefield. Watching Miao Lian's despondent figure, Xiao Bing's eyes reddened. He longed to perish alongside the enemy. But he could not steady his trembling hands. He could barely hold his rifle. As the soldiers of the 318th Regiment continued to fall. 30, 20, 15. In mere minutes, only 5 warriors remained in the trench. Meanwhile, the Red Army still boasted over 30. This confrontation between the Red and Blue forces was destined to conclude with a catastrophic defeat for the Blue Army. In the command center of the 318th Regiment at Beha Military District, within the expansive operations room, sat a cadre of military leaders. Among them were the commander of the 318th Regiment, Jing Jinghui, and the commander of the Iron Fist Regiment, Kong Jian. At this moment, Kong Jian raised his teacup, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. "Commander Jing, it seems we, the Iron Fist Regiment, have won again this year's assault and defense exercise." With that, he took a sip of tea, his face glowing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jing Jinghui clenched his fists, his expression grim. They had lost 3 years in a row. The 318th Regiment had never triumphed in an assault and defense exercise. He was filled with resentment. Who is that soldier hiding in the trench? At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke up. The man, clad in military attire, possessed sharp features, and the 2 stars with 3 stripes on his shoulders were particularly conspicuous. Brigade Commander, he is a new recruit from our 318th Regiment this year. Jing Jinghui, flushed with embarrassment, replied softly. Beside him, Kong Jian chuckled mockingly. I recognize him. He's quite the celebrity in our military district. Every day, he seems to be in a daze, his training subpar, unable to even hold his rifle steady. Upon hearing this, Jing Jinghui's face turned even redder. The middle-aged colonel wore an expression of discontent, snorting coldly. We have no need for such soldiers in the Bayham military district. Once the exercise concludes, prepare to initiate the dismissal process. On the battlefield, the Blue Army had been nearly annihilated by the Red Army. Only one blue soldier remained in the trench, Xiao Bing. At this moment, over 30 red soldiers, rifles in hand, had already occupied the Blue Army's base. A red soldier boldly jumped over the trench and immediately spotted Xiao Bing cowering in the corner. There's still someone here. As the red soldier raised his weapon to shoot, he was stopped by a comrade beside him. Wait, with a playful grin, the soldier remarked, isn't this the celebrity of the 318th Regiment? Xiao Bing. In an instant, all the red soldiers turned their attention toward him. Ha ha, it really is that coward. He's still trembling. What a coward. I can't fathom how this waste made it into the army. A group of soldiers laughed heartily, showing no defense against Xiao Bing. To them, his combat ability was less than that of a 3-year-old child. Xiao Bing, hold out for another 19 minutes, and your Blue Army will win. You must persevere. The leader of the red soldiers, a second lieutenant, taunted him. He then plopped down onto the ground. Come on, brothers. Let's eliminate him at 18 minutes and 59 seconds. We must let the Blue Army hold out a little longer. Don't let outsiders say we're bullying the 318th Regiment. As his words fell, a chorus of laughter erupted. Ha ha, exactly. Over 30 soldiers sat atop the trench, looking down at Xiao Bing. Their gazes were akin to that of spectators observing a mere animal. The second lieutenant even picked up a clod of dirt and hurled it at Xiao Bing's face. Look, this waste won't even move. Ha ha ha. Within the trench, Xiao Bing clutched his rifle, his complexion pale, hands trembling continuously. He lifted his gaze toward the second lieutenant, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a mix of anger and, predominantly, cowardice. The face of the second lieutenant suddenly transformed into that of Wu Fan. Captain, shoot me. Now. Xiao Bing trembled violently. No, I cannot shoot. No. In his moment of agitation, laughter erupted from those around him. The mocking gazes and disdainful demeanor made Xiao Bing envision the group of enemies binding Wu Fan. Brother, I cannot pull the trigger. Tears unwittingly streamed down Xiao Bing's face. Yet at that very moment, a mechanical sound resonated in his ear. Detection indicates that the host's mental state is on the brink of collapse, initiating integration of the Supreme Technology System ahead of schedule. Once, a vow was made, and a refreshing sensation surged into Xiao Bing's mind. This invigorating comfort immediately alleviated his previously anxious disposition. The integration of the Supreme Technological System was a resounding success. Suddenly, a page appeared before him, visible only to Xiao Bing. The Supreme Technological System could exchange for any technology within the future and virtual realms. By defeating enemies or completing tasks, one could earn tech points to open boxes or upgrade. On the page was Xiao Bing's personal profile. He was taken aback. He actually possessed a system? Instinctively, he clicked on his avatar, and a prompt emerged. Xiao Bing, second host, inheritance duration, 1 day. Second host. Could there be a first host? As he shifted his perspective, Xiao Bing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. Next to his avatar was, astonishingly, Wu Fan's avatar. Wu Fan, first host. Inheritance duration, 3 days. You have a message from the previous host. Please check it. The system's notification chimed. Xiao Bing's emotions surged again as he trembled and clicked the accept button. Captain, Comrade Xiao Wu reports in. The familiar voice struck Xiao Bing, causing him to burst into tears. Captain, by the time you hear this recording, I will have already gone to another world. I may be clumsy with words, but you must live well. You are my role model. You are the eternal god of Wolf Fawn. Do not forget our vow, and do not let me down. As the recording concluded, Xiao Bing remained deeply affected. Wu Fan's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Upon closing his eyes, Wu Fan's youthful smile vividly returned to him. Captain, this is my girlfriend. Isn't she beautiful? Hee hee. Boss, I don't like this braised pork. You can have it. Brother, if I fall, you must live on. Wu Fan's various words resonated in Xiao Bing's ears. At this moment, his fists clenched tightly, and he bowed his head, weeping uncontrollably. Once a member of Wolf Fang, forever a member of Wolf Fang. Captain, I am always ready. You are the eternal god of Wolf Fang. Never forget our vow. Xiao Bing opened his eyes. Though tears continued to pour, the weakness in his gaze vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Brother, the captain will not let you down. I will carry on the path you could not finish. Before Xiao Bing, the lieutenant glanced at the time, a knowing smile on his face. 5 minutes left, timid soldier. It's time to send you on your way. With that, he stood up from the trench, drew his pistol, and with a click, aimed it at Xiao Bing. Farewell, timid soldier. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Yet, after the shot, the lieutenant's smile gradually faded, for within the trench, there was no one. Xiao Bing had vanished without a trace. Before the lieutenant could react, Xiao Bing appeared behind him like a ghost. Xiao Bing seized the lieutenant by the neck, instantly snatching the pistol from his hand. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Bullets whistled through the air, striking down several Red Army soldiers in quick succession. Wu Fan, I will not let you down. With a mighty roar, Xiao Bing pulled the trigger continuously, each bullet striking its target with precision. One shot, one kill, until the last bullet was fired. The Red Army, now recovering from their shock, hastily grabbed their rifles. But it was too late. Xiao Bing kicked the lieutenant in the backside and dashed towards the jungle. The lieutenant, clutching his rear, shouted in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Open fire. Shoot him dead. Bang! Bang! The gunfire continued. Over 20 men raised their rifles and unleashed a barrage. Yet, Xiao Bing's movements bewildered them all. He ran with astonishing speed, his posture unique, seemingly sprinting on his toes. Shifting left and right, his steps were ethereal, making it impossible to predict his next move. Bullets whizzed past him, yet he deftly evaded each one as if his back had eyes. Xiao Bing dove into the thicket, vanishing in an instant. For a moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. This timid soldier's agility was extraordinary. The lieutenant's face flushed with embarrassment. If they lost, who would he face? No matter. The Blue Army's mission was to hold the line. He wasn't on the line. If he didn't return, it was still a loss. Hearing this, everyone steeled themselves, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air rang out. A dagger shot from the bushes. Crack! Before anyone could react, the dagger pierced a Red Army soldier's chest. Sizzle! Red smoke billowed. Eliminated. Remaining Red Army soldiers, 23. How could this kid throw knives? In an instant, they resembled frightened rabbits, retreating into their trenches. Their previous bravado vanished. In the jungle, Xiao Bing, armed with a sniper rifle, sprinted swiftly. With closed eyes, the terrain surrounding the Blue Army's position reappeared in his mind like a map. In his previous life, he had honed an unparalleled memory, never forgetting. His extensive experience in field combat allowed him to select the perfect sniping location. The towering tree in the southeast direction of the position. It provided a vantage point over the entire Blue Army encampment. Within moments, Xiao Bing stood at the base of the massive tree. Looking up, the tree was exceedingly tall and smooth, difficult to climb. Yet with a mighty leap, Xiao Bing utilized his hands and feet, skillfully leveraging his strength and moving at incredible speed, resembling a monkey as he ascended the tree. He climbed to the pinnacle, over 10 meters high. A grin of derision appeared on his lips as he prepared to strike. The hunt had begun. Bang! Through the sniper scope, a soldier fell. Bang! A bullet to the head, directly eliminated. Bang! Before the enemy knew Xiao Bing's location, 3 soldiers had already been taken down. Xiao Bing's ears twitched. He could discern the direction of the enemy by sound. He also relied on memory to locate them. His marksmanship was the foundation of his confidence. Bang! Bang! Each gunshot reverberated within the Blue Army base, claiming the life of a Red Army soldier. Every bullet found its mark. The number of enemies dwindled from 23 to 15. The remaining Red Army soldiers were nearing the brink of collapse. Where is this kid? Is this really the same timid soldier? His aim is far too precise. He must be at least 200 meters away. Panic ensued among the group. Bang! Bang! Yet, Xiao Bing's relentless hunt never ceased. He wore a frigid expression, his eyes filled with lethal intent. His hands remained steady, devoid of trembling. From this moment forth, my hand shall no longer quaver. Bang! The bullet struck with precision, hitting a fleeing soldier squarely in the head. Instant élimination. Within mere moments, the number of combatants dwindled from 15 to merely 6. The Special Forces King versus ordinary soldiers, a veritable massacre. Bang! Bang! Gradually, silence enveloped the trench. The majority of the Red Army had been eliminated, leaving only a second lieutenant standing, visibly shaken, his eyes red with despair. After 5 years of service, he had never felt so helpless. He couldn't even discern where the enemy was hiding. Come out, Xiao Bing. What kind of skill is it to shoot from the shadows? Have the courage to face me in a duel. The second lieutenant screamed in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed behind him. A duel? Very well. The lieutenant shuddered, mechanically turning to face the source. How could you be here? Xiao Bing had truly appeared. Click, click. He removed all the bullets from his sniper rifle and discarded the weapon onto the ground. Stretching his limbs, Xiao Bing wore a confident smile. You wish for a duel? Consider it granted. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant squinted, then smiled confidently. He was the 3-time champion of the Iron Fist Corps, a seasoned veteran of 5 years, with a physique far more robust than Xiao Bing's. Xiao Bing, known as a notorious weakling, had only been in the army for 6 months. How could he possibly contend with him? Ha ha ha. Seeking death, the lieutenant ripped off his outer shirt, revealing a military green tank top and his powerful muscles. In this moment, he would turn the tide and defeat Xiao Bing within 5 minutes. Xiao Bing, however, beckoned him with a casual flick of his fingers. Gulme. The lieutenant let out a furious roar and charged at Xiao Bing. A tiger fist struck toward Xiao Bing's face. The muscles in his arm bulged, veins popping on his forehead. This punch was packed with force. Yet Xiao Bing maintained a nonchalant expression. In terms of raw strength, this body was no match for him. However, as a Special Forces King, Xiao Bing did not rely on brute force to kill. With his fists raised defensively, every muscle in his body tensed. The lieutenant before him appeared as though he had transformed into a wooden post. Memories of striking wooden posts in his past life flooded Xiao Bing's mind. Dodge! Strike! Xiao Bing swiftly evaded the lieutenant's attack with a slight movement of his head. He then delivered a punch to the lieutenant's abdomen. Bang! The lieutenant staggered back, grimacing in pain. So fast! The opponent's reaction was astonishingly quick. Yet Xiao Bing smiled coldly. Unleashing a flurry of punches, the lieutenant hastily countered. Bang! 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 Although Xiao Bing's attack speed was not particularly rapid, each punch came at a deceptive angle. Furthermore, he adeptly employed feints. The lieutenant had no way of discerning which punches were real and which were not. In just a few breaths, he had taken several hits. Though Xiao Bing's punches lacked immense power, their cumulative effect was undeniable. After several exchanges, the lieutenant was pushed back repeatedly. I'm going to strike your face, Xiao Bing teased, and the lieutenant instinctively raised his hands to protect his face. But Xiao Bing delivered a swift kick directly to his groin. Bang! The lieutenant instantly doubled over, eyes wide with disbelief. You! Xiao Bing then landed a punch squarely on the lieutenant's face. Bang! The lieutenant was knocked to the ground. The blow struck him on the temple, and for a moment, the world spun around him, leaving him unable to rise. Red smoke billowed from behind him. Elimination. Xiao Bing dusted off his hands, shaking his head in disappointment. I told you I was going to hit your face. Protecting your groin was foolish. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant nearly spat blood in anger. The last soldier of the Red Army was eliminated. The Blue Army emerged victorious. In the operations room of the 318th Regiment, everyone gazed at the large screen in stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All were dumbfounded. The cup of tea in the hands of the Iron Fist Corps commander trembled slightly. The smile that had previously graced his face vanished. How could this be possible? Who would believe such a tale? Over 30 individuals have been dispatched by a single person, and all within 20 minutes. If the adversary had been an elite from the 318th Regiment, he might have accepted it, but this was the most incompetent soldier from the regiment. How could he come to terms with that? Looking at the 318th Regiment commander, Jing Jinghui, after a long pause, he suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth growing increasingly wild. Ha! Finally, After 3 years, we have one. The stark contrast of emotions sent Jing Jianghui's spirits soaring, as he had initially believed defeat was inevitable. Yet this infamous weakling in the military district had managed to turn the tables. Victory! Jing Jianghui was elated. In the operations room, the most astonished individual was the 2-star Colonel Brigade Commander, He Jun, who led the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade with several elite units under his command. While others might not grasp the significance, he recognized it instantly. Xiao Bing's fighting style was unmistakably that of Special Forces soldier. Who is this soldier? Wow. He Jun stood up, visibly excited. Jing Jinghui, glowing with pride, replied, Brigadier, this is a soldier from my 318th Regiment, named Xiao Bing, who has been in service for just 6 months. A mere 6-month recruit possessing such prowess. Remarkable. Even He Jun offered praise, and the surrounding leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the brigade commander's assessment was astute and incisive. This young man's combat skills are also quite impressive. Knowing full, while he could not match his opponent in strength, he resorted to technique. Moreover, he exerted psychological pressure through his demeanor. The lieutenant, already enraged, became disorganized in his attacks after being goaded. All of this was the hallmark of a Special Forces soldier. That such qualities could manifest in a new recruit was extraordinary, truly extraordinary. He Jun squinted, his gaze fixated on the large screen, looking at Xiao Bing as if he were a rare treasure. The leaders present were utterly astonished, unable to believe the high praise He Jun had bestowed upon Xiao Bing. Indeed, Captain Jing remarked, this soldier is commendable. His smile radiated pride, affirming the brigade commander's words. Meanwhile, Kong Jian stood nearby, his face ashen, his expression resembling one who had just consumed a fly. The victor should have been him. Yet due to this cowardly soldier, the outcome was precisely the opposite. Clearing his throat, Kong Jian coughed lightly, attempting to interject. Brigade commander, you just mentioned persuading this fellow to withdraw? Nonsense. Before he could finish, He Jun unleashed a torrent of reproach. Over 30 men couldn't even handle one. How can you dare to suggest withdrawal? If anyone should be persuaded to withdraw, it should be you. Get those 30 men to withdraw instead. Kong Jian, chastised, dare not utter a word. Beside him, Jing Jinghui was stifling laughter. On the battlefield, Xiao Bing sat cross-legged, examining his system. Since crossing into this world, his days had been a haze of monotony until Wu Fan's voice had suddenly awakened him. You are a soldier, not a coward. Do not allow your comrades to look down upon you. A prompt appeared. The bronze treasure chest is now available for free. Would you like to open it now? 4. The system of divine technology, only Xiao Bing could perceive the system interface that emerged before him. As he entered the system, a notification promptly appeared. A free bronze treasure chest. Indeed, by completing tasks or defeating enemies, one could earn technological points, which could be used to open treasure chests or upgrade attributes. Opening a bronze chest required 100 technological points, a silver chest 500 points, a gold chest 1,000 points, and a divine chest 5,000 points. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Bing. However, he had another query. Did different tiers of treasure chests yield varied items? The system's voice responded, yes. The equipment obtained is classified into 7 tiers. White, consumer level. Light blue, industrial level. Dark blue, military standard. Purple, restricted level. Pink purple, confidential level. Red, secret level. And gold, divine level. The bronze chest can yield a minimum of white tier equipment and a maximum of dark blue tier equipment. The silver chest yields a minimum of light blue tier and a maximum of purple tier equipment. The gold chest yields a minimum of dark blue tier and a maximum of pink purple tier equipment. The divine chest yields a minimum of purple tier and a maximum of red tier equipment. With this revelation, Xiao Bing felt enlightened. Opening chests was a significant feature of the system, and technological points served as the precious currency for this endeavor. Given the opportunity for a complimentary first opening, he was determined to seize it. Open the bronze treasure chest. Opening, please wait. Suddenly, a massive bronze chest materialized on the screen. With a click, the chest lock was undone, and it slowly creaked open, revealing an array of colorful equipment that began to spin like a roulette wheel. Clink, deadly revolver, light blue, industrial level, Python King dagger, dark blue, military standard, motorcycle helmet. White, consumer level, various pieces of equipment whirled before Xiao Bing's eyes. Gradually, The spinning slowed and came to rest on a pair of black military boots. Congratulations! You have acquired new equipment. Shadow War boots, light blue, industrial level. Before him appeared a pristine pair of military boots. Curiously, he picked them up. They felt remarkably light, almost weightless. Pulling on them revealed their exceptional quality. No matter how forcefully he tugged, they remained undamaged. What a fine item! Xiao Bing's eyes sparkled. As he donned the boots and took a few strides, he was astounded to discover that they significantly enhanced his speed by over double. Was this the marvel of the system? After running a lap, Xiao Bing was exhilarated. Since his arrival in this new world, he had felt an overwhelming sense of monotony. However, the emergence of the system infused his gray existence with vibrant hues. I desire technological points. A powerful urge welled up within him. Upon reopening the system, he discovered, in addition to the treasure chest page, two other sections. The first displayed his personal attributes. Host, Xiao Bing. Rank, private. Level, strength, speed, stamina, defense, reaction, mentality, talent, none, technological points. 0. A glance revealed attributes akin to an ordinary person, even somewhat inferior to his peers. After all, Xiao Bing was known as the most inept soldier in the entire military district, so his physical shortcomings were hardly surprising. The second page displayed the equipment slots: helmet, body armor, trousers, military boots, light blue, industrial level, gloves, weapon, secondary weapon, melee weapon, throwing weapon, an impressive total of 9 equipment slots. If he could gather a full set of light blue level gear, he would be an invincible presence within ranks. This system was truly remarkable. As Xiao Bing delved deeper into the system, a trio of figures gradually approached him. Soldier Xiao Bing. Upon hearing the command, he instinctively stood at attention and shouted, "Present." Jing Jinghui nodded approvingly and approached him. Previously, he had been indifferent towards Xiao Bing, even pretending not to see him. However, now, he wore a warm demeanor, patting Xiao Bing on the shoulder. "Well done, Xiao Bing. You are a hero of our 318th Regiment. You single-handedly took down over 30 members of the Iron Fist Regiment. Very impressive." These words darkened Kong Jian's countenance, who stood nearby, for Jing Jinghui seemed to be mocking him. Indeed, it is a testament to the brigade commander's leadership. Xiao Bing promptly replied, "Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Jing Jinghui beamed with delight, his face glowing. He had never realized how charming this young man's words could be. The more he looked at Xiao Bing, the more he appreciated him. "Xiao Bing, allow me to introduce you to our brigade commander, Colonel He Jun of the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade." Colonel. Such a rank was not insignificant. Xiao Bing immediately turned his attention to the tall, middle-aged man standing before him, whose strong features exuded an air of charisma. So, he was indeed the illustrious commander of the Snow Wolf. "Greetings, sir." Xiao Bing saluted. He Jun nodded slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity. "I'm quite intrigued. The knowledge and skills you employed during the exercises are typically reserved for special forces. How did you acquire them?" Upon hearing this question, the two commanding officers turned their gazes toward them. Indeed, it was quite unusual for a new recruit to exhibit the prowess of a special forces operator. Yet, Xiao Bing remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "Report. I am an ardent admirer of special forces. All this knowledge and skill I have gleaned from books and movies." The three men were momentarily taken aback. Learned from books and movies? Can one really master combat techniques through cinema? Had anyone else made such a claim? He Jun would have delivered a sharp retort. After all, if one could learn from films, what need would there be for special forces? However, the presence of Xiao Bing, possessing remarkable abilities, compelled He Jun to concede. "If that is indeed the case, you are truly gifted," He Jun remarked with admiration. "Indeed, I have long suspected this soldier is extraordinary." Jing Jinghui chimed in with a grin. On the other hand, Kong Jian rolled his eyes in skepticism. "Humph. Wasn't it you who called him the most timid soldier in the entire regiment?" To this, Jing Jinghui chose to feign ignorance. At this moment, He Jun spoke earnestly. "Soldier Xiao Bing, in 3 days, the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade will commence its triannual selection for special forces. The requirements state that one must have served for over 3 years and hold a rank of sergeant or higher to be eligible for the selection list. I am now making an exception to invite you to participate in the Snow Wolf Special Selection. Participating in the special selection and becoming a special forces operator is a dream harbored by nearly all soldiers. Just as He Jun anticipated an enthusiastic acceptance from Xiao Bing. His response left He Jun utterly astonished. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested," Xiao Bing replied coolly. The brevity of his statement plunged the three officers into silence. Not interested? An opportunity that countless individuals strive for, and you claim to have no interest? Kong Jian exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Bing shook his head indifferently. "I have no desire." Before his crossing over, he was a king among special operations soldiers. He had endured every trial of the special selection process. A second round of training? Xiao Bing deemed it unnecessary. Xiao Bing. At this moment, Jing Jinghui's face turned pale. This is an unmissable opportunity. It is a chance for the 318th Regiment to shine. And yet, Xiao Bing has the audacity to say he is not interested? The commander has made an exception. This is a testament to the commander's admiration for you. So many would give anything to participate, and you simply dismiss it? Think it over again. He Jun looked at Xiao Bing with an odd expression. This soldier was unlike any other. He exuded an air of pride that seemed to challenge the world. While other soldiers felt nervous or excited in the presence of a commanding officer, Xiao Bing remained calm, disregarding the colonel entirely. Even the chance to participate in the special selection was met with disdain. This soldier was indeed exceptional. "Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" He Jun inquired gently. Traditionally, soldiers would plead with him to join the selection. Today marked the first time he found himself urging a soldier to participate. Just as Xiao Bing was about to decline, the voice of the system resonated in his ear. Mission issued. Mission requirement. Participate in the special selection. Mission reward. 1,000 technology points. Technology points. Xiao Bing's eyes lit up, although he was uncertain why the system would issue such a task. The prospect of obtaining technology points overshadowed all else. "Very well, I accept." Under the eager gaze of Commander Jing Jinghui, Xiao Bing reluctantly acquiesced. Mission accomplished. Reward. 1,000 technology points. Wow, the technology points have been credited. Jing Jinghui exclaimed with exuberance, his face aglow with joy. He Jun nodded with a smile. Glancing at Xiao Bing, "In 3 days, I shall await you at the Special Operations Brigade." With that, He Jun strode away. Once He Jun had departed, Kong Jian, having held back his thoughts, finally scoffed. "Oomph, you are merely fortunate today. The special selection is not something just anyone can pass. Coincidentally, a top soldier from my Iron Fist Regiment has also qualified for the selection. When the time comes, we shall see who is truly capable." Jing Jinghui sneered, locking eyes with Kong Jian. "Very well, let us see who falters. The coward is the true weakling." Kong Jian shot a meaningful glance at Xiao Bing before departing. After Kong Jian left, Jing Jinghui clapped Xiao Bing on the shoulder. "Kid, do not bring shame upon our 318th Regiment. Even if you do not succeed in the selection, do not let the Iron Fist Regiment outshine you." Xiao Bing smiled wryly at this. "Understood, Commander." After bidding farewell to the commander, Xiao Bing left the training grounds and returned to the military district. The Beha Military District is the only military district in Beha Province, nestled against the mountains, with the border lying beyond. Thus, the soldiers of Beha are often referred to as the Northern Soldiers. Beyond the Beha border lies the infamous Golden Triangle, a notorious hub for narcotics. Consequently, skirmishes with drug traffickers frequently plague the Beha border, rendering its soldiers among the most perilous in all of China. 10 minutes later, Xiao Bing arrived at the barracks of the male soldiers. He gazed up at the building, inhaling deeply. It was time to confront this world anew. Just as he was about to enter, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Xiao Bing. Startled, he turned around to see a female soldier standing behind him. Dressed in her military green uniform, her figure was perfectly accentuated, exuding a striking presence. Her features were exquisite. Though she wore no makeup, her youthful vibrance was evident. This female soldier radiated an air of confidence, albeit with a hint of coldness in her demeanor. "I have made up my mind. We should break up." "Break up?" Xiao Bing gasped, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. He had traversed dimensions, and the individual who had been displaced was also named Xiao Bing. The eldest son of the Xiao family in Beha, he had a betrothed named Lin Shiyun, this very female soldier before him. Xiao Bing furrowed his brow and inquired, Why? Why? Lin Shiyun let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Oh, how can you even ask me why? The Xiao family is one of the four prominent families in Beha. Your cousin manages the family business with great acumen. Your younger brother has excelled academically and gained admission to a top-tier university. And you, a mere high school graduate, you are utterly clueless about business. All you know is indulgence and revelry. Why am I engaged to you and not your cousin or younger brother? Xiaobing, I have had enough. Lin Shiyun's expression grew more frantic, her cheeks flushed and her body trembling slightly. Xiaobing stood frozen. What she spoke was the undeniable truth. The former self was not entirely wicked, but he certainly had been lazy and reckless. She wishes to break up, which is quite normal. Just as Xiaobing was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Shiyun. What do you want? Are you hoping for reconciliation? Huh. Lin Shiyun's smile gradually morphed into a mocking grin as she pointed at Xiaobing, exclaiming, "You are a dog that cannot change its ways. I thought that after joining the military, you would be transformed in the crucible of the army. But alas, you are the most cowardly soldier in the entire region. Xiaobing, I feel insecure. What can you offer to protect me? Your cowardice? Or the name of the Xiao family? Useless." Xiaobing fell silent. He did not offer a rebuttal. In truth, he had been useless in the past. But from now on, he would not be. I want to tell you that I am about to participate in the Special Forces selection. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyun was taken aback. After a long pause, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiaobing, oh Xiaobing. She pointed at him, wearing an expression of disappointment. I initially thought you were merely weak and incompetent. I never imagined you would also learn a boast. Do you think I am unaware of the requirements? The Special Forces selection requires 3 years of service and a rank of at least sergeant. And what do you have? 6 months of service and a mere private rank. You think you are qualified to participate in the Special Forces selection? Even a pig could climb a tree before you could. At her words, Xiaobing smirked. Perhaps the old Xiaobing would have been enamored with this woman before him. But he would not be now. Believe it or not. Lin Shiyun was infuriated by his response. This was the first time Xiaobing had spoken so boldly to her. In the past, whenever she was angry, he would grovel and appease her. But today, his attitude was entirely different. Xiaobing, do you really think I want to break up with you? You arrogant fool. I am officially breaking up with you now. Lin Shiyun shouted with reddened eyes. Xiaobing, being a decisive person, was about to respond affirmatively when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Task issued. Agree to Lin Shiyun's request for a breakup. Reward, 500 technology points. Upon hearing this, a wider smile spread across Xiaobing's face. Perfect. I agree. With that brief statement, he turned and walked directly into his dormitory, leaving Lin Shiyun alone. Bewildered in the wind, she stared blankly at Xiaobing's retreating figure. This domineering man had suddenly become a stranger to her. You scoundrel. Ignoring her furious shouts, Xiaobing returned to his dormitory. Inside, the 5 bunk beds were neatly arranged, with the blankets folded perfectly and the floor immaculately clean. Xiaobing firmly closed the door, sat on a stool, and opened the system. With a whoosh, the system opened, revealing 1,500 technology points. 100 points can open a bronze chest. 500 points can open a silver chest. 1,000 points can open a gold chest. Now, he had enough to open a gold chest. However, Xiaobing did not plan to do so, as his physical condition was still too weak. The immediate priority was to enhance his physical abilities, and technology points could be used to improve his attributes. System, how many technology points are needed to enhance one attribute? The system replied, 10 technology points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. In that case, I will exchange for 100 attribute points. Exchanging 100 attribute points. Please wait. With a clatter, 1,000 technology points vanished, and his attribute points increased by 100. After glancing at his attributes, Xiaobing decided to increase strength, speed, and stamina by 30 points each, with the remaining 10 points allocated to defense. The plan was feasible, and he began the upgrade. Upgrading. Please wait. As the system's voice faded, a surge of electricity coursed through Xiaobing's body. He trembled, feeling a tingling sensation within. This current continuously stimulated his muscles and restructured his bones and blood. The sensation was quite uncomfortable, and even he could not suppress a groan. At the same time, he noticed a foul black liquid oozing from his pores, emitting a nauseating stench. However, he could feel his physical condition gradually strengthening. Half an hour later, Xiaobing roared. Upgrade complete. He then examined his personal attributes. Host, Xiaobing. Rank, private. Level 1. Strength, 40 points. Speed, 40 points. Stamina, 40 points. Defense, 20 points. Reaction, 10 points. Mental, 10 points. Talent, none. Technology points, 500 points. His attributes of strength, speed, and stamina were already far superior to that of an average soldier. Stretching to test his new body, he threw a few punches and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I have about a third of my previous strength. Subsequently, Xiao Bing dashed into the shower room to wash away the grime. At the same time, he contemplated his remaining technology points. With 500 technology points, he could open a silver chest. Thinking of the powerful shadow battle boots, he felt a rush of excitement. Open the silver chest. As his words fell, a clang sounded. A silver chest dropped before Xiao Bing. Shall I open it now? Without hesitation, he clicked on the glowing shackles. Crack! Golden light erupted as the shackles shattered. His technology points decreased by 500. Various pieces of equipment began to rotate within the selection box. White, consumer level. Light blue, industrial level. Dark blue, military standard. Purple, restricted level. Pink purple, confidential level. Red, secret level. Gold, divine level. The silver chest could yield equipment from light blue to purple levels. As the spinning slowed, a dark blue piece of equipment gradually came to rest in the selection box. Crack! Congratulations on acquiring a new item. Critical strike gloves, dark blue. Military standard. His luck was decent. He had drawn a dark blue piece of equipment. The critical strike gloves enhanced the power and speed of his punches, with a high probability of critical hits. What a splendid item. With a flash of light, a brand new pair of gloves appeared on Xiao Bing's hands. They felt as light as air, super thin, and fit perfectly. Wearing it feels as if one is not wearing anything at all. However, the power it bestows upon Xiao Bing is profoundly evident. What a remarkable item. As he swung his fists, the air resonated with the sound of sonic booms. Such strength. Just as Xiao Bing was reveling in his new equipment, he suddenly heard footsteps echoing down the corridor, accompanied by voices engaged in conversation. How pathetic. They were utterly powerless against the Iron Fist Squad. What a disgrace. Xiao Bing's ears perked up. The speaker was the vice-class leader of the dormitory, named Hao Chong, who had always taken a disliking to Xiao Bing, often targeting him deliberately. Alas, we were wiped out in just 10 minutes. How will I face Miao Lian tomorrow? More voices followed, this time from the class leader, Sun Hu. Damn it, if it weren't for that useless person in our class, would we have been eliminated so quickly? It seems we will certainly lose again in this year's offense and defense battle. Hearing their discussion, Xiao Bing let out a cold laugh. They were among the first to be eliminated. Evidently, they had yet to receive news of the 318th Regiment's victory. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why is that useless person not in the Iron Fist Squad, but rather in our 318th Regiment? And to top it off, why is he in our company? Hao Chong exclaimed angrily. No sooner had he finished speaking than others chimed in. Indeed, why forsake a promising heir to be a soldier? Truly, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. Let's go in and show him a thing or two. Make him leave our regiment early. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open, and a group of muscular men with dark skin barged in, their expressions menacing. Oh, you still have the audacity to take a shower? No matter how clean the water is, it cannot wash away the stench of your privileged upbringing. Hao Chong sneered, tilting his head as he entered. Behind him, a group of 9 squeezed in, casting disdainful glances at Xiao Bing, their expressions hostile. Xiao Bing, it's merely an exercise. It's not as if we are truly on the battlefield, yet your hand trembles while holding a gun. Your courage must be smaller than a mouse ass. If a real battle were to occur, you would probably wet your pants in fear. Hao Chong squinted and queried. At his words, a burst of laughter erupted. The 9 laughed in unison, their faces filled with scorn directed at Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing glanced at Hao Chong and replied coolly, I have lost count of the lives I have taken. This statement instantly silenced the room. Moments later, uproarious laughter ensued. Ha ha ha, you truly are a master of boasting. Hao Chong laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Class leader Sun Hu shook his head in amusement. Xiao Bing, even if you're going to brag, shouldn't you at least prepare a draft? You've blown your cow to the heavens. Xiao Bing understood their disbelief, but had no desire to elaborate further. After all, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. Playing music to a cow. With that, Xiao Bing attempted to take a seat. However, a dark-skinned man suddenly lunged forward and kicked his stool over. Thud. The stool fell to the ground. You still have the nerve to sit. Kneel in the corner. The dark-skinned man narrowed his eyes, fury evident on his face. If it weren't for you, would we have been eliminated so quickly? Kneel down and reflect. Xiao Bing cast a glance at him, and then at the others behind him, who were smirking and reveling in his misfortune. Kneel? Xiao Bing kneels to heaven, to earth, and to his parents, but never to others. You think you deserve that? The 3 words were uttered with such indifference that the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The 9 men looked at Xiao Bing, their eyes glinting with malice. Some even clenched their fists, producing a creaking sound. Damn! Today, this useless person has grown bold enough to defy us. Hao Chong squinted, his voice cold. Truly, 3 days without punishment emboldens the roof climber. Xiao Bing, it's one thing to be useless, but to be so arrogant today if you don't see blood. You want to understand why flowers are red. Slowly, Hao Chong approached Xiao Bing, casually picking up the fallen stool. The 9, with cold smiles, surrounded Xiao Bing from various angles, cornering him against the wall. Xiao Bing, however, stretched his arms, a glimmer of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. If a fight is what they seek, then he shall oblige. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory window, a figure appeared quietly. A strong physique, rugged features, adorned with a single star on his shoulder, indicating a Captain S rank. He was Miao Lian, the leader of the 3rd Company. 3 minutes prior, he had arrived just in time to witness this scene unfold. A smile crept across Miao Lian's lips. 1 against 30? Is this boy truly that formidable? I shall see for myself if it's fact or fiction. Inside the dormitory, Sun Hu glared down at Xiao Bing. Kid, it's not too late to back down now. Otherwise, Before he could finish, Xiao Bing let out a cold snort and landed a punch squarely on Sun Hu's face. Bang! Sun Hu's head snapped back, blood gushing from his nose. With a crash, he crumpled to the ground. Xiao Bing's expression remained indifferent as he uttered 2 words, get lost. Hao Chong and the others quickly rushed to assist Sun Hu, who clutched his nose in fury, pointing at Xiao Bing and bellowing, attack. Get him. With that, the remaining 8 charged at Xiao Bing. Strike him. Fists rained down like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing protected his head with his arms, his gaze fierce. The power of the striking gloves on his hands and the shadow boots on his feet activated simultaneously. Xiao Bing's movements were ethereal, his speed astonishing. Moreover, his punches were even quicker, each strike leaving only an afterimage. Each punch was delivered with precision, landing firmly on flesh. Bang! Xiao Bing delivered an uppercut to one soldier's abdomen, causing him to bend over in agony, wide-eyed as he spat blood. His feet lifted 3 centimeters off the ground. Such tremendous strength. Come on, Xiao Bing roared, continuing to throw punches. Each blow carried the weight of the air itself. Whoosh! Crack! A punch struck a soldier's face. The soldier's head jerked, and a tooth flew from his mouth. 1 punch down, he was rendered incapable of fighting. As he watched his comrades fall, Vice-Class Leader Hao Chong could no longer bear it. Step aside, let me handle this. He charged from the crowd, planting a hand on a teammate's shoulder, and launched a flying kick. Xiao Bing's eyes turned cold, and he retaliated with a punch. Seeing this, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Hao Chong's eyes. Doesn't he understand that an arm cannot outmatch a leg? This punch could easily incapacitate him. Bang! Xiao Bing's fist connected with Hao Chong's foot. Critical hit. A message flashed before Xiao Bing's eyes. The power of the punch surged, from 40 points to an astonishing 60. Hao Chong's eyes widened in shock. He felt an immense force surge beneath his feet, akin to the impact of a vehicle colliding with the ground. Subsequently, his body was propelled outward. He screamed in terror as he crashed to the ground with a thud. The unyielding concrete floor left him with a searing pain all over. Exhilarating. Xiao Bing let out a hearty laugh, clenching his fists as he plunged back into the fray. Bang! A single punch sent one adversary flying. For every 5 punches, Xiao Bing could unleash a devastating critical strike. Those unfortunate enough to endure his critical blow were left gasping for breath, blood spilling from their mouths. 9 men, astonishingly, were unable to withstand the onslaught of a single individual. Furthermore, Xiao Bing's footwork was extraordinarily adept, rendering him inscrutable, and his speed was remarkable. The 9 could not even graze the hem of his garment. 3 minutes later, A cacophony of wails filled the air. The 9 lay on the ground, rolling about, each sporting bruises and contusions. They suffered superficial injuries at best, or fractures and internal damage at worst. In stark contrast, Xiao Bing stood unscathed. "Ha, is this your strength?" Xiao Bing scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "No wonder you were eliminated at the onset of the drill. You are utterly feeble." Upon hearing his words, the 9 were nearly driven to the brink of fury. They had returned to vent their frustrations on this waste, only to be thoroughly trounced. When had this fellow become so formidable? His strength was immense. His speed was astonishing. The 9 regarded Xiao Bing with a mix of apprehension and fear. "Squad leader, is that really Xiao Bing? I can barely recognize him," stuttered Hao Chong, clutching his swollen face. The squad leader, Sun Hu, was equally dumbfounded. "I have no idea. It's only because I know him. If I didn't know him, I would believe he was a special forces soldier." 8 against 1. The Xiao Bing before them was a stranger. The timid, bullied Xiao Bing of yore had vanished, replaced by a man exuding confidence and an undeniable aura of dominance. Before them, Xiao Bing radiated a luminous presence, emanating a cold demeanor. His gaze resembled an endless abyss, capable of ensnaring one's very soul with a mere glance. Confronted with him, an overwhelming sense of submission arose within the onlookers. Is this still the Xiao Bing we once knew? Just then, the dormitory door was forcefully thrust open. Miao Lian strode in, visibly agitated, his body trembling. Miao Lian? The sight of him rendered everyone speechless. In the military, breaching discipline under the scrutiny of superiors bore grave consequences, especially for Miao Lian, the strictest company commander in the regiment. "Commander," Sun Hu began awkwardly, attempting to explain. But Miao Lian didn't even spare him a glance, bypassing him entirely. He was ignored. Miao Lian grasped Xiao Bing's hand firmly, inquiring with genuine concern, "Xiao Bing, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" His demeanor was akin to that of a father addressing his illegitimate child, leaving all the soldiers in the dormitory in a state of disbelief. "Is this really the unyielding Miao Lian?" Xiao Bing slightly shook his head, replying, "I'm fine." Miao Lian. "Ha ha! Clap, clap, clap." Miao Lian burst into laughter, slapping Xiao Bing's shoulder heartily. "You've truly surprised me." One man single-handedly took down over 30 members of the Iron Fist Brigade, turning the tide. "Truly worthy of being my soldier." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing smiled modestly, stating, "I was merely fortunate." Miao Lian's conversation with Xiao Bing left the others in stunned silence. What? One person defeated over 30 members of the Iron Fist Brigade? Xiao Bing did that. How is that possible? He can barely hold a gun. Furthermore, even special forces soldiers likely don't possess such an extraordinary prowess. Sun Hu and Hao Chong exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Miao Lian observed as Hao Chong weakly raised his hand. Miao Lian shot him a glare. "What? Do we not lose the offensive and defensive battle this year?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Miao Lian slapped Hao Chong on the head, knocking his military cap to the ground. "Lose? Nonsense. This year we won, and it was a resounding victory." Miao Lian's proclamation left everyone dumbfounded. Hao Chong's eyes widened. "This is impossible. The Red Army was incredibly strong. We were completely suppressed. How could we have won?" At this, Miao Lian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Initially, I too believed we wouldn't win. However, one individual turned the tide, delivering a thorough beating to that pack from the Iron Fist Brigade. What a relief." Ha ha ha. All eyes turned to Xiao Bing. They were not foolish. From Miao Lian's treatment of Xiao Bing, it was evident that this individual was indeed Xiao Bing. He had single-handedly faced over 30 adversaries in the drill and emerged victorious. He had created the most glorious miracle in the history of the 318th Regiment. No wonder the 9 of them could not hold a candle to him. He had obliterated more than 30 elite members of the Iron Fist Brigade. It turned out this fellow had been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. He was far from the coward they had perceived. On the contrary, he was exceptionally strong enough to earn Miao Lian's respect. In an instant, the 9 lowered their heads, shame washing over their faces. They had misjudged Xiao Bing. It was not because of him that the 318th Regiment faced defeat. The 318th Regiment had not lost. Rather, it was because of him that the 318th Regiment triumphed. In that moment, the 9 regarded Xiao Bing with newfound respect. The military is a place where strength reigns supreme. Now, it is time to address the matter at hand. Miao Yin glanced at the disarrayed dormitory and asked, Sun Hu, enlighten me what transpired. That question left Sun Hu momentarily speechless. What transpired? Obviously, it was a brawl. Sun Hu was a man of accountability. He dared to fight. And he would also dare to admit it and accept the consequences. But 9 against 1, and still losing? He could not bear to admit it. Speak up, Miao Yin urged impatiently. Sun Hu lowered his head, his face flushed as he admitted. It was a brawl. A brawl? Miao Yin replied with a bemused smile. One person brawled against 9 of you? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 9 turned crimson, akin to that of a monkey's behind. I saw everything from outside. You lot, having been eliminated, do not blame yourselves for being inept. And yet you accuse Xiao Bing of holding you back? Let me tell you the truth. The ones holding you back are yourselves. Why do you have to mock Xiao Bing? In 3 days, he will be participating in Special Forces training. At these words, all 9 turned their gazes towards Xiao Bing in unison, their eyes seemingly ablaze with excitement. Participating in Special Forces training presents the opportunity to become a Special Forces soldier, a dream held by every soldier. However, becoming a Special Forces soldier is exceedingly challenging. One must possess a robust physique, an indomitable spirit, and unwavering loyalty to the country. Each of these 3 qualities is indispensable. The gazes of the 9 men directed at Xiao Bing were filled with envy and jealousy. No wonder they felt wronged after losing. Sun Hu murmured softly, not wronged at all. As soon as he spoke, Miao Yin coldly reprimanded. Even Special Forces rarely take on 9 large men in a direct confrontation. You initiated the trouble, so get down and do push-ups, 1,000 each. No rest until you complete them. Xiao Bing, you are responsible for supervising them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing stood at attention and replied, yes, sir. Afterward, Miao Yin patted Xiao Bing on the shoulder and left the dormitory. Once Miao Yin departed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Miao Yin was in a good mood today. Otherwise, the punishment would have been far more severe. They could have faced confinement or even disciplinary action. Xiao Bing, Sun Hu stood at attention and saluted Xiao Bing, saying, I apologize for misunderstanding you. With that, all 9 men saluted in unison, their attitudes sincere and their eyes earnest. True men take responsibility for their actions and admit their mistakes. Xiao Bing nodded slightly. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is what makes one a brother. In that moment, the 9 were touched by Xiao Bing's magnanimity. Despite their previous treatment of him, he had never held a grudge against them. Conversely, they realized they had behaved somewhat petty. Brothers, 1,000 push-ups, let's begin. With a clatter, the 9 men dropped to the ground and started their push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing sat on a bench, monitoring the 9 from above. Brothers are brothers, but punishment must not be overlooked. Ding dong. Host, congratulations. Your level has increased by 1. You are now at level 2. Upgrade rewards, 100 tech points, 20 free attribute points. The system grants a small amount of experience every hour, and completing tasks also provides experience. Once the experience is full, you can level up. Upon successful upgrade, fixed attribute points and non-fixed tech points are awarded. Xiao Bing's eyes brightened. He could indeed be upgraded. He could earn fixed experience daily, and completing tasks would also yield experience. Upgrading would provide tech points and attribute points. Marvelous. After a moment of hesitation regarding the 20 attribute points, Xiao Bing decided to invest them in his reaction speed. In battle, every second counts. A moment's delay can lead to loss of life. This seemingly insignificant attribute would prove immensely beneficial to him. Enhancing reaction speed. Please wait. Shortly after, a sharp pain surged through his mind. He couldn't help but stifle a groan and clutch his head. However, this discomfort was bearable. The sensation of his head nearly bursting lasted a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, upgrade successful. Xiao Bing exhaled deeply. He then checked his attributes. Host, Xiao Bing. Rank, private, level 2. Strength, 40. Speed, 40. Stamina, 40. Defense, 20. Reaction, 30. Mentality, 10. Talent, none. Tech points, 100. 100 tech points felt insufficient. So he decided to save them for later, planning to open a box once he accumulated 500. Glancing at Sun Hu and the others still doing push-ups, Xiao Bing stretched lazily. It was time for bed. The night passed in silence. The following day, a resounding trumpet sounded. The entire military camp awakened from its slumber. All soldiers flung off their blankets and swiftly organized their quarters. Washing their faces and brushing their teeth was a seamless process. Xiao Bing emerged from the dormitory, with Sun Hu and the others trailing behind him like little brothers. As Xiao Bing walked, everyone else instinctively made way. Following his impressive performance yesterday, Xiao Bing had become a celebrity within the 318th Regiment, revered as a hero. Many soldiers regarded him with respect, though some harbored doubts about him. After breakfast, the 3rd Company swiftly assembled on the playground. In the morning light, the 5 rows of soldiers stood rigidly, chests out and heads held high, facing forward. Despite the biting cold wind, they remained motionless. Before them stood the company commander, Miao Yin. Today's training agenda: shooting at the range. At this announcement, excitement rippled through the crowd. Even soldiers do not get the chance to handle firearms every day. Weapons are only distributed during missions and training, making them a novelty for the newly assigned recruits. All present, left face, target the supply depot. After retrieving your firearms, head straight to the shooting range. Move out. The 100-strong team ran in unison. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the expansive shooting range, positioned against the mountains to ensure that stray bullets would not hit populated areas. Before them lay a trench and a row of sandbags, with targets set up beyond the defenses. There were targets at various distances: 50 meters, 100 meters, and even 500 meters. The range was alive with the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang. Each shooting position was occupied by soldiers firing their rifles. A glance at the shoulder insignia caused Miao Lian's brow to furrow. Iron Fist Regiment, 3rd Company. Who allowed you to shoot here? Today, the shooting range is reserved for our 3rd Company. Are you unaware? Miao Lian's booming voice brought instant silence to the scene. The Iron Fist soldiers turned to face him, visibly displeased. Get up, all of you, Miao Lian barked. As a captain, his anger commanded respect, and after a moment's hesitation, the Iron Fist soldiers complied and rose. I dare anyone to move. Just then, a deep, resonant voice emerged. A burly man strode over from a distance, his dark skin and robust physique marking him as a man in his 30s. He held the same rank of captain as Miao Lian, the commander of the Iron Fist Regiment's 3rd Company, Jiang Kuei. Upon his arrival, the Iron Fist soldiers seemed to find their backbone, retreating from their earlier compliance. Jiang Kuei approached Miao Lian, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Miao Lian, our Iron Fist Regiment will shoot in the morning. You can have the afternoon. Now, be off. His tone was commanding, bordering on imperious. Miao Lian's brow tightened. Morning sunlight at their backs would prevent glare during shooting, while afternoon sunlight would make it difficult to see the targets. Jiang Kuei, our 318th Regiment was scheduled for the morning. What do you mean by this? Miao Lian asked, frowning. Jiang Kuei's expression was haughty as he sneered. Ha! Our regiment commander has stated that in a few days, we will represent our unit at the Yanjing Military District for drills. Naturally, we must accelerate our training. His words dripped with boastfulness, as the opportunity to represent at the Yanjing Military District was a rare honor. The 318th and Iron Fist regiments had vied for this privilege for months. Yet the Iron Fist had prevailed. Jiang Kuei's flaunting of this fact was intolerable for Miao Lian. What does that have to do with us? Withdraw your men. We are here to practice shooting, Miao Lian declared angrily. Jiang Kuei, crossing his arms with a sneer, retorted, What if I refuse? With a sudden clamor. Over 100 soldiers behind Jiang Kuei rose from their positions, their eyes glinting with a predatory stare directed at Miao Lian and his companions. The Iron Fist Regiment is a key unit within the military district, and its soldiers are as fierce as little tigers. Furthermore, the 318th Regiment has long been outmatched by the Iron Fist Regiment in various exercises, leading to an air of intimidation from the Iron Fist over the 318th. Miao Lian's soldiers dared not even draw a breath, let alone meet the gaze of the Iron Fist soldiers. Yang Kuismirket Miao Lian. Our Iron Fist Regiment is a premier unit, and our soldiers are the elite from each battalion. If it comes to blows, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. He then turned to his soldiers, commanding, Claim your positions. No one is allowed to falter. If they strike, do not retaliate. Let them hit. With that, Jiang Kuei glanced back at Miao Lian, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Let us see who will be punished from above. Yes, the soldiers responded in a thunderous chorus, their morale soaring as the Iron Fist Regiment's 3rd Company beamed with vitality. Miao Lian, however, found his face flushed, not from exertion, but but from indignation, his body trembling slightly. Jiang Kuei's actions were utterly shameless. You. Miao Yin pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Kuei, at a loss for words. Jiang Kui, reveling in his triumph, extended a courteous hand, saying, Miao Yin, please take your leave. Miao Yin's hands quivered, an urge to strike bubbling within him. Yet he understood that acting impulsively would lead to repercussions for the entire third company. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, silencing the scene. 10. Not fighting, shooting. Xiaobing, gripping his Type 95 assault rifle, released a puff of smoke from the barrel. That shot had been fired by him. A soldier crouching at the target position wore a dazed expression. His cap lay on the ground, punctured by a bullet. The round had narrowly grazed his head. Although it was a blank, a shot to the temple could still be fatal. Are you insane? How dare you fire at someone? Jiang Kuei bellowed in anger. The Iron Fist soldiers' gazes turned lethal, each radiating a murderous intent. Shooting at a comrade is a grave taboo. Miao Yin was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Xiao Bing's recklessness. Xiao Bing, don't act rashly. Initially, Miao Yin thought that after the drill, Xiao Bing had gained insight. But now he realized that he was acting foolishly, akin to a hot-headed novice. Conversely, Xiao Bing coldly laughed. Captain, I am not being impulsive. Did you not say we are shooting? I am indeed shooting. Shooting? What absurdity is this? Everyone is watching, and you shoot at someone's head. A soldier at the target position bellowed, his emotions flaring. Xiao Bing retorted nonchalantly, whether I hit or not can be determined by the target. Can it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Kuei's brow furrowed tightly. He huffed, someone, retrieve the target paper for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier dashed off to retrieve it. Jiang Kuei, looking down at Xiao Bing, warned, if there are no bullet holes on that paper, you're finished. At that moment, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The Iron Fist soldiers exhibited an air of lethal intent, while the 318 soldiers remained shrouded in dread, too intimidated to breathe. Miao Yin sighed, realizing that Xiao Bing had dug himself into a hole. There would be no bullet holes on the target paper. His shooting skills were not that exceptional. Without bullet holes, the act would shift to that of attacking a comrade, leading to Xiao Bing's punishment. Everyone let out a collective sigh. While Xiao Bing's actions were gratifying, they were still excessively impulsive. Soon after, the soldier returned breathlessly. Report, I have the target paper. However, he hesitated, hiding the paper behind him, unable to articulate his words. He looked at Xiao Bing, shock plastered across his face. What is it? Jiang Kuei demanded angrily. Report, the target paper has bullet holes. With a flourish, the soldier revealed the target paper, and to everyone's astonishment, there was a bullet hole right in the bullseye. The scene fell silent. He had indeed hit the target. And it was a perfect 10, although it was only a 50-meter target. The fact that he could graze someone's head and still hit the bullseye was nothing short of miraculous marksmanship. Gasps filled the air. The soldier whose cap had been struck was left speechless. This is impossible. Jiang Kuei's expression darkened significantly. After a lengthy pause, Miao Yin broke into laughter. Impressive shooting. Instantly, the morale of the soldiers surged back, thanks to Xiao Bing's prowess. Standing at the forefront, gun in hand, Xiao Bing declared, today we, the 3rd Company of the 318th Regiment, are here to shoot. If anyone dares to occupy the latrine without doing their business, it matters not. I shall shoot regardless. His words dripped with arrogance. Xiao Bing's marksmanship imbued him with confidence. Jiang Kuei's face darkened as he huffed. It was mere luck. What are you flaunting? Many around echoed his sentiment, murmuring, I believe it's luck. Who can shoot that accurately? Even our regiment's top marksmen would struggle. Luck? Xiao Bing chuckled. Luck? Then I must boldly ask, Captain Jiang, can you achieve that? At this, Jiang Kuei erupted in fury. How could he tolerate being provoked by a rookie? Are you questioning my marksmanship? Jiang Kuei narrowed his eyes. You little rookie, I was the top marksman in my unit before you even enlisted. When Jiang Kuei was still a soldier, he was indeed renowned as the best marksman in his battalion, a feat worthy of the phrase 100 paces through the willow. Xiao Bing, however, scoffed. That line should be directed at you. When I was taking lives, you were still suckling. The crowd erupted in shock. How audacious! A 6-month recruit daring to challenge even a 10-year veteran. Jiang Kuei's fists clenched, fury radiating from his face. After a long silence, he coldly laughed. Don't boast. If you have the skill, take 2 shots and prove it. If you can win against me, our Iron Fist Regiment shall always practice shooting in the afternoon. If you lose, the opposite will hold. This wager caused a stir. The stakes were high, with a 10-year veteran challenging a mere 6-month recruit. The disparity in skill was evident. The Iron Fist soldiers were eager to see Xiao Bing accept, while the 318 soldiers wore expressions of concern. Although Xiao Bing valiantly attempted to turn the tide during the exercise, most had never witnessed his prowess firsthand and thus harbored considerable skepticism regarding his capabilities. After all, he was known as the most timid soldier in the entire regiment. If you can't do it, then don't try. Miao Lian interjected, offering a word of caution. Xiao Bing, however, remained expressionless, declaring, "The word can't does not exist in my vocabulary. I will accept your challenge." At these words, Jiang Kuei's lips curled into a smug smile. "If you dare to accept, I shall relish in your downfall. So, how shall we compete?" Xiao Bing inquired nonchalantly. "Let us engage in something more sophisticated. Bring forth the beer bottles," Jiang Kuei commanded, and immediately 2 soldiers approached, carrying 2 crates of blue empty bottles. From a distance of 50 meters, the objective was to toss the bottles into the air and hit 10 of them, with the one scoring the most hits declared the victor. For an average soldier, striking a stationary target was already a considerable challenge. Hitting swiftly moving bottles was an entirely different level of difficulty. Only seasoned veterans, who had spent years handling firearms, could hope to succeed. Jiang Kuei was clearly intent on humiliating Xiao Bing. "Do you dare accept this challenge?" he taunted, fixing Xiao Bing with a challenging gaze. Xiao Bing cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling softly. "Is this what you call sophistication? Hitting beer bottles is child's play. Still bragging even in the face of defeat?" Jiang Kuei sneered, narrowing his eyes. "Are you afraid?" "In my world, fear does not exist," Xiao Bing retorted. "Very well. Prepare yourselves." Jiang Kuei seized a Type 95 assault rifle from a nearby soldier, chambering a round with a crisp click. With a swift motion, he hurled an empty beer bottle into the air, its speed remarkable. Jiang Kuei steadied his rifle, aligning the sights with precision, and fired. The bullet left the chamber, and in that instant, the bottle shattered in mid-air. Remarkable. A veteran's marksmanship. Cheers erupted from the Iron Fist Regiment, 100 soldiers applauding with fervor. Jiang Kuei beamed with satisfaction. A marksman is forged through the countless bullets expended over the years. He had fired no less than 8,000 rounds in a decade. How could Xiao Bing, a mere rookie with only 6 months of service, possibly compare? Another bottle soared into the sky. Jiang Kuei raised his rifle, his hands steady as a rock, aiming with meticulous precision before pulling the trigger. The bullet soared forth, obliterating the bottle instantly, sending shards raining down. Applause erupted once more, bolstering the confidence and morale of the Iron Fist Regiment. Meanwhile, Miao Lian's soldiers stood in stunned silence. Was this the prowess of a 10-year veteran? Truly impressive. Yet, they could not help but worry for Xiao Bing. The disparity in skill was alarming. How could he possibly compete? If Xiao Bing were to lose, it would not only tarnish his personal honor, but that of the entire 318th Regiment. A collective wave of anxiety washed over the crowd as they watched. Apprehensive for Xiao Bing, a third bottle was hurled into the air. Bang! The bottle exploded. Cheers and applause filled the air once again. The soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment were jubilant, their spirits soaring. Jiang Kuei, riding the wave of confidence, fired 3 more shots in rapid succession. Bang! 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 Each bullet struck its mark, shattering 3 bottles in midair. Such marksmanship was exceedingly rare within the entire Iron Fist Regiment. Miao Lian furrowed his brow, growing increasingly concerned for Xiao Bing. Jiang Kuei's skills surpassed even his own. Could a mere rookie truly stand a chance against him? Suddenly, a shot rang out, but the bottle remained unbroken. Jiang Kuei had missed. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, and the smile on Jiang Kuei's face vanished. Yet, being the seasoned soldier he was, he quickly regained composure, readjusting his aim before the bottle could touch the ground, and fired. Just 10 centimeters from the earth, the bottle exploded with a resounding crack. Such quick reflexes left the audience gasping in awe. Nevertheless, Jiang Kuei had expended an extra bullet, with 10 shots fired. Only 2 remained. "Throw!" Jiang Kuei commanded, launching another bottle skyward. He aimed and fired. Bang! The bottle shattered. "Throw!" The final bottle was tossed into the air. At this moment, Every breath was held in anticipation. Could Jiang Kuei hit it? Observing him, his hands steady as ever, the tense atmosphere failed to faze him. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The bottle in the sky burst into pieces. Cheers and applause erupted once more. The soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment were elated, their morale soaring. 10 shots, 9 hits. Such skill against a rapidly moving target was indeed a rarity across the entire military district. Many turned to Xiao Bing, smirking in schadenfreude. Well, aren't you the one who enjoys posturing? Let us see how you wriggle out of this one. Jiang Kuei set down his rifle, stretching his shoulders, and remarked, I'm getting old. I actually missed one shot. Time waits for no man. His words dripped with arrogance. Jiang Kuei looked at Xiao Bing with a knowing smirk. My marksmanship is honed through countless rounds. I have broken no less than 5 rifles over the years. I have no intention of humiliating your 318th Regiment. All I ask is that you bow and apologize to every soldier in the Iron Fist Regiment. Let us put this matter to rest. Apologize? This was a matter of pride for all soldiers of the 318th Regiment. Many clenched their fists, filled with feelings of humiliation and resentment. Turning to Xiao Bing, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Kuei. Do you truly think you have one? Jiang Kuei tilted his head, retorting, what else could it be? Xiao Bing smiled, remaining silent. Instead, he lifted his rifle and bellowed, bring me the bottle caps. The words hung in the air, silencing the crowd. What? Bottle caps? Has this fool lost his mind? The size of a bottle cap was several times smaller than that of a beer bottle. If one did not look closely, they might not even spot it, let alone shoot it. Jiang Kuei's smile faltered, his expression shifting dramatically. Kid, don't humiliate yourself. I might not even hit a bottle cap. How could you possibly manage? Without a glance in Jiang Kuei's direction, Xiao Bing replied, your inability does not imply my own. Jiang Kuei sneered, realizing that if Xiao Bing wished to court disaster, he had no reason to intervene. At this moment, Miao Yin felt a surge of urgency. He grasped Xiao Bing's shoulder firmly and exclaimed, Xiao Bing, do not act recklessly. Hitting beer bottles still offers a glimmer of hope. If you can strike 10, victory is ours. At the very least, hitting 9 would result in a tie. However, if we aim for the bottle caps, defeat is inevitable. This sentiment resonated not only with Miao Yin, but with everyone present. Yet, Xiao Bing merely patted Miao Yin's shoulder and replied, Squad leader, trust me. At that moment, his eyes radiated boundless confidence. Miao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the Xiao Bing he knew? Observing Xiao Bing again, he casually plucked a blade of foxtail grass from the ground and placed it in his mouth. The grass swayed in the breeze, and Xiao Bing narrowed his eyes, assessing the wind direction in the simplest manner possible. Unlike beer bottles, which are heavy and do not deviate in flight, bottle caps can be influenced by wind. Therefore, mastering the wind's direction was crucial. Otherwise, hitting the target would be impossible. Familiarizing himself with the firearm, memories of past training flooded his mind. The gun is an extension of oneself. It's not merely a weapon, but part of one's very being. Prepare. Begin. Whoosh. A bottle cap, no larger than a coin, soared into the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing's gun barrel ascended in unison with the cap. At that instant, his reaction time of 30 points ignited. What seemed like a swift movement to the onlookers appeared far slower to Xiao Bing. Southeast wind, speed 30. He adjusted the gun's aim and pulled the trigger 0. 5 seconds early. Bang! The gun fired, and the bullet struck the airborne cap, shattering it into fragments that drifted down gently. He hit it. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Every face was frozen in disbelief. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. A high-speed target, a bottle cap, struck successfully? Surely, this was not mere luck. 12. An extraordinary marksmanship. Many began to question their own lives. What he accomplished, even a veteran of 10 years could not achieve. Prepare. Throw. The second bottle cap was hurled into the sky. Whoosh. Xiao Bing squinted, raising his gun, instantly calculating the wind speed and the cap's descent. Fire. Bang. The bottle cap exploded midair. Another hit. Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. If the first strike was fortunate, what about the second? This young man possessed some genuine skill. Was he really the timid soldier rumored to be unable to steady a gun? Whoosh. The third bottle cap was cast skyward once more. This time, Xiao Bing's reaction was even swifter. The cap was barely airborne when the gunshot rang out. Bang! The cap shattered again. 3 shots, 3 hits. Who now dared to claim Xiao Bing relied on luck. Even Jiang Kuei, standing nearby, wore a serious expression, his brows furrowed. Was this the caliber of skill a rookie could exhibit? This marksmanship eclipsed even his own. He had barely touched a weapon, yet he surpassed this 10-year veteran. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion of genius. But now, he believed, perhaps this was indeed a prodigy. Amidst this astonishment, 3 more shots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Bing struck another 3 caps. Every shot found its mark. At that moment, the crowd was somewhat numbed. No wonder Xiao Bing was so audacious. He possessed the talent to be so. Bang. Another cap was hit. 7 shots, all on target. Only 3 caps remained. At this juncture, Xiao Bing made a bold decision to toss all 3 caps into the air. A gasp rippled through the crowd. To hit a single cap was astonishing enough, but to simultaneously target 3? Had he lost his mind? Yet, after witnessing Xiao Bing's extraordinary marksmanship, no one doubted his ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 caps soared into the sky. Xiao Bing gripped his Type 95 assault rifle, aiming skyward, his single eye focused. This action, this stance he had repeated countless times. Indeed, a sharpshooter is shaped by the bullets he fires. While Xiao Bing was undeniably a genius, without diligence, even genius is futile. He had fired no less than 80,000 rounds, a number Jiang Kuei could only dream of. Bang! The first cap shattered. 2 caps began their descent. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the second cap exploded as well. Only 1 shot remained. A wry smile crept across Xiao Bing's lips. Rather than shooting the last cap, he aimed at the ground beneath it. Bang! The bullet struck the earth, and the ricochet sent the descending cap soaring once more. Thus, all 10 shots were fired. At this moment, the atmosphere was one of stunned silence. Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, breathing heavily. 10 shots, 9 hits, although the last shot missed. The feat of propelling the cap back into the air was far more challenging. Who among them could achieve such a thing? No one, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe that the most timid soldier in the entire regiment possessed such formidable marksmanship. This time, Jiang Kuei faced utter defeat. The soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment were as dejected as wilted eggplants. Their squad leader had been humiliated, bested by a rookie. In contrast, morale soared in the 318th Regiment. Their soldiers had triumphed over the opposing squad leader, bringing them immense satisfaction. Were you not arrogant? Can you still laugh now? Miao Yin was also taken aback for long, while before bursting into laughter. Haha, truly, my old Miao has trained an exceptional soldier, outshining the master. Looking at Xiao Bing, he smiled humbly and sighed, Alas, squad leader, I apologize for missing 1 shot. It seems I have grown old, and my marksmanship has declined. Xiao Bing's words nearly infuriated Jiang Kuei. The tone of his speech was identical to before, a veiled jab at Jiang Kuei. Yet, Jiang Kuei found himself at a loss for words, for Xiao Bing's marksmanship was genuinely impressive. Atia, since that was the case, you Iron Fist Regiment may continue your shooting practice. We shall not intrude. Miao Yin said with a smile to Jiang Kuei. With a wave of his hand, he declared, Let us retreat. We'll go for a run. All right. Over 100 soldiers beamed with radiant smiles as they strode away. Only the soldiers of the Iron Fist Regiment remained, exchanging bewildered glances, the atmosphere growing palpably awkward. Atia, everyone knew that Jiang Kuei had been thoroughly humiliated. The opposing side had merely shown him mercy. He was a distinguished veteran of 10 years and a captain, yet he was overshadowed by a mere recruit. The news of this would be nothing short of a colossal joke. Though the soldiers of the 318th Regiment had departed, their marksmanship faltered as well. The more they struggled, the more discontent brewed within them. Jiang Kuei, his face a mask of fury, suppressed his inner rage and bellowed, What are you staring at? Get to shooting. If you can't hit the bullseye, no one gets to rest. Jiang Kuei unleashed his pent-up fury upon his subordinates. For a moment, not a single soldier dared to utter a word. They could only comply and shoot. After the 3rd Company left the shooting range, they returned to the training ground for their regular drills. After a grueling day, the soldiers had their dinner and returned to the dormitory, where they washed up and sought rest. Xiao Bing lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. In the stillness, he could not help but recall Wu Fan's figure and his innocent smile. Wu Fan was the only son of the Wu family, a 20-year-old young soldier, seemingly the chosen one, endowed with a system. Yet, tragically, he had only inherited it for 3 days before meeting his untimely demise. System. What is the purpose of my arrival in this world? Xiao Bing pondered internally, this being his greatest enigma. Surely, he did not traverse realms without reason? Yet, the system offered him no response. What is the reason for binding to me? Still, silence reigned from the system. Is there a chance for Wu Fan's resurrection? The void of silence persisted. Gradually, as a myriad of mundane questions flooded his mind, Xiao Bing began to feel drowsy, eventually succumbing to slumber. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Xiao Bing was roused by a flurry of conversation. Hey, did you hear? Our 318th Regiment's military flower is taken. Really? Who is it? Who could possibly win her heart? That person is remarkable, a major, and quite young, only 27. No way. A 27-year-old major? There are hardly any in the entire military district. It must be Wu Qinghai from the Dragon Special Forces. Xiao Bing opened his eyes. Wu Qinghai, the military flower? Truly a match made in heaven. Wu Qinghai and Lin Shiyun, that was a perfect pairing. Lin Shiyun, his ex-girlfriend? Seamlessly connected? Xiao Bing shook his head, dismissing the matter. Whether she had genuinely broken up or was seeking a rebound, it was no longer of any concern to him. With a rustle, Xiao Bing threw off his blanket and emerged from his bed. Upon rising, the other 9 men in the dormitory stood in unison, their expressions filled with reverence. Not daring to breathe. Brother Bing, you're awake? Sun Hu inquired with a smile. Xiao Bing nodded, intending to tidy his bedding, but Sun Hu swiftly interjected, Brother Bing, there's no need for you to bother with this small task. I'll handle it. Meanwhile, Hao Chong dashed into the washroom, retrieving his toothbrush and toothpaste, eagerly presenting them. Brother Bing, here, that's your toothbrush. He wore a smile that sought to please. Ever since they learned of Xiao Bing's participation in the Special Forces selection, their demeanor towards him had transformed dramatically, treating him as if he were their own father. Xiao Bing naturally began to relish this newfound attention. While brushing his teeth, he savored the massage his younger brother was providing him. After spitting out the mouthwash, Xiao Bing propped his leg up, feeling quite satisfied with the pressure applied. Hey, our little brother is quite the professional at massages. Hao Chong grinned mischievously. Just as Xiao Bing was indulging in this moment, the door creaked open, and a sudden hush fell over the lively dormitory. Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, stunned into silence, for the visitor was none other than the esteemed commander of the 318th Regiment. Jing Jinghui. Jing Jinghui, equally taken aback, nearly thought he had entered the wrong quarters. This was not the soldiers' dormitory. It resembled a massage parlor. In an instant, Xiao Bing and the other 9 men snapped to attention, saluting and shouting, Good morning, Commander. Jing Jinghui cleared his throat awkwardly and said, everyone relax. Xiao Bing, please step outside for a moment. With that, he exited the dormitory. Xiao Bing furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, this is it. The commander caught me lounging in the dormitory like a ruler. I'm done for. He steeled himself and walked out. Commander, Xiao Bing stood at attention before Jing Jinghui. Contrary to his expectations, Jing Jinghui neither scolded nor struck him. Instead, he meaningfully patted Xiao Bing on the shoulder. Xiao Bing, the training selection begins the day after tomorrow. For a considerable time, you will likely be unable to access electronic devices, nor will you be able to communicate with your family. Therefore, I have decided to grant you 2 days off. In most cases, upon hearing such news, one would be overjoyed. However, a sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Bing's heart. Days off. He understood the stringent regulations of the military. An ordinary soldier might only return home once every year or 2. Yet here he was, merely 6 months in his service, being granted leave? This was surely suspicious. Nonetheless, Xiao Bing maintained a calm facade, replying, Thank you, Commander. Jing Jinghui chuckled. No need for thanks. Quickly pack your belongings, change into civilian clothes, and prepare to depart. Yes, sir. After saluting, Xiao Bing returned to the dormitory. As he opened the door, a loud crash echoed. The 9 others nearly toppled over, having been eavesdropping. Seeing Xiao Bing enter, Sun Hu and the others grinned sheepishly, scratching their heads. I was just sweeping and happened to be at the door. Yeah, me too. Xiao Bing paid them no mind and proceeded to his bed to pack his things. After organizing a small backpack and changing into civilian attire, he turned to leave the dormitory. Commander, I'm ready. Jing Jinghui nodded, pointing to a nearby bus. Off you go. Yes. After saluting, Xiao Bing hurried to the bus and boarded. Once aboard, his ominous premonitions intensified. The bus contained about 40 young men, all appearing to be between the ages of 18 and 25. After Xiao Bing took his seat, the bus roared to life and set off. Next to him sat a sturdy young man with dark skin, dressed in a plaid shirt, black trousers, and a pair of simple cloth shoes, exuding an air of earnestness. Noticing Xiao Bing's gaze, he grinned widely. Ayu, I imilidajan. With that, he wiped his right hand on his clothing and extended it. Xiao Bing nodded slightly and shook his hand. Xiao Bing, I've heard of you. You're the one who suddenly rose to prominence in the 318th Regiment, right? Xiao Bing nodded with a hint of indifference. That's me. Alas, my dear mother, I find myself in the presence of a celebrity. I have long admired you. Your heroic deeds have reached even our 319th Regiment. Pray, tell me, how did you manage to defeat over 30 opponents? My curiosity knows no bounds. And then, encountering a chatterbox, Xiao Bing smacked his forehead. There's nothing much to discuss, merely luck. However, Li Dagan persisted, tugging at Xiao Bing's arm with an air of familiarity. I do not believe you. You must be deceiving me. Is there some hidden agenda at play? I have heard that your family is quite affluent. Did you perhaps take a shortcut? Doing leaguing me. At this moment, within the operations room of the Snow Wolf Special Forces Brigade in the Northern River Military Region, a row of military leaders, led by Hijun, sat attentively. In the second row, 7 individuals stood out conspicuously, clad in drab gray foreign camouflage uniforms, adorned with dragon insignia on their shoulders. Their attire set them apart from the others. These 7 were none other than the renowned special forces of the entire military region, the Jiaolong Special Operations Team, led by Wu Qinghai. Before the assembly, a large screen displayed surveillance footage from the bus. Xiao Bing's bus, in fact, comprised a fleet of no fewer than 8 vehicles. Indeed, unbeknownst to the participants, the selection process had already commenced, not 3 days later, but rather the very next day. This was a test of one's reflexes and reconnaissance capabilities. A faint smile graced Wu Qinghai's lips. Xiao Bing, among 320 individuals, I am eager to see who will be the first to be eliminated. Seated at the forefront, Hijun cast a curious glance at the bus carrying Xiao Bing. The notorious coward of the regiment piqued his interest. Xiao Bing, having made the cut for selection, I hope you will not disappoint me. Ashu, on the bus. Xiao Bing suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose as he muttered, Who is speaking ill of me? The selection had commenced. One sneeze roused the newly slumbered Li Dagan. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he wondered if they had arrived home. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing gazed out the window, foreseeing that returning home might not be in the cards. Li Dagan, bewildered, asked why. Xiao Bing, unfazed, continued to observe the scenery outside. As the bus jolted over a bumpy road, it entered an exceedingly treacherous dirt path. The land on either side was desolate, a place devoid of civilization. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Bing spotted a restaurant a mere 100 meters ahead. It resembled a farmhouse eatery, with several cars parked outside, suggesting a thriving business. At that moment, the driver shouted, Comrades, it's meal time. We'll eat before continuing on. Rest assured, the military will cover the expenses. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Who would not rejoice at the prospect of a free meal? Excellent. The entire bus echoed. Li Dahan, feeling the pangs of hunger, exclaimed, Finally, a meal. I thought I would starve. While everyone reveled in the anticipation of food, Xiao Bing's brow furrowed in concern. Something was amiss. It seemed the selection had begun earlier than anticipated. Shaking his head at the overly enthusiastic young man, he thought them too naive to believe that the military would grant them a day off without reason. With a sudden halt, the bus arrived at the farmhouse's courtyard. One by one, the young men leaped from the vehicle. Emerging from the establishment was a young proprietress, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing and a pristine white apron. Her figure ample and her features attractive. Welcome, everyone. Though our restaurant may be modest, we offer a variety of dishes. Her joy was palpable as she greeted the influx of patrons. Li Dagan inhaled the fresh mountain air, his spirits lifted. Ah, this mountain air is truly refreshing. Xiao Bing shot him a glance, saying, There is something even better inside. With that, he stepped into the establishment. The interior, though small, quickly grew crowded with 50 individuals. Fortunately, there were enough tables and benches for everyone to be seated. What would you like to eat, young man? The proprietress asked with a smile. Pen and paper in hand. Just as Li Dagan raised his hand to respond, the driver interjected, Given the number of us, let us not order a variety of dishes. One bowl of egg fried rice for each of us. And quickly, please. The proprietress cheerfully agreed, of course. Soon, the sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen. Approximately 20 minutes later, bowls of golden egg fried rice began to emerge, one for each person. Many eagerly grabbed their chopsticks and dug in, savoring each bite. Before long, bowls of fried rice were placed before Xiao Bing and Li Dagan. Li Dagan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Oh my goodness, it smells divine. He reached for his chopsticks, but Xiao Bing seized his hand, saying, "Do not eat." Startled, Li Dagan asked, "Why not?" Xiao Bing, with a furrowed brow, replied, "If you do not wish to be eliminated, refrain from eating." At this, Li Dagan's eyes darted, realizing the weight of those words. Though he was simple-minded, he was not foolish. He grasped the implication of elimination. Xiao Bing had also secured his place in the training. It was highly probable that the selection had indeed commenced. With this realization, Li Dagan obediently set down his chopsticks. The young men devoured their meals with impressive speed, and soon the bowls were emptied. Meanwhile, the proprietress had been observing Xiao Bing. Noticing he had not touched his food, she approached him. "Young man, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" Xiao Bing feigned discomfort, clutching his stomach. Proprietress, I have a stomachache. Where's your restroom? I need to relieve myself." A flicker of displeasure crossed the proprietress's face, but she responded nonetheless, "It's in the back. Go ahead." Clutching his stomach, Xiao Bing hurried into the kitchen. Inside, two burly men were smoking, clad in aprons, seemingly the chefs. Xiao Bing exchanged smiles and nods with them before proceeding through the kitchen and into the restroom. Once inside, the discomfort on his face vanished. He closed his eyes, committing the layout of the farmhouse to memory, from the entrance to the dining area, from the kitchen to the restroom. Moments later, he opened his eyes, contemplating his escape route. There was but one path to take. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Bing returned to the dining area, where the untouched bowls of rice before him and Li Dagan had been cleared by others. At that moment, the middle-aged driver stood up, announcing, "Have you all finished? Once you're done, we'll set off." "All right," came the chorus in response. A multitude of individuals rose simultaneously. At that moment, many who had just stood up experienced a sudden wave of dizziness, and with a tumultuous crash, they collapsed to the ground. Alas, a comrade beside them attempted to assist, but was quickly overtaken by the same dizziness. Thud, thud, countless individuals fell to the floor. In just a few breaths, among 50 people, only 2 remained standing, Xiao Bing and Li Dagan. Li Dagan was left utterly astonished. Good heavens, is it truly so cruel? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a resounding bang echoed. The door was violently kicked open. A burly man with dark skin stormed in, wielding a rifle, followed by several other muscular men, all armed. There were at least 8 of them, each one remarkably robust. Particularly the leader, who was bare-chested, with a tanned complexion and well-defined muscles, bore a fiercely intimidating expression. The moment these men appeared, they encircled everyone. This year's rookies are far too complacent. I find myself quite disappointed. The leader sneered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tu Long, an assault soldier of the Jiaolong Special Forces. The mere mention of Tu Long left everyone dumbfounded. The Jiaolong Special Forces? Tu Long? Has the selection process already commenced? Many, clutching their dizzy heads, voiced their displeasure. Were we not told that the selection would begin in 3 days? Why has it started today? No sooner had they spoken than a deafening gunshot rang out. Foolishness, Tu Long sneered. The battlefield is ever-changing. Do you expect everything to be arranged for you? With that, Tu Long turned his gaze to the only 2 standing, Xiao Bing and Li Dagan. You 2, at least, possess a semblance of wit. Give me a reason for your refusal to eat. 15. Do you consider yourself clever? Inside the operations room of the Shualong Special Brigade, Heejun observed the scenes on the monitor, a faint smile gracing his lips. These 2 lads are quite intriguing. In response, the chief of staff beside him shook his head. Although they exhibit a hint of cleverness, it is ultimately futile. They too have been captured, have they not? Were I in their position, I would feign unconsciousness to seek an opportunity for escape. These 2 novices remain far too inexperienced. Upon hearing this, many senior officials nodded in agreement. The act of rising so abruptly is indeed too conspicuous. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Tu Long will certainly not let them off easily. Heejin also nodded slightly, This group consists of the elite from various units, accustomed to flattery and praise. This initial challenge serves to temper their arrogance, making them aware that in the realm of special forces, they're nothing of consequence. Surrounding individuals nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Wu Qinghai, observing the scene on the monitor, let out a cold laugh. Xiao Bing, you have successfully captured my attention. He picked up his walkie-talkie and said, show him a bit of color. The scene shifted to a rural restaurant, where Tu Long received Wu Qinghai's voice through his hidden earpiece. Instantly, Tu Long sneered. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the ground beneath Xiao Bing's feet. You two fools, do you think yourselves clever? You're no different from the rest of these rookies. A booming shout rendered the scene silent. Xiao Bing remained expressionless, casting a glance at Tu Long. Apologies, but I am a touch more astute than you. At this, Tu Long's eyes widened in fury. Dare you speak back to the instructor? Clever? Pray tell, where does your intelligence lie? If you cannot articulate it, I regret to inform you that you shall be eliminated. Tu Long, enraged, laughed mockingly, questioning him. Elimination? The crowd gasped in shock. Such a severe punishment indeed. However, Xiao Bing remained unfazed. He spoke calmly. First, the vacation was overly lenient. Ordinary soldiers return home only once every 2 years, with no major incidents permitted to leave. Yet here I am, a mere private, granted a vacation to visit home. This revelation left all the soldiers exchanging bewildered glances. Initially, they had been swept up in joy at the prospect of returning home. But now, reflecting on the numerous flaws, they found themselves disillusioned. Tu Long, hearing this, sneered. Is that all? Xiao Bing, unhurried, continued. Second, the journey here was excessively bumpy. There was a highway available, yet we took the mountain road. Third, in this desolate place, there exists a restaurant. Unless the owner is a fool, it is implausible to open a restaurant in such a remote area. As this statement fell from his lips, the faces of all present flushed crimson. Such glaring inconsistencies had gone unnoticed by them. Tu Long, upon hearing this, nodded slightly. I'll grant you that you possess some intellect. Continue. Third, Xiao Bing raised 3 fingers. The restaurant owner's disguise was commendable, exuding warmth and fitting the appearance of a rural woman. However, despite her lack of makeup, her skin was impeccably maintained, something a rural woman would not possess. It was evident she had long utilized skincare products to achieve such smoothness. Moreover, her apron was spotless, excessively white, something a countrywoman would never wear. With that, Xiao Bing cast a glance at the restaurant owner. The owner, having assessed herself, smiled knowingly, tearing away her disguise. Well, it seems this young man's observational skills are commendable. With that, she untied her apron and removed her clothing, revealing a black police uniform underneath. She was no rustic woman, but rather an officer from the Beihai City Police Department. Fourth, I feigned a stomachache to enter the kitchen. The 2 chefs there were tall and robust, their hands calloused, a result of years of handling firearms. They cannot possibly be chefs. Upon hearing Xiao Bing's analysis, many were struck with sudden clarity. It appeared that this restaurant was riddled with doubts. It was undoubtedly a trap. How absurd that among 50 individuals, Xiao Bing was the only one to notice. Tu Long, upon hearing this, nodded with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I did not expect Xiao Bing to observe so meticulously. Had it not been for orders from above to instill a sense of caution in these rookies and temper their spirits, even he would have been compelled to commend him. Your powers of observation are quite impressive. However, they are ultimately of no use. Now, are you not captured by us? Observing is futile if one cannot act. On the battlefield, it merely leads to handing oneself over to the enemy. I am sorry, but I find your answer unsatisfactory. Xiao Bing smiled faintly, knowing that regardless of how flawless his response might be, it would not suffice in Tu Long's eyes. The first test of a special forces soldier is to temper their pride. Yet, if Xiao Bing were to concede, he would no longer be Xiao Bing. Tu Long, my good sir, the role you are portraying is that of the police, while we're the bandits, is it not? Xiao Bing inquired suddenly. Upon hearing these words, the brow of the Earth Dragon furrowed tightly. Indeed, and what of it? This implies that the selection process has commenced. Your mission is to hunt us down, while ours is to flee. Am I correct? His eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him for reasons unknown. According to protocol, Xiao Bing was right. However, the initial phase was meant to wear down the newcomer spirit before the chase ensued. Yet, The Earth Dragon would never concede to the notion of diminishing the vigor of these fledgling recruits. Precisely. You are the bandits, and we are the law. You run. We pursue. At this, Xiao Bing smiled and nodded, casting a glance towards the kitchen. Madam Proprietress, kindly check on the kitchen. Upon hearing this, the female officer frowned. She swiftly lifted the curtain to the kitchen door and gasped. Inside, two chefs were bound and thrown to the floor, their mouths stuffed with rancid socks. Noticing the onlookers, the chefs struggled desperately, muffled cries escaping their lips. Damn it, he has my colleagues tied up, the female officer exclaimed angrily. Without hesitation, she lunged towards the kitchen to rescue them. However, as she moved, Xiao Bing slammed a bowl from the table onto the ground with a crash. No one moved. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. In his hand, he held a lighter, his thumb pressing down on the switch. One wrong move, and we all perish. The Earth Dragon's brow knitted further. Yet in that moment, comprehension dawned upon him. He sniffed the air and detected the unmistakable scent of gas. This audacious young man had turned on the gas. Everyone, stay still. One move, and we all go up in flames. Xiao Bing bellowed, plunging the entire scene into silence. No one had anticipated such madness, that Xiao Bing would dare to turn on the gas. If he pressed the lighter, the gas in the air would ignite, resulting in the death of dozens. Remaining in such a confined space for too long could lead to poisoning as well. How ruthless! Even the Earth Dragon seemed taken aback. This young man's keen observation was formidable, and his decisiveness was equally terrifying. Swift, fierce, and precise, he had anticipated the possibility of being taken hostage and had acted preemptively, laying a trap. Such foresight was indeed alarming. It was hard to imagine that this was the doing of a mere 6-month recruit. Do not act impulsively. This is merely an exercise, the Earth Dragon hastily interjected. An exercise is akin to war. Do I need to teach you this principle? Xiao Bing shouted back. Momentarily, the Earth Dragon fell silent. He often used this principle to instruct new recruits. Yet today, he found himself schooled by one of them. Drop your weapons now. Quickly. Xiao Bing commanded. The Earth Dragon's subordinates looked to him for guidance. Though he understood that Xiao Bing would not truly ignite the lighter, the rules of the exercise demanded adherence. They were playing the roles of law enforcement, and, as such, they had to consider the lives of innocents. They must relinquish their weapons. Lower your guns, the Earth Dragon ordered, and his 7 subordinates slowly complied, placing their weapons down. Xiao Bing then kicked Li Dagan in the rear. Go, bring back 2 more guns, and grab extra ammunition. Li Dagan hesitated, but then nodded repeatedly. Understood. He hurried off to retrieve 2 more weapons along with 6 magazines. Upon completion, Xiao Bing took one from Li Dagan and commanded, now, go fetch a vehicle from a yard and bring it to the entrance. Right away, Li Dagan dashed towards the yard. With a loud roar, Li Dagan drove a jeep to the entrance of the establishment. Xiao Bing, clutching the lighter in one hand, began to move towards the exit. No one move. A single twitch, and it's the end for all. Seeing Xiao Bing and Li Dagan preparing to leave, the other soldiers grew anxious. One soldier attempted to approach the exit, but Xiao Bing shot him a glance, delivering a swift kick to his chest. Bang! The soldier cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Do not move, Xiao Bing shouted. The fallen soldier clutched his chest, pleading, Big brother, take us with you? We are comrades, not enemies. Upon hearing this, others chimed in, yes, we're all in this together. Let us go together. Please, take me with you. Xiao Bing's lips curled into a cold smirk. You are all under the influence of a soporific. Bringing you along would be a burden. Moreover, we are now rivals. Your elimination is my opportunity for advancement. I am no benevolent savior. Farewell. With that, he sprang from the restaurant and leapt into the jeep, which Li Dagan had already readied. Pressing the accelerator, the vehicle roared to life and sped away. After them, the Earth Dragon bellowed upon witnessing Xiao Bing's departure. His 7 subordinates hastily grabbed their weapons. But upon reaching the entrance, they saw the jeep had already sped over 100 meters away, beyond their reach. The 8 of them stood watching the jeep disappear, their faces pale. The Earth Dragon especially clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. He was furious. This first phase had always been under his purview. Each year, he had subdued all the rookies, instilling fear in them. Yet this year, he was the one humiliated by a rookie. It was a slap in the face. There were still 7 waves of rookies to come. If the other 7 instructors learned that they had been outsmarted by a rookie, They would never hear the end of it. Oh, the Earth Dragon roared in rage, kicking over a table with a crash. Xiaobing's escape had derailed all his plans. What should have been a moment of mockery, installing tracking devices on the recruits before commencing the hunt, had been thwarted, as Xiao Bing and Li Dagan had fled before the devices were even installed. The chase had just become significantly more difficult. Call headquarters and request reinforcements. After a prolonged silence, the Earth Dragon finally muttered, "This is the only option left." In the operations room of the Snow Wolf Special Forces Brigade, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. All eyes were fixated on the large screens, one of which displayed the scene at the farm and mountains. After a few moments of silence, applause suddenly erupted. The leaders, watching the screen, nodded in approval. "Quite impressive. This soldier is remarkable. Ha ha ha. I have witnessed numerous special selection rounds, and this one is truly entertaining. A rookie actually escaped. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. If I did not know this was a drill, I would have thought a terrorist had emerged. Ha ha ha." A multitude of leaders expressed profound interest in Xiaobing. He Zhen, with a radiant complexion, pointed at the screen with a smile, exclaiming, "This soldier was specially selected by me. He has only been in the army for 6 months, holding the rank of private." Upon hearing He Zhen's words, the surrounding leaders became even more intrigued. A new recruit? Impressive. He left the members of the Dragon Special Forces astounded. Remarkable. This soldier is truly exceptional. Commander He, your judgment is commendable. He Zhen laughed heartily. It's nothing extraordinary. The leaders were engrossed in discussions about Xiaobing, their spirits high. However, in the second row, Wu Qinghai's face was ashen, revealing his displeasure. He clenched his fists, fixating his gaze on the large screen. Damn it. Xiaobing has not merely broken the rules. He has shattered the dignity of the Dragon Special Forces. Escaping right under the nose of the Earth Dragon is an immense affront to Wu Qinghai. At that moment, his earpiece crackled with the voice of the Earth Dragon. "Captain, requesting support." Wu Qinghai snorted coldly. "Do you still have the audacity to request support?" "Captain, I apologize. I didn't foresee this," the Earth Dragon responded. Wu Qinghai sneered. "I'll give you one more chance. I'll grant you the Heavenly Eye authority and assign you 10 subordinates. I want you to personally capture this kid. If you fail, you need not return to the Special Forces Brigade. Just go back to your original unit. The dragon cannot afford to lose this soldier." In the depths of the mountains, Li Dagan drove with a look of sheer exhilaration. "Oh my goodness, this is exhilarating. Big brother, how are you so formidable? You were incredible just now. I truly admire you." Meanwhile, Xiaobing, reclining with his legs crossed in the passenger's seat, nonchalantly replied, "Basic operations. No need to overthink." Li Dagan, perplexed, did not comprehend Xiaobing's words. This was an internet meme, implying that basic skills do not necessitate overanalysis. After the recent skirmish, Xiaobing had left an indelible impression on Li Dagan. His series of actions not only saved Li Dagan, but also earned him a loyal follower. "From now on, I will stick with you, big brother. You are my leader. I will do whatever you ask," Li Dagan stated earnestly. Xiaobing cast a glance at the earnest Li Dagan and smiled slightly. "Just drive carefully." Xiaobing chose to take Li Dagan with him because of his straightforward character. He appreciated such directness and, most importantly, needed someone to assist him. "All right, big brother." Li Dagan agreed and began to drive attentively. Meanwhile, Xiaobing closed his eyes and accessed the system with his mind. After the recent battle, he realized he was still too weak, unable to handle merely 8 armed individuals. Clearly, it was time to open a chest early. Although 100 technology points would only unlock a bronze chest, it was better than nothing. "Open the bronze chest," he silently commanded. With a clang, a locked bronze chest appeared before him. "Open." With a whoosh, the bronze lock shattered and 100 technology points vanished. Equipment is categorized by levels. White for consumer grade, light blue for industrial grade, dark blue for military grade, purple for restricted grade, pink purple for confidential grade, red for secret grade, and gold for divine grade. The bronze chest can yield equipment ranging from white to dark blue levels. As the selection wheel spun, a variety of equipment flashed before Xiaobing's eyes. Flash goggles, white, consumer grade. Tenfold smoke bomb, light blue, industrial grade. Infinite bullet, desert eagle, dark blue, military grade. As the wheel slowed, a dark blue piece of equipment came to a halt in the selection frame. "I won." Xiaobing felt a surge of excitement. The bronze chest can yield only 3 levels of equipment: white, light blue, and dark blue, with dark blue being the highest grade available. It seemed his luck was quite favorable this time. Fluid vest, dark blue, military grade. The fluid vest, crafted from future non-Newtonian fluid, is lightweight, form-fitting, and resistant to dirt and damage. What a fantastic item. Xiao Bing's eyes sparkled. Non-Newtonian fluid is well known. It is a remarkable substance that remains soft when pressed gently, but becomes as hard as iron when forcefully penetrated. In an instant, the vest fitted snugly beneath his clothing. Upon lifting his jacket, he revealed a black long-sleeve vest that perfectly enveloped his upper body. Its weight was negligible, feeling as cool as silk to the touch. Do not underestimate this vest. It could significantly enhance Xiao Bing's defensive capabilities. A worthwhile acquisition indeed. At that moment, a notification sounded in his ear. New task released. Defeat the pursuing Earth Dragon and his men to earn 200 technology points and 20 attribute points. Hearing this, Xiao Bing's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed he was to strike back. He opened his eyes and surveyed the road conditions. A glance at the navigation revealed that after 3 more kilometers, the Jeep would reach the highway. His destination was Beha City. Once they hit the highway and entered the Heavenly Eye surveillance range, successfully reaching Beha City would be an arduous task. Therefore, the only option was to abandon the vehicle and venture into the jungle, traversing through it to enter Beha City. To strike back is simple enough. Dagon stopped the car. With a screech, the vehicle halted, and Dagon looked puzzled. What's wrong, big brother? Xiao Bing grabbed a sturdy plastic bag from the vehicle and began collecting dust from the road surface. Remember, only collect the layer of dust from the surface. Do not take the soil beneath it. Xiao Bing commanded. Although Dagon was unsure of the reason behind this, he understood his role as a subordinate. Leave it to me, big brother, he replied, diligently scooping up the thin layer of dust into the plastic bag. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing began to observe the surrounding high points and potential escape routes. On the dirt road deep within the mountains, 3 jeeps sped along. In the first jeep, the Earth Dragon wore a grim expression, his face dark with displeasure. He gripped a weapon tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Drive faster. Do not let those 2 kids escape. The Earth Dragon bellowed. His subordinates, aware of his fury, dared not resist and pressed down on the accelerator. Boss, those 2 kids surely wouldn't linger. They're probably fleeing nonstop right now. A soldier in the back commented. The Earth Dragon furrowed his brow. This was indeed his concern. With only 2 of them, they would not dare confront him head-on. He feared they might hide in the mountains and refuse to emerge, which would complicate matters. Hey, boss, isn't that the car they stole? At this moment, the driver's eyes lit up as he spoke. Looking ahead, he indeed saw a jeep parked horizontally in the middle of the dirt road. Stop the vehicles. With a whoosh, all 3 cars came to a halt, and the commander, Turong, gripped his rifle tightly, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Inside the vehicle, there was not a soul in sight. Boss, do you think those 2 kids have fled into the mountains? One of the soldiers murmured from behind. Turong furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition rising within him. 2 people wouldn't dare ambush us, 11 strong, would they? Unless they are courting death. Besides, they only possess 2 shabby guns. What could they possibly use to set a trap? What is there to fear? With our number, we could drown those 2 brats in a single spit. Get out and take a look, Turong commanded angrily. Immediately, the 11 men opened their doors, weapons in hand, cautiously scanning the area as they approached the jeep. Their guns shifted continuously, each man on high alert. Upon surrounding the jeep and conducting a thorough search, a soldier reported, Boss, there's nothing here. It seems those 2 kids were frightened and abandoned the vehicle. Turong's brow tightened. Abandon the vehicle and flee? It can't be that simple. Just then, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. A heavy plastic bag plummeted from the sky. The 11 men raised their heads, their eyes fixated as the bag grew larger. Turong's brow furrowed again, and instinctively, he raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The bullet pierced the plastic bag, and in an instant, a cloud of gray dust erupted into the air. With a crash, a thick haze enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility. Even a slight inhalation could cause choking. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? The 11 men, as if blinded, could only cover their mouths and noses, closing their eyes, for opening them would invite the dust to cloud their vision. At this moment, Xiao Bing and Li Dagan, who were stationed on the hillside, stood up, each gripping a rifle. Xiao Bing smirked wickedly and declared, Fire! Bang! 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 Simultaneously, they pulled the triggers. Bullets rained down into the swirling dust. Though visibility was non-existent, the overwhelming barrage of firepower prevented Tyrone and his men from raising their heads. Bang! 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 Round after round of bullets poured forth without restraint. A bullet struck one soldier in the chest, and a plume of red smoke erupted from his back. Eliminated. Upon hearing the gunfire, Tyrone realized they had fallen into an ambush. He shouted, "Get down! Everyone down!" Although Tyrone's soldiers were not special forces, they were seasoned veterans. Once ambushed, they swiftly reacted, seeking cover and waiting for the dust to settle. Meanwhile, Xiaobing relentlessly squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 Once a magazine was empty, he swiftly replaced it. In a matter of half a minute, they had exhausted 6 magazines. As the dust began to clear, Xiaobing glanced at Li Dagan. Retreat. The two discarded their rifles and vanished into the thicket. Moments later, the dust finally settled. Tyrone and his men emerged, covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. As they opened their mouths, dirt spilled out. Ugh! A soldier spat out the soil, his face filled with rage. Damn it, you little bastards, come out. Tyrone's face was also contorted with fury, his grip on the gun trembling slightly. He was infuriated. A proud member of the Dragon Special Forces had been outmaneuvered by a mere rookie twice. At this moment, consumed by rage, he lost all rationality. Charge! With that command, 7 or 8 men surged forward, rifles in hand, fueled by anger and frustration. If they caught sight of Xiaobing, they were determined to shoot him dead. Soon, they reached the hillside where Xiaobing had fired. Countless shell casings littered the ground, alongside 2 discarded rifles. Boss, there are footprints, one soldier exclaimed. Indeed, 2 rows of footprints stretched into the thicket. Pursue. Tyrone dashed forward. His singular focus was on eliminating Xiaobing. The group plunged into the woods, following the tracks. 3 minutes later, with a rustle, Xiaobing leaped from a tree, followed closely by Li Dagan. Wow, that was thrilling. Li Dagan patted his chest, still feeling the adrenaline rush. If it hadn't been for Xiaobing, he would never have experienced such excitement. Indeed, Xiaobing had not fled. The footprints were deliberately left as a ruse. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile crept across Xiaobing's face. Dagan, let the air out of their tires. Gather the supplies from the vehicle and then come back to drive. Xiaobing instructed. Li Dagan grinned widely and replied, all right. He then hurried off to fulfill the task. Traversing the mountains to reach Beha City was indeed a prudent approach, yet the journey was long and fraught with obstacles. Xiaobing had no intention of exerting such effort. By employing a clever strategy, he had lured Tyrone and his men away, deflating their tires to prevent them from pursuing or retaliating. On the dirt road, 3 soldiers who had been eliminated by Xiaobing and Li Dagan stood in shock. Those 2 kids didn't escape? What audacity! Yet they were already doomed. Although they found Xiaobing incredibly irritating, they could only swallow their anger. Li Dagan swiftly let the air out of the tires and returned to the vehicle. Arms laden with supplies, bottled water, bread, canned goods, and more. In the passenger seat, Xiaobing donned sunglasses, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. Casting a glance at the dazed soldiers by the roadside, he made a shushing gesture toward them. Dead men do not speak. Remember that. With a thunderous roar, Li Dagan pressed the accelerator, and the duo departed with flair. In the heart of the forest, after 10 minutes of frenzied pursuit, Tyrone and his remaining 7 men sensed something was amiss. The trail of the 2 had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving them lost. Impossible. Tyrone suddenly halted, surveying the vast forest, his brow furrowing. Could they possibly have flown? Despite pushing himself to the limit, he could not spot even a trace of Xiaobing. After a moment of contemplation, Tyrone slapped his thigh and shouted, disaster. Backtrack quickly. With a rush, the group of 8 began to sprint back. 10 minutes later, they returned to the site of Xiaobing's ambush. Looking down, they were left astounded. Xiaobing's vehicle had completely vanished. The 3 Jeep vehicles, their tires deflated, unmistakably revealed signs of sabotage. The supplies within were thoroughly stripped away. At this moment, Tu Long clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. His powerful physique trembled slightly as he found himself at the peak of his rage. He had been outsmarted by a mere rookie. How could he, an elite assault soldier of the Dragon Special Forces, be bested by a novice? Tu Long roared to the heavens, venting his pent-up frustration. The surrounding soldiers lowered their heads in shame. Xiao Bing, I shall eliminate you. Tu Long's bloodshot eyes brimmed with anger. This time, he was determined to get serious. He swiftly seized a discarded soldier by the roadside and inquired, "Which direction did those two go?" The soldier, wearing a helpless expression, replied, "Dead men don't speak." Yet, despite his words, his feet subtly pointed to the north. Tu Long's gaze shifted northward, where the national highway lay within the surveillance range of Sky Eye. Trembling, he lifted his radio and summoned all his courage. Tu Long, mission failure, request for support. In the operations room of the Snow Wolf Special Forces Brigade, Wu Qinghai's face turned ashen, gripping the radio tightly. He had witnessed the entire scene through Tu Long's camera. Another failure. 19 is too arrogant. No one anticipated that in such dire circumstances, Xiao Bing's first thought was not to flee, but to counterattack. How audacious! He showed utter disregard for Tu Long. It's crucial to remember that Tu Long is an assault soldier of the Dragon Special Forces, renowned for his formidable combat prowess. The leaders in the operations room were equally astonished by Xiao Bing's actions. This kid is impressive. Despite being pursued by over a dozen men, he not only held his ground, but even managed to take down 3 of them. And now he brazenly escapes. Ha ha ha. The chief of staff of the Special Forces Brigade pointed at the large screen, chuckling. Heijun nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. He had not expected Xiao Bing to perform so exceptionally. It seems promoting him against the odds was indeed a wise decision. This young man is a piece of fine steel, but his prideful nature must be refined. Well, we have seen this young man's capabilities, Heijun remarked. At his words, Wu Qinghai straightened up abruptly. Yes, Heijun replied coolly, it's time to show this kid a lesson. Replace the blanks with tranquilizer rounds. Understood. A sinister smile crept across Wu Qinghai's lips. With the imperial sword in hand, young man, don't blame me for being merciless. At this moment, Xiao Bing had already reached the national highway. The jeep sped towards the urban area of Beha City, while Xiao Bing sat in the passenger seat, humming a tune. Boss, what are we going to do in Beha City? Li Dagan asked curiously. Xiao Bing replied nonchalantly. Isn't the special selection always the same? First, they'll shoot you unexpectedly, mock you, and remind you of your worthlessness. Then, they'll chase you into the city, leaving you with no resources to survive for 3 days. The nearest city to our military district is Beha City. Upon hearing this, Li Dagan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, brilliant, truly brilliant. Xiao Bing smiled faintly, saying nothing. Unbeknownst to him, due to his outstanding performance, the rules of the entire exercise had been altered because of him. Suddenly, the flow of traffic ahead slowed down. Boss, it looks like there are traffic police up ahead, Li Dagan remarked. Sure enough, at the front of the traffic jam, several police cars blocked the road, and numerous officers were inspecting vehicles one by one. What's there to fear? I haven't been drinking, and I have my driver's license. Just keep going, Li Dagan replied. All right. The vehicles passed through the checkpoint in an orderly manner, soon leaving only 3 or 4 cars ahead. At that moment, with his arm resting outside the window, Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. His keen observation skills told him something was amiss. The 7 or 8 traffic officers were unconsciously glancing in his direction. Moreover, these officers seemed unusually robust. Traffic police can vary in size, but these few were particularly muscular. Dagan, turn around, Xiao Bing commanded coldly. Huh? Li Dagan was taken aback, momentarily confused. Turn around now. Oh. Without asking questions, Li Dagan slammed the gas pedal, sharply turning the steering wheel to execute a U-turn. They're escaping. Chase them. Just as the jeep began to turn, a loud shout erupted from behind. 7 or 8 police officers tore off their disguises, drawing their sidearms and firing a shot into the air. Bang! Stop! The gunfire startled Li Dagan, prompting him to press down on the accelerator again. However, as they completed the turn, they realized there were 2 officers behind them as well. Additionally, the ground was covered with spikes. The vehicle could not brake in time and rolled over the spikes. SSSSS. The Jeep's tires began to deflate, losing power. Damn it! Xiao Bing slammed the vehicle and swiftly leaped out through the window. Run. After a roll, upon hitting the ground, Xiao Bing grabbed his gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the officers. Bang, bang, bang. The officers, well prepared, took cover behind their shields, returning fire with their handguns. Bang, bang. Everyone remained calm. The bullets are fake. We are conducting a military exercise. One officer shouted into a loudspeaker. Hearing this, bystanders exhaled in relief, curiously watching Xiao Bing. Damn it, Xiao Bing cursed under his breath, realizing that these guys had altered the rules. It was no longer a simple escape or kill scenario. They were engaging in role-playing. With their preparedness, Xiao Bing felt utterly powerless and could only abandon his weapon to flee. However, he found himself in an open area, with several officers firing at close range, leaving him with no escape route. With a sharp sound, a bullet struck Xiao Bing's calf. Looking down, he saw it was a tranquilizer round. A wave of numbness surged through his leg. For an ordinary person, a single shot would render them immobile. Damn it, Xiao Bing swore, stumbling slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Among the officers, a tall, muscular man grinned with satisfaction. Too long, you've truly regressed. I, Fai Long, will take you down. Indeed, this man was also from the Dragon Special Forces, known as Fai Long, a demolitions expert. He has been hit. He has lost his mobility. Capture him. Yes. 7 or 8 subordinates rushed forward. Yet at that moment, just as Xiao Bing appeared on the verge of collapsing, he suddenly surged forward, running wildly. He let out a roar, sprinting several meters ahead. With Xiao Bing's physical prowess and determination, a single tranquilizer round could not hold him back. He can still run? Fai Long raised an eyebrow, and with a swift motion, the handgun flipped into his hand. He fired. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed continuously as bullets were directed at Xiao Bing. While attempting to flee, Xiao Bing exerted his agility to evade the oncoming bullets. However, having already been shot, his movements were not as nimble as before. With a soft thud, another tranquilizer dart struck his shoulder. Thud! Xiao Bing collapsed to the ground. Take him down. Fai Long smirked, reveling in the moment. One tranquilizer dart was sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person. 2 could fell a bull. Xiao Bing, no matter how formidable, must concede defeat this time. Advance! A group of 7 or 8 traffic police officers hastily approached Xiao Bing, who lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. He felt a wave of numbness coursing through his body, rendering him powerless. At that moment, a warm surge of energy emanated from his feet. Looking down, he noticed the shadowy battle boots emanating a faint glow. The power of technology. Xiao Bing roared in fury, rising once more and sprinting forward. Fei Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Still able to run? What the hell was this kid raised on kidney beans? So fierce. 20. An extraordinarily robust physique. Not only was Fai Long astonished, but the nearby soldiers disguised as traffic police were equally taken aback. How could he withstand 2 shots? Those darts were enough to bring down a bull. This boy's constitution was remarkably strong. Fire again. Fai Long barked. The group of officers resumed shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued unabated. Xiao Bing, having dashed several dozen meters, felt the gunfire behind him and instinctively dodged. Unfortunately, his agility had diminished significantly. With a soft thud, another tranquilizer dart struck his thigh. Thud! Xiao Bing collapsed once more. The sensation of numbness engulfed him. He could muster no strength. Would he truly concede defeat? He was a special forces soldier. How could he be taken down by mere lackeys? System. Boost. Endurance. With a command, an electric jolt surged through Xiao Bing's body. 20 attribute points transformed into a wondrous energy, invigorating his muscles. His physique was continuously fortified. Feeling the warmth within, the numbness subsided considerably. Moments later, the system's voice echoed. Boost successful. Your endurance is now at 60 points. 60 points of endurance. So formidable. It surpassed even the physical prowess of a special forces soldier. Drawing upon this newfound strength, Xiao Bing let out a mighty roar. He stood up once more, sprinting toward the distance. Fei Long's smile vanished abruptly. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. 3 tranquilizer darts, and this kid was still running. Was he raised on bull-s blood? 3 tranquilizer darts could incapacitate a fierce tiger. Even a special forces soldier would not withstand that. Was this boy's body made of iron? Could these tranquilizer darts be expired? Fai Long asked vacantly, staring at his firearm. The surrounding soldiers quickly replied, "Boss, that's impossible. I checked the expiration date. Everything is fine." Gritting his teeth, Fai Long resolved, "Fire again. Today, under no circumstances, can we let Xiao Bing escape. Orders from above demand his live capture. Otherwise, the dignity of the Snow Wolf Special Forces Brigade will be at stake." "Boss." Could we get into trouble firing again? A soldier voiced his concerns. After all, an ordinary person could hardly withstand such a barrage of tranquilizer darts. We must fire, Phylon commanded angrily. With that order, the soldiers once more pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out once again. At this juncture, Xiao Bing had reached the edge of the road. Ahead lay an expansive forest. If he could reach the woods, the traffic police would be powerless against him. But just then, with a soft thud, yet another tranquilizer dart struck his back. This time, Xiao Bing did not falter, plunging headlong into the thicket. Moments later, his figure vanished from the forest's edge. Shortly thereafter, Phylon and several soldiers disguised as traffic police arrived at the roadside. Looking down, Phylon ground his teeth and stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it, he let him escape. He had seen clearly that the fourth tranquilizer dart had lodged in Xiao Bing's back, yet he hadn't even paused. Such physical prowess could only be described as godlike. Even Phylon paled in comparison to a fraction of Xiao Bing as capabilities. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never believed such a fierce individual could exist. Xiao Bing had escaped, while Li Dagan was not as fortunate or capable. Just as he stepped out of the vehicle, he was shot and immediately brought down. Li Dagan watched Xiao Bing's retreating figure, murmuring, "Boss, run faster." Meanwhile, Xiao Bing sprinted onward, but after 10 minutes of relentless running, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. I'm too dizzy." 3 tranquilizer darts had left him feeling as though the world was spinning. Numbness enveloped his entire body, rendering him utterly powerless. He pulled the tranquilizer darts from his shoulder and thigh, tossing them to the ground. When he reached behind, he felt another tranquilizer dart caught in his clothing. This dart had not penetrated his body, but had been thwarted by his liquid body armor. Despite the sharpness of the needle, it had failed to breach the armor. Touching the protective gear, Xiao Bing reflected, "You saved me this time. I surely couldn't withstand a 4th shot." Without the liquid body armor, he might have already been captured. Fortunately, he was close to the city, only half an hour away. Leaning on his weary body, Xiao Bing trudged through the forest. Meanwhile, in the operations room, silence reigned. Everyone was fixated on the large screen, deep in thought. Xiao Bing's performance had once again left them in awe. For an ordinary person, 1 tranquilizer dart could incapacitate them. Even a bull would succumb to 2. 3 tranquilizer darts were unparalleled, and 4 was beyond imagination. Yet Xiao Bing, a living human, withstood 4 tranquilizer darts and managed to run. Was such a feat even possible? Many began to suspect he might be a robot. For tranquilizer darts, and still standing, this boy's constitution was truly extraordinary. The voice of the chief of staff trembled as he spoke. Hijun wore a look of astonishment. He had initially thought the boy was merely a special forces recruit, but it turned out he was a physical powerhouse. "I never anticipated this boy would provide me with such profound surprises." Originally believing he would be unable to escape this time, he was unexpectedly let go once again. Behind him, Wu Qinghai's face turned a deep shade of indigo, a reflection of his displeasure. Once again, he slipped through their fingers. Time again. Does the Jiaolong Special Forces lack any sense of shame? The name Xiao Bing was indelibly etched in his mind. He remembered this individual not merely because he was his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, but because he had dared to challenge the honor of the Jiaolong Special Forces. Shenlong. At this moment, Hijun called out ahead. "Attention!" Wu Qinghai shot up instantly. As the captain of the Jiaolong Special Forces, codenamed Shenlong, he was aware of the recent decline in the capabilities of his subordinates. This young man had managed to evade capture 3 times in the mere 6 months since his enlistment. It seemed he was about to enter the city. Wu Qinghai lowered his head, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Commander, should I take matters into my own hands?" Hijun shook his head slightly. "No, after all, he is merely a recruit. Did you not dispatch 3 of your men? Once he enters the city, ensure that you capture him with all your might. Equip yourselves with the finest gear, and let the Sky Eye system assist you. You must apprehend him within a day. We cannot allow him to think that our Snow Wolf Special Brigade is so easily trifled with. Do you understand?" Wu Qinghai stood at attention and bellowed, "Understood. I will ensure the mission's success." In Beha City, Xiao Bing was unaware of how long he had been walking. His consciousness felt as though it were fading. In the distance, he vaguely perceived the bustling activity of a metropolis. Exhausted beyond measure, his eyelids felt heavy as if laden with lead. With a thud, Xiao Bing collapsed to the ground, sinking into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A A slight movement caused his entire body to ache. He inhaled sharply. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that he was in a modest room, furnished with a soft double bed adorned with pink sheets. Nearby stood a vanity, cluttered with an array of skincare and cosmetic products from various brands. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a young girl entered. "You're awake?" Xiao Bing turned to see a remarkably youthful and beautiful girl, appearing no older than 18 or 19. Her face, brimming with collagen, exuded a pure and innocent aura. Her features strikingly lovely. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated innocence and purity. "Who are you?" Xiao Bing inquired, rubbing his aching head. "My name is Jiang Qian. Last night, you fainted at my doorstep. I'm a nurse and brought you home to tend to you. You're fine, just overly fatigued. A night's rest will suffice." Jiang Qian replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Xiao Bing nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." He then lifted the covers, preparing to rise. Upon doing so, he realized that his shirt had been removed. His sun-kissed skin and well-defined muscles were now exposed. The enhancements he had undergone made him remarkably fit. Jiang Qian's face flushed slightly as she averted her gaze. "Your clothes were too dirty, so I washed them for you. Here, they're dry now." She handed him the clothing, her cheeks tinged with pink. As Xiao Bing observed her closely, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him. Her flawless complexion appeared so fresh that one could almost squeeze water from it. "Thank you." As he accepted the garments, his rough hands brushed against Jiang Qian's warm ones, causing her to retract her hand as if shocked. After dressing, Xiao Bing glanced at the time and frowned. He had slept through the night, leaving him with limited time. "Thank you, but I don't have any money on me. Could I have your number? I will transfer the payment to you later." Jiang Qian shook her head. "No need for money. I was merely helping out." Xiao Bing felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Such kindness was rare. At that moment, a man entered the room. He was in his 40s, dressed in a crisp suit and shiny leather shoes. Although his attire was proper, it was apparent that the suit had seen many washes, and the shoes had been polished repeatedly. "Dad!" Jiang Qian exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with his. Jiang Huai nodded and turned to Xiao Bing. "Young man, it's good to see you awake. Breakfast is ready. Why not join us?" Xiao Bing quickly shook his head. "Thank you, but no, uncle." As he spoke, he discreetly assessed the man. The suit indicated a white-collar worker, yet his modest surroundings suggested a salary in the range of 6,000 to 8,000. He was likely either a civil servant or a lawyer. Judging by Jiang Qian's gaze towards her father, it seemed genuine. Perhaps he had truly been rescued. Just as he was about to bid farewell, a sudden loud bang shook the atmosphere. The outer gate of the courtyard was kicked open with a resounding crash. A group of individuals stormed in, their presence imposing and aggressive. Xiao Bing furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for a vase on the table, leaning against the windowsill to peer outside. To his astonishment, a dozen ruffians, adorned with tattoos and a menacing demeanor, rushed in, wielding blades and clubs. "Jiang Huai, get out here!" The leader, with dyed green hair and a baseball bat slung over his shoulder, exuded arrogance. Jiang Huai's expression shifted. "You two stay inside and don't come out." He hurriedly exited the room. "You're looking for me?" As Jiang Huai appeared, the thugs quickly surrounded him, their intentions clear and hostile. "Damn it, old man. You're the one who helped that woman win her case, right? You sent our young master to prison for 5 years. Do you have a death wish?" Green hair sneered, pushing Jiang Huai against the wall. "I'm a lawyer. I was merely fulfilling my duties." Jiang Huai retorted, maintaining his composure. "Damn your lawyer." Green hair's anger flared, and he prepared to strike. "Don't touch my dad." At that moment, Jiang Qian burst from the room, positioning herself protectively behind Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's face reflected panic, tears welling in his eyes. The initially furious green hair's gaze shifted as he took in Jiang Qian's beauty, his demeanor softening. "Hey there, little sister. You're quite the looker," he said with a smirk, stepping closer. "Originally, our boss wanted to break this old man's leg, but since you're so devoted, I'll offer you a choice. Spend a night with me, and I'll let your father go. What do you say?" The green-haired man approached with a sinister grin, rubbing his hands together. Behind him, his lackeys began to jeer. "Big brother, go for her. Ha ha ha. Little sister, why not yield to our big brother? He's quite formidable. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you're in for a treat tonight." A dozen burly men displayed lewd expressions, while Jiang Qian's face was etched with fear and trepidation. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless. "Stay back. My father is a lawyer. I will sue you." If you come any closer, I will call the police. With tears streaming down her face, she fumbled for her phone. Seeing this, the green-haired man let out a cold laugh and slapped the phone from her hand. It crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Call the police? Do you even have a chance? Little sister, in this part of Beha City, who would dare to offend Crow Brother? Just give in to me. He guffawed, extending his hand toward her. Jiang Qian could no longer hold back her sobs, clutching her chest as tears flowed freely. Don't come any closer. At that moment, Jiang Huai, her father, was filled with rage. Don't touch my daughter, he shouted, lunging at the green-haired man. Yet, he was no match for the group of young men. He was quickly pinned against the wall, unable to move. Old man, don't push your luck. I consider your daughter a blessing. The green-haired man sneered, reaching for Jiang Qian's clothing. Just then, a large hand suddenly appeared, gripping the green-haired man's throat. Crow Brother, you have quite the audacity. Xiaobing, the third young master of the Xiao family, held the green-haired man in a vice-like grip, rendering him immobile. The green-haired man was furious and cursed. Who are you to dare? But before he could finish, he was struck dumb. The man before him was someone he recognized, a figure far beyond his reach, the third young master of one of the 4 prominent families in Beha City. The onlookers' faces changed in unison upon seeing Xiaobing. His reputation in Beha City surpassed even that of the mayor. He was considered a terror among all hooligans, a debauched young master with influence and power. There were at least 80 gang leaders who had fallen victim to him. Third young master. The green-haired man's voice trembled as sweat poured down his forehead. Xiaobing released his grip, causing the green-haired man to fall to his knees, trembling. With a thud, the dozen men present also knelt before Xiaobing, their heads bowed, afraid to meet his gaze. You have some nerve. In broad daylight, you dare to lay hands on 2 ordinary people. Do you not fear the law? Xiaobing's fury caused everyone to shudder. Third young master. I had no idea they were under your protection. If I had known, not even 10 of me would dare touch them. The green-haired man stammered, his voice tinged with fear. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing sneered. So, you mean to say that if they did not know me, they would be as good as dead? The green-haired man's expression shifted, and he hastily bowed his head in supplication. No. Third young master, please spare me this once. I swear I won't dare again. Yet, Xiaobing did not even glance at him, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. You understand my rules, don't you? At this, the green-haired man's face turned ashen, filled with hesitation and pain. Xiaobing's rules were notoriously ruthless. However, he had no choice. Xiaobing was a figure he could not afford to offend. To avoid losing everything, he had to comply with the man's demands. In Beha City, few could stand against Xiaobing. Thus, with a clenched jaw, the green-haired man drew a dagger from his waist. Ah! He roared, driving the blade into his palm. Ah! The sound of his screams echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. Blood splattered everywhere, and Jiang Qian gasped, quickly covering her eyes. The green-haired man clutched his injured hand, his face pale. Third young master, are you satisfied now? Xiaobing scoffed. Take your men and leave. Hearing this, the green-haired man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily nodding in gratitude. Thank you, third young master. He and his gang scrambled away from Jiang Qian's home. Once they had departed, Jiang Qian and Jiang Huai regarded Xiaobing with newfound respect. They had not anticipated that the man who had so casually intervened was the renowned third young master of the Xiao family. Jiang Huai's eyes reflected a hint of reverence, while Jiang Qian's demeanor became more cautious. Thank you very much. Jiang Huai managed a strained smile, expressing his gratitude. Xiaobing returned the smile. Uncle, you are my savior. I should be the one thanking you. Jiang Huai, intrigued, asked, Are you for the Xiao family? It was clear to him that only the third son of the Xiao family would command such fear from the green-haired man and his cronies. Yes, I am Xiaobing, he replied. The surprise on Jiang Huai's face deepened. He had heard numerous tales about Xiaobing, carefree and scrupulous and exceedingly arrogant, with a long list of vices attributed to him. Yet, upon meeting him, Jiang Huai found that the young man was not as dreadful as the rumor suggested. In fact, he seemed quite polite. So, you are the third young master of the Xiao family. I've heard much about you, Jiang Huai said. Xiaobing humbly smiled. I am unworthy of such praise, uncle. Those men earlier at this, Jiang Huai displayed a weary smile and shook his head. Oof. Jiang Qian stamped her foot, frustration evident on her face. A wealthy heir, drunk driving, killed someone. The victim's family hired my father as their lawyer. But that rich heir's family, powerful and affluent, attempted to bribe my father to lose the case. My father refused and helped the victim's family win, which angered the wealthy heir. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing nodded in understanding. Jiang Huai exuded righteousness, clearly not one to be swayed by money. Yet, it was precisely such individuals who often struggled to achieve greatness in life. This was the harsh reality of the world. Rest assured, they will never dare to trouble you again. In fact, even a family head will personally come to apologize. Xiaobing said with confidence, a trait inherent to the third young master of the Xiao family. Just then, he perked up, his brow furrowing as he detected faint noises outside. Jiangqian, do you have a phone? May I borrow it? Xiaobing asked earnestly. Jiangqian's cheeks flushed. What for? Noticing her hesitance, Xiaobing hurriedly explained, quickly, I need it. Oh, Jiangqian retrieved her Xiaomi phone and handed it to him. Xiaobing took it and promptly dialed a number. Hello, it's me. I tracked your location. There's an urgent matter. After a brief exchange, he hung up the phone. As Jiangqian cast her gaze towards Xiaobing, a subtle shift occurred in her expression. Uncle, Jiangqian, you both should return inside the house. No matter what transpires outside, do not emerge, Xiaobing instructed, gently ushering them indoors. The two, perplexed yet compelled, were pushed into the room as Xiaobing closed the door behind them, turning his attention towards the main entrance of the courtyard. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. Clenching his fists, Xiaobing slowly approached the doorway. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stood before the gate, which lay eerily silent beyond. His hand reached for the door, which creaked as he pulled it open, revealing a tranquil alleyway outside. He lifted one leg and stepped through the threshold. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air pierced the stillness. A police baton swung towards Xiaobing's face. Anticipating the attack, he darted out of the courtyard, glancing back in a flash. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Concealed alongside the walls were 20 individuals, 10 on each side. Clad in black tactical gear, the armed police stood ready, wielding rubber batons, clearly prepared for confrontation. Charge! Director Zhang has issued orders. We must uphold the dignity of the Beihai City Police Department. With a resounding clash, the 20 surged towards Xiaobing. He tightened his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Bring it on! With unwavering resolve, Xiaobing plunged into the fray. Alone against a multitude of officers, the power of his combat gloves unleashed, each punch slicing through the air. Bang! 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 A flurry of strikes unleashed a critical blow. One officer was sent sprawling with a single, devastating punch. With a booming shout, Xiaobing delivered a kick aimed at a nearby officer. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the officer's chest, sending him soaring backwards. Xiaobing moved like a shadow amidst the throng of armed police, his advanced tactical boots shimmering faintly with an otherworldly glow. With technological enhancement, his speed, power, and defense surged to remarkable heights. However, the alley was too confined, and the sheer number of opponents, all armed, posed a significant challenge. Before long, one officer circled behind Xiaobing, swinging his baton at his back. Bang! The blow struck with force, yet Xiaobing remained unfazed. The fluid vest he wore hardened upon impact, rendering the strike ineffective. The officer stood dumbfounded. Xiaobing turned coldly, his gaze locking onto the officer. Down you go. Bang! A punch collided with him, delivering a triple critical hit. The officer was sent crashing to the ground. Xiaobing was a force of nature, even against 20 adversaries. He fought like a tiger among sheep, wreaking havoc. None could withstand his onslaught. 3 punches guaranteed a fall. The officer's attacks felt like mere tickles to him. Come on! Xiaobing roared, toppling another foe. At this point, half of the 20 officers lay defeated at his feet, while the remaining stood back, wary and watchful. The commanding officer regarded Xiaobing with trepidation. Goodness, this kid is too formidable. How can he fight like this? As the officer's words faded, his subordinates gathered around him. Captain, what should we do? Xiaobing's gaze was fixed intently on the commanding officer. The officer smirked coldly. What to do? We force it. With that, he swiftly drew a pistol from behind his waist. The remaining officers followed suit, brandishing their own firearms. The narrow alleyway was now lined with pointed guns aimed directly at Xiaobing. In such a confined space, even if he were a deity, evading all those bullets was inconceivable. Xiaobing stood resolutely, brushing dust from his shoulder, striking a pose he deemed quite dashing. Youth these days lack martial ethics. Crack! The commanding officer fired without warning. Bang! Bang! Several officers unleashed a volley of gunfire simultaneously. Sharp needles shot forth from their barrels, targeting Xiao Bing with deadly precision. In an instant, 3 pointed projectiles pierced his skin, and a wave of numbness surged through him. His body succumbed to paralysis, collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, his hair standing on end. It was a stun gun. The 3 shots overwhelmed Xiao Bing's formidable physique, draining him of all vitality within mere seconds. The commanding officer scoffed with assurance. No matter how skilled you are, you fear a knife. Even a master can be felled by a single shot. With a command, 2 officers advanced to restrain Xiao Bing, securing handcuffs around his wrists. Captain, we've apprehended him. In the operations room, the leaders observed the footage from the scene, expressing their astonishment. Capturing this young man was no simple task. Not only did we deploy elite forces from the Dragon Special Operations Team, but we also involved the armed police and traffic officers, employing the Sky Eye system to locate him. The chief of staff marveled. He Jun nodded slightly. 20 armed officers, relying solely on combat, were no match for this young man. Ultimately, it was the stun guns that barely subdued him. If he were in the wilderness, he would surely take flight. At this, the others voiced their agreement. In the back row, Wu Qinghai exhaled in relief. Finally, we've caught this ruffian. If he had escaped again, our Dragon Special Operations Team would have faced dissolution. By the way, isn't Filong ambushing this kid? Perhaps we should recall him, He Jun suggested. Glancing back at Wu Qinghai was about to respond, but his gaze fixed on a large screen. Captain, I think we should hold off on a recall. He Jun furrowed his brow, following Wu Qinghai's line of sight to the screen. Upon seeing the scene, he gasped in shock. In the alley, Xiao Bing was shackled, flanked by 2 armed police officers. The commanding officer, hands clasped behind his back, stood before Xiao Bing. You, my young friend, certainly know how to stir up trouble. We've been searching for you all night, hardly catching a wink of sleep. The commanding officer jabbed a finger into Xiao Bing's chest, his expression darkening. Back at the station, just wait and see how I deal with you. Xiao Bing, appearing feeble, lifted his gaze to the commanding officer, revealing a flash of his white teeth. You think you're worthy? Those 3 words ignited the officer's fury. Damn it, even at the brink, you still dare to be defiant? Do you wish to experience the sting of the stun baton? With that, he brandished an electric baton, flicking the switch to unleash a crackling surge of electricity, a sight both terrifying and foreboding. Unfazed by the threats of the armed police captain, Xiao Bing remained dismissive. Go ahead, try it. If you lay a finger on me, I will bring you to ruin. Do you believe me? Upon hearing Xiao Bing's words, the captain grew irate. Oh, you have quite the bravado. Let's see how you intend to bring me to ruin. With that, he thrust the electric baton into Xiao Bing's abdomen. A crackling sound erupted as electricity coursed through Xiao Bing's body, causing him to convulse violently. His eyes rolled back, and his already sparse hair stood on end. The captain, undeterred by the possibility of repercussions, having been instructed by his superior to teach this new recruit a lesson, was resolute in his mission to temper Xiao Bing's defiance. Do you yield? Still boasting? After a few seconds, the captain withdrew the baton, a smirk on his face as he regarded Xiao Bing. Do not mistake your agility for superiority. If I were your enemy, you would be dead by now. Tell me, do you yield? With that, the captain audaciously slapped Xiao Bing's face. Fatigued and weak, Xiao Bing managed to lift his gaze to meet the captain's. I yield, he stammered, just as the captain's triumphant smile emerged. Xiao Bing's next words turned his expression to one of fury. Yield? No way. The captain narrowed his eyes, brandishing the baton once more. Let's see how stubborn you can be. With defiance, Xiao Bing retorted, I fear no one. Crackle. Once again, the electric current surged through him, causing his body to thrash in agony, his eyes rolling back in despair. Moments later, the captain retracted the baton. Do you yield? Xiao Bing lay crumpled on the ground, pallid and drenched in sweat. Yet, even in such a pitiful condition, he refused to submit. His unwavering spirit garnered respect from several of the armed police officers. However, the captain scoffed, feeling increasingly disgruntled. A mere 6-month recruit, no matter how defiant, could not withstand the might of his baton. Still resistant, are we? The captain squatted before Xiao Bing, narrowing his eyes. I do not wish to see you suffer. Submit to me now, and I will let you go. What do you say? This was his directive, to compel Xiao Bing to relent. Breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face, Xiao Bing offered a derisive smile. I said, "You are unworthy." This time, the captain was thoroughly incensed. "Haha, you've brought this upon yourself. Beat him," he ordered. Instantly, a dozen armed police officers surrounded Xiao Bing, wielding their batons. Despite their hesitance, they were bound by duty. They would continue until he submitted. Xiao Bing lay shackled on the ground, devoid of any combat capability, as the muscular officers closed in to deliver a brutal beating. Yet, he maintained a trace of pride in his smile. A king never bows his head. As fists were about to descend upon him, a sudden, thunderous crash startled everyone, causing them to turn in unison. At the entrance of the alley, a Jeep Wrangler, speeding recklessly, collided with the wall, creating a gaping hole. The luxury vehicle, worth a fortune, was nearly totaled. "Who is that?" The captain frowned. With a creak, the Jeep's door swung open, revealing a tall man who descended from the vehicle. He adjusted his tie and exhaled deeply. "Damn it, I'm late." The newcomer stood at an impressive height of 6'2", with a striking appearance and fair complexion. Dressed in a suit, exuding elegance, and donning gold-rimmed glasses, he radiated sophistication and charm. Upon seeing him, Xiao Bing finally burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! His mirth grew more manic. The man knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against the ground, and bowed his head. "I apologize, third young master, I have arrived late." This individual was Xiao Chengwang, the steward of the Xiao family. "Third young master?" The captain furrowed his brow, recognizing him as an ally of Xiao Bing. "Hey, we are carrying out a mission. You need to leave immediately," an officer shouted. Yet, a cold smirk crept across Xiao Chengwang's lips as he rose, adjusting his Patek Philippe watch. "I care not for your mission. Release the third young master." His tone was commanding and imperious. In response, the captain scoffed. "Ah, I see you're looking for trouble. Just you alone? We are 20 strong." Xiao Chengwang tilted his head, a wicked smile forming. "Outnumbered? I have never feared that." With a snap of his fingers, several luxury black Range Rovers screeched to a halt outside the alley, a fleet of expensive vehicles gathering. With a cacophony of car doors opening, a multitude of muscular men emerged, all clad in black suits, sunglasses shielding their eyes, and tiny earpieces adorning their ears. This formidable assembly surged into the alley, effectively blocking the entrance. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Simultaneously, dozens of these men knelt, their voices booming. "We greet the third young master." The echoing sound was thunderous and overwhelming. With an icy demeanor, Xiao Chengwang simply pointed. "Attack! Leave none alive." At this command, the throng of muscular men roared in unison. Yes, they surged forward en masse. The faces of the armed police officers paled instantly. The opposing force outnumbered them by several times, and these were not ordinary men. They were highly trained bodyguards, their combat prowess comparable to theirs. In the confines of the narrow alley, their sheer numbers would undoubtedly overpower. A confrontation would yield disastrous results for them. The 20 armed officers retreated, their expressions wary as they regarded the advancing horde. A fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing had been abandoned. 2 robust men rushed forward, lifting Xiao Bing and shielding him from harm. "Charge!" they shouted, and soon the clamor of battle echoed. Xiao Bing was escorted away from the alley, the conflict no longer his concern. Xiao Chengwang, protective at his side, inquired cautiously, "Third young master, are your injuries serious? Should I summon the head of the Central Hospital?" The Central Hospital was the finest in Beja City, and its director was a rare and busy individual. However, with the Xiao family's influence, he would arrive promptly. Yet Xiao Bing shook his head slightly. "No need, it's just a minor injury." He shrugged off the bodyguard support, proving he could stand unaided. While the electric shock had temporarily incapacitated him, he would soon recover. The captain had been cautious, not inflicting severe harm. Once the handcuffs were removed, Xiao Bing moved his limbs. "Let them go. After all, they are part of the police, and we can't act against them." Xiao Chengwang nodded in agreement. "Withdraw." At the sound of command, dozens of individuals emerged in an imposing manner from the alley. "Young master, the head of the family has been waiting for you at home for quite some time," said Xiao Chengwang. However, Xiao Bing shook his head. "I shall not return home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chengwang displayed a troubled expression. "Are you still angry with the head of the family? He mentioned that sending you to the army was a last resort, hoping you would train well in the military." Xiao Bing smiled slightly at these words. Tell Dad, I am no longer the Xiao Bing I once was. I harbor no anger. However, without achieving something significant, what dignity do I have to return home? With that, a resolute expression crossed Xiao Bing's face, and his confident gaze momentarily stunned Xiao Qingwang. He sensed that the third young master was indeed different from before. He was no longer the frivolous young master of yore. Hand me the car keys. Xiao Bing extended his hand. Xiao Qingwang complied, presenting a red smart key to him. Not far away, a red Lamborghini supercar was parked by the roadside, with its sharp lines, dazzling body, and the roar of its engine. This million-dollar vehicle had become the most striking presence on the street, overshadowing even a dozen Range Rovers. Third young master, where are you headed? Xiao Bing replied nonchalantly, revenge. Boom! The red Lamborghini expelled blue flames and sped down the road. Inside the car, gripping the steering wheel, Xiao Bing's expression turned fierce. In his previous life, he had been a thorn in the side of the army. It was his stubbornness that forged a legendary soldier. I, Xiao Bing, do not accept defeat, nor do I fear it. If you dare to target me, I shall retaliate. Mission initiated. Mission code, hunt. For every enemy eliminated, one would receive 10 technological points and 2 attribute points. Upon hearing the system's voice, a subtle smile crept onto Xiao Bing's lips. Fortune favors me. Soon, the Lamborghini drove into the underground parking lot of the Wanda Plaza. Xiao Bing entered a clothing store and a cosmetic shop, where the surveillance indicated that Xiao Bing's last known appearance was on the first floor of Wanda Plaza, carrying a large backpack and making a throat-cutting gesture on camera. 319 novices had been deployed into Beha City, each fitted with a tracking device that emitted a signal every hour. Meanwhile, over 500 police officers and soldiers were hunting these novices. If captured, the only outcome was elimination. This was the perverse nature of the special selection. In Beha City, at the police station surveillance room, Tu Long and Fei Long crossed their arms, their brows furrowed. Their eyes were glued to the multitude of screens displaying various streets and intersections across Beha City. The entire city was under the watchful eye of the surveillance system. Damn it, he escaped again. Tu Long clenched his fists, frustration etched on his face. Fei Long rubbed his temples. I never expected that with 20 armed police sent to apprehend him, the mission would fail. This kid vanished, as if he had evaporated from the surveillance system. He held a photo in his hand, depicting Xiao Bing's last sighting at Wanda Plaza. He had been missing for 3 hours, with no trace. The pressure from above is immense. If we do not catch this kid soon, how will we face the boss? Tu n'en exclaimed en cri. Fei Long remained silent, both of them consumed with rage and nowhere to direct it. At that moment, Tu Long's eyes brightened. Look, that kid is right here. He pointed at a surveillance screen. We're in an alley. Xiao Bing glanced up at the camera and blew a kiss. Damn, he dares to provoke us. Tu Long's impulsive nature flared up. Unable to contain himself. I'm going to catch him. I'll go too. Fei Long, with a frown, followed him out. Inside the police station, the two mounted a motorcycle and sped off. In the alley, Xiao Bing, dressed in sportswear and wearing a cap, walked briskly with his hands in his pockets. At the end of the alley, a patrolling officer noticed him and frowned. Who goes there? Xiao Bing remained silent, advancing quickly towards him. Sensing something amiss, the alert officer reached for his waist. Stop. Move again, and I will shoot. Xiao Bing lowered his head and continued his rapid approach. The officer drew his gun and fired. Bang! In an instant, Xiao Bing erupted. He kicked off the wall in a graceful aerial roundhouse kick, dodging the bullet and crashing down on the officer. Thud! The officer was sent sprawling to the ground. With a hiss, red smoke erupted from behind the officer. Eliminated. Beneath the cap, Xiao Bing's calm eyes revealed no hint of emotion. 1. He took the officer's gun, extracting a stamp from his pocket and imprinting it on the officer's face. You. The officer seethed, but being incapacitated, he was powerless against Xiao Bing. 2 large characters were stamped onto his face. Qualified. This stamp was typically reserved for livestock at the slaughterhouse. The officer felt a swell of humiliation and anger. Who would have thought a criminal would dare to assault an armed officer? Did he not fear elimination? Xiao Bing, now, with the gun tucked in his pocket and the hoodie pulled over his cap, swiftly exited the alley. Outside the alley, the surveillance system was omnipresent. Yet Xiao Bing was familiar with the terrain of Beha City, darting through dark corners to evade detection. He would not give the surveillance any opportunity to capture him unless he chose to. Moments later, a motorcycle sped to the entrance of the alley. Fei Long and Tu Long rushed inside, but the alley was devoid of Xiao Bing's presence, leaving behind only a dejected officer. Upon seeing the two large red characters on the officer's face, Fei Long and Tu Long clenched their fists, their bodies trembling with rage. "Where is he?" The officer sighed, shaking his head. "The dead do not speak." Fei Long, filled with fury, seized the radio, shouting, "Surveillance!" "Where did he go?" Seconds later, the radio crackled to life. "Report. No information on the target has been captured. He evaded the surveillance." How could he accomplish this? They speculated. Only a top-tier assassin could do so effortlessly. Yet he is merely a 6-month recruit. How dare he resist and attack the police? Bang! Bang! Just then, 2 gunshots rang out from a nearby square. Tu Long and Fei Long jolted and hurried towards the sound. By the time they reached the scene, they found 2 police officers sitting dejectedly on the ground, their faces similarly stamped with the word qualified. The guns remained, but the bullets had vanished. "Where is he?" Fei Long grabbed one officer by the collar, demanding answers. The officer, blushing, shook his head. Meanwhile, in the alley, Xiao Bing made his swift escape. With each opponent eliminated, Xiao Bing would change locations, never striking twice in the same place, for that is a cardinal sin among assassins. In his previous life, Xiao Bing had dispatched countless formidable foes, including drug traffickers and murderers, all of whom fell victim to his lethal prowess. He understood that to be a competent assassin, one must be resolute in their actions. At the end of an alley stood the road. Xiao Bing adeptly scaled the wall and leaped onto the rooftop. Moving with remarkable agility, he traversed the rooftops with ease. Soon, he found himself atop a 3-story building, where he spotted a patrolling police officer below. "Your time has come," Xiao Bing declared silently, raising his gun with one hand while fitting a plastic water bottle over the muzzle with the other. A muffled thud echoed as the bullet shattered the bottle's bottom, and the unsuspecting officer, 30 meters away, fell victim to the shot, his face a mask of confusion. He had no inkling of how he had been eliminated. With a single U-silencer, Xiao Bing had dispatched the officer without a sound. 4. Xiao Bing leapt down from the rooftop and vanished into the alleyway. In a frenzy of hunting, 6, 8, 10. In the span of a mere half-day, 8 police officers and 2 soldiers had been attacked and eliminated, each marked with the stamp of qualification. This was a profound affront and humiliation to the instructor. Within the operations room, a heavy silence fell, the atmosphere thick with tension. The leaders furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. Just moments before, they had been jovially discussing the impressive soldier, but now, their regard for Xiao Bing had entirely shifted. "Damn it, why haven't we caught him yet?" The chief of staff slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage. Where once he had admired Xiao Bing's unexpected performance, he was now infuriated. It was akin to a proud parent watching another child outshine their own. How could he remain pleased when his own was being overshadowed? How many times has this happened? I've lost count. He has escaped our grasp more than once. And now he has the audacity to retaliate. 10 have fallen at his hands. What remains of our Special Forces dignity? Our honor? A senior officer from the Special Operations Brigade stood up, indignation in his voice. His words resonated with many around him, including He Zhen, who had previously held a favorable view of Xiao Bing, now knitting his brows in concern. It was clear that Xiao Bing was a troublesome character, driven by a strong desire for revenge. A fine blade, indeed, but if not properly forged, it could turn into a weapon that would harm its wielder. "Dragon!" He Zhen exclaimed in frustration. Wu Qinghai, standing behind him, sprang to attention, drenched in sweat. "Gome!" He Zhen turned to Wu Qinghai, his displeasure evident. "Explain this situation to me." Wu Qinghai's face was taut with anxiety. Xiao Bing had evaded capture under his command more than once, and now he was eliminating their personnel right in front of the Dragon and Earth Dragon. This was a blatant trampling of the dignity of the Dragon Special Forces. "Report. Grant me 2 hours. I will capture this rascal." Wu Qinghai bellowed. He Zhen scoffed. "This is your final chance. If you fail to apprehend him, you will do it yourself." The thought of the captain of the Dragon Special Forces personally dealing with a rookie who had only been in service for half a year was a blow to his pride. If word of this spread, it would be a significant embarrassment for him. Wu Qinghai seized the radio, "Flying Dragon, Earth Dragon, Strength Dragon. Within 2 hours. You must capture that boy. I don't care what methods you employ. If you fail, do not return." The three were the entirety of the Dragon Special Forces dispatched against the 300 green recruits. However, now all their efforts were focused solely on Xiao Bing. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing wandered through a bustling pedestrian street, the heart of Beihai City, alive with activity. By the roadside, two armed police officers vigilantly scanned their surroundings. 10 had already been assassinated, and they were determined not to become the next victims. Old Wu, the recently eliminated officer, Zhang, discreetly informed me that the kid is wearing a baseball cap and a black hoodie, keeping his head down. Let us stay alert. One officer whispered to his partner. Nodding in agreement, the second officer replied, I hope he comes our way. I can't believe he is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Just then, a strikingly attractive woman approached them. Zhelaman, could you please direct me to the nearest restroom? The two officers turned, their eyes widening at the sight of her alluring figure, every movement dripping with seduction. Though her makeup was a tad heavy, the allure in her eyes was undeniable. Cough, just head east for 100 meters, one officer replied, feigning calmness. The woman swayed slightly. There are so many people, I can't see. Could you take me there? She implored, feigning helplessness. We're currently on duty. It's not convenient, the officer replied. All right then. The woman pouted in disappointment, reaching into her bag for a lipstick and a mirror. Oh dear, it's so hot. My makeup has smudged. Could you check if I look all right? She leaned closer, puckering her lips in a feigned, innocent manner. The officers swallowed hard, entranced by her charm. Suddenly, they felt a cold sensation at their necks, as if something had grazed past them. Do you find me appealing? Came a rough voice. Startled, they turned to face the woman, only to realize she was no woman at all, but rather a man. He pulled out 2 large buns from his clothing and stuffed them into the officers' mouths, yanking off the wig atop his head. According to regulations, you're now deceased. The 2 officers stood frozen, their hands instinctively moving to their necks, finding them smeared with lipstick. They had been silenced, assassinated, bewildered. They were stamped with 2 large qualification seals on their faces as Xiao Bing melted into the crowd. Upon exiting the pedestrian street, Xiao Bing had already transformed his appearance. He donned a well-fitted suit, polished leather shoes, and glasses while carrying a briefcase. In his previous life, he had mastered various disguise techniques and fashion coordination, surpassing even women in makeup skills. He could present himself in 100 different identities throughout Beihai City, eluding detection effortlessly. 12. The corners of Xiao Bing's mouth lifted slightly as he disappeared once more into the crowd. Meanwhile, 3 Special Forces soldiers were urgently searching for Xiao Bing's whereabouts. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street, their expressions changed dramatically. Again, he had vanished. The surveillance system failed to capture his presence. Half an hour had already elapsed, and if they could not locate Xiao Bing within another 30 minutes, the 3 of them would face dire consequences. 2 more had been taken. Fei Long, what should we do? Talong asked, furrowing his brow. After a long pause, Fei Long's frown slowly relaxed, revealing a faint smirk. This is your own doing. 27. Entrapment. 12. 13. 15. 18. An hour later, Xiao Bing had stealthily eliminated 18 individuals, including 15 police officers and 3 soldiers. He had garnered 180 technology points and 32 attribute points. The spoils were plentiful. During the assassinations, Xiao Bing had utilized 4 identities. First, a woman. Second, a business person. Third, a student. And fourth, a beggar. None of these personas aroused suspicion from his foes. Now, having reverted to his true self, Xiao Bing donned a cap and navigated through the bustling streets. Make way! Make way! A loud shout pierced the air. A jeep was barreling down the road, intruding upon the pedestrian street. Though the passers-by were displeased, they fell silent upon recognizing it as a military vehicle. 2 soldiers sat in the open-top jeep, and tied to the back was a man exuding a rustic aura, Li Dagan. Upon spotting him, Xiao Bing's eyes narrowed. They were using Li Dagan as leverage against him. The jeep honked loudly, intentionally causing a commotion as if parading Li Dagan through the streets. Li Dagan's face was ashen, his eyes devoid of life. Xiao Bing scoffed, hands in pockets, and silently trailed the jeep amidst the throng of people. Unbeknownst to him, many eyes were also watching him from within the crowd, and his location was promptly reported to the Jiaolong Special Forces. As the jeep progressed, Xiao Bing left the lively pedestrian street and entered a more open road. At this moment, he could no longer conceal his trail, nor did he intend to continue hiding. Suddenly, Xiao Bing switched from walking to running, gradually increasing his speed. With a whoosh, he left behind a blur, catching up to the jeep at astonishing velocity. He grasped the side of the vehicle and leaped aboard. Li Dagan turned his head in shock, his eyes widening. You, without uttering a word. Xiao Bing drew his dagger and pressed it against the soldier's neck in the driver's seat. Stop the vehicle. With a jolt, the jeep halted in the middle of the road. Xiao Bing glared at Li Dagan. Get out. Run. Li Dagan's face lit up with gratitude as he fled, exclaiming, You're a good person. Thank you. He jumped from the vehicle and dashed into an alley. Watching him disappear, Xiao Bing swiftly leapt down from the jeep, drawing his handgun while aiming at the two soldiers slowly retreating. However, the two soldiers in the jeep gazed at Xiao Bing with a smirk, unperturbed. Their expressions sent a chill down Xiao Bing's spine. Entrapment? Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The gunfire rang out, striking both soldiers. Yet, no crimson smoke emerged. No smoke? This indicated they were not bound by the rules. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Bing turned to flee, but at that moment, a cacophony erupted. From the alleys on either side of the road and from parked vehicles, several police officers surged forth. Over 20 in total. Armed with handguns, they aimed directly at Xiao Bing. Don't move. A commanding voice bellowed as Xiao Bing stood in the middle of the street. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was surrounded by law enforcement. Trapped. Now, with no avenue for retreat, to run would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Li Dagan, who had just escaped, was apprehended by two police officers and brought back. His face fell in despair, tears streaming down his cheeks. Boss, I'm sorry. I've let you down. Xiao Bing remained silent, his gaze fixed on three imposing figures within the crowd. These three men were exceptionally robust, with dark skin and an aura of latent lethality, clearly seasoned warriors. They were the Jiaolong Special Forces, Tulong, Feilong, and Liang. Such a grand display for capturing me, mobilizing an entire squadron. You truly hold me in high regard, Xiao Bing remarked, crossing his arms with a playful smile. Even in the face of encirclement, he exhibited no fear. At this, the expressions of the three soldiers twitched in irritation. You should not have provoked us, Liang exclaimed, rising to his feet, his voice deep and resonant. Liang was tall and immensely strong, resembling a small mountain. No, no, no. Xiao Bing shook his head defiantly. It is you who are honored to chase after me. You. Liang's fury ignited at Xiao Bing's retort. He drew his handgun, itching to shoot him on the spot. Xiao Bing pointed to his own chest, challenging, Come. Shoot here. I single-handedly took down 18 of you. I have nothing to lose. At the mention of 18, fury boiled within the three men. This was a stain on their military careers, to be toyed with by a rookie, particularly for Tulong, who had repeatedly allowed Xiao Bing to escape, igniting his humiliation. Killing him with one shot would be too lenient. He had already become a lamb to the slaughter. Let me have my turn with him. Tulong shed his gear, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. Hey, do you dare to fight me? Expecting Xiao Bing to concede or back down, Tulong was surprised when Xiao Bing squinted and retorted, Why should I? Why? If I fight you, will you let me go? Tulong, brimming with confidence, was about to respond, but Feilong restrained him, subtly shaking his head, signaling him not to act rashly. Tulong scoffed, You wish. Xiao Bing squinted and smiled. Ha, you lack the courage. Enough chatter. Tulong shouted, charging forward, leaping into the air, and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Bing's face. As Xiao Bing lifted his gaze, he saw Tulong descending from above, the fist growing larger in his sight. Xiao Bing would certainly not sit idly by. The shadowy combat boots beneath his feet glimmered as he swiftly sidestepped. With a thud, the Earth Dragon's punch struck nothing but air. Seeking death, Xiao Bing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He swiftly turned, launching a whip kick aimed at the Earth Dragon's face. How swift, how resilient. This was the Earth Dragon's first thought. He extended his arms to block the blow. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The Earth Dragon staggered back a step while Xiao Bing, upon landing, was forced to retreat 3 paces. Not bad speed, but your strength is lacking. The Earth Dragon sneered. This was indeed Xiao Bing's predicament. His combat experience was extensive, yet this frail body was utterly insufficient to contend with the Earth Dragon. If my strength were not deficient, that kick would have sent you tumbling. Xiao Bing snorted coldly, launching another punch. The Earth Dragon's fighting spirit surged, unafraid, charging forward. Ha! Delightful. Come on. The fists of the two collided in mid-air with a resounding thud. The Earth Dragon remained steadfast, while Xiaobing was sent flying by a single punch. Boom! Xiaobing's body crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The opponent's power was overwhelming. With his own physical prowess, he could not compete. Fighting the Earth Dragon head-on was futile. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon, emboldened by his successful strike, looked down at Xiaobing with a smug expression. Humph. You're nothing special besides being a bit faster. Your combat effectiveness is practically zero. Xiaobing chuckled coldly as he rose to his feet. Stretching his limbs, he displayed no sign of fear. I merely tested your strength earlier. Now I'm serious. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon scoffed. Such grandiose claims. With that, he bellowed, watch my punch. Whoosh! The Earth Dragon stomped fiercely on the ground, sending dust flying, and barreled towards Xiaobing like a bull. He launched a powerful punch aimed at Xiaobing's face. This punch was fast, fierce, and precise. Xiaobing narrowed his eyes. This time, he had no intention of meeting force with force. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a horse stance, his hands swirling in front of his chest. Such a familiar movement. It evoked two characters in everyone's minds, Tai Chi. But isn't Tai Chi typically associated with the elderly for health? Can such a martial art possess lethal force? In the blink of an eye, the Earth Dragon's punch was upon Xiaobing. Yet, Xiaobing caught the Earth Dragon's fist with both hands, pulling it towards him while sweeping his foot to trip the Earth Dragon, causing him to lose his balance. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the Earth Dragon's body crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaobing pivoted, crouching on one leg, crossing his arms before his abdomen, completely unscathed. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Xiaobing's Tai Chi truly possessed lethality. The Earth Dragon on the ground was furious. Being knocked down by a rookie had ignited his rage. Seeking death. Rising, the Earth Dragon charged at Xiaobing once more. Xiaobing, seizing the momentum, moved with ethereal grace, countering the Earth Dragon's thunderous kick. Is he out of his mind? This was the thought that crossed everyone's mind. But what followed left them all dumbfounded. The Earth Dragon's kick struck Xiaobing in the abdomen, yet Xiaobing, in a fluid motion, grasped the Earth Dragon's lower leg, wrapping his legs around the Earth Dragon's. He exerted his waist strength, applying the principle of yielding to overcome strength, and sent the Earth Dragon's massive form flying. Boom! The Earth Dragon crashed heavily to the ground again. This time, his face turned pale, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Xiaobing rolled and stood once more, looking down at the Earth Dragon. In terms of strength, he was indeed no match for the Earth Dragon. However, when it came to skill and combat experience, he had never feared anyone. In his previous life, Xiaobing had diligently practiced Tai Chi, transforming a seemingly innocuous martial art into a lethal technique of his own. The essence of Tai Chi lies in overcoming the rigid with the supple. Is this the strength of a special forces soldier? Hardly impressive. Xiaobing scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon's pale face grew flushed, resembling a monkey's backside. He was both furious and humiliated. Not only had Xiaobing repeatedly evaded him, but he had yet to land a single blow. This was a profound insult. I will kill you. The Earth Dragon roared, rising once more and charging at Xiaobing. Whoosh! The Earth Dragon leapt high, his left arm cradling the right, preparing to deliver a devastating elbow strike to Xiaobing's head. He was genuinely enraged. This time, he held nothing back. It was a lethal attack. The elbow was inherently hard, and if it struck the head, it could cause anything from a concussion to a fatal injury. Earth Dragon! No! In the distance, Fai Long shouted, but it was too late. Xiaobing glanced up at the Earth Dragon, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He would not spare anyone who harbored thoughts of killing him. Whoosh! A steel bead appeared in Xiaobing's hand, pinched between his thumb and middle finger, which he flicked towards the Earth Dragon's face. Whoosh! The sound of the projectile cutting through the air was followed by a dull thud as the steel bead struck the Earth Dragon's forehead. The Earth Dragon's offensive momentum was instantly thwarted, and his body plummeted from the air. Xiaobing swiftly sidestepped, drew a dagger from behind his waist, and casually tossed it. Clatter! The dagger fell upright to the ground, blade facing skyward, and above, the Earth Dragon was descending. Should he land on the dagger, his demise would be inevitable. Xiaobing's expression was cold as he turned away. If you die, it's your own fault. If you survive, consider it luck. The Earth Dragon stared wide-eyed at the dagger beneath him, but his body could not alter its course in mid-air. However, at that critical moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the dagger, sending it flying. Instantly afterward, the Earth Dragon's body crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! Earth Dragon! Fai Long and Li Yun shouted, rushing forward to assist the Earth Dragon. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, revealing a look of lingering fear. That was too close. Had it been half a second later, he would have been a corpse. He glanced at Xiaobing, his eyes now devoid of contempt, replaced instead with apprehension. This man is no ordinary individual. From the very beginning, the steel bead demonstrated that no ordinary person would possess such strength and skill. Clearly, he had trained rigorously for years to achieve such prowess. Moreover, the way he casually tossed the dagger, allowing it to land upright, indicated his extraordinary balance. Most importantly, his composure. He had remained unfazed throughout, as if everything were within his calculations. Such a terrifying individual. Is he truly just a mere recruit who has only been in service for 6 months? At this moment, Fai Long, enraged, shouted at Xiaobing, "What are you doing? Do you intend to kill him?" Xiaobing, with an expressionless demeanor, replied coolly, "He intended to kill me first." This single statement rendered Fai Long speechless. Indeed, it was the foolish Tulong who first lost his wits and harbored murderous intent. Fai Long shot a fierce glare at Tulong and commanded, "Bring him. Put on handcuffs. Take him back to the POW camp." No sooner had he spoken than 2 officers stepped forward to cuff Xiaobing. Xiaobing did not struggle or resist. With so many witnesses present, even a deity could not escape, so there was no point in futile resistance. Li Dagan, sharing the same fate as Xiaobing, was also handcuffed and escorted to a jeep. This time, the jeep had a metal roof, unlike the open-top one before. Additionally, there were 4 police cars accompanying them, indicating that Tulong and his associates took Xiaobing very seriously. The scene resembled the escorting of a mafia boss. Inside the jeep, Li Dagan wore a look of guilt. "Boss, it's all my fault. I've implicated you." "No, it's not your fault." Xiaobing shook his head. "I simply lack the skill." Li Dagan was deeply touched by Xiaobing's words and began weeping. "Boss, you are a good person, risking elimination to save me. I will follow you from now on. You let me slaughter pigs, and I will never chase after chickens." In the operations room of the Snow Wolf Special Forces Brigade, the atmosphere remained tense, with no one daring to speak. All eyes were glued to the large screen, captivated by the battle between Xiaobing and Tulong, the outcome of which surprised everyone. The Special Forces soldier Tulong had actually been defeated, and the new recruit Xiaobing emerged victorious. Was Tulong truly a Special Forces soldier? Was Xiaobing really the most cowardly soldier of the 318th Regiment? Such questions lingered in everyone's minds. The Chief of Staff took a deep breath and exclaimed, "This new recruit has truly astonished me. I initially thought he was merely clever and audacious, but now I realize he is also remarkably composed. Furthermore, his combat prowess is exceptional. He is proficient in assassination, ambush, hand-to-hand combat, and marksmanship. A soldier of such caliber could easily be considered a Special Forces operative. Yet, he is labeled as the most cowardly soldier of the 318th Regiment. Who could believe it? Could it be that he has been feigning incompetence all along?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. Indeed, Xiaobing's transformation was astonishing. Even Yizheng gasped. If others were puzzled, he too was baffled. This soldier he had specially recruited harbored many secrets. It took considerable effort, deploying 3 Special Forces members and dozens of personnel to capture him. Such a convoluted endeavor. They had intended to temper his arrogance. But to their surprise, Tulong challenged him to a one-on-one duel and lost. Surely, even if he were taken to the POW camp, his achievements would become legendary. At this, the others nodded in agreement and sighed. Tulong had truly brought this humiliation upon himself. In the back, Wu Qinghai clenched his fists, his face ashen. The task he entrusted to Tulong had been completed, but it also caused him significant embarrassment. "You fool, capturing him is one thing, but to challenge him to a duel." Wu Qinghai seethed internally. "You've sullied the reputation of the dragon." Just then, Hejan spoke up, Shenlong. Wu Qinghai sprang to attention and bellowed, "Yes. If this young man continues to be so arrogant, none of us will be able to control him. Inform your subordinates to teach him a lesson, but ensure to exercise caution." Hearing this, Wu Qinghai's heart soared with joy, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he accepted the command. Understood. Xiaobing, this time you are finished. I am here to torment you by decree. Meanwhile, Xiaobing was escorted into the POW camp. The so-called POW camp was merely an expansive warehouse located on the outskirts. Around the warehouse, 30 soldiers stood guard. In the center of the warehouse sat a tank. Unmistakably a genuine military tank. Not a prop for film, but an actual piece of military hardware displayed for prestige. Beneath the tank, several soldiers in civilian attire sat dejectedly on the ground, handcuffed as they were clearly captured prisoners. Inside, an officer shoved Xiaobing and Li Dagan forward, pushing them into the warehouse. Xiaobing, unceremoniously, found a spot and sat down, with Li Dagan settling beside him. Does being captured mean we are eliminated? Xiaobing inquired. Li Dagan shook his head. Boss, you ran away previously and don't know the rules. This selection process uses a points system, depending on each person's performance. Points are added or deducted. Points are tallied daily, and the bottom 5 are directly eliminated. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing's eyes widened in understanding. So, 5 individuals would be eliminated each day, meaning the selection would last over 2 months. Falling behind would lead to elimination. Good performance would yield points, while poor performance would result in deductions. Such a system seemed fair. Hey, your wristband. Put on. At that moment, a soldier approached, tossing a black wristband to Xiaobing before turning to leave. Xiaobing caught the wristband and inspected it. It resembled a sports wristband, but once worn, it could not be removed. Everyone else had a wristband on their wrists as well. Put it on, boss. Xiaobing nodded and donned the wristband, which immediately lit up. Please enter your fingerprint. A line of text appeared on the screen. Xiaobing pressed his thumb onto it, and after a brief moment, the wristband vibrated. Identification successful. Recruit número 1, Xiaobing. Points 90. 90 points? Recruit number 1? Xiaobing glanced at Li Dagan and asked, What is your recruit number? How many points do you have? Li Dagan scratched his head and chuckled. Boss, thanks to you, my points are not low either. I have 25 points, ranking 55th. 25 points, 55th? My own score is surprisingly high. Boss, you have no idea. They exerted great effort to capture you, but they just couldn't manage it. Each time you escaped or retaliated, you earned points. You are currently the highest scorer. The second place is 50 points behind you. By that reasoning, the second place must have only 40 points? Xiaobing chuckled, shaking his head. This batch of recruits lacks strength. Ding. Host, congratulations on leveling up. You have gained 25 attribute points and 120 technology points. The system's voice suddenly echoed, and Xiaobing felt a surge of excitement. He had leveled up. Now he was at level 3. After casting a glance at himself, Xiaobing noticed that he had accumulated a remarkable 500 technology points and 61 attribute points. What a delightful realization. Following his confrontation with the Earth Dragon, although he triumphed over it, he was acutely aware that his physical attributes paled in comparison. It was imperative that he enhance his attributes. The first attribute he resolved to upgrade was his strength. With 61 attribute points at his disposal, Xiaobing decided to allocate them all to his strength. System, upgrade strength. All points. The system responded, upgrading, please wait. As the upgrade commenced, Xiaobing felt an overwhelming force surge through his body, akin to a current coursing through his organs, eliciting a tingling sensation. This feeling was both excruciating and exhilarating, rendering him unable to resist. His muscles, bones, and blood vessels were being transformed, as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at his body, creating a sensation of intense discomfort. 30. Silver treasure chest unlocked. This sensation compelled Xiaobing to involuntarily cry out. Ugh! Sweat poured down his face, and Li Dagan, witnessing this, grew anxious. Boss, what's wrong? He exclaimed, patting Xiaobing on the back. With one hand pressed to his face, Xiaobing painfully replied, Every man has those days each month. Li Dagan pushed, instinctively asking, The monthly visitor? Get lost. Xiaobing kicked Li Dagan aside and sought a corner to endure his suffering in solitude. After approximately half an hour, as the pain gradually subsided, Xiaobing finally exhaled a long breath. Success. Upgrade complete. The system chimed. Following this, Xiaobing's personal attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Xiaobing. Rank, private. Level, 3. Strength, 101 points. Speed, 40 points. Stamina, 60 points. Defense, 20 points. Reaction, 30 points. Mental, 10 points. Talent, none. Technology points, 500 points at level 3. With 101 points in strength, Xiao Bing was now capable of contending with the Earth Dragon. Excellent, he nodded in satisfaction. With 500 technology points at his disposal, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He could unlock a silver treasure chest. Having already experienced the power of technology, he yearned for even greater advancements. 100 technology points could unlock a bronze treasure chest. 500 could unlock a silver treasure chest. 1,000 could unlock a gold treasure chest. And 5,000 could unlock a divine treasure chest. The properties of the equipment obtained varied with the chest's grade. Equipment also had its own hierarchy, classified into 7 levels. White, consumer level, light blue, industrial level, dark blue, military standard, purple, restricted level, pink-purple, confidential level, red, secret level, gold, divine level. The equipment obtained from different treasure chests varied accordingly. A bronze chest could yield equipment ranging from white to dark blue grade. A silver chest could yield equipment from light blue to purple grade. A gold chest could yield equipment from dark blue to pink-purple grade. A divine chest could yield equipment from purple to red grade. Xiao Bing could hardly contain his impatience. System, unlock the silver treasure chest. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed. A gleaming silver treasure chest materialized before him, bound by a silver lock. Confirm unlocking the silver treasure chest? The system prompted. Without hesitation, Xiao Bing clicked confirm. With a sharp crack, the lock shattered and the chest opened, revealing the familiar spinning wheel of fortune. A variety of equipment whirled before his eyes. High explosive flash bomb, light blue, industrial level, super bulletproof helmet, purple, restricted level, tracking bullets, dark blue, military standard, all excellent items. As the wheel slowed, the equipment destined for Xiao Bing finally came into view. Shadow battle pants, dark blue, military standard, wow. New equipment dazzled before him. His luck was neither exceptionally good nor bad. He did not draw any light blue equipment, yet he also avoided purple equipment. Upon reviewing the description, he discovered that the Shadow Battle Pants significantly enhanced his speed and leg strength, marking it as a rare find. Helmet, armor, fluid vest, dark blue, military standard, pants, Shadow Battle Pants, dark blue, military standard, military boots, shadow boots, light blue, industrial level gloves, critical strike gauntlets, dark blue, military standard, weapon, secondary weapon, melee weapon, throwing weapon. With 9 equipment slots, 5 remain vacant. Once Xiao Bing donned his formidable gear, he would undoubtedly vanquish his foes with ease. Having just organized his equipment, he looked up to see several soldiers approaching. These soldiers were robustly built, with dark skin and shifty eyes, unmistakably seasoned veterans. Their ranks ranged from sergeants to lieutenants, all seasoned troops. The group of veterans approached Xiao Bing, surveying him from above. "Hey, are you the rookie they call number 1? The lead lieutenant inquired, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Bing nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, do you need something?" The lieutenant smirked. "We do, but not really. You were quite audacious during the drill. We had to expend considerable manpower and resources to track you down, and the brothers lost sleep over it last night. You should express your gratitude." At this, the soldiers exchanged knowing smiles, clearly having prepared for this encounter. Xiao Bing glanced at the lieutenant and asked, "What sort of expression are you looking for? Money talk is too mundane. Moreover, it's against regulations to accept money in the military. That would be extortion," the lieutenant replied, hands behind his back, towering over him. "How about this? You bow to us and say, 'I am just a rookie, a coward.' That would suffice, will you say?" As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. "Ha ha!" The soldiers grinned at Xiao Bing, clearly amused. A number of onlookers, including fellow captives, turned their curious gazes toward the unfolding scene. As the commotion escalated, a figure emerged from the crowd. He stood at a modest height of 165 meters, with a small stature and an untrustworthy appearance. Clad in handcuffs, he sidled up to the lieutenant, grinning slyly. "Hey, sir, you really know how to entertain. It's only natural, though. Officers like you are rare in the military. Having this kid bow to you is a privilege." Upon hearing this, the lieutenant regarded the man with surprise, evidently not expecting to encounter such a sycophantic soldier in the prisoner camp. "What's your name, kid?" The man chuckled. "Commander, my name is Tian Zhongshu. You can just call me Tian Shu." "Tian Shu?" The lieutenant raised an eyebrow. What a ridiculous name. Upon hearing this, Tian Zhongshu not only did not get angry, but laughed instead. My parents never receive an education, so they suffer from their lack of culture. Just as he finished his forced smile, Tian Zhongshu turned around and shot a fierce glare at Xiaobing. With a show of false authority, he exclaimed, "Hey, you brat, aren't you going to bow to the commander? Look at his rank, lieutenant. These brothers are all seasoned veterans in the army. If you offend them, you won't be able to handle the consequences." After saying this, Tian Zhongshu turned back, revealing a sycophantic grin again. "You agree, don't you, commander?" The lieutenant, with his hands behind his back, sneered, "Ha, well said. If he doesn't listen, I'll make him regret it." With that, the lieutenant drew his handgun from its holster. Playing with it in his hand, the threat was evident. Xiaobing remained silent. In his eyes, these men were nothing more than clowns. However, Li Dagan could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Hey, how can you be like this? Our leader has already become a prisoner of war. Are you really going to lay hands on a POW?" Li Dagan's words caused the faces of several soldiers to turn cold. An officer behind the lieutenant jabbed his finger into Li Dagan's chest, sternly saying, "Kid, mind your own business. Do you believe I'll reset your points?" Li Dagan, enraged, was about to explode when he was pulled back by Xiaobing. The lieutenant crossed his arms, looking down at Xiaobing with a proud expression, seemingly waiting for him to bow. Unexpectedly, Xiaobing pointed at his wristband and said, "Go on, reset my points." This remark caused an uproar. Had this guy gone mad? He actually dared to provoke the instructor. Resetting points meant only one outcome: elimination. The lieutenant's expression turned icy. "Aren't you afraid of being eliminated?" "Of course I am." Xiaobing scrutinized the lieutenant, disdainfully replying, "But do you have the capability to eliminate me? The brigade commander wouldn't even allow that, let alone a mere lackey like you." Each of Xiaobing's words struck deep, infuriating the lieutenant. "I see you're asking for trouble. Not gonna bow, huh? Fine. Beat him." The lieutenant roared, and suddenly, several soldiers surrounded Xiaobing. The onlookers quickly retreated, fearing for their own safety. These soldiers came prepared, drawing their batons and swinging them mercilessly at Xiaobing. As for Xiaobing, his hands were shackled, and he could only raise his arms to shield his head. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds echoed as the baton struck Xiaobing's body. The soldiers were not holding back, putting all their strength into their blows. "Take that. I won't let you off easily." The lieutenant shouted angrily, swinging the baton down on Xiaobing. Yet, Xiaobing showed no reaction. He neither cried out in pain nor dodged. This left the lieutenant perplexed. Was this kid's body made of iron? At that moment, the liquid armor inside Xiaobing fluctuated between soft and hard. As the baton hit him, the armor instantly hardened like iron. When the baton withdrew, the armor returned to its soft state. This group of soldiers simply could not inflict any substantial harm on Xiaobing. However, Li Dagan could no longer watch. Being a simple man from the countryside, how could he stand idly by while his leader was being beaten? "Let go of my leader," he bellowed, charging forward. With a thud, Li Dagan knocked down a soldier, pinning him to the ground. The lieutenant, seeing this, was furious. "Damn it, hit him too." A flurry of strikes followed, and the soldiers swung their batons down on Li Dagan. Being just an ordinary person, Li Dagan cried out in pain as the blows landed. It hurts. Try hitting me again." As Li Dagan rolled on the ground in agony, Xiaobing's eyes finally glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Seeking death, Xiaobing roared, springing to his feet. The soldiers were startled by his sudden movement, retreating several steps in shock. The lieutenant hesitated for a moment before shouting, "What are you standing there for? Keep hitting." With the command given, the soldiers lunged at Xiaobing once more. Xiaobing's arms surged with power, his muscles bulging. With a crack, the handcuffs binding his wrists shattered. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. "Aren't you going to fight? Come on," Xiaobing shouted, directly charging into the crowd. He had no technique, merely relying on brute strength. With a power of 101, Xiaobing was nothing short of a monster. A powerful punch landed on a soldier's chest, sending him flying 3 meters away. Before another could react, Xiaobing kicked him away. Moreover, Xiaobing's speed was astonishingly fast, enhanced by his shadow combat boots and pants, making him nearly a blur. The group couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing. Thud! Xiaobing delivered a crushing blow to another soldier's chin, lifting him off the ground by 3 centimeters, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Like a tiger among sheep, these battle-hardened soldiers were no match for Xiaobing. In just a few exchanges, they were all sprawled on the ground. Only the lieutenant stood there, bewildered, looking around at the fallen soldiers. What on earth is happening? How is this kid so fierce? He even broke free from handcuffs with sheer force. You, and I may have a misunderstanding, the lieutenant stammered. But Xiao Bing offered no chance for further dialogue, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Slap! The sound echoed like a gunshot, plunging the entire scene into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at Xiao Bing and the lieutenant, whose face was flushed red. How ruthless! He didn't even spare the officer's face. He's in big trouble now. The lieutenant's body trembled with rage, fury reaching its peak. You dare hit me? Emotionless, Xiao Bing replied. And if I do? The lieutenant, livid, shouted. I'll kill you. With that, he drew his handgun and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The gunshot reverberated throughout the empty warehouse. Following the sound, a multitude of soldiers rushed in, at least 20 of them, armed with their Type 95 assault rifles, surrounding Xiao Bing instantly. The lieutenant was the highest-ranking officer present. Clatter! Countless dark muzzles were aimed at Xiao Bing. Yet, he showed no sign of fear. Having already been captured, what is there to fear? Their guns are loaded with blanks. Can they truly take my life? Why have you summoned these individuals? To demonstrate your own ineptitude? Xiao Bing asked with a calm demeanor. The lieutenant's eyes brimmed with fury. With a swift motion, he raised his handgun, pressing it against Xiao Bing's forehead. I intend to make it clear that I am the master here. Either you bow and apologize, or I will end your life with a bullet today. Xiao Bing shook his head, perceiving the lieutenant as woefully ignorant. I detest having a gun pointed at my head. As his words fell, Xiao Bing's hands moved with lightning speed, a shadow darting forth, and before anyone could comprehend, the handgun was in his possession. The lieutenant's hands were now empty, and the barrel of the gun was aimed squarely at his forehead. If you cannot even control your own weapon, how do you expect to manage your subordinates? In my eyes, you are the novice. The lieutenant stared blankly at his hands, struggling to grasp the situation. He had not even registered the swiftness with which the gun had been taken. The soldiers around them were equally astonished, gripping their rifles tightly. Put down your weapon. A chorus of shouts erupted. Xiao Bing smirked slightly. Put it down? Very well, I shall do just that. With that, he slowly raised his hands and crouched down. The lieutenant, seeing this, finally relaxed, a smug grin spreading across his face. Huh, you have the sense to know that further struggle would lead to your demise. Don't you? As Xiao Bing crouched, a knowing smile graced his lips, causing the lieutenant's heart to skip a beat. Something was amiss. Before he could grasp the thought, Xiao Bing's body suddenly surged forward, sliding away from the ground, and the sound of gunfire echoed through the warehouse. Bang! 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 Several shots rang out, and red smoke erupted from the backs of several soldiers. Each bullet struck true, hitting their targets squarely in the chest. Chaos ensued. Fire! Kill him! The lieutenant bellowed in panic. A barrage of gunfire erupted, but Xiao Bing had already taken refuge behind a massive tank. Leaning against it, he closed his eyes, and the positions of the soldiers flashed in his mind. He aimed his gun behind the tank without looking, relying solely on instinct. Bang! Bang! After 3 shots, 3 soldiers fell. In mere moments, Xiao Bing had eliminated 7 or 8 men, leaving the others in shock. This young man was uncanny. He could hit his targets perfectly without even looking. Do not panic. Flank him from both sides, the lieutenant shouted, seizing a Type 95 assault rifle and leading a squad towards the tank. A dozen men began to encircle the tank cautiously. Just then, a shadow darted by. Instinctively, everyone fired at it. After a rapid succession of shots, they realized it was merely a black coat. With a rush, Xiao Bing charged out again, firing at the lieutenant. The lieutenant instinctively shot at Xiao Bing, but he easily dodged the bullets, delivering a kick that sent the lieutenant's magazine flying. Xiao Bing tossed aside his handgun, swiftly snatching the knife from the lieutenant's thigh and securing him from behind. Everyone freeze! Xiao Bing shouted. The scene fell into a tense silence. Everyone's faces drained of color. In such a brief moment, they had lost another 10 men. If their superiors pursued this matter, they would surely face grave consequences. Moreover, Xiao Bing was too slick. His speed was astonishing, his marksmanship impeccable. Most importantly, he was ruthless, acting decisively without hesitation. This style of operation left everyone feeling uneasy. The captured lieutenant's face flushed with anger. Xiao Bing, what do you want? Xiao Bing grinned slyly, glancing at the tank. Open for me. At this statement, everyone was taken aback. What? He wants to operate the tank? The lieutenant's eyes darted nervously. If the tank were lost, he would bear the greatest responsibility. Yet, it was crucial to remember that Xiao Bing was merely a recruit of 6 months, a foot soldier without professional training, completely incapable of maneuvering such a colossal machine. If he entered the tank, he would be as helpless as a fish in a barrel. Open it, the lieutenant commanded immediately. His subordinates complied, unlocking the tank's iron doors. Xiao Bing gled up Li Dagen, instructing, "Hurry, get inside." Li Dagen hesitated momentarily before nodding vigorously. All right. He scrambled up and clambered into the tank. Xiao Bing, still holding the lieutenant, approached and ascended into the metal behemoth. Once inside, he shoved the lieutenant aside and swiftly entered the tank. With a click, the iron door was firmly secured. Squad leader. His men rushed to support the lieutenant, who pushed them away, fixated on the tank with a cold smirk. Keep an eye on that tank. I'm curious to see how these two country bumpkins will manage to drive it away. At this, his subordinates trembled, shouting in unison. Yes, they surrounded the tank, their gazes fixed on the hatch above. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The tank's engine had started. The colossal cannon began to move slowly, sending everyone into a frenzy. What was happening? That foot soldier, who had only been in service for 6 months, could drive a tank? Who had taught him? God? With a rumble, the tank's treads began to spin rapidly, and it surged toward the warehouse door with incredible speed. Bam! The door was shattered upon impact. The massive tank came to a halt at the entrance. The cannon slowly swung inside the empty warehouse. All present were left dumbfounded. It appeared as though Xiao Bing had single-handedly surrounded them. The entire warehouse, with only one exit, was completely sealed off by him. Bang! From within the tank. Xiao Bing's voice mimicked the sound of cannon fire. I'm sorry, but you have all been obliterated. Please feel free to puncture your own bulletproof vests. His nonchalant tone echoed through the warehouse. The soldiers within turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was over. They were finished. Xiao Bing had single-handedly dismantled the entire prisoner of war camp. They consciously pierced their bulletproof vests with daggers, and with a sharp sound, crimson smoke billowed from behind. All were eliminated. The lieutenant stood dazed, still believing he was dreaming even as the red smoke emerged. Over 30 individuals, and he single-handedly took them all down? This felt like a scene from a movie. Moreover, how could this young man operate a tank? He was not even part of the armored corps. His maneuvers did not resemble those of a novice, but rather those of a seasoned veteran. The lieutenant even began to suspect that this fellow was a dragon in disguise, masquerading as an amateur. What a disgrace! He slapped his own face in frustration. The assignment given to him was to thoroughly torment Xiao Bing, yet unexpectedly, it was Xiao Bing who outmatched him. Had he known this would happen, he would have never accepted the mission. He wouldn't have imagined that even the prisoner camp would be completely overrun. Once this exercise concluded, his rank as lieutenant was certainly at risk. Inside the operations room, the atmosphere grew tense once more. The leaders furrowed their brows, appearing deeply troubled. Their emotions oscillated from astonishment to shock, then to numbness, and finally to anger. Akin to a roller coaster ride. Initially, they presumed that Xiao Bing, handcuffed, would stir no significant trouble. But who could have anticipated that he would break free from the cuffs with his bare hands? What extraordinary strength must he possess? Within the prisoner camp, he single-handedly eliminated several soldiers and even commandeered a tank. This slap was a resounding blow to the Special Operations Brigade's pride. Over 30 individuals, attempting to subdue one, not only failed to dampen his spirit, but instead allowed him to drive away with the tank. This was a slap in the face of the Special Operations Brigade. Who could tell me why this infantryman, with merely 6 months of service, could operate a tank? Was it possible that the new recruits were now being trained to drive tanks? The chief of staff rose in fury, slamming his hand on the table, while none among his subordinates dared to utter a word. Among the many seats, one individual stood out distinctly, for his epaulets did not match those of the others. It was Xiao Bing's former commander, Jing Jingwei. He was not originally qualified to participate in the operations room, but due to Xiao Bing's extraordinary capabilities, he found himself compelled to be present. Commander Jing, may I inquire if Xiao Bing has undergone tank training? Brigade Commander He Jin asked. Jing Jinghui shook his head vigorously. No, how could that be possible? He belongs to a different branch. He cannot operate a tank. He Jin's brow furrowed deeper. Then how did he manage to drive away the tank from the prisoner camp? Jing Jinghui was equally puzzled. I do not know. Curiosity swirled in his mind. Xiao Bing had previously been known as a timid soldier. He could eat and drink well, but struggled with training, even trembling while handling a firearm. Yet now, he had transformed into an all-capable soldier, leaving even his old commander unable to fathom him. However, this was a positive development for Jing Jingwei. More individuals were recognizing the 318th Regiment through Xiao Bing. It turned out that an infantry regiment could indeed cultivate such remarkable soldiers. The thought that the old fellow, Kong Jian, lacked the qualifications to enter the operations room while he could sit here with such prominence filled him with exhilaration. After returning, he could boast of that old chap. On the other side, He Zhen's face was ashen. The ruckus caused by Xiao Bing had significantly violated the Exercise S rules. He had to maintain strict control over Xiao Bing. Otherwise, the ensuing events could spiral beyond his imagination. Capturing Xiao Bing would not be a simple feat. With Li Dagan by his side, there was no leverage to threaten him. Thus, they had no choice but to break the rules. From this moment on, within 1 hour, all bulletproof vests would be invincible. Within that hour, capture Xiao Bing. He Zhen issued a death order. This command marked an unprecedented first. Every soldier would be invincible. No matter how fiercely they fought, they would not be eliminated. And all of this was solely aimed at one new recruit. Xiao Bing's achievements would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of the Special Operations Brigade. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing sped away in the tank. On the road, his tank became the most eye-catching vehicle. While others drove BMWs and Audis, Xiao Bing piloted a tank, garnering 100% attention. Inside the tank, Li Dagan curiously touched the massive machine. I never dreamed I would be taking a joyride in a tank. This is exhilarating. Xiao Bing smirked slightly, saying, once we enter the city, stay put. I suspect they will make significant moves and won't have time for you. The tank S door is locked. No one can open it. You are safest here. Upon hearing this, Li Dagan immediately protested, no. Boss, I want to protect you. You not holding me back is the greatest protection for me. His words rendered Li Dagan speechless. Indeed, the disparity in their strengths was too vast. Following Xiao Bing would only hinder him. All right then, I will stay here and go nowhere. Oh, boss, my point just refreshed. I now have 50 points. Suddenly, Li Dagan exclaimed, looking at his wristband. His points soared, placing him in 13th place. Quite impressive. Xiao Bing glanced at his own points, astonishingly. They surged from 90 to 150, still comfortably in first place. The second place was 90 points behind him. Clearly, Xiao Bing's earlier conquest of the prisoner camp had significantly boosted his score. A mission was issued. Survive for 1 hour without being captured to earn 200 technology points and 20 attribute points. The mission was announced. Xiao Bing initially felt joy, but then raised an eyebrow. Survive for 1 hour without being captured? Interesting. It seemed significant events were indeed unfolding. Xiao Bing was no longer who he once was. With the wristband equipped, which had a positioning function, many would likely be watching him covertly. Stay here and do not move. After issuing the warning, Xiao Bing halted the tank, opened the hatch, and jumped out. He had now entered the city. As he leaped from the tank, he instantly attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Wearing a baseball cap, he swiftly slipped away. Behind him, 7 or 8 plainclothes officers stealthily followed. With so many people around, it was impractical to draw weapons. They had to closely tail Xiao Bing for a chance to strike. Xiao Bing, however, noticed the unusual activity around him. He directly entered a bustling shopping mall. Once inside, a loud shout rang out, "Capture him!" With a rush, dozens of plainclothes officers surged from the crowd, fervently pursuing Xiao Bing. The closest enemy was merely 3 meters away. As the adversaries charged forward, Xiao Bing frowned, took a swift step, leaped, and elbowed. A resounding thud echoed. Xiao Bing struck his opponent's neck with his elbow and casually retrieved a lipstick from his pocket, gliding it across the opponent's throat. You are dead. With that, Xiao Bing lifted his leg to depart. However, a hand seized his arm from behind. I'm not dead. Xiao Bing was taken aback. Not dead? According to the exercise rules, the opponent was supposed to be eliminated. Panic surged within Xiao Bing. Could it be that these individuals were now invincible? No matter how he attacked, they would not be eliminated? What the hell was going on? With a surge of power, Xiao Bing, fueled by 101 points of strength, broke free from the grip and sprinted away. You're all targeting me. You will be punished by heaven, he shouted, racing towards the stairs. Behind him, A dozen pursuers followed closely. With no retreat left, Xiaobing had no choice but to continue forward, dodging pedestrians who hurriedly moved aside. The speed granted by his shadow combat boots and shadow combat pants propelled him forward with remarkable agility, leaving his pursuers unable to even graze his clothing. Yet, the sheer number of his assailants was overwhelming. The elevator and fire escape were completely blocked by the pursuers, leaving Xiaobing with no option but to ascend floor after floor. "Hurry! Block all exits! Don't let this kid escape!" barked a man in camouflage, issuing orders. This was Tulong, a defeated adversary of Xiaobing, who now sought revenge. A glint of malice flickered in Tulong's eyes. "I wonder how you will escape this time." Meanwhile, Xiaobing dashed upward, evading countless pursuers. He ascended the stairs, reaching the 6th floor in mere moments, while his pursuers struggled behind, panting heavily. Each floor in the mall was as high as 2 stories of typical building, making the climb exhausting. "Don't let him escape. Keep chasing." Shouts echoed around him. Xiaobing watched in despair as every possible retreat was sealed off. He had no choice but to keep climbing. 7th floor, 8th floor. Ahead loomed an iron door, secured with a lock. Arriving at the rooftop, thud! The sound of footsteps echoed behind him. The pursuers had reached the stairwell, blocking his escape. He was trapped. Up. A throng of individuals surged into the narrow stairwell. A dark mass of bodies. Xiaobing furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth. "Damn it! This is insane." After a fierce kick, the iron door flew open with a loud bang. Emerging onto the rooftop, Xiaobing froze, surveying his surroundings. There was no path to flee. Below lay the asphalt road, and the rooftop offered no other passage. Just then, a chorus of footsteps signaled the arrival of a large group of pursuers. They were panting, bent over to catch their breath, glistening with sweat. The 8th floor of the mall was equivalent to a 16-story residential building. "Looks like you have nowhere to run." "Huh?" One plainclothes officer wheezed, reveling in the moment. The crowd parted to reveal Tulong, who stepped forth from the stairway. Compared to the others, he appeared considerably less fatigued, though a faint flush colored his face, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "Xiaobing, you have nowhere left to go. Surrender." He tossed handcuffs at Xiaobing's feet, crossing his arms and observing him with a smirk. "No matter how capable you are but one man. You are unarmed, and we have you cornered. What do you intend to do against us? Take my advice. The prisoner camp is your best option." Tulong's voice was cold. However, Xiaobing glanced at the height behind him and shook his head slightly. Surrender? That word had never existed in his vocabulary. "Huh, there is nothing wrong with me, just prideful. You want me to bow down? Only death could achieve that," Xiaobing declared defiantly. Tulong chuckled at this. "Do you think you have a way out? Can you fly? Or do you intend to jump down?" He laughed. But Xiaobing took his words seriously. Perhaps he could indeed fly. The thought struck Tulong like a thunderclap. An ominous feeling welled up within him. "You wouldn't dare do something foolish, would you?" he thought, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Xiaobing bolted toward the edge of the rooftop. Upon reaching the brink, he crouched down and leaped with all his might, soaring into the air. "No!" Tulong yelled as Xiaobing fearlessly plummeted. Tulong and his followers rushed to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. With a thud, Xiaobing landed, rolling to dissipate the impact, then rose and brushed off the dirt. Tulong exhaled in relief. Should Xiaobing have perished, the consequences would have been dire. Despite his annoyance, he had to admit, Xiaobing was an exceptional soldier. Incredible. He had leaped from the rooftop, landing on a house 10 meters away. The house was 13 stories tall, notably shorter than the mall. Setting aside the agility required, the audacity to jump from such a height was not something ordinary individuals possessed. This rookie, only 6 months into his service, was audacious and proud. To avoid submission, he was willing to risk his life. Even Tulong found himself admiring Xiaobing. He himself wouldn't dare leap from the rooftop. One misstep could lead to a fatal fall. The more than 30 pursuers could only watch helplessly as Xiaobing fled into the building, unable to devise any means to stop him. "Captain, what should we do?" one officer asked Tulong. Tulong furrowed his brow, pulling out his walkie-talkie. Fai Long. The target has escaped and is heading towards your location." Shortly afterward, Fei Long's voice crackled through the device. Understood. Having entered the 13-story building, Xiaobing rode the elevator down. Leaning against the wall, he panted heavily, feeling his heart race. Was he afraid? Of course he was. He was human, not a deity. Yet Xiaobing's innate pride allowed him to master his fears. That was the essence of Xiaobing's uniqueness. Soon, with a chime, the elevator doors opened slowly. Xiaobing exited through the rear door. The back led to a dimly lit alleyway. It was now midnight, and the alley was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, just as he stepped out of the alley, Xiaobing paused. He sensed a murderous intent creeping up from behind. "Hey!" A voice called from behind him. Xiaobing turned back to see a bright streetlight at the end of the alley, where a figure stood, silhouetted against the light, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, the figure was robust and tall. From a sound alone, Xiaobing instantly deduced the identity of the newcomer. Filong, the sniper. "Bro, are you done yet? Don't I deserve some sleep?" Xiaobing asked with a hint of resignation. Filong smirked slightly. "Huh, if it weren't for you, I'd already be in dreamland. Let's not dawdle. This alley is 1,000 meters long. You run, I chase. If I can't catch you within that distance, I'll concede defeat. How about that? Competing in speed?" Xiaobing replied, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "All right, 35, on your mark, get set." Xiaobing counted down. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown complete, both men sprang into action, like wild stallions breaking free, racing through the darkened alley. It must be noted that Feilong's start was remarkably quick, rivaling that of a professional sprinter. What surprised Filong, however, was that Xiaobing's speed was equally impressive. His explosive power matched Feilong's. Whoosh! Two swift figures darted past in the alley. Filong's forte was his speed. He could even run to the point of momentarily lifting off the ground, hence his codename. He had anticipated defeating Xiaobing right from the start, intending to show him that there are always greater talents. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaobing kept pace. Xiaobing's running form was exceptionally professional. His body was upright, legs extended, thighs powering forward, arms swinging to maintain rhythm, inhaling every 3 steps and exhaling every 3 steps, matching Feilong's speed. For the moment, Xiaobing held the lead. "Good lad, you got some skills," Filong exclaimed, his expression turning serious. With his palms slicing through the air, his speed surged. Whoosh! Like a fleeting shadow, he zipped past. The distance between him and Xiaobing began to close. "But when it comes to competition, you're still too green," Filong taunted from behind. Xiaobing furrowed his brow. Though his running technique was expert and his explosive power formidable, his body was still too frail compared to Filong. It was clear that he needed to rely on technology. The shadow combat boots at his feet glimmered, and Xiaobing felt a lightness beneath him as his speed surged once more. The distance that had just closed was now widening again. Filong, eyes wide, found himself astonished. How could this be possible? His speed ranked among the best in the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade. While Xiaobing was indeed a formidable rookie, he had not anticipated that he was not yet showing his full potential. Realizing he had to unleash his utmost effort, Filong gritted his teeth, tensed his body, and engaged every muscle. Whoosh! Filong accelerated once more, now exerting 100% of his speed. He was truly giving it his all. Even if Lu Xiang stood before him, he would have a fair chance. Yet, the distance Xiaobing had just gained began to shrink under Feilong's relentless drive. "Kid, let's see where you think you're running." Feilong's furious voice echoed behind him. Xiaobing's brow furrowed deeper. Filong was indeed formidable, his speed surpassing that of 99% of the population. However, he could not allow himself to be caught. Once again, he resorted to the power of technology, activating the shadow combat pants. Whoosh! A dark light erupted as the pants illuminated, and Xiaobing felt his legs grow lighter once more, his speed escalating again. Filong, who was closing in on Xiaobing, watched in disbelief as Xiaobing seemed to be invigorated, pulling ahead once more. As he watched Xiaobing distance himself further, Filong was filled with shock. How could this be? He was unable to catch Xiaobing, despite Feilong's long limbs and years of training. He could not match Xiaobing's remarkable speed. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters gradually, Filong could no longer see Xiaobing's figure. A sense of humiliation surged from within. He had initially thought defeating Xiaobing would be a walk in the park. Only now did he comprehend the meaning of there are greater talents beyond the mountains. This was what genius looked like. As Xiaobing approached the finish line, a wave of helplessness washed over Filong. It was futile, no matter how hard he chased. He would never catch up. Xiaobing gradually came to a halt, turning to regard Fai Long with an expression of calm indifference. You lost, Xiaobing remarked flatly. Fai Long nodded with difficulty. I know. You may go. I'll pretend I didn't TC you for an hour. At these words, Xiaobing's lips curled into a slight smile. Farewell. With that, he began to depart, and true to his word, Fai Long refrained from pursuing him after Xiaobing left. A man of honor should keep his word. Having exited the alley, Xiaobing noted that the streets were now much less crowded. It was late, and the once bustling market had quieted. He surveyed his surroundings, walking alone on the road. Checking the time, he had half an hour left in which to evade pursuit. On the road, Xiaobing began to jog, yet he knew that this group would not allow him any peace. At the corner, a burly figure appeared, blocking the road. Backlit, his features were obscured, but the imposing figure, reminiscent of a mountain, caused Xiaobing's brow to furrow. Here comes trouble. The Jiao Long Special Operations Team, Lai Long. Hey, kid, don't run. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Li Long's deep voice boomed as he slowly approached. Thud, thud. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. Big brother, I don't wish to fight you right now. You are invincible, and I cannot contend with you. But you surely cannot catch me. So please let me pass, all right? In response, Lai Long scoffed, dream on. Unless you can withstand 3 of my punches, I might consider letting you go. What was intended as a casual remark was unexpectedly met with Xiaobing's immediate agreement. All right. Lai Long was momentarily taken aback. Did he actually agree? Was he a fool? Even a bull would struggle to endure 3 punches from him. But soon, a cold smile crept across Li Long's lips. Xiaobing is courting disaster. With just 3 punches, he is certain to inflict injury upon himself. When that time comes, the credit will be entirely his. Is that true? Xiaobing nodded emphatically and declared, indeed. You may strike my chest. I shall remain still and allow you 3 punches. If I withstand them, you must let me go. Agreed? Who would refuse such a generous offer? Anyone who declines would be a fool. Li Long immediately agreed. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. He bellowed. Prepare to be struck. With that, Li Long unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Xiaobing's chest. The force was formidable, and though Li Long did not exert his full strength, a normal person would experience severe discomfort and possibly cough up blood after such a blow. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Xiaobing staggered back 3 steps, yet his complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of injury. 1 punch. Xiaobing raised a finger. Li Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he examined his own fist, astonished. How could this be? He had been struck, yet only retreated 3 steps? He must be feigning. I only used 1/3 of my strength just now. This time, I shall be serious. With a furious roar, Li Long shouted, and struck again at Xiaobing's chest. His muscles bulged, and his face flushed as his punch sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. Bang! The impact resounded as his fist struck Xiaobing's chest with tremendous force. However, the fluid armor within Xiaobing's body hardened to iron upon impact, dispersing the damage across his torso. The lethality was significantly diminished. Despite this, the sheer force propelled Xiaobing several steps backward. His complexion paled slightly, a minor ache in his chest, but otherwise he appeared unscathed. The second punch, Xiaobing raised a second finger. Li Long, now utterly bewildered, could hardly comprehend the situation. This was unscientific. He had unleashed 8/10 of his strength. If a typical person had been struck by such force, they would have surely bled. Yet, Xiaobing stood intact, merely retreating a few steps. Was his body forged of iron? Li Long was incensed, incredulous that, as the formidable strength of the Dragon Special Forces, he could not even faze a rookie. He was determined to prove himself. With a swift movement to loosen his limbs, he bellowed, prepare to be struck. Li Long swung his fist in the air several times before delivering a ferocious blow. His muscles coiled tightly, his face reddening, veins bulging in his eyes. This time, he unleashed his full power. This punch could slay a bull. Bang! Within Xiaobing, the supple fluid armor instantaneously solidified, effectively neutralizing Li Long's attack. Nevertheless, the immense force still left Xiaobing feeling the impact. Xiaobing's feet lifted off the ground, sent flying 3 meters away, landing with a thud and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Seeing this, Li Long finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. This time, you must be hurt. Yet before his smile could fully form, Xiaobing sprang back up from the ground, brushing off the dirt with nonchalance. He was utterly unscathed. Was this real? Apart from some grime on his clothing, he bore no marks of injury. His complexion remained vibrant, his lips untainted by blood, not even a hair harmed. 3 punches, you have lost. Xiao Bing raised his third finger. Li Long gaped, rendered speechless. He began to doubt his own identity, questioning whether he was truly Li Long or just a pathetic weakling. 3 punches landed upon this man, and he emerged without a scratch. Was it that Xiao Bing's defenses were impenetrable, or was his own strength woefully inadequate? Before Li Long could gather his thoughts, Xiao Bing casually strolled away with his hands behind his back. In his heart, Li Long felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through. The scene he had just witnessed would haunt him for a lifetime. After evading Li Long, Xiao Bing stepped onto the road and hailed a taxi. Once inside, the driver, cigarette in mouth, inquired, "Where to, young man?" Xiao Bing replied calmly, "Nowhere in particular, just circle around North River City continually, do not stop." Upon hearing this, the driver's eyes sparkled. This was a lucrative job. He dare not ask why, assuming it was to evade pursuers. "Young man, this ride will cost quite a bit." Xiao Bing rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had not a single cent to his name. But would he be expected to pay for a taxi ride? Money? "Just look back and see who I am," he replied impatiently. At this, the taxi driver flared up. "What? You think you can ride for free? I'll have to see about that." But before he could finish, he was utterly dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 3 young master? He had not mistaken. The figure before him was indeed the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. The entire taxi company belonged to his family, so what were a few coins to him? "Just recognize me and drive," Xiao Bing commanded firmly. "Understood." The driver, not daring to delay, shifted gears and sped away. Once the taxi was in motion, Xiao Bing's tension finally eased. Compared to being stationary, a moving taxi felt infinitely safer. As he relaxed, fatigue washed over him. After a day of relentless activity, he was exhausted. He reclined against the back seat and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the operations room, as the frequency of their astonishment grew, all personnel had become numb to the situation. It seemed Xiao Bing's escapes had become a norm. He fled again. The chief of staff sighed with self-deprecating humor. This was certainly not the first time Xiao Bing had evaded capture. Each time, their efforts yielded nothing. His ability to flee was astonishing. One must admit, this young man possesses remarkable courage, daring to leap from the highest echelons of the business world. One leader praised. Yet the chief of staff shook his head, stating, "His speed is what truly terrifies. Even the flying dragon cannot keep pace with him." He Zhan scoffed. "Isn't his defense frightening?" Li Long struck him 3 times, and he seemed utterly unaffected. Listening to the irate remarks of the leaders, Jing Jinghui in the back seat was elated. "What a remarkable lad. Undoubtedly a soldier of my 318th Regiment. This will give the Special Operations Brigade Commander and Chief of Staff a headache. I can boast about this when I return." But amidst the joy, others were troubled. Wu Qinghai, sitting beside Jing Jinghui, looked pale with worry. An hour had passed, and their men appeared to be operating as if under a cheat code. Yet not only did they fail to capture Xiao Bing, but they also allowed him to bask in the limelight while their own reputation suffered greatly. Did the Jiaolong Special Forces not value their dignity? Meanwhile, Wu Qinghai felt a twinge of confusion. Was this lad truly just a new recruit who had only enlisted 6 months ago? If he hadn't known better, Wu Qinghai might have assumed he was a top-tier Special Forces soldier, retrained for excellence. He was uncertain how long he had been asleep, but the sun's piercing rays finally roused Xiao Bing from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that day had broken. What time was it? Stretching lazily, he propped himself up in the back seat. In response to the 3rd young master's inquiry, it was already 9 in the morning. Astonished, Xiao Bing never imagined that his pursuers would allow him such a restful sleep. Glancing at his score, he noted that it had skyrocketed to 200 points, securing his position firmly in first place. Over the past 2 days, out of 320 participants, 10 had already been eliminated, leaving 310. The selection process for special forces was indeed ruthless. The weak were cast aside, leaving only the strong to remain. Checking his technology points, he realized that yesterday's task had been completed and both technology and attribute points had been credited to him. How delightful! Observing his attributes, Xiao Bing felt his defensive capabilities required enhancement, so he allocated all his attribute points to defense. Shortly thereafter, a tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to a current surging through his body, reshaping his bones, muscles, and tendons. The discomfort was both painful and itchy, rendering him utterly captivated. This peculiar sensation persisted for a full half-hour. After this time had elapsed, Xiao Bing exhaled deeply. He had successfully leveled up. Host, Xiao Bing. Rank, Private. Level, 3. Strength, 100. Speed, 40. Stamina, 60. Defense, 40. Reaction, 30. Mentality, 10. Talent, none. Technology points, 200 aside from his mental attribute. All others were quite commendable. As for the technology points, they could not be squandered. Although the bronze treasure chest could not yield high-tier materials, his set of equipment was still incomplete. Thus, the technology points must be utilized wisely. System, open the chest. As soon as the command left his lips, a clang resounded. A bronze treasure chest materialized before Xiao Bing's eyes, adorned with a rather antiquated brass lock. Open. In an instant, 100 technology points vanished, the shackles shattered, and the chest sprang open. The familiar spinning wheel began to whirl, showcasing an array of equipment before Xiao Bing. The bronze treasure chest could yield white-level equipment at its lowest and deep blue level at its highest. Lightning dagger, deep blue, military grade. Targeting rocket launcher, deep blue, military grade. Deadly poison, deep blue, military grade. As he beheld the cascade of deep blue equipment, Xiao Bing felt a surge of envy. With so many deep blue-level items, could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? Ultimately, one piece of equipment slowly settled into the selection frame. Congratulations, you have acquired new equipment. However, upon closer inspection, Xiao Bing was left dumbfounded. Indeed, luck had favored him, but perhaps it was a trickle of fortune rather than a deluge. Special duckbill cap. White. Consumer grade. He examined the attributes and found that this cap merely offered a slight boost to mental alertness. How infuriating! Industrial refuse. Despite his complaints, Xiao Bing obediently donned the cap. It was better than nothing, after all, especially since it had cost him 100 technology points. With another 100 technology points remaining, he proceeded to open another chest. With a swish, 100 technology points disappeared, and the wheel began to spin once more. Xiao Bing watched as a dazzling array of equipment paraded before him. Eventually, one piece locked into place in the selection box. Congratulations, you have acquired new equipment. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Bing rolled his eyes in exasperation. His luck was rather mediocre. The first item was white-level equipment, and the second was merely a light blue-level item. Not a single deep blue piece had graced the selection. Domineering slingshot. Light blue, industrial grade. A black slingshot appeared in Xiao Bing's hands, and upon testing it, he found it sturdy. Yet, what purpose would such a contraption serve? To hunt birds? These two items merely augmented Xiao Bing's inventory. Helmet. Special duckbill cap. White. Consumer grade. Armor. Fluid vest. Deep blue, military grade. Pants. Shadow combat trousers. Deep blue, military grade. Boots. Shadow combat boots. Light blue. Industrial grade. Gloves. Critical strike gauntlets. Deep blue, military grade. Weapon. Secondary weapon. Domineering slingshot. Light blue. Industrial grade. Melee weapon. Throwing weapon. With 3 pieces of equipment acquired, Xiao Bing was on the brink of being fully equipped. Suddenly, the blaring sirens of a police car pierced the air. Startled, Xiao Bing peered outside to see a police vehicle pass by the taxi and come to a halt in front of it. The voice of an officer boomed through the loudspeaker. Taxi, pull over. With a whoosh, the taxi came to a stop at the roadside. 2 traffic officers in fluorescent uniforms exited the squad car and approached with determination. Knock, knock, knock. The officers rapped on the window, which promptly rolled down. Hello. We received a report stating that your taxi has been driving around all night. We suspect you may be fatigued. Please exit the vehicle for an inspection. The taxi driver nodded vigorously. Sure, I'll get out. Seated in the back, Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. Traffic officers? Their glances were rather shifty, occasionally darting toward him. His instincts flared to life, and he opened the door, stepping out. As he exited, one officer approached him. Comrade, please don't leave. We need to conduct a brief investigation. As the officer extended a pen and paper toward Xiao Bing, he swiftly swatted the items away, shouting, Investigate your grandmother. With that, Xiao Bing bolted. He leaped over the guardrail with astonishing speed. Stop him, one officer shouted, drawing his service weapon and pulling the trigger. Bang! Instinctively, Xiao Bing bent low. and a bullet whizzed past his head. This was indeed awry. In a swift roll, he picked up a small stone from the ground, drew back the domineering slingshot, and let it fly. With a whoosh, the stone shot forth. Crack! It struck the officer squarely in the chest. In that instant, a plume of red smoke erupted behind the officer. Eliminated. At that moment, Xiao Bing was left utterly dumbfounded. A mere pebble had managed to eliminate an enemy? This slingshot was astonishingly powerful. It was well known that only the force of blank rounds could shatter the mechanisms within a bulletproof vest, thereby incapacitating an opponent. Yet, the small slingshot in his hand exhibited such formidable might. At close range, it was akin to wielding a firearm. Xiao Bing was elated beyond measure. Meanwhile, the traffic officer stood in shock. What kind of weapon had been employed? Without a sound, he had been taken down. Had he used a silenced pistol? Instantly, the nearby police officers were also taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Bing possessed a handgun? Subsequently, his actions left the officers in disbelief. With a swift roll, he gathered several pebbles from the ground, held them tightly, and drew back his slingshot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Bing repeatedly pulled back, launching one pebble after another. The sounds echoed pop, pop, pop. The pebbles exploded against the officers' chests. The bulletproof vests, designed to withstand a normal person's punch, crumbled effortlessly before the onslaught of the pebbles. Each hit released plumes of red smoke. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bing had incapacitated several officers. The reinforcements arriving shortly thereafter were equally astonished. Was this young man's strength truly so overwhelming? Or was the slingshot simply extraordinary? What brand of slingshot was this, that it could rival a pistol in power? Its firing rate exceeded that of a handgun and emitted not the slightest sound. Captain, he has a slingshot. No, that device is more powerful than a handgun. It's incredibly accurate. It hurts. A chorus of astonished exclamations arose. The captain, leading these officers, appeared flushed with anger. Silence. Charge. We must capture this fellow today, for the pride of the Beihai City Police Department. Indeed, these so-called traffic officers were simply a ruse, although Xiao Bing's location was constantly shifting. Locating him amidst the myriad surveillance in Beihai City was a trivial task. It was only due to orders from above to let Xiao Bing rest that the pursuit ceased at night. Otherwise, he would not have managed to find a moment's peace. With a clatter, reinforcements had arrived. On the thoroughfare, numerous police vehicles came to a halt. A multitude of officers armed with handguns leaped from their cars, surrounding Xiao Bing. Observing this, Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. They certainly regarded him highly. Without further ado, he dashed into the crowd. No matter how formidable his slingshot, it could not contend with dozens of armed officers. Once amidst the throng, Xiao Bing began to sprint wildly. Utilizing his technology and personal speed, he swiftly distanced himself from the pursuing officers. However, the wristband on his arm remained a persistent nuisance, continuously transmitting his location to those relentless officers. Yet, Xiao Bing had no choice. He could only flee. As he bolted through the crowd for 10 minutes, then 20, and finally, after 25 minutes, the officers behind him had vanished from sight. Only then did Xiao Bing pause, gasping for breath. After such a frantic run, his body struggled to cope with the exertion. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air once more. Glancing back, he saw several police vehicles speeding down the street. Not only that, but the rear of the convoy trailed an armored vehicle belonging to the SWAT team. What a grand spectacle. They are going to such lengths just to apprehend me. But soon, Xiao Bing noticed something unusual. These officers were not pursuing him. The police cars sped past with a clear target in mind, heading toward the opposite side of the street, entirely disregarding Xiao Bing. What could they possibly want? Why such a grand display? A foreboding feeling crept into Xiao Bing's heart. Just then, the System's voice resonated in his mind. Mission initiated. Assist the Beihai City Police Department in completing a task. Reward: 300 technological points and 30 attribute points. The reward was unexpectedly generous, causing Xiao Bing to raise an eyebrow. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. The citizens on the street were startled, fleeing to the sidewalks. Xiao Bing frowned, observing a towering building in the city center engulfed in flames. The explosion originated from the 13th floor. Glass shattered and rained down. Meanwhile, the fleet of police vehicles had stopped at the base of the building, erecting a perimeter. Officers and armed police surrounded the entire structure. Listen up. You are surrounded by the Beja City Police Department. Please surrender your weapons for leniency. A female officer shouted through a megaphone. Soon after, a gruff, male voice emanated from a building. "The hell with you. I will not surrender. No one is foolish enough to do that. I've killed so many. Surrendering means death. Prepare a vehicle for me. Get everyone out of here, or I will shoot her." At that moment, a young girl's head was thrust out of the window. "Ah," she cried, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. "Help me! Help me!" The girl desperately shouted down to the crowd. Before anyone could discern her features, she was dragged back inside. A hostage situation. Xiao Bing's brow furrowed. This was no drill, this was real. The officers below were in a frenzy, initiating various rescue operations. However, the upstairs criminal was clearly a seasoned felon. The floor and room he had chosen were defensively advantageous. "Listen up. You have 20 minutes. If you do not retreat within that time, you will only see her corpse." The low, gravelly voice of the man echoed. At this moment, those surrounding Xiao Bing began to murmur quietly. "Do you know who that is?" "No, who is it?" "He is the infamous Rainy Night Butcher of Beja City. He emerges to kill when it rains, and over a dozen lives have already been claimed." Xiao Bing was taken aback by their words. The name Rainy Night Butcher resonated in his ears like thunder. The Butcher of Rainy Nights is a notorious terrorist in Beja City, committing murder not for money or vengeance, but to satiate his twisted psyche. The police downstairs are evidently under immense pressure, as they are not dealing with an ordinary suspect, but rather the experienced and ruthless Butcher, who is known for his merciless killings. They are acutely aware that if his demands are not met within 20 minutes, they may only be left with a lifeless body. Time is of the essence. It is a matter of life and death. Quick, choose the positions for snipers and assault teams. I want it done in 5 minutes," shouted a police officer on the scene. This officer, in his 40s, exuded authority, holding a high rank as the deputy director of the Beja City Police Bureau, Lin Jinping. The gravity of the Butcher situation had even compelled him to take action personally. His detectives and armed police swiftly began to scout for suitable locations for sniping and assault. 5 minutes later, a breathless team of armed police and detectives returned to his side. "Report, Deputy Director Lin. We cannot proceed with an assault. If we attempt it, the commotion could jeopardize the hostage's safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinping's complexion paled. This outcome was predictable. After all, the Butcher had undoubtedly chosen a strategically advantageous location. To breach the room where the Butcher is holed up, we would have to traverse a long corridor, and his door is locked from the inside, with only one point of entry. If we attempt an assault, the Butcher would have ample time to execute the hostages. The detective's words sent a chill through the hearts of those present. A failed assault would mean certain death for the hostages. At that moment, Lin Jinping turned to the armed police officer, the best marksman in his unit. If even he could not devise a solution, perhaps the hostages were indeed beyond salvation. Yet, as Lin Jinping looked at him, the officer shamefully lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director Lin. The killer's position is too well fortified. There is simply no way to execute a successful sniping operation." These words drained the color from Lin Jinping's face, nearly causing him to faint. The surrounding crowd began to panic. "My God, the police can't do anything? What good are the officers of Beja City if they can't subdue a murderer? How can we continue living here? The Butcher has already killed numerous people, and now we are powerless against him. We might as well stay indoors whenever it rains. It's too dangerous." The murmurs only intensified the pressure on Lin Jinping. Meanwhile, upstairs, the Butcher's taunting voice echoed once more. "Ha ha ha, don't waste your efforts. Lin Jinping, is it? I have read countless books and watched numerous films on urban terrorism and counterterrorism. I was once a mercenary abroad for 3 years. The assault and sniping methods you can conceive will not work against me. Don't believe me? Come try." The Butcher's arrogance further incensed Lin Jinping, but he found himself powerless to act, fully believing the Butcher's threats. "What shall we do, Director?" inquired an armed officer. Lin Jinping sighed deeply. There are no other options. "Prepare the vehicles. We must retreat." The response sent shockwaves through the crowd. "What? Prepare the vehicles? Retreat? What does this signify?" "It means the dignity of the Beja City Police Bureau will be trampled by that vile murderer." "No, Director." His subordinates attempted to intervene, but Lin Jinping's voice thundered. "No? What other choice do we have? In 10 minutes, that little girl will be dead. To save her innocent life, we must take this course." The gravity of his words silenced the crowd. Indeed, for the sake of the innocent child, they had to withdraw, as everyone braced themselves to accept this harsh reality. A figure suddenly breached the police cordon. "What are you doing?" A policeman halted Xiaobing. Xiaobing turned to Lin Zhengping and declared, "Give me a gun. I will take him down." The declaration drew the attention of all present, their expressions a mix of skepticism, curiosity, and indignation. "Who are you?" "We are executing a mission. Do not obstruct our duty." One officer impatiently pushed Xiaobing away. "I'm a soldier," Xiaobing shouted defiantly. The mention of his military status caught the attention of many. "A soldier? That identity certainly commands respect. Where are your credentials?" Lin Zhengping questioned. Xiaobing replied urgently. "I didn't bring them, but I am a special forces operative. Lives are at stake. If you give me a sniper rifle and live ammunition, I guarantee I can eliminate him." Hearing Xiaobing's fervent assurance, Lin Zhengping began to waver. He did not wish to let the murderer escape, but he was acutely aware of the lack of alternatives. Perhaps, he thought, one could gamble on a desperate chance. Are there such young special forces operatives? Besides, special forces are still human. I observed earlier, a successful sniping operation is utterly impossible. At that moment, the armed officer scoffed, confident in his own marksmanship. Xiaobing, appearing youthful, claimed he could eliminate the butcher, prompting skepticism within the officer's mind. "I know you doubt me, but if you wish to contest my skills, I welcome the challenge once I deal with him," Xiaobing replied coldly. He then turned to Lin Zhengping. "Time is of the essence. If a decision is not made soon, we will miss our opportunity." Lin Zhengping glanced at his watch. 15 minutes had already passed. If he did not act soon, there might truly be no way forward. Resolutely, he bit his lip and declared, "All right, I believe you. Xiao Chun, hand over your weapon." "But director," the armed officer attempted to protest, but Lin Zhengping shot him a fierce glare. "No more arguments. Hand in the gun." "Yes, sir." The officer complied reluctantly, passing his sniper rifle to Xiaobing. Upon receiving the weapon, Xiaobing examined it. It was a Type 98 automatic sniper rifle, exceptionally effective for close-range elimination. Without hesitation, Xiaobing began to execute his plan. His target was a signal tower diagonally across from the building. Previously, he had observed that the high-rise across the street offered no vantage point for a successful shot. However, the signal tower was situated favorably across from the building. While it too could not provide a view of the butcher's location, it would allow him to monitor the hostages. Strapping on the rifle, Xiaobing commenced his ascent of the signal tower. The signal tower lacked ladders, presenting a formidable challenge for climbers. Yet, this did not deter Xiaobing. In his previous life, he had scaled smooth rock faces, and the signal tower was merely a trivial task. In a matter of moments, Xiaobing ascended to the pinnacle of the tower. At the summit, where the wind howled fiercely, Xiaobing produced his sniper rifle and began to take aim. Meanwhile, below the building, several officers dressed in traffic police uniforms arrived, panting heavily. They were the very officers pursuing Xiaobing. Upon witnessing him perched atop the signal tower, they were momentarily dumbfounded. "What is he doing? What are you all doing?" Lin Zhengping inquired, furrowing his brow. The officers, upon recognizing the deputy director, straightened up and saluted. "Report. We are coordinating with the Beiham Military District for a military exercise. We are pursuing a rookie." "A rookie?" Lin Zhengping's brow furrowed deeper, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Who is the rookie?" One of the officers pointed at Xiaobing atop the tower, exclaiming, "Report. It's him." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "He is a rookie." Everyone was bewildered. Hadn't he claimed to be a special forces soldier? Was he truly just a novice? Was this some kind of joke? Immediately, "Get him down," Lin Zhengping bellowed. His most skilled officer chuckled derisively. "I knew there couldn't be such a young special forces soldier." Meanwhile, Xiaobing continued to take aim, various strategies swirling in his mind. Just then, several officers appeared beneath the tower. "Hey, kid, get down here. You're just a rookie. What are you pretending to be a special forces soldier for? If you delay the rescue, you'll bear the responsibility. Come down." However, Xiaobing appeared oblivious to their shouts, remaining focused on his aim. "Wind speed 60. From west to east, slight adjustment," he murmured to himself, unable to observe the assailant's exact position. He deduced from the hair of the hostage by the window that the assailant was to the left of the hostage. Furthermore, one hand gripping the hostage's neck was positioned from below, indicating the assailant was directly beneath and close to the hostage. Executing a thorough analysis, Xiao Bing loaded his rifle with a decisive click. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Truthfully, he did not possess complete confidence, but he understood he had to take the risk. Otherwise, with such a deranged killer, the hostage would not survive. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bing's finger rested on the trigger. "Little girl, I will not let you die." With a deafening bang, the bullet struck the building's wall, creating a gaping hole. This shot ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. He fired. The officer actually fired. What's going on? How'd he hit the wall? Can he even shoot properly? That young man, still in civilian clothes, is he really a cop? A chorus of doubt echoed among the crowd. Below, Lin Jingping cursed as he observed the bullet hole in the wall. Damn it, is this chaos? Who is this rookie? Notify his unit. I will bring him before a military tribunal. Nonsense. Nonsense. Get him down. Officers rushed towards the signal tower, scrambling to ascend. Meanwhile, within the building, the robber shouted, "Damn it! Are you crazy? You dare to fire. Believe me, I will shoot this woman." Then came the terrified screams of the girl. Xiao Bing's sweat continued to drip as he took another deep breath, aiming once more. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew again. Smack! It exploded against the wall, deepening the already substantial hole. The scene erupted once more in chaos. He fired again, 2 consecutive shots hitting the wall. Can this man even shoot? Is he here to joke? Seriously, how could they allow such a person to engage? This is a gamble with innocent lives. I suggest we apprehend this shooter and execute him. Below, Lin Jingping's forehead glistened with sweat as panic engulfed him. It was over. He had entrusted the rookie with this responsibility. He should never have believed in him. At that moment, Lin Jingping wished he could strip Xiao Bing from the tower. Meanwhile, the armed officer rolled his eyes. I told you, even I couldn't do it. How could a rookie possibly succeed? By now, several officers had climbed up, attempting to pull Xiao Bing down. Once again, the robber's voice echoed through the building. All right, you dare to shoot? I will count to 10. After 10, we all perish together. You will never see this little girl smile again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. On the signal tower, Xiao Bing gripped his rifle tightly, drenched in sweat. He inhaled sharply, focusing on the target, his finger poised on the trigger. 4, 3, 2, bang. The third shot rang out. The officer gripping Xiao Bing's pant leg was immediately struck dumb. It's over. We're done for. He fired a third shot. The first 2 shots were enough to infuriate the assailant. This third shot will surely seal the little girl's fate. Smack! The bullet detonated against the wall. But this time it created a hole. The robber inside the building fell silent. Xiao Bing shouted urgently, "Quick! Rush in. Don't let the little girl suffer psychological trauma." Lin Jingping, seeing the bullet hole, was momentarily taken aback. He quickly cried out, "Hurry! Charge in!" In an instant, a dozen armed officers surged into the building. Xiao Bing let out a deep sigh of relief. The hearts of all the onlookers were in their throats. What would the outcome be? Had the robber been shot? Or had he missed? Could the rookie create a miracle? The scene fell into a profound silence as everyone awaited the announcement from the armed officers. Each heartbeat quickened with anticipation. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds passed. A minute elapsed in the quiet atmosphere, suddenly pierced by the sound of the girl's sobs. Wah! I was so scared. It was the voice of the little girl. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Just then, a member of the armed police poked his head out of the window, shouting, "Deputy Director Lin, the Rainy Night Butcher is dead." At this proclamation, an uproar of jubilation erupted on the scene. The thousands of onlookers raised their hands in celebration, each face adorned with a smile. The nightmare that had haunted them, the Rainy Night Butcher, was finally slain. Upon hearing this news, Lin Jingping felt the tension in his body dissipate. Thud! He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the revelation that the Rainy Night Butcher was indeed dead. The police officer who had firmly clutched Xiao Bing's pant leg was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Xiao Bing delivered a swift kick to his face that he snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Hey, let go. Huh? Oh. The officer quickly released his grip. Below the building, the armed police officer, who had previously boasted of his unmatched marksmanship, was rendered speechless. This was simply unbelievable. The Rainy Night Butcher, a notorious serial killer who had plagued the public, had finally been shot down. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the long-awaited victory. After descending from the signal tower, Xiao Bing was immediately swarmed by throngs of jubilant citizens who embraced him, tossing him into the air, chanting hero, hero, hero. The atmosphere was electric with exhilaration. Moments later, a young girl was rescued. She appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, her face pale and innocent. Clearly, the traumatic events had terrified her. Her mother stood below, and upon seeing her daughter return safely, she rushed forward, enveloping the girl in a tight embrace. Tears of joy streaming down her face. "My precious daughter, you're safe. Thank goodness. You scared your mother half to death." The girl, cradled in her mother's arms, began to weep uncontrollably. Witnessing their reunion, Xiao Bing's expression softened with a sense of fulfillment. Yet before he could fully bask in the moment, a cacophony of clicking cameras broke the tranquility. A swarm of reporters surged forth from the crowd, snapping photos with fervor. In an instant, flashes illuminated the scene. A glamorous journalist in a suit thrust a microphone towards Xiao Bing, inquiring, "Sir, are you a soldier? Are you truly a special forces operative?" Xiao Bing swatted the microphone away, donning what he believed to be a charming smile. "Well, I am a soldier, but not quite a special forces operative yet, though that may change soon." The reporter pressed on. "What drives you to charge to the front lines of battle? Is it love? Is it duty?" Xiao Bing awkwardly cleared his throat, responding, well, saving lives is our duty as soldiers. We must act when we see injustice." Meanwhile, in the Northern River Military District's Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade's operations room, silence enveloped the space once more. The leaders exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that a mere urban drill had escalated into a real-life confrontation. Not only had they encountered actual combat, but their rookie had also stolen the limelight by taking down the criminal. It was no ordinary foe he had dispatched. It was the notorious Rainy Night Butcher. Was this young man truly just a novice? With only a strand of hair from a hostage, he had discerned the enemy's position and executed a wall-penetrating blind shot tactic. Surely, even the elite Dragon Special Forces would hesitate to employ such a method. The Chief of Staff marveled at the feat, while He Zhen gasped in astonishment. What astounds me most is that after taking a life, this lad remains unfazed, even joking with reporters. Had I not seen his records, I would suspect him to be a seasoned killer. Amidst the discussions of Xiao Bing's actions, they failed to notice Jing Jinghui in the corner, his face glowing with pride. A smile crept across his lips, as if it were not Xiao Bing who had eliminated the Rainy Night Butcher, but rather himself. No doubt this soldier is a product of my training. Old Kong, let's see how you compare this time." The operations room erupted into a heated debate that lasted an hour, deliberating whether Xiao Bing's unilateral decision to open fire warranted reward or punishment. After much discourse, they decided to escalate the matter to the district commander. Finally free from the relentless reporters, Xiao Bing found solace in a secluded corner of a park. Mission accomplished. 300 tech points awarded. 30 attribute points. Experience full. Level up successful. Bonus 200 tech points. 20 attribute points. 500 tech points awarded for eliminating the infamous Rainy Night Butcher. A silver treasure chest has been granted. Xiao Bing was taken aback by the magnitude of his rewards, particularly the substantial bonus for slaying the Rainy Night Butcher. A silver treasure chest. The technological system had proven to be true. How splendid. It seemed that to swiftly acquire tech and attribute points, one must engage in the act of killing. Eliminate those wicked souls. For a moment, Xiao Bing found himself eager to seek out more foes. After some contemplation, he opted to allocate all his attribute points to his stamina. Being pursued by those relentless instructors necessitated ample endurance. Upgrade stamina. With a command, a wave of tingling sensations coursed through him. Electric currents surged within, an exquisite discomfort enveloping him, akin to 1,000 insects crawling over his skin, devouring his flesh. The sensation was both unbearable and oddly pleasurable, rendering him addicted to the experience. Xiao Bing could not suppress a soft groan. Minutes turned into half an hour, and soon he was drenched in sweat. Upgrade successful. At last, the system's voice chimed, prompting a long exhale from Xiao Bing. He had leveled up. Reviewing his attributes, he noted, Host, Xiao Bing, rank, private, level 4, strength 101, speed 40, stamina 160, defense 40, reaction 30, mental 10, talent none, tech points 1,000. Xiao Bing's stamina had now surpassed even the strongest of strengths. Currently, Xiao Bing can run 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat, and he is thoroughly satisfied. As for the 1,000 technology points, he eagerly opts to open a treasure chest. With 1,000 points, he can unlock a golden treasure chest. The minimum reward from a golden chest is deep blue level equipment, while the maximum can yield pink-purple level gear. The prospect of acquiring pink-purple level equipment is undeniably enticing. System: unlock the golden treasure chest. As soon as he uttered these words, a resounding clang echoed as a resplendent golden chest materialized before him. Crafted from pure gold, it was adorned with a magnificent 5-clawed dragon, exuding an aura of majesty and brilliance. The golden shackles glimmered incessantly, seemingly beckoning Xiao Bing to click on them. Without hesitation, he clicked on the golden shackles, and with a whoosh, they transformed into shimmering particles, vanishing before his eyes. The golden treasure chest opened, revealing an array of splendid equipment rotating within the selection box. This was a golden-level treasure chest, capable of yielding the utmost pink-purple level gear. And Xiao Bing felt a surge of exhilaration. Even the least favorable outcome, a deep blue piece of equipment, would still be quite splendid. Infinite bullet Gatling, deep blue, military grade, auto-tracking missile, purple, restricted grade, future armor, pink-purple, confidential grade. The assortment of extraordinary equipment dazzled Xiao Bing. At last, one piece of equipment settled within the selection box. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Bing gasped in astonishment. Fortune smiled upon him. It was indeed a pink-purple level item, the highest grade obtainable from a golden treasure chest. The name of this extraordinary piece was Divine Eye. Curiously, he discovered that it was a pair of glasses. Divine Eye, a pinnacle of future technology capable of X-ray vision, long-range observation, and target locking. Such sophistication. In an instant, the Divine Eye appeared in Xiao Bing's hands. A nearly weightless pair of goggles that felt exquisite to the touch. As he placed them on his nose, the Divine Eye seamlessly became invisible, undetectable, and unseen. Yet, Xiao Bing could distinctly sense a transformation in his perception of the world around him. The visual quality underwent a remarkable enhancement, akin to transitioning from standard definition to high definition, rendering the entire world crystal clear. Moreover, by sheer will, he could zoom in and out of any corner he wished to observe. Focusing on an individual, he locked onto them with his mind, and that person became fixed within his line of sight, regardless of where they moved. The most astonishing feature, of course, was the X-ray vision. With a mere thought, the clothing of all pedestrians in the park vanished. Delving deeper, Xiao Bing could even glimpse their internal organs. Such a bewildering capability. It was no wonder this equipment was classified as pink-purple level. Furthermore, the goggles represented an entirely new category of equipment. What a marvel! Helmet, custom duckbill cap, white, consumer grade, eye protection, Divine Eye, pink-purple, confidential grade, battle armor, fluid vest, deep blue, military grade, battle pants, shadow combat pants, deep blue, military grade, military boots, shadow combat boots, light blue, industrial grade, gloves, critical strike gauntlets, deep blue, military grade, weapon, secondary weapon, dominant slingshot, light blue, industrial grade, melee weapons, throwing weapons. Currently, he lacked only 3 weapons to complete his technological ensemble. As Xiao Bing reveled in the wonders of the Divine Eye, the wristband on his arm suddenly vibrated vigorously. Glancing down, he raised an eyebrow. In 12 hours, identities will be swapped. Novices become police, police become criminals. Each novice must apprehend 3 criminals to be deemed competent. Failure to meet the arrest quota will result in a deduction of 10 points. While serving as police, the positions of the criminals will remain concealed, and the heavenly eye cannot be utilized. However, criminals will possess whistles, which they must blow every half hour. Within these 12 hours, novices must acquire money through lawful means, which will be used to purchase police equipment afterward. From daggers to sniper rifles, everything is available, provided they can ensure the legality of their funds. After perusing the information, Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow. A role reversal between police and criminals? How intriguing. The most crucial aspect was that novices had to earn their own funds for equipment, posing a considerable challenge for most of them. After all, amassing a substantial sum in a mere 12 hours is no small feat. You must be Xiao Bing? Suddenly, a woman's voice broke through. Looking up, Xiao Bing saw a female police officer clad in black uniform standing before him. With her arms crossed and an expression of discontent, she barely glanced in his direction. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her face brimming with youthful vitality, and her figure was strikingly voluptuous. Yet, a hint of arrogance lingered on her countenance. "That's me," Xiao Bing nodded. "Oof, what bad luck. I can't fathom what they were thinking, assigning me to follow around such a privileged young master." Song Qing grumbled in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing frowned. "What do you mean? Do you know me?" "Huh." Song Qing scrutinized Xiao Bing from head to toe. "The illustrious third young master of the Xiao family. Who doesn't he know you? I never imagined someone like you, a spoiled rich kid, could serve in the military and even participate in special selections. Tell me, how much did you pay to get into the army?" "Pay to get in?" Xiao Bing chuckled, bemused. It seemed she assumed he had bought his way into the military. "What does that have to do with you?" Xiao Bing rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Seeing his aloof demeanor, Song Qing felt her confidence wane. "Hey, do you think I want to follow you? If you weren't the third young master of the Xiao family, someone with plenty of means to acquire money, I wouldn't be here to supervise you." "Cheat," Xiao Bing scoffed. "I'm sorry, but I, Xiao Bing, don't need to cheat to make money." With that, he strode away. Song Qing furrowed her brows, stomping her foot in frustration. This insufferable fellow was just as arrogant as the rumor suggested. "I don't believe you can gather 10,000 yuan within 12 hours. Someone born with a silver spoon like you is nothing without your family." Song Qing shouted after him. Yet, Xiao Bing paid her no mind, continuing on his way. "Quite proud, aren't you? I'll be watching to see how you manage to procure money." Gathering a significant sum for equipment within 12 hours may be challenging for most. But for Xiao Bing, it was a trivial task, especially with the capabilities bestowed by the Divine Eye. What method would yield the quickest profits? Naturally, gambling. However, gambling is illegal. What form of gambling is lawful? Betting on stones. Yet, the difficulty of betting on stones is substantial. 9 times out of 10, one loses, and the cost of a raw stone is considerable. Most individuals simply cannot afford to gamble. Xiao Bing entered the bustling antique street of Beha City, home to the largest stone gambling market in the area. Walking ahead, he noticed Song Qing trailing behind him. The presence of a policewoman certainly drew considerable attention. Everyone is speculating whether Xiao Bing is a thief being watched by the female officer. It turns out that the esteemed third young master of the Xiao family is going to gamble on stones. I thought he had some brilliant money-making scheme. Do you not understand that one loses 9 out of 10 times in gambling? Song Qing said, her hands behind her back, mocking him with an arrogant expression. For me, it's not 9 losses out of 10, unless I choose to, otherwise I simply won't lose. Boasting. Song Qing rolled her eyes, feeling even more disdain for Xiao Bing. At that moment, Xiao Bing abruptly stopped and turned to look at Song Qing. What do you want? 43, borrow money, Xiao Bing stated directly. He halted so suddenly that Song Qing nearly collided with him. She stepped back 2 paces, glaring at him. Borrow some money? Xiao Bing continued bluntly. Borrow money? From a supervisor? Are you joking? Have you lost your mind? Song Qing crossed her arms, rolling her eyes again. Borrow money to buy weapons? That's against the rules. Besides, why should I lend you anything? Song Qing had never had a favorable impression of Xiao Bing, so she had no intention of lending him money. However, Xiao Bing proposed a condition she found hard to refuse. If you lend me money now, I will return it to you in 3 hours, and I will repay you tenfold. 3 hours later, tenfold? Weapons can only be purchased after 12 hours, but repayment in 3 hours does not technically break the rules. Yet, this guy is broke. How can he repay me? Especially with 10 times the amount. Is he just boasting? What can you possibly do to achieve over tenfold returns in 3 hours? Third young Master Xiao, are you that confident in yourself? Song Qing scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. Xiao Bing simply asked, so, will you lend it or not? She almost rejected him, but Song Qing's mind began to whirl. She had no good feelings toward Xiao Bing and would relish the chance to mock him thoroughly. Now, didn't the opportunity present itself? Imagine slapping this spoiled, rich kid in the face after 3 hours. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Fine, I'll lend you 10,000. I don't believe you can return 100,000 to me in 3 hours. With that, she pulled out her phone to transfer the funds. A smile crept across Xiao Bing's lips. His first bucket of gold was about to come in. After receiving the money, Xiao Bing wasted no time and headed straight into the stone gambling market. The market was bustling with activity, lined with small vendors selling their stones. The stones varied in size and appearance, colorful and diverse. Among them were unscrupulous merchants passing off found stones as seed stones, making it hard for an untrained eye to procure quality stones. Don't all these stones look the same? Third young master, can you tell which ones contain jade? Song Qing asked, arms crossed. Xiao Bing ignored her, quietly activating his divine sight. As soon as it was engaged, the world around him transformed dramatically. With a sweep of his gaze over the stalls, he could see the internal structures of all the stones. To his surprise, 90% of the stones were hollow. Only a few contained jade with many impurities. No wonder one loses 9 out of 10 times in gambling. A smile appeared on Xiao Bing's lips as he continued forward. After walking for about 3 minutes, Xiao Bing paused. Beneath his feet lay a particularly unique stone. Inside it was a piece of white jade, roughly the size of half a palm, pure and exceptionally beautiful. Although Xiao Bing was not an expert in gambling on stones, he could tell this jade was undoubtedly valuable. However, the stone's surface was unappealing, pitted and rough, carelessly tossed at the front of the stall. How much for this stone? Xiao Bing inquired, picking it up. The stall owner instinctively quoted an inflated price, 3,000. Typically, a stone like the one in Xiao Bing's hand would sell for hundreds or even tens of dollars. However, stall owners always throw out a high price to negotiate with buyers. Expecting Xiao Bing to haggle, the owner was taken aback when Xiao Bing simply replied, "I'll take it." Song Qing was stunned. The stall owner was equally surprised. Such decisiveness? All right, the stall owner rejoiced, quickly wrapping up the stone for Xiao Bing. This piece of rock had sat on a stall for 3 months without interest, and now a fool was willing to pay 3,000 for it. How could he not be delighted? Hey, do you know how to gamble on stones? Song Qing frowned and reprimanded. This stone has such a pitted surface, and it's so large, it's obvious it cannot contain jade. You actually spent 3,000 on it. Are you out of your mind? Calmly paying, Xiao Bing replied, "You don't understand." "I don't understand?" Song Qing, frustrated, placed her hands on her hips and laughed mockingly. As expected of the third young master of the Xiao family, spending money without a second thought. My 10,000 is probably down the drain. At this point, she felt a twinge of regret. 10,000 was nearly 2 months' worth of her salary. She had just thrown it all away. Xiao Bing did not respond, continuing forward with the stone in hand, his eyes scanning the stalls. As he looked around, he noted that 90% of the stones were hollow. Only a small number contained jade, and even then, the quality was poor. It took him 10 minutes to find a second stone that could yield beautiful jade. This one was about the size of a fist, still of mediocre appearance. But inside it lay an exquisite piece of jade. The jade was only the size of a baby's fist, but it was entirely emerald green. While he did not know the name of this jade, its appearance hinted at its value. "How much for this stone?" Xiao Bing asked. The owner, distracted by his phone, glanced at the stone and replied casually, 8,000. 8,000? That exceeded Xiao Bing's budget. So he countered, "How about 7,000, boss?" At this, Song Qing rolled her eyes and covered her forehead in disbelief. She grabbed Xiao Bing and admonished him in a low voice. "Who bargains like that? You need to cut the price in half." The stall owner chuckled, putting away his phone. "Young man, you clearly have an eye for quality. I bought this stone for 7,000. Since you genuinely want it, I'll sell it to you at cost. Deal." Without hesitation, Xiao Bing pulled out his phone to transfer the money. The stall owner was beaming, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Xiao Bing's extravagant spending left Song Qing exasperated, rolling her eyes in frustration. Having spent 10,000, it was time to open the stones. Xiao Bing, carrying the 2 raw stones, made his way to the stone opening point. A large crowd had gathered. Most were there merely to watch, while only a few were there to open stones. The master cutter skillfully operated the cutting machine, slicing through one stone after another. Most stones yielded no green, leaving many buyers disappointed. Xiao Bing, holding his 2 raw stones, watched with keen interest as the master began cutting. "Hey, young Master Xiao." At that moment, a man's voice called out from the side. Turning his head, Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was him, dressed in casual shorts and flip-flops, though his attire seemed rather shabby. The Omega watch on his wrist and the car keys hanging from his belt revealed an extraordinary identity. Behind him trailed several subordinates, exuding an air of authority. This individual was none other than Li Shengxian, the eldest son of the Li family and one of the 4 young masters of Beha, a fierce rival of Xiao Bing. Li Shengxian adjusted his sunglasses and glanced at the stone in Xiao Bing's hand. Soon, he burst into laughter. "Huh, Xiao, when did you learn to gamble on stones?" But this stone looks utterly unappealing. Did you pick it up for a latrine? Laughter erupted around them. Upon hearing this, Song Qing quickly covered her forehead, pretending not to know Xiao Bing. How embarrassing! Xiao Bing cast a disdainful glance at the stone in the hands of Li Shengxian's subordinate and scoffed. The stone you hold is the real trash. What qualifications do you have to mock me? The Li family and the Xiao family had comparable assets and were commercial competitors. The rivalry between Li Shengxian and Xiao Bing had been long-standing, primarily focused on who could spend more money, flaunt more luxury cars, and attract more beautiful women. Li Shengxian usually triumphed in these contests, thus ranking higher among the 4 young masters of Beha. Are you blind, Xiao Bing? You clearly lack discernment. I spent 500,000 on this piece. It's guaranteed to yield exquisite jade, Li Shengxian boasted, slapping the watermelon-sized stone in his subordinate's hand. Xiao Bing glanced at it and laughed. Expensive does not equate to quality. Your stone resembles a watermelon. It's likely filled with seeds rather than jade. This remark infuriated Li Shengxian. You're killing me with laughter. Those 2 pitiful stones in your hands. Did you find them on the roadside? I heard you joined the army. How come you're here now? Can't handle the hardships and ran away? If you lack the funds to buy stones, just tell me. Out of our long-standing friendship, I can lend you some. Laughter erupted once more. His subordinates chimed in. Xiao Bing, why not follow young Master Li? You'd enjoy a lavish lifestyle without having to gamble on stones. The commotion attracted a crowd, many of whom shook their heads after inspecting the stones the 2 had purchased. Xiao Bing's stone was small and unattractive, clearly not of good quality. In contrast, each of Li Shengxian's stones was round and plump, promising a significant return. Xiao Bing, see that new Ferrari? If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I'll gift it to you. What do you say? Li Shengxian mocked, squinting at him. Xiao Bing remained indifferent, replying coolly, you may revel in your triumph for now, but soon enough, you'll find yourself at a loss. Seeing Xiao Bing's confidence, Li Shengxian's interest piqued. So, you're quite confident about your stone. Why not wager on it? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Wager? How'll we do that? Xiao Bing asked. Let us see whose jade stone is of higher value. If I lose, the car is yours. If you lose, you kneel and call me daddy. How about that? Li Shengxian awaited Xiao Bing's response eagerly, believing the odds were heavily stacked against him. To his astonishment, Xiao Bing immediately agreed. All right. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Even Li Shengxian was taken aback. Excellent. Xiao Bing, you're bound to lose. Step aside. I'm going to open the stones. Li Shengxian, accompanied by his entourage, forcefully cleared the area, displacing the customers waiting to open their stones. With a wave of his hand, Li Shengxian positioned his stone beneath the cutting machine. Open it. The cutter operator, fearing Li Shengxian's wrath, complied without protest. With a sharp sound, the cutter sliced through the stone, water flowing down the grinding disc to prevent dust and protect the interior. As the blade cut deeper, the crowd leaned in to glimpse the stone's inner contents. Li Shengxian was visibly eager, brimming with anticipation. Behind Xiao Bing, Song Qing scoffed, Hey, it's not too late to run away and avoid embarrassment. Xiao Bing remained unfazed. I want to be embarrassed. Song Qing rolled her eyes, exasperated. Even at the brink of disaster, you still boast. Moments later, a crack echoed as the cutting machine completely severed the watermelon-sized stone. Step aside. Let me do it. Li Shengxian shouted excitedly, rushing to the machine and slowly prying the stone apart. As the stone opened, a multitude of small jade-like dots, reminiscent of watermelon seeds, emerged. Each piece was merely the size of a sunflower seed. Xiao Bing had indeed been right. Li Shengxian's expression darkened. He realized he had lost. The 50,000 he spent on the raw material now seemed to be worth only a fraction of that. Damn it. Cut again. Li Shengxian cursed angrily, and his subordinates quickly brought forth a second stone. This stone was the size of a basketball, smooth and rounded, with a hint of green on its surface. Xiao Bing, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll just open 2. This one cost me 800,000, verified by master, and it's bound to increase in value. Cut it. With that command, the cutter roared back to life, and the blade sliced through the stone once more, heightening the crowd's curiosity. Would this master-verified stone yield a bountiful return? Minutes later, a sharp crack resonated as the cutter reached the bottom, splitting the stone in 2. Let me see. Li Shengxian shouted with excitement, pushing through the throng to reach his raw material. As he carefully pried the stone apart, a fist-sized jade emerged, entirely green. "It's a gain," he shouted exuberantly. However, his joy was short-lived as he furrowed his brow. Upon closer inspection, the jade was disappointingly thin. Though the appearance and quality were decent, its lack of thickness rendered it unsuitable for jewelry or collection, significantly diminishing its value. "It's a loss," Li Shangxian yelled, angrily kicking the stone away, only to yelp in pain, hopping on one foot. "Damn it! What terrible luck! A piece of material worth 500,000 and another worth 800,000 have both plummeted in value." Instantly, Li Shangxian's expression darkened considerably. Around him, a murmur of discussions erupted. Such fine materials, yet unexpectedly failing to yield quality jade. How unfortunate, indeed. A loss of 1,300,000. It must be utterly heartbreaking. Evidently, even young Master Li can misjudge at times. As he listened to the surrounding chatter, Li Shangxian's fui surja. Silence. He bellowed, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. At that moment, Xiao Bing wore a smirk of amusement. "Young Master Li, is there still a necessity for us to continue? Both of your pieces have suffered a significant drop." In response, Li Shangxian sneered, "Ha, Xiao Bing, have you forgotten the terms of our wager? It's about who can produce the more valuable jade. Although my two pieces have depreciated, the jade within can still fetch at least 100,000. Can the worthless stones in your possession produce jade worth more than that?" At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, even if those two pieces had lost value, the jade within could potentially surpass 100,000. The question remained whether Xiao Bing's worthless stones could yield any jade at all. Wealthy individuals place great importance on reputation, and Li Shangxian felt it was worth the 1,300,000 he had spent to embarrass Xiao Bing. Many onlookers gleefully relished Xiao Bing's predicament. Unfazed, Xiao Bing stepped forward. "We'll find out if they appreciate once we cut them open." "Cut!" With that command, the stone cutter promptly picked up Xiao Bing's stones and inquired, "How shall I proceed?" "Cut them in half." However, Xiao Bing shook his head. "No, this is how it should be done." He took a pen and outlined a circle on the stone, indicating where the jade was located. This method would ensure that the jade itself remained unharmed. Once he finished, the stone cutter cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Bing. "Is this really necessary? You can't be certain there's jade inside. A simple cut through the middle would suffice." The stone cutter grumbled in dissatisfaction, believing this approach to be laborious and entirely unnecessary. What a waste of effort. At this moment, Li Shangxian erupted into laughter, nearly in tears. "Xiao Bing, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You're fussing over such a small piece of worthless stone? If you manage to extract jade, I shall eat the scraps." Xiao Bing merely smiled and remained silent, casting a cold glance at the stone cutter. "Are you going to start or not?" The stone cutter, now reluctantly aware of the stature of his client, took a deep breath. "Fine, let us begin." With that, he initiated the cutting process. As the stone cutter commenced, the small size of Xiao Bing's stone made it relatively easy to handle. Within minutes, the portion he had outlined was completely severed. However, there was no sign of jade. The stone appeared dull and lifeless, a mere fragment of rock. "Boss, it's done," the cutter announced with a touch of schadenfreude, handing the stone over. "Ha ha ha. Is this what you call a significant appreciation, Xiao Bing?" "Indeed. After all, since the stone was scavenged, this could be considered a remarkable gain for you." His words ignited a wave of laughter from the spectators, all amused by Li Shangxian's quip. Behind Xiao Bing, Song Qing rolled her eyes, fully expecting this dandy to merely indulge in frivolities rather than engage in serious stone wagering. Xiao Bing cast a glance at the stone. "It's not over yet. There's no need for haste. Polish it with an angle grinder. Within 3 minutes, we shall witness an appreciation." The stone cutter sighed. "Cut. Boss, heed my advice. This worthless stone cannot possibly appreciate." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing's voice turned icy. "I command you to cut. Spare me your nonsense." Enraged, the cutter shuddered, realizing that this was a formidable figure he could not afford to offend. "All right, I'll start immediately." With that, the cutter picked up the angle grinder and began polishing the stone. Meanwhile, Li Shangxian stood beside Xiao Bing with crossed arms, a mocking smile on his face. "Xiao Bing, to spare you from embarrassment, I shall find a secluded spot later for you to kneel and call me daddy. How does that sound?" Xiao Bing shot him a glance. "You might want to prepare to bid farewell to your precious vehicle." The grinding commenced, but no one held out hope for this piece of material. Its appearance was unremarkable, and after undergoing a significant cut, it was nearly deemed worthless. However, as the stone cutter suddenly exclaimed in surprise, all attention turned towards him. This, as the angle grinder whirred, a glimmer of white light caught everyone's eye. It was jade. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Could it be that this piece indeed contained something valuable? Li Shengxian's heart raced as he fixated intently on the scene. As the polishing continued, the pristine white jade gradually emerged. It was a piece the size of an adult's fist, radiating a milky white hue, stunningly beautiful, and devoid of any impurities, pure as fresh milk. Those with an eye for quality in the crowd began to exclaim, "Exceptional mutton, fat jade, and such a sizable piece. It's a significant gain." Even the stone cutter's hands trembled slightly. In his entire career, he had never unearthed such exquisite jade. Gradually, the polishing concluded, and the jade was unveiled in all its glory, fist-sized, translucent, and remarkably lovely. Crucially, this piece of jade had been cut with precision, ensuring the body remained entirely unharmed. Had it been cut through the middle, its value would have plummeted dramatically. The stone cutter regarded the jade in his hands, unable to suppress his admiration for Xiaobing. Impressive, to discern the jade within the stone and cut it without inflicting damage. What remarkable insight. If he had previously thought Xiaobing foolish, he was now thoroughly convinced. The crowd's gaze towards Xiaobing shifted. This young man was anything but ordinary. Behind him, Song Qing stood in awe. She had been the most skeptical about this stone's potential for appreciation, yet it had undeniably soared in value. Nearby, Li Shengxian stood in disbelief. This worthless rock can appreciate? Just how much is this jade worth? His words ignited a fervor of speculation among the crowd. An elderly gentleman wearing glasses stroked his chin, saying, top-tier mutton fat jade of this size. I estimate it could be worth at least 1 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. What? 1 million? I'll offer 2 million for that jade. I'll bid 2.5 million. I want it. 3 million. A throng of eager bidders, their eyes gleaming with desire, clamored to claim the jade for themselves. Xiaobing observed them with considerable interest. To him, jade held no substantial value. Rather, it was the currency that mattered most. Thus, if the price was right, he would willingly part with the jade. I offer 5 million. The moment these words were uttered, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, adorned with spectacles, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. He extended his right hand toward Xiaobing, courteously stating, "Good day, I am the manager of Zhu Dafeng Jewelry. Should you find interest, we would be delighted to acquire this piece from you." Upon realizing he was the manager of Zhu Dafeng Jewelry, many individuals present hesitated, their confidence wavering. Zhu Dafeng Jewelry was a nationwide chain, well-funded and influential. Competing with them required careful consideration of one's own resources. 5 million? Xiaobing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a high valuation for the jade. The manager, sensing Xiaobing's potential reluctance, quickly reassured him, "At Zhu Dafeng Jewelry, we pride ourselves on fairness and integrity. The price we offer is indeed reflective of the market's highest standards. You would be hard-pressed to find another company willing to match our offer." In response, Xiaobing smiled slightly. "I trust you, it's a deal." With a firm grip, their hands clasped together, sealing a transaction worth 5 million. Behind Xiaobing, Song Qing stood in stunned disbelief. Had he really just secured 5 million? It seemed almost too effortless. This seemingly frivolous young man possessed such remarkable capabilities? Regret washed over Song Qing. Had she known that the unassuming stone could yield jade, she would have readily lent Xiaobing 100,000. No, she should have sold her house and lent him all her money. A tenfold return in just 3 hours. Meanwhile, Li Shengxian's face turned an ashen green. He had never imagined that a rough stone could yield such exquisite mutton fat white jade. He felt utterly defeated. The raw stone he had purchased for 130,000 had produced nothing of value, whereas Xiaobing's modest investment had blossomed into a jade worth 5 million. The mere thought of it ignited envy within him. At that moment, Xiaobing approached him with a playful grin. "Li Shou, I believe it's time for you to hand over the car keys." All eyes turned to Li Shengxian, whose face flushed crimson. He felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was the Ferrari he had just acquired for 10 million, a purchase he had begged his father for. Even for Li Shengxian, 10 million was no trifling amount. Though he felt tempted to backtrack, the gaze of the crowd held him captive. Retracting now would tarnish his reputation in the circle. With a resolute sigh, He surrendered the car keys. Here, it's just a car. I can buy another tomorrow. Xiao Bing's lips curled into a smirk. Li Xiao, you truly embody generosity. He accepted the keys and slipped them into his pocket. Li Shengxian watched helplessly as his beloved car was claimed by another, his heart aching. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference. It was unbearable. Master, please cut the second stone for me. With that, Xiao Bing took up a pen and carefully inscribed a circle on the stone. This time, no one dared to mock him. Instead, they observed intently, eager to glean insights from his technique. Once the circle was drawn, the stone cutter eagerly began his work. With a sharp sound, the cutting commenced. Minutes later, the cutting concluded, revealing a stone that appeared as dull as before, lacking any remarkable quality. Once again, the angle grinder was employed. Xiao Bing crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. The cutter nodded, took up the grinder, and began polishing. Dust swirled in the air as the crowd pinched their noses in response. Soon, a startled exclamation from the cutter pierced the air. It's increased in value. Those two words jolted everyone to attention. Could it be that the stone had appreciated once more? Upon closer inspection, a layer of green jade emerged on the surface, sparkling and flawless, devoid of any impurities. It was so perfect it resembled glass rather than jade. The polishing continued, and within minutes, the jade was refined to perfection, though only the size of an infant's fist. It was even more exquisite than the previous piece. Its entire body glistened in vibrant green, transparent and flawless, round and plump, without a single crack. The discerning among them recognized it immediately as imperial green. Goodness, imperial green. One onlooker gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. The mere mention of those words sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. This was the pinnacle of jade, and each piece commanded a hefty price. No one could believe Xiao Bing's extraordinary luck. 2 consecutive pieces had appreciated dramatically, both of such impeccable quality. The cutter trembled in excitement. This was the first time he had uncovered imperial green, the most valuable piece he had ever encountered. I offer 5 million. I want this jade. Get lost. I bid 6 million. 7 million. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding. At that moment, the manager of Zhu Dafeng stepped forward once more, declaring, I offer 10 million. This jade must belong to Zhu Dafeng Jewelry. His arrival silenced the crowd. No one dared to contest Zhu Dafeng's financial prowess. 10 million. Xiao Bing mused with a satisfied smile. He found this price quite agreeable. Deal. The 2 pieces of jade were swiftly packaged and taken away by the manager, leaving Xiao Bing with a staggering sum of 15 million. Such a windfall left many attendees envious, for it was truly an overnight fortune. The most astonished of all was Song Qing, standing behind Xiao Bing. Others may not have known the modest expenses incurred to procure these 2 stones, but she did. They had cost a mere 10,000, yet had yielded 2 extraordinary pieces of jade, selling for an astronomical sum of 15 million. It was impossible not to feel envious. Meanwhile, Li Shengxian was rendered speechless. Initially, when Xiao Bing's first piece appreciated, he attributed it to mere luck. However, witnessing the second piece also flourish left him in disbelief. Why had Xiao Bing become so skilled? His precise, cutting techniques, flawlessly unveiling the jade, were beyond the capabilities of even the most seasoned masters. Overcome with admiration, he nearly wished to kneel and beseech Xiao Bing to teach him. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Li Shengxian, flushed with embarrassment, approached Xiao Bing. How did you know there's jade inside, and that you could cut it so precisely? Would you mind sharing your insights? Xiao Bing glanced at the eager Li Shengxian, a disarming smile gracing his features. The secrets of the universe cannot be divulged. Ultimately, the 2 pieces of jade were sold to the manager of Zhu Dafeng Jewelry for 15 million. After signing the contract, Xiao Bing and Song Qing settled into the brand new Ferrari. For Song Qing, it was her first ride in such a luxurious vehicle, and her eyes sparkled with wonder as she took in the opulence around her. Wow, a luxury car is truly a luxury. It feels so high-end. Xiao Bing toyed with his phone, transferring 100,000 yuan to Song Qing's account. The money had already been sent. However, as Song Qing gazed at the newly credited funds, she found it impossible to feel joy. She had missed a chance for immense wealth. If she had lent all her available money to Xiao Bing, she would have struck it rich by now. Who would have thought that this frivolous young master had such capabilities? Song Qing murmured to herself. After some time spent in his company, she realized that Xiao Bing was not as detestable as she had initially believed. Contrary to the rumors, he was neither arrogant nor boastful. Instead, he exhibited a remarkable modesty and an easygoing demeanor. Her suspicions regarding the veracity of the gossip began to wane, especially as she observed his discerning eye and skilled technique when examining stones. One should never judge a person solely based on hearsay. As long as I have not wronged you, I'm a good person, am I not? Xiao Bing remarked with a faint smile as he looked at Song Qing. Taken aback, Song Qing was momentarily stunned by his words, which, upon reflection, seemed quite profound. Before she could fully process this, a thunderous roar erupted as Xiao Bing pressed the accelerator, and the sports car sped away. The powerful thrust forced Song Qing to grip her seatbelt tightly, and she screamed, "Ah, so fast." 20 minutes later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Beihai City Police Department. A mere 3 hours had passed out of the 12 allotted, making Xiao Bing the first to arrive. The supercar slowly entered the police station, instantly becoming the center of attention. As they stepped out of the car, Xiao Bing inquired, "Where do we procure the equipment?" Song Qing pointed to a nearby room, saying, "That is a temporary space set up for selling equipment. You are the first to arrive. Go take a look." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Bing followed her into the room. Upon entering, he was greeted by walls adorned with weapons. Various handguns lay on the table, while neatly arranged police uniforms occupied the wardrobe. Most striking of all was the sniper rifle mounted on the wall. In his previous life, Xiao Bing had been a sniper, making him quite familiar with such weaponry. His heart raced at the sight. The basic police uniform costs 200 yuan per set, Song Qing remarked, crossing her arms. 200 yuan for a set? That is not expensive, he replied. However, earning that amount in Beihai City within a single day, especially without breaking the law, would prove to be quite the challenge. Let us get a police uniform. Yet, being a wealthy heir, Xiao Bing was unconcerned about such trivial expenses. With a swift motion, Song Qing retrieved a police uniform from the wardrobe and presented it to Xiao Bing. 50 sets of handcuffs, he added playfully. Xiao Bing grinned. Let us get 50 pairs. Put them in the trunk. 50 pairs amounted to 2,500 yuan. While other novices might struggle to earn 200 yuan in a day, Xiao Bing casually spent that sum on handcuffs alone. All right, Song Qing rolled her eyes. At that moment, Xiao Bing's affluent nature was unmistakably revealed. How much are the handguns? Xiao Bing asked, picking up a small caliber black handgun. It was a Model 92 with a 9-round magazine, adequate power, but known for its stability. 500 yuan each, and 10 yuan per bullet, Song Qing replied. Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow. For many novices, acquiring a handgun would likely be a formidable task. Robbing would be faster. He quipped. Despite his jest, Xiao Bing's actions were resolute. With a decisive click, he tucked the handgun into his waistband. Let us have one, and 100 bullets to start. Next, he turned his attention to the rifles. The wall displayed a variety of firearms, from a domestic type 95 assault rifle to 4 models. However, Xiao Bing felt most at ease with the Type 95 and promptly retrieved one from the wall, examining it. How much for this rifle? He inquired. The Type 95 is 2,000 yuan, and bullets are 10 yuan each, Song Qing responded. I'll take one, and give me 3,000 rounds. Xiao Bing was unabashed in his spending. With the rifle sorted, it was time to consider the sniper rifles. The most prominent was the domestically produced 92 type sniper rifle, known for its adequate range and stability, suitable for various combat scenarios. However, Xiao Bing was unimpressed with this option. Nearby was the foreign-made 3000 sniper rifle, renowned for its precision and formidable single-shot power. Yet, what truly caught Xiao Bing's attention was an extraordinarily designed firearm. With a hefty body, a T-shaped barrel, and an elongated scope. Recognizing it immediately, he exclaimed, "That is a Barrett." The Barrett Sniper Rifle possessed immense firepower, likened to a cannon. How much for this gun? Xiao Bing inquired, prompting Song Qing to panic. She had assumed that no one could afford such a weapon, as it was merely intended to intimidate novices, being borrowed from their police station. However, she was taken aback to find someone with the means to purchase it. This gun costs 100,000, but you might want to consider something else. It's not suitable for you. 100,000? A smile crept across Xiao Bing's face. That is not expensive. I'll take one. Hearing this, Song Qing was rendered speechless. He truly intended to buy it. This gun is quite heavy and not practical for carrying. Perhaps you should look at other options, she urged. Xiao Bing shook his head, insisting it's fine. I'm strong. It's not heavy. The bullets for this gun cost 500 yuan each, which is exorbitant. It's not worth it. You should consider other choices. She advised. It's all right. I have plenty of money. He retorted confidently. This gun's firepower is too great. Even with blanks, firing at close range could be lethal. You should really look at other options. That's all right. I'll take long-range shots. I know how to handle it. Song Qing found herself unable to argue against Xiaobing. However, there was no denying that the weapons were displayed, and denying a purchase would be unreasonable. Fine then. Before long, Xiaobing had paid a staggering sum, acquiring all the weapons. 2 police officers, summoned by Song Qing, began transporting the gear to Xiaobing's sports car. First the uniforms, followed by the bullets, and then the firearms. The deputy chief, Lin Jingping, arrived just in time to witness the scene, utterly bewildered. He glanced at Song Qing standing at the door and asked, "What is going on? Is someone stocking up? Why are so many boxes being loaded on the car? Is the military conducting an exercise?" Lin Jingping stood there, watching box after box of supplies being loaded onto the supercar, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Song Qing, standing at the entrance, felt a bit sheepish, until one officer emerged carrying the heavy Barrett. Lin Jingping could no longer contain his astonishment. What was going on here? This Barrett rifle was, after all, borrowed from the Beiham military district at his earnest request. He intended to intimidate this group of novices, yet they brought it out again? At that moment, Xiaobing appeared before him. "I'm sorry, but I've purchased all of this." Lin Jingping, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Purchased? How could you possibly afford it? That Barrett was priced at 100,000 yuan. It had only been 3 hours since the last 12. Could this kid have robbed a bank? It would have taken longer than that. Are you cheating?" he demanded. "Song Qing, where did he get that money?" Lin Jingping's brow furrowed, his expression grave. The collaboration with the military for this exercise must be fair and just, especially with Xiaobing, whose identity was rather sensitive as a wealthy second generation from Beiham City. If he were caught cheating, it would be a disgrace for the military and police. "No," Song Qing replied meekly. "He went to gamble on jade and won 15 million. 15 million? Lin Jingping's eyes widened. He hadn't earned 15 million in 10 years. Xiaobing made that much in 3 hours gambling on jade? He doubted the veracity of the claim. Lin Jingping pulled Song Qing aside and whispered, "Song Qing, you didn't take any bribes from him, did you? We can't have that. Are you sure he won 15 million from gambling?" Song Qing pointed to the body camera on her chest. "I'm certain. You can check for yourself." Taking a deep breath, Lin Jingping considered that he knew Song Qing well enough to trust her. She would never engage in corrupt practices, especially with the camera recording everything. It appeared that this kid had indeed made 15 million through gambling on jade. For a moment, Lin Jingping felt a pang in his heart. That was a Barrett Sniper Rifle. If it were damaged, how could he explain it to the Beiham military district? Who would have thought someone could actually afford it? "Hey, Xiaobing, be careful with that gun. Don't use it at close range. It could be deadly," Lin Jingping cautioned, seemingly worried that Xiaobing might run off with the weapon. Xiaobing smiled slightly and reassured him, "Don't worry, I often handle this kind of thing." Lin Jingping, thinking Xiaobing was boasting, could only sigh in resignation. Then, Xiaobing changed into a police uniform, his robust physique fitting snugly in the attire, lending him a rugged appearance. With a handgun at his waist, handcuffs slung over his back, a body camera on his chest, and a walkie-talkie hanging from his shoulder, Xiaobing had transformed into a temporary police officer. However, this officer was a bit audacious. He climbed into his luxurious Ferrari, revved the engine, and drove off with a roar. Soon after, Xiaobing appeared in the bustling city center. The supercar drew attention, and a police officer within it became the focal point of the crowd. Passers-by murmured, "Who is that? So handsome. A police officer? Is he a rich second-generation experiencing life?" Xiaobing smirked slightly, relishing the attention. With 9 hours remaining before the operation began, he parked the supercar by the roadside, feeling quite bored. Stepping out, he lit a cigarette, one hand resting on the gun at his waist, exuding an air of confidence. "Hey, can I add you on WeChat?" Suddenly, a curvaceous young woman approached him, phone in hand, shyly asking. Just as Xiaobing was about to respond, a beggar appeared before him, picking up a plastic water bottle from the ground and tossing it into a ragged bag before trudging on. Xiaobing froze for a moment. The beggar looked strangely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, "Li Dachen." Upon hearing his name, the man turned, visibly shaken, and upon recognizing Xiao Bing, he burst into tears. Boss, Li Dachen, dressed in tattered clothes, bore bruises on his face as if he had just escaped from a disaster. What happened to you? Li Dagen cried. You don't know? They were brutal. They pried open the tanks and beat anyone they caught. Fortunately, I ran fast, or I would have ended up in a POW camp. Xiao Bing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had indeed forgotten that Li Dagen was still in the tank. What are you doing now? Xiao Bing asked, pointing at the ragged bag Li Dagen was carrying. At this, Li Dagen wept even harder. I have no other skills. Without an ID, they won't hire me for work. I had no choice but to pick up bottles to sell. It was truly pitiful. Xiao Bing scrunched his lips. Here, I'll give you 100,000. Go buy yourself some proper gear. With that, he pulled out his bank card. However, Li Dagen hastily pushed Xiao Bing's hand away. No, that would be cheating, boss. Cheating? Xiao Bing was at a loss. He couldn't just let Li Dagen earn money this way. Even if given another 10 or 12 hours, he wouldn't save enough for a gun. Xiao Bing's gaze casually wandered to the roadside, and suddenly, he spotted a lottery shop. He brightened. Let us go. I'll take you to make big money. With that, he threw his arm around Li Dagen's shoulders, ignoring the young woman who had asked for his WeChat, and strode into the lottery shop. The shop was small, about 10 square meters, with an elderly man in glasses sitting behind the counter. What do you want to play, boss? The old man asked. Xiao Bing stroked his chin, eyeing the thick stack of scratch-off tickets on the table. How do you play these scratch-offs? The old man didn't even glance at him and replied, 5 yuan each. Cash out on the spot. 5 yuan? That is not too expensive. Do you have 5 yuan? Xiao Bing turned to Li Dagen. Li Dagen sheepishly pulled out a crumpled 5 yuan note from his pocket, saying, This is all I made selling scrap. Xiao Bing took the 5 yuan, slapped it onto the table, and declared, 1 scratch off. Dagen, you scratch whichever one I tell you to, understood? Though Li Dagen didn't grasp Xiao Bing's intention, he complied with his boss's orders. Got it. 49 scratch off God divine eye. As the technology activated, Xiao Bing's eyes lit up. The world before him transformed instantly. The table was filled with a full sheet of scratch-offs, approximately 100 spaces to be scratched. With the divine eye activated, the answers beneath the coding became clear. Instantly, Xiao Bing gasped. This scratch-off was truly a scam. Out of an entire sheet, there was only 100. The rest were all 1 or 2 yuan. Scratch this one. Xiao Bing pointed at space, and Li Dagen nodded earnestly. He slowly scratched off the coding with his fingernail. As the sight of 100 yuan caught his eye, Li Dagen exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. I've won. 100 yuan. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled shop owner was equally taken aback and turned to look. Well, luck is on your side. The owner, not one to dally, knew he could exchange the scratched lottery ticket for cash with the manufacturer, so he didn't mind parting with his 100. He produced a crisp 100 yuan note and handed it to Li Dagen, who, in turn, danced with excitement. Boss, 100 yuan. That's enough for me to buy a police uniform, right? Xiao Bing chuckled wryly. That LL cover half. What? Li Dagen froze. The 100 yuan in his hand suddenly felt less appealing. Boss, is there anything more expensive than the 5 yuan tickets? Xiao Bing leaned against the doorframe and inquired. To your left, the owner gestured toward a different lottery ticket. Upon inspection, Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow. This version of a scratch card offered a 100 yuan scratch. With 100 spaces to reveal, he opened it up to discover enticing rewards. Approximately 25 yuan prizes, several hundreds, and even 30 or so 50 yuan rewards. The grand prize was a staggering 5,000 yuan. This lottery ticket was indeed a gold mine. To fully scratch the card would require 10,000 yuan, while the total prizes within amounted to only 5 or 6,000. Let's go for this. Xiao Bing pointed to the 5,000 yuan grand prize. Li Dagen nodded vigorously and began scratching. His fingernail slowly peeled away the coating, revealing a 1. Next, another 0. Li Dagenisha aksitamin naskalata. Scratching again, another 0. Oh my, 2 zeros. His exclamation drew the attention of other customers in the store, who gathered to witness his luck. Scratching one more time, yet another 0. Oh my, 3 zeros. This proclamation sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. 3 zeros? That must be at least 1,000 yuan. At this moment, Li Dagen's hands trembled with anticipation. As the final digit was revealed, he could hardly contain himself. It turned out to be a 5. 5,000 yuan. 100 transformed into 5,000. Boss, I'm rich. Li Dagan exclaimed with glee. The onlookers cast envious glances, recognizing the fortune he had just uncovered. Xiao Bing smiled slightly, setting aside that version of the scratch card and turning his attention to another new ticket. Scratch this one. He pointed to a blank space. And without hesitation, Li Dagan began anew. One scratch revealed a 1. Another scratch, another 0. Seeing the 0 made Li Dagan more animated. He continued scratching. Another 0. What did this signify? At the very least, 100 yuan. He had broken even. Wow. Another 0. When the third 0 appeared, Li Dagan was overjoyed. This time, he was guaranteed a profit. The crowd surrounding him widened their eyes in disbelief. Such good fortune? Could he have uncovered another 1,000 yuan grand prize? Under the watchful eyes of a dozen spectators, Li Dagan slowly revealed the last digit. The atmosphere erupted. Oh my, another 5,000, which is 5 yuan. He had unearthed 2 5,000 yuan grand prizes. Even the shop owner, unable to remain seated, hurried over to inspect with his reading glasses. After a prolonged examination, the owner looked at Li Dagan. Kid, your luck is unparalleled. Li Dagan beamed, unable to suppress his joy. Having scratched 2 5,000 yuan prizes, he drew a significant crowd. Soon, they too began their scratch card journey, though their fortunes did not mirror Li Dagan's. Nearly every scratch resulted in a loss, barely breaking even at best. In stark contrast, Li Dagan seemed to be on a winning streak, scoring grand prizes with every ticket. 5,000, 3,000, 500. It was as if he were playing a game, winning effortlessly. Within just half an hour, Li Dagan had amassed over 100,000 yuan. Only when Xiao Bing urged him to stop did Li Dagan reluctantly cease scratching. That should be enough, boss. Time to settle up. The owner, trembling with a calculator in hand, had never witnessed such a scene in his years running the lottery store. It took him 10 minutes to finalize the accounts. The total was 100,500. Cashier. Xiao Bing smiled. Cash. Moments latte. Xiao Bing emerged from the lottery store, a plastic bag of cash in hand, and together with Li Dagan, they climbed into his Ferrari. With a roar, they drove off in style. Half an hour later, Xiao Bing and Li Dagan reappeared at the Beihai City Police Station. At the entrance of the armory, Deputy Director Lin Zhengping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression darkening. Clearly, he had seen Li Dagan's recent exploits through the body camera on Xiao Bing's chest. 100,000 again? More supplies? Lin Zhengping asked irritably. Xiao Bing scratched his head and chuckled. Don't worry, the Barrett is just one piece. This time we're not going heavy. With that, he handed the money to Li Dagan. Go in and choose your weapon. Remember, don't hold back. Spend it all. Roger that, Li Dagan declared, striding confidently into the armory. A few minutes later, he emerged clad in a brand new police uniform, a walkie-talkie hanging from his chest, a pistol and handcuffs at his waist, looking quite formidable. Most striking was the light machine gun he carried. Though termed a light machine gun, it was essentially a modified Type 95 assault rifle, equipped with a high-capacity circular magazine that held 100 rounds. With one hand gripping the gun and the other carrying a box of magazines, Li Dagan stepped out. Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow, adjusting his sunglasses, and asked, carrying so many bullets? Planning to go to war in Iraq? Li Dagan sheepishly scratched his head and replied, boss, my shooting skills are not that great. As they donned their new gear, Xiao Bing and Li Dagan departed the police station. They casually found a Starbucks, each ordering a coffee while waiting for nightfall. As the minutes slipped by, the 12-hour mark finally arrived. With this moment, their roles reversed. From this instant onward, Xiao Bing was the law, while those who were once enforcers now transformed into the outlaws. At the entrance of Starbucks, Xiao Bing and Li Dagan re-emerged into the bustling streets. The city center alive with activity. Yet this did not hinder Xiao Bing from zeroing in on his target. Divine vision, he silently invoked, activating his enhanced sight. He scanned the street, keenly observing each passerby. Identifying those disguised as ordinary citizens was surprisingly simple. Any true criminal would undoubtedly be clad in a bulletproof vest, and he would carry a whistle with him, for the bandit would blow it every half hour. Although the whistle had yet to sound, Xiao Bing had already utilized his keen perception to swiftly locate the first bandit. Among the crowd was a passerby clad in a yellow vest. Xiao Bing nudged Li Dagan, saying, "Do you see that man in the yellow vest?" Li Dagan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded affirmatively. "I see him. Let's follow him." There was no doubt in Li Dagan's mind regarding Xiao Bing's command, and he quickly pursued the man. Xiao Bing drove his Ferrari, trailing not far behind. Their pursuit was overt and unabashed. The man soon sensed something amiss and quickened his pace, transitioning from walking to brisk walking and then to a full sprint. "Don't run," Li Dagan shouted, hastening after him. These bandits would not be armed. So, to Li Dagan, this man was nothing more than a living target. In an instant, Li Dagan drew his handgun and pursued with fervor. The man dashed out of the bustling street and into an empty alley. Li Dagan swiftly followed suit. Still running, Li Dagan gasped, raising his hand to fire a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the man, 10 meters away, froze in his tracks. However, after a moment, a spent shell fell from above. Li Dagan's shot had missed the target entirely. Boom! The Ferrari was conveniently blocked at the alley's entrance. "Fire!" Xiao Bing urged, frowning. Li Dagan, feeling embarrassed, coughed awkwardly. "I was just about to shoot." Bang! He raised his hand and fired again. The man, who had intended to flee, jolted again, patting himself down. Missed again. At this moment, the man looked at Li Dagan with a hint of resentment. Yet, he said nothing more, for Li Dagan was armed. "Run!" The man sprinted once more. Enraged, Li Dagan began shooting again. Bang, bang, bang. With several shots fired, the man in full flight trembled in fear of being struck by a bullet. But after this flurry of shots, he stood there in shock. Not a single bullet had found its mark. At this point, the man was nearly in tears. "Brother, could you make this quick? It's quite terrifying." The complexity of emotion in his gaze towards Li Dagan deepened. Li Dagan, now furious, attempted to fire again, but his gun was empty. "Damn it!" Li Dagan turned and opened the trunk of the Ferrari, retrieving a Type 95 light machine gun. The man was instantly dumbfounded. Before Li Dagan could fire, the man fell to his knees. "Brother, I surrender. Don't shoot. I'm as timid as a quail. Please don't frighten me." Li Dagan and Xiao Bing exchanged glances, and Li Dagan, in a huff, lowered his weapon and approached the man, cuffing him. Wouldn't it have been easier to surrender sooner? The man, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Had I known you couldn't hit me from 10 meters away, I wouldn't have run so fast." Slap! Li Dagan smacked him on the head. That was intentional. Despite the rocky journey, the outcome was satisfying. They had successfully captured their first bandit. After securing the bandit to a telephone pole, the pair resumed their search for targets within the crowd. Xiao Bing activated his heightened perception, akin to having an advantage. Within 2 minutes, he identified a second target, a university student seated by the roadside, reading a newspaper, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He possessed a whistle in his pocket and was clad in a bulletproof vest. A smirk played on Xiao Bing's lips as he looked at him. "Dagan go." Li Dagan readily understood, brandishing his handcuffs as he swaggered toward the student. "Hey!" Li Dagan stood before the university student with bravado. The student glanced up, clearly startled. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" As Li Dagan twirled the handcuffs, he replied, "What do you think?" At that moment, the student dropped the pretense and bolted. "Damn it!" Li Dagan cursed. This time not hesitating, he rushed back to the Ferrari, grabbed his light machine gun, and opened fire. Tot. A volley of bullets flew forth, detonating around the student's vicinity. Bullets struck the grass, trees, and walls, yet miraculously missed him. The student, however, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Aren't firearms supposed to be expensive? Don't these people only have a handgun at most? Why are they using a machine gun? Are bullets free? I surrender. Before Li Dagan could fire again, the student knelt in surrender. "Umph." Li Dagan coldly snorted, cuffing the man and binding him to a telephone pole. The university student appeared visibly shaken. Goodness, the firepower here is more intense than in World War II. The first captured bandit lamented, "Brother, you've endured a lot." They embraced, weeping profusely. As time passed, the foot traffic on the street dwindled, and the roads became increasingly vacant. At this moment, Li Dagan completely let loose. Patrolling the streets with his machine gun, Xiao Bing finally pinpointed a third target. A figure was spotted 100 meters away. Dagen, eastward, in the center of the square. "Open fire." Li Dagan's eyes brightened at the command. Grasping his light machine gun, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Tot. Flames erupted from the muzzle. Spent shells clattered to the ground, producing crisp sounds. The man in the playground had yet to comprehend the situation, merely hearing the whizzing sound of bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless bullets whizzed past him. The bullets obliterated the milk tea in his hand, knocked off his hat, and whizzed past his groin. Bang! Finally, a bullet struck his chest, sending a plume of red smoke billowing from behind him. After a moment, the cigarette he had been smoking snapped in half. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Damn it! The Boston Tea wore me this job was so perilous. 3. Lee Dagan exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, I've completed the mission." In truth, capturing targets was quite a challenge for a novice. After all, searching for 3 bandits in a sea of people was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, a novice who could complete the mission was already displaying remarkable skill. However, with Xiao Bing around, Lee Dagan's accomplishment was merely a trivial feat. Xiao Bing nodded, stating, "Now it's my turn to take the stage." At this, Lee Dagan felt a surge of anticipation. "Boss, how do you plan to apprehend these bandits?" In response, Xiao Bing chuckled, "Apprehend? Huh, I don't want the living. I only want the dead." The dead? Before Lee Dagan could comprehend the meaning of the words, Xiao Bing turned and departed. Lee Dagan hastily followed. Xiao Bing retrieved a massive black case from the trunk and, carrying it, proceeded towards the Xiao building nearby. Indeed, this edifice, situated in the heart of the city, belonged to the Xiao family. Without the need for pleasantries, Xiao Bing ushered Lee Dagan into a private elevator. Ascending directly to the rooftop from the first floor, this towering structure boasted a total of 24 stories. Standing atop the building, one could almost overlook half of Beha City. As the evening breeze rustled around them, Lee Dagan gazed at the nightscape below, utterly mesmerized. What a magnificent view! Click! Meanwhile, Xiao Bing opened the black case. Inside lay an array of components. Although Lee Dagan had never encountered a Barrett rifle, he instantly recognized it for what it was, a sniper rifle. Goodness, a sniper rifle. Boss, where on earth did you acquire this? Xiao Bing smiled slightly. The only one in the police station. With that, he skillfully began assembling the firearm, barrel, chamber, stock, each part fitting seamlessly into place, as though he had handled this weapon countless times before. In mere minutes, the Barrett was fully assembled. The rifle felt extraordinarily heavy in hand, with a barrel robust enough to pierce through a tank. The ammunition was equally formidable. Loading the bullet into the magazine, and then into the rifle, Xiao Bing chambered a round with a satisfying click. Crouching at the edge of the rooftop, he began to survey the area below. Earlier, he had already identified a dozen criminals. Utilizing the targeting function of his scope, he locked onto each of them with precision. A sweep of his gaze revealed multiple red dots scattered throughout Beha City's epicenter. With such heavy artillery, it was akin to possessing superhuman abilities. Through the sniper scope, Xiao Bing located the first red, a drunken man sitting on the curb, clutching a beer bottle, his face flushed and occasionally retching. Ah, quite the performance. A playful smile crept onto Xiao Bing's lips as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the bullet was unleashed. The drunken man, still oblivious to the danger, was struck squarely in the chest. The force of the impact knocked him to the ground. His clothing shredded, the bulletproof vest charred. Sizzle. Red smoke billowed from behind him. The man, pale as a ghost, clutched his chest, taking a moment to process what had just occurred. Who fired live rounds? He stood there, bewildered, utterly unaware of the shooter's location. Lee Dagan, peering through binoculars, gasped in astonishment as he witnessed the target fall. Impeccable marksmanship. It is known that the trajectory of blank rounds can be erratic. The fact that Xiao Bing could eliminate an adversary from 300 meters away with blanks attested to his extraordinary shooting skills. With a slight smirk, Xiao Bing adjusted his aim, searching for the next target. Not long after, through the sniper scope, he spotted a pregnant woman. Long-haired, masked, cradling her belly, she strolled along the street. At first glance, one would never suspect that this pregnant woman was actually a man in disguise. The belly was merely stuffed with clothing. However, to Xiao Bing, he was conspicuously out of place. "It's you." He squeezed the trigger. Bang! A resounding blast echoed. The bullet struck the man's belly from 300 meters away, exploding upon impact. His clothing was shredded, cotton flying through the air. His unborn child was lost. Red smoke erupted from behind him. The man stood frozen in shock. "What on earth?" "Two," Lee Dagan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke. "Boss, let me give a try." Xiao Bing shot him a glance and tossed the sniper rifle to him. Lee Dagan, struggling to heft the Barrett, began to aim at the target indicated by Xiao Bing. His awkward stance and trembling aim were evident. After a lengthy pause, he finally pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening roar followed, the immense recoil sending Li Dagan tumbling to the ground. Ouch! He winced, cradling his shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain. The recoil of this rifle is overwhelming. Xiao Bing chuckled, reclaiming the Barrett. This weapon is beyond the capability of most. But boss, why did it feel like there was no recoil when you used it? Xiao Bing shook his head. Our physical abilities are not on the same level. Oh, Li Dagan nodded, half understanding. He raised the binoculars to peer below, only to be struck dumb. The target he had aimed at was a father holding a baby. One shot, and the target remained unscathed, but the infant in the father's arms had its head obliterated. The father's face turned an ashen green. It was clear that this incident would leave an indelible mark on Li Dagan's psyche. I've killed someone. The father screamed and took off running. Xiao Bing would not allow him the chance to escape, quickly raising the Barrett to aim again, firing. Bang! A thunderous crack echoed, and the fleeing father felt an immense force from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Thud! A dull thump resonated as red smoke poured from his back. Eliminated. 3 down, Xiao Bing had already met his basic target. Yet, both of their ammunition supplies remained ample. What followed was a brazen spree of slaughter. Xiao Bing continued to eliminate targets from the rooftop, while Li Dagan, rifle in hand, hunted instinctively on the streets. On the rooftop, Xiao Bing's pace of elimination was astonishingly swift. Within 3 hours, he had dispatched 10 targets, becoming the rookie with the highest kill count. Meanwhile, without Xiao Bing's guidance, Li Dagan's efficiency naturally waned. However, armed with superior equipment, he charged at anyone who dared to flee upon hearing the whistle, delivering a volley of fire. Thus, after 3 hours, he had managed to eliminate 5 targets. 52. Luring the snake from his whole news of Xiao Bing's 10 confirmed kills quickly reached the ears of the military district leaders. Within the operations room, the leaders fell into a heavy silence. He Jun and the chief of staff rubbed their temples. Xiao Bing had become a significant concern for them. His unpredictability was alarming. What was intended as a training exercise for rookies had devolved into a showcase of Xiao Bing's prowess. This left He Jun immensely displeased. To their astonishment, this young man had also dabbled in gambling, winning 15 million through stone betting. What absurd luck! The chief of staff scoffed. Meanwhile, a regimental commander remarked, that Li Dagan's luck is remarkable too. He turned $5 into 100,000 with a scratch-off. I can't help but feel envious, wishing I could try my hand at scratch-offs as well. The finest equipment now lies in their hands, and in their eyes, our bandit is but a novice. What shall we do next? If we allow them to continue, our row will be exterminated by those too. Upon the leader's words, the room fell into a profound silence. Shortly thereafter, Wu Qinghai, seated in the back row, stood up and declared, "Report." He Jun cast a fleeting glance at him and replied indifferently, "Speak. I believe it is quite simple to defeat Xiao Bing. We could draw the snake out of its hole and feign an attack elsewhere." Upon hearing this, He Jun exchanged a glance with the chief of staff. Continue. Wu Qinghai elaborated, though Xiao Bing is formidable, Li Dagan's strength is ultimately mediocre. We can first capture Li Dagan, using him as bait to lure Xiao Bing out of the building. Below the structure, sniping capabilities are diminished, allowing us to surround and apprehend him. He Jun's eyes brightened at this notion. With no other alternatives at hand, it indeed constituted a commendable strategy. Let's proceed with this plan. Initiate the operation immediately. Yes, in the city of Beha, Li Dagan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The clock had struck midnight, and the streets were desolate, devoid of any soul. Li Dagan's enthusiasm waned. The absence of people signified a lack of accomplishment. Yet, at that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the silence. Li Dagan instantly perked up, glancing behind him. He spotted a man leaning against a lamppost. A whistle lodged in his mouth. How brazen! Excitement surged through Li Dagan as he raised his light machine gun. Truly, fortune favors the prepared. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the figure in the dark glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. A novice is merely a novice. With that, the man sprang into action. He removed the whistle from his mouth and flung it towards Li Dagan. Whoosh! The whistle struck Li Dagan's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, causing him to cry out in pain as the light machine gun slipped from his grasp. In an instant, the man surged forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Dagan, seizing the gun's barrel and tucking it under his arm. Li Dagan instinctively pulled the trigger. Tot. Yet, the bullets fired from under his arm failed to inflict any harm. From his lips escaped two exquisitely articulated words in the Huaxia tongue. You fool. With that, he slapped Li Dagan across the face. Slap! Li Dagan was momentarily stunned, cradling his face in disbelief. You dare strike me. Slap! The words had scarcely left his mouth before another slap followed. I truly wonder how someone as foolish as you qualified for the Special Forces selection. The man deftly retrieved handcuffs from Li Dagan's waist, securing one of his hands, and seized the gun. As he looked up, illuminated by the moonlight, his visage became clear to Li Dagan. Fai Long. The man smiled slightly. So you recognize me. No wonder you fell so swiftly. Your speed is lacking. In that moment, Li Dagan found solace. Being captured by Fai Long was no disgrace. Stay here quietly. With a decisive click, Fai Long secured Li Dagan to the lamppost. He then strode away. Once Fai Long had departed, Li Dagan hastily pressed the intercom with his neck. Boss, I've been captured. Hurry and save me. At Xiao's tower, Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. Following Li Dagan's direction, he saw him handcuffed to a lamppost, looking quite pitiful. Who could subdue a heavily armed man? Scanning the surroundings, Xiao Bing's eyebrows arched. 3 individuals lay in ambush nearby. The closest was Liang, crouched in the grass. Opposite Li Dagan, a building houses CAF on the ground floor, where Fai Long lay in wait with a light machine gun. Lastly, in a car by the roadside, Tulong sat in the driver's seat, armed and ready to pursue. Are they seeking to toy with me? These 3 had once again set their sights on him. Very well, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. With that, Xiao Bing lowered his sniper rifle and descended from the rooftop. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes elapsed. After half an hour, the trio grew impatient. Tulong, seated in the car, produced his phone and inquired, "What's the situation? Are you certain they can communicate?" Shortly thereafter, Fei Long's voice echoed from Tulong's phone. Indeed, only they have the luxury to afford such useless intercoms. Then came Liang's voice. Patience, the bait is set. The fish will not escape. While they deliberated, a sharp crack sounded. The glass of Tulong's car shattered instantaneously. A bullet-sized hole marred the glass. Tulong's eyes widened. The bullet embedded itself in the seat beside his head. He narrowly avoided a fatal shot. There's trouble. He has discovered me. Tulong shouted in alarm. Yet, the bullet had arrived too swiftly for any warning. Tulong was oblivious to its origin. Whoosh! Crack! Another bullet pierced the glass, and Tulong instinctively ducked, feeling the bullet graze past his ear. In the corner, Xiao Bing, armed with a formidable slingshot, wore a mischievous smile. This time, he employed bullets as marbles, amplifying their destructive potential. First, I shall deal with you. With that, he drew back the slingshot. Whoosh! Crack! Whoosh! Crack! Xiao Bing relentlessly pulled the rubber band, sending bullet after bullet flying. The car's glass shattered into fragments, obscuring Tulong from view. Finally, the car door swung open, and a disheveled Tulong stumbled out. He instinctively glanced towards Xiao Bing's direction, gritting his teeth in fury. You scoundrel! With that, he raised his handgun, ready to fire. 53, cavalry against infantry. But at that moment, Xiao Bing grasped a handful of bullets from his pocket, drew back the slingshot, and unleashed a barrage of ammunition. The bullets rained down upon Tulong. In an instant, he was forced to retreat. The bullets struck him, igniting a searing pain. However, there were too many bullets for any single one to prove fatal. Nevertheless, Tulong found himself in a most precarious situation. Xiao Bing. Just then, a furious roar erupted. Liang, who had been lying in ambush in the grass, charged forth. His imposing figure bore down on Xiao Bing, raising his massive fist, ready to deliver a crushing blow. A fine challenge. Xiao Bing's eyes ignited with battle fervor as he laughed heartily. As Xiao Bing raised his iron fist, he unleashed a powerful blow towards Liang. Neither fighter retreated, despite the impending impact of the other's strike upon their chest. Anger radiated from Liang's eyes. He did not hold back, summoning all his strength for this formidable punch. Thud! Almost simultaneously, their fists collided with one another. Xiao Bing's liquid body armor instantly hardened, absorbing 80% of the damage. However, Li Long was not so fortunate. The sheer force of Xiao Bing, exceeding 100 points, caused his complexion to pale as he was sent staggering back several steps, a glaring fist imprint marking his chest. With a sharp crackle, a red haze erupted from Li Long's back, signaling his elimination. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why was he disqualified while Xiao Bing remained unscathed? Could it be that Xiao Bing's bulletproof vest was superior to his own? Moreover, Xiao Bing's strength and defense were astonishingly formidable, surpassing even that of Li Long, the powerhouse. Witnessing his brother's defeat, Tu Long felt a pang of distress. Fei Long, end this battle, he bellowed. At that moment, Fei Long, hidden within the CAF, could no longer contain himself and burst forth, brandishing a submachine gun, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Tot, 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 tot. Bullets flew towards Xiao Bing like confetti. Yet, Xiao Bing appeared to be prepared. The instant Fei Long emerged, he evaded, rolling aside as the bullets whizzed past him. Taking cover behind a car, the bullets shattered the glass, leaving pockmarks on the vehicle's surface. Simultaneously, Tu Long began firing at Xiao Bing, their combined firepower relentless. In response, Xiao Bing drew his handgun, aiming without a glance and firing back. Bang, bang, bang. A few rounds forced Fei Long to retreat back into the CAF. At this juncture, Xiao Bing retrieved a set of keys from his waist and tossed them to Li General. He caught them with haste, fumbling to unlock the cuffs. Moments later, with a satisfying click, the handcuffs fell away and Xiao Bing exchanged a knowing glance with him. As the two combatants clashed, Li Jin quietly slipped away from the scene. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and flying bullets, Xiao Bing's ammunition proved to be limited. Soon, his magazine was empty. Both Fei Long and Tu Long, seasoned veterans, had been monitoring the frequency of Xiao Bing's gunfire. When the shots ceased, they confidently deduced that he was out of bullets. In perfect synchrony, they flanked Xiao Bing, one on each side. Kid, this is your end. You're out of ammo. Tu Long taunted. From the other side, Fei Long's vengeful voice echoed. I must take you down today, or my wrath shall remain unresolved. They closed in on Xiao Bing, but just then, a thunderous roar erupted. From the far end of the street, a brand new Ferrari sped towards them at an astonishing pace. Whoosh! The vehicle charged forward, and both Fei Long and Tu Long were taken aback, hastily dodging out of the way. With a dramatic drift, the sports car came to a halt before Xiao Bing. Li Jin poked his head out from the car and shouted, "Boss, get in." Without hesitation, Xiao Bing vaulted through the window. With a swift press of the accelerator, the supercar roared back to life. Enraged, Fei Long and Tu Long lifted their weapons and fired at the speeding vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets merely shattered the windows. Damn it, he got away, Fei Long cursed. Yet, before they could express their frustration, they witnessed the Ferrari execute another drift at the end of the road, turning around to face them once more. The convertible top retracted, transforming the Ferrari into an open-top model. A sense of foreboding washed over the duo. In the passenger seat, Xiao Bing stood up, a cigarette dangling from his lips, donning sunglasses, wielding two Type 95 assault rifles, one in each hand, with a box of magazines at his feet. Good heavens! Did this kid purchase an entire armory? Fei Long swore. Without waiting for their reactions, Xiao Bing raised his rifles and fired. Tot, 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 tot. Tot, 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 tot. The guns unleashed a merciless barrage of bullets, raining down upon them without regard for ammunition. The two men swiftly sought refuge behind the car, but the sound of shattering glass filled the air as the vehicle was riddled with holes in mere seconds. With another deft maneuver, the supercar veered once more, and Xiao Bing replaced his empty magazine with a fresh one, continuing his assault. Tot, 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 tot. Tot, 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 tot. Fei Long and Tu Long found themselves unable to raise their heads, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. They had once deemed the term storm of bullets an exaggeration, but now they understood its truth. Bullets flew as if they were free. This was a modern-day rampage, akin to cavalry overpowering infantry. In ancient times, infantry had no chance against cavalry, for the latter possessed greater speed and height, delivering strikes from above, while the former could only look up in defeat. The most terrifying aspect was that the cavalry wielded long weapons. Behind the car, Fei Long was drenched in sweat. What we do? He gasped. Tu Long cursed. What can we do? We run. In unison, they sprang into action, darting towards the nearest CAF and swiftly escaping through a safety passage. However, They were already in Xiao Bing's line of sight. He would not allow their escape so easily. At the east entrance of the mall, Li Jin received the command, flooring the accelerator and steering towards their destination. "This is exhilarating, boss," Xiao Bing remarked with a slight smile. "What comes next will be even more thrilling." Within the Wanda Mall, Fei Long and Tu Long sprinted from the first floor to the fifth without pause, bursting into a women's clothing store and hiding in a fitting room, breathless. Fei Long wiped the sweat from his brow and, still shaken, exclaimed that was terrifying. The firepower is unbearable. He glanced at his heavy submachine gun, now devoid of bullets. Tu Long, too, found his handgun reduced to a single remaining round. At last, they understood the harrowing sensation of being hunted, facing an adversary equipped with seemingly infinite ammunition. They were unarmed, and every half hour they had to blow a whistle. Their only option was to flee. "No worries. This vast Wanda Plaza is so large that they won't find us. Let your heart settle. Let's take a break," said Tu Long, exhausted as he sat down. Wanda Plaza stands 8 stories tall, each level spanning thousands of square meters. Searching for the two of them within it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the plaza was utterly deserted, with even the lights turned off. How could they possibly search for them? Upon hearing this, Fei Long nodded in agreement. "True, it's safe here. Even if those two boys were their shoes out, they wouldn't locate us. Forget it. Let's just sleep for a bit." The two sat on the ground, leaning against each other to rest. At that moment, a Ferrari screeched to a halt at the entrance of Wanda Plaza. Xiao Bing and Li Jin, each wielding a rifle, stepped out of the vehicle. Li Jin looked up at the enormous and empty shopping mall and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so big and dark. How can we search? Boss, should we just give up?" Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow and surveyed the mall. Big? He had already locked onto the two of them. No matter how far they ran, he would find them. With his keen perception, he discovered that they were hiding in the fitting room of a women's clothing store on the 5th floor. "Grab your gun and follow me." Xiao Bing strode towards the mall, with Li Jin closely behind. With a loud bang, Xiao Bing kicked open the mall's door. Marching in with Li Jin in tow, the elevator was out of service, so they took the stairs, quickly ascending to the 5th floor, their objective clear. Meanwhile, hidden in the fitting room, Fei Long and Tu Long had evidently heard the commotion outside. "Tu Long, how did they find us so quickly?" Fei Long asked nervously. Tu Long, drenched in sweat, replied, "Stay calm. The 5th floor is so vast, there's no way they can find us." "Top, top, top." The sound of footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. The heartbeats of Tu Long and Fei Long quickened, sweat pouring down their brows. "Top, top, top." The footsteps halted just outside the fitting room and then abruptly vanished. Tu Long swallowed hard, his palms slick with sweat around the grip of his gun. "No way. Can they really find us?" Bang! A gunshot rang out. Both men flinched, quickly feeling their bodies. But they were unscathed. What was happening? They actually fired a shot? Bang! Another shot echoed. 2 bullet holes appeared in the wooden panel of the fitting room, the bullets landing perilously close to Fei Long and Tu Long. Both were left astonished. "He knows we're here." The flimsy wooden panel could not withstand the blank rounds. Outside the fitting room, Xiao Bing's mocking voice resonated. "Come out. If you don't, the next bullet will find its mark on you." Upon hearing this, Fei Long and Tu Long exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. "How'd he find us?" In such a large Wanda Plaza, even searching floor by floor would take hours, yet Xiao Bing pinpointed their location in less than 10 minutes. This speed was more terrifying than that of actual police. With a creak, the wooden door of the fitting room slowly opened. A blinding beam from a flashlight pierced through, making it difficult for the two men to open their eyes. 2 dark muzzles pointed directly at their foreheads. In such a confined space, even if they wanted to run, escape was impossible, despite their training as special forces. In an instant, their faces turned pale. Their mission was to assassinate Xiao Bing, yet the outcome was quite the opposite. They found themselves at his mercy. Li Long had already been eliminated, and now, the two of them were under Xiao Bing's control. 3 elite soldiers were unable to deal with a mere rookie. If this news spread, the reputation of the Dragon Special Forces would be tarnished. Fei Long furrowed his brow and said, "Just shoot. Give us a swift end." With that, he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable bullet. Hearing this, Xiao Bing's finger rested on the trigger. He was not a boastful man. Now was the perfect moment to eliminate them. Otherwise, if the roots were not uprooted, they would eventually become a significant threat to him. But just then, the system's voice echoed. Task issued. Compete against Fei Long and Tu Long. Rewards include 100 technology points and 10 attribute points. A task. Xiao Bing's finger, which had been poised on the trigger, dropped back down. He tossed his rifle to Li Erniu and remarked playfully, "To eliminate you this way would be too lenient." The two men frowned. "What do you propose?" Xiao Bing shrugged and said, "Let's give you a chance to turn the tables on me. Any challenge you choose, if you win, I will let you go. If you lose, you'll face the bullets. How about that?" At this, their eyes brightened. This was a golden opportunity. Tu Long sneered. "Are you sure? You will be held accountable for your arrogance." Xiao Bing, unfazed, replied, "This isn't arrogance. It's confidence." "All right." Tu Long nodded resolutely and stepped out from the cramped fitting room. Drawing his .92 handgun, he declared, "Let us have a dismantling contest. The first to fire a round wins." Tu Long looked at Xiao Bing with a challenging gaze. As a veteran of 10 years, he had handled a .92 countless times and had disassembled it just as many. He was confident he could eliminate Xiao Bing in record time, teaching him a lesson for his hubris. Tu Long knew that he had the advantage. Fei Long chuckled, crossing his arms. After all, he is just a rookie who has been in service for half a year. He hasn't even touched a gun that many times, let alone disassemble one. As far as I know, this isn't even part of new recruits' 3-month training. So he will not. Fei Long shot a provocative look at Xiao Bing, attempting to incite him further. Xiao Bing smiled slightly and readily agreed. "Sounds good." Seeing Xiao Bing's acquiescence, Fei Long and Tu Long exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumph flashing in their eyes. A rookie is still a rookie, too young to resist provocation. Their victory seemed almost assured. "All right, you said it. Let us head to the corridor. Whoever backs down is a coward." They then moved to the empty corridor, placing their guns on the smooth floor. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, go. At the precise moment the countdown ended, the two sprang into action. They both reached for their guns on the floor. Tu Long clearly handled his weapon with ease, his disassembly speed remarkable. As he deftly manipulated the components, they fell one by one to the floor. He had disassembled this gun hundreds of times. His speed was astounding. Yet, he was fast. Xiao Bing was even faster. Xiao Bing closed his eyes. He was already intimately familiar with this gun. Even with his eyes closed, he could complete the disassembly. His hands moved like magic, leaving behind mere afterimages. The components were placed methodically on the floor rather than just dropped. Thus, even though he was quicker than Tu Long, their disassembly speeds remained equal. Click, click, click. With beads of sweat glistening on his face, Tu Long appeared visibly tense. Click. As the final bullet landed, the disassembly was complete. At that moment, Xiao Bing also finished his task. Astonishingly, their disassembly times were identical. Xiao Bing then opened his eyes. Next came the assembly. Tu Long picked up the components from the ground and began to assemble the pistol. Although the parts were few and the task not particularly difficult, it still required a moment's scrutiny. There might be a half-second hesitation during the process. Yet, Xiao Bing showed no signs of faltering. He systematically picked up the arranged parts one by one. Click, click. The components were continuously installed by him. His speed was remarkably faster than Tu Long's. Meanwhile, Tu Long was drenched in sweat, using the fastest speed of his life for this assembly. As a bullet was pressed into the magazine, which was then inserted into the pistol, he was about to raise the gun when, bang, a bullet struck him squarely in the chest. A plume of red smoke erupted from behind him. Eliminated. Tu Long stared blankly at Xiao Bing, who was holding the gun. How could this be possible? He was faster than Tu Long. It was worth noting that Tu Long had handled this gun no less than 10,000 times and had disassembled it hundreds of times. Yet, Xiao Bing, a rookie who had barely touched a gun, had outperformed him in assembly. Was this talent? Tu Long found it hard to believe. Beside him, Fei Long was equally astonished. He had anticipated an easy victory this time, but Xiao Bing's speed was truly shocking. It was worth noting that during the disassembly, Xiao Bing had even kept his eyes closed. He was faster with his eyes shut than Tu Long was with them open. To an outsider, it would appear as though Xiao Bing was a seasoned Special Forces operative, while Tu Long was merely a novice. Upon witnessing his leader's victory, Li Dagan behind them exclaimed excitedly, "Boss! Amazing!" Xiao Bing smirked slightly. "You lost." Tu Long's face turned ashen. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the outcome was clear. He had to face reality. "I am curious, who exactly are you?" You do not appear to be an amateur. You cannot be a rookie. Tu Long squinted at Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing provided an enigmatic answer. I am not a rookie. I am someone who has lived again. Lived again? Confusion filled Tu Long's eyes. Now it's your turn. Xiao Bing turned his gaze toward the dazed Fei Long, standing to the side. Fei Long gasped, finally snapping back to reality. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to challenge Xiao Bing with. Shooting skills? He had witnessed Xiao Bing's prowess, which was indeed formidable. Disassembly? If even Tu Long was no match for him, what chance did he have? Speed? The memories of his previous, humiliating defeat still lingered vividly in his mind. What else could he compare? Suddenly, Tu Long's eyes lit up. Xiao Bing, how about we test your shooting skills? Test my shooting skills? What do you have in mind? Xiao Bing inquired with interest. You stay on the 5th floor. I will be on the 1st. You only have 3 shots to hit me, and if you fail to do so while I am escaping, you lose. How about that? With that, he looked at Xiao Bing with utmost confidence. This seemed to favor Xiao Bing, but the reality was that the environment was quite dark, and Fei Long was very confident in his agility. For an ordinary person, it would be challenging to hit Fei Long, but he was up against Xiao Bing, a ruthless sniper. Xiao Bing smiled and readily agreed. All right. Hearing this, Fei Long was overjoyed. Great. Wait for me. I'm heading down now. He quickly dashed towards the stairs, seemingly afraid that Xiao Bing would change his mind. However, unbeknownst to him, in Xiao Bing's eyes, he was entirely visible in red. In the pitch blackness, he stood out starkly. Soon, Fei Long arrived on the 1st floor. He took a deep breath and warmed up. At that moment, he was in peak physical condition. On the ground floor of the mall, there were countless clothing racks and shelves. He planned to navigate through them to reach the exit. He believed Xiao Bing wouldn't be able to spot him. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Fei Long burst forth like a wild stallion, sprinting at tremendous speed. In the darkness, his figure was almost invisible. All that could be heard was a whoosh. Fei Long utilized the fastest speed of his life, weaving between racks while swaying his body to evade Xiao Bing's shots. Yet, the gunfire never erupted. He was getting closer to his destination. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. As he neared the exit, Fei Long was elated. Xiao Bing, are you stunned? You can't see me. How can you shoot? 2 meters. 1 meter. In the final stretch, Fei Long took a giant step, ready to cross the threshold. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The sound reverberated loudly in the empty plaza. Fei Long felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a hiss as red smoke billowed out. Snap! At that moment, his right foot was just crossing the mall's entrance. Outside the mall, Fei Long stood in shock. He touched his back, his face frozen in disbelief. How could this happen? I was only half a meter away from the finish line. With just 3 bullets, Xiao Bing had only needed 1. Was this luck, or was it skill? Fei Long couldn't believe that Xiao Bing had such good fortune. This person's observational skills and marksmanship were simply extraordinary. 1 shot, 1 hit, in such darkness. How had he even spotted him? Did he possess the eyes of a night owl? Could he see in the dark? Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Xiao Bing's pistol emitted a wisp of smoke, and he wore a confident expression. 3 bullets? No, just 1 was sufficient. Beside him, Tu Long covered his forehead. A mixture of shame and anger etched across his face. 3 professional special forces operatives had all been outmatched by this rookie. How could they possibly return to face Wu Qinghai now? Wouldn't the captain obliterate them? Just the thought of facing Shun Long's cold demeanor made Tu Long's heart sink. If only he had been less eager when selecting candidates for the instructor position. Was this training rookies? It felt more like training against a formidable dragon. As Xiao Bing holstered his pistol, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations on completing the task. Your rewards have been credited to your account. Please check. 56. Exercise ended early. 100 technology points and attribute points added. What a delight. Xiao Bing felt a surge of joy. However, while some rejoiced, others despaired. In the Beiham Military District's operations room, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Every leader wore an expression that screamed displeasure, utterly discontent. Once again, Xiao Bing had turned the tables. This time, the pursuers were 3 professional special forces operatives, the best of the best. Yet the outcome was devastating. All had been eliminated. Who exactly was this young man? To call him a rookie? To label him an amateur? No one at the scene believed it. I can no longer endure it. With a resounding clap, the chief of staff rose from his seat, exclaiming, "Which special operations team allowed this troublemaker in?" Can he see through walls? How is it that he knows where everyone is? Why does he possess such intimate knowledge of the 92 pistol, dismantling it faster than a seasoned expert? How is it that he can see clearly in the dark? Who can provide me with a reasonable explanation? As he posed these questions, silence enveloped the room. No one could answer him, for no one knew. In the back row, Wu Qinghai's expression was also grim. For the one eliminated by Xiao Bing was none other than his subordinate. Although Tu Long and his companions ranked among the weaker members of the Special Operations team, they were still elite soldiers. Being eliminated in such a manner by Xiao Bing, did he not care for his reputation? If outsiders learned that his special forces could not even best a novice, how could he lead his team? His dignity lay in tatters. Yet behind the scenes, Jing Jinghui was secretly reveling in the situation. Xiao Bing, oh Xiao Bing, you have truly brought me glory. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Ahem. Although I may not have suffered for you, the commander will certainly take good care of you from now on. Just as Jing Jinghui was basking in his thoughts, a loud command rang out. Jing Jinghui. Startled, Jing Jinghui snapped to attention. Present. He Zhun stood up, his face etched with displeasure. Speak honestly. What is the background of this soldier? Jing Jinghui replied. Report. Xiao Bing hails from the Xiao family in Beha City and is 20 years old this year. He has never practiced martial arts or shooting before. This is his first enlistment. He is a new recruit who has been in service for 6 months. Upon hearing this, He Zhun's expression darkened further. He was already aware of this information, but could not bring himself to believe that Xiao Bing was merely a novice. Sighing heavily, He Zhun lamented, What shall we do now? Xiao Bing has significantly disrupted the balance of the exercise. The chief of staff contemplated for a long while before stating, There is but one solution. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned to him. He has already eliminated 13 individuals, and thus he qualifies to advance, with the score raised to 500, halting his subsequent actions. As these words were spoken, everyone's expression shifted. Granting Xiao Bing an early leave? What does this imply? It conveys the message that we are at a loss in dealing with him. In their attempts to temper Xiao Bing's edge, they found not only had they failed, but now they must cater to him. Just the thought of it was infuriating. I cannot agree. A commanding officer stood up, seething. All novices should be treated fairly and justly. He should not be spared. Is there no other way? The chief of staff retorted, If this continues, he will capture all the bandits. What will happen to the other novices? This is the final stage of the urban exercise. It must be done. As the chief of staff's words resonated, silence fell over the room. After a long pause, He Zhun sighed and conceded, This is the only viable solution. Inform everyone to conclude Xiao Bing's exercise. He Zhun's words were akin to a decree. In the back row, Wu Qinghai's face turned ashen. His 3 subordinates had been eliminated by Xiao Bing. He etched Xiao Bing's name into his memory, harboring no fondness for him. Xiao Bing, I shall await you in the Special Operations Brigade. Rest assured, I shall not make it easy for you. At that moment, in Wanda Plaza, Xiao Bing suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Who is thinking of me? Li Dagan, behind him, remarked cheekily, Boss, perhaps it was that policewoman from yesterday. Go away. Xiao Bing kicked him lightly. Just then, his wristband vibrated sharply. Novice number 1, exercise concluded early, score increased to 500. A succinct message. 500? This score is remarkably high, and Xiao Bing still firmly occupies the throne of first place. Not only did Xiao Bing receive the notification, but all novices did as well. Instantly, the news erupted among the novices. Concluding the exercise early is a tremendous privilege. Yet upon seeing Xiao Bing's score, the novices had no words to offer. Among the 300 novices, most barely accumulated 20 or 30 points. Meanwhile, a novice had achieved 500. What defines a gap? This is the gap. Boss. Impressive. 500. Hee, I've benefited from your brilliance. Now sitting at 180 points, ranking 18th. Li Dahan chuckled. Without Xiao Bing, he would likely still be at the bottom. Xiao Bing glanced towards the Beha military district, a smile gracing his lips. They have ultimately yielded. He could sense the military district's targeting of him. Yet his unwavering character left them no choice but to concede. Boss, you truly are remarkable. I envy you. You can take a break early, while I must continue the exercise. Sighing, Li Dagan expressed his discontent. Xiao Bing shot him a glance. Your score will keep you worry-free for a month. Enjoy it. Hearing this, Li Dagan scratched his head, sheepishly grinning. As dawn broke, news of Xiao Bing's early exit from the exercise quickly spread among the novices. Some expressed envy, others skepticism, and some disdain. Yet, while they were still struggling to pursue the bandits, Xiao Bing had already entered a hotel. With over 14 million in his bank account, he felt invincible. This five-star hotel was well within his means. After enjoying a relaxing bath, a hearty meal, and finally reclining on a comfortable bed, life felt exceedingly leisurely. Upon awakening, a notification popped up before Xiao Bing's eyes. Host, congratulations on leveling up. Reward, 20 attribute points and 200 technology points. Host, Xiao Bing, rank, First Class Sergeant. Level, 5, Strength, 101 points, Speed, 40 points, Stamina, 160 points, Defense, 40 points, Reaction, 30 points, Spirit, 10 points, Talent, none, Technology points, 300 points, Level 5. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Xiao Bing's keen eyes noticed that his rank had improved. One must know that a private must serve a full year before being eligible for promotion to a corporal, following that are ranks such as sergeant, staff sergeant, and so forth. A sergeant is an officer, higher than the ranks of corporal and sergeant. Moreover, Xiao Bing leaped from the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd ranks directly to first-class sergeant. Although he was still not an officer, he held the highest rank among non-commissioned officers. It appears that the incident with the Rainy Night Butcher has been officially categorized. Despite having acted on his own accord, the Rainy Night Butcher, a notorious serial killer, was a menace who took lives indiscriminately. Xiao Bing's elimination of the Rainy Night Butcher outweighed his transgressions. Thus, the military district unanimously decided that Xiao Bing deserved his rewards without penalties, resulting in his current rank of first-class sergeant. Among the ranks of non-commissioned officers, a distinction is made for the highest echelon, bestowed through exceptional promotion. Indeed, Xiao Bing found himself content with this recent accolade. As for attribute points and technology points, he contemplated accumulating them to a substantial level before proceeding with upgrades and opening boxes. After shutting down the system, he absent-mindedly patted his slightly protruding belly and exited his room. Xiao Bing resided in the Beha Grand Hotel, a luxurious establishment of superlative grade in Beha City. This colossal venue offered a myriad of indulgences, encompassing dining, entertainment, and leisure, all complemented by state-of-the-art facilities. Naturally, the expenses were quite steep. However, as the heir of the Xiao family, he was well acquainted with its offerings. Even without a single coin from the Xiao family at present, his winnings of 15 million from gambling stones would allow him to revel here for a year and a half without issue. Upon arriving at the dining area, he savored a lavish breakfast while gazing at the distant seascape and enchanting women, relishing a life of leisure. It was a pity for Li Dagan, who was likely still enduring hardships and hunger. After his meal, with nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao Bing descended from the hotel and wandered into the sprawling rear garden. The garden was expansive and situated by the sea, with a nearby beach and pool teeming with beautiful women, creating a lively atmosphere. As expected of a super 5-star hotel, the abundance of attractive women was undeniable. The proprietor of the Beha Grand Hotel exhibited keen business acumen, offering free accommodation cards to strikingly beautiful young women, allowing them to enjoy the hotel's amenities, a tactic designed to lure wealthy patrons. Reclining on a beach chair, Xiao Bing donned sunglasses and leisurely observed the alluring women clad in bikinis nearby. Ah, those legs are quite impressive, and that waist is equally remarkable. This young lady is quite the flair. Another caught his eye, wearing a lace swimsuit. How delightful. Oh, this young lady resembles a star. In that moment, Xiao Bing grasped why some men favored wearing sunglasses at the beach. They provided the perfect cover for unabashedly admiring the fair sex. Time slipped by, and soon it was 2 in the afternoon. The heat of the day drew an increasing number of visitors to the beach seeking respite. However, a thunderous noise abruptly silenced the crowd, all eyes turning towards the source. 2 imposing Jeep Wranglers brazenly parked on the sand, from which 4 bodyguards emerged, clad in black suits and sunglasses, standing with an air of cold authority. Their presence sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Quickly, that devil has arrived. Hurry, before it's too late. The atmosphere grew frantic as both the affluent and the beautiful hastily vacated the beach, leaving it deserted in mere moments. Only Xiao Bing remained, reclining on his chair, enjoying the breeze. Raising an eyebrow, he removed his sunglasses, intrigued. Who commands such presence? It was well known that those who frequented the Beja Grand Hotel were among the city's elite. Whoever had frightened them away must be formidable indeed. Even Xiao Bing himself could not muster such an imposing aura. At that moment, with a click, the rear door of the Wrangler swung open, revealing a long, delicate leg emerging from within. The leg was fair and smooth, barefooted and captivating, with toes resembling polished jade. A woman? The door closed with another click, and a remarkably young woman, in her early 20s, stepped out, draped in a black trench coat that concealed her exquisite legs. Her long, wavy hair danced in the breeze, exuding an alluring sensuality. Behind oversized sunglasses, her delicate oval face, porcelain skin, and striking red lips captivated Xiao Bing completely. Despite the multitude of beauties on the beach, this particular woman eclipsed them all with her ethereal charm, evoking the essence of an ice queen. Barefoot, she strode toward the pool, and with a splash, leaped into the water. Like a mermaid, she glided gracefully, each movement radiating elegance. Emerging from the water, she resembled a lotus blooming in a pond, breathtakingly enchanting. In that moment, their gazes met, and Han Jian halted, momentarily captivated by Xiao Bing's intense stare. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Awe. The scream jolted Xiao Bing from his reverie, causing him to shudder. What was the commotion about? Was there a thief? Han Jian quickly rose from the water, wrapping herself in her black coat, and pointed at Xiao Bing. Who are you? Xiao Bing, taken aback, gestured to himself. Me? I am who I am. A different kind of firework. Han Jian's face flushed with anger. Why are you here? This beach isn't yours. Why can't I be here? I have every right to enjoy myself. Xiao Bing retorted, somewhat bewildered. You, now, immediately, get out. Han Jian screamed, hard temper floating. At that instant, the four muscular bodyguards approached, standing protectively behind her. Miss, do you need us to take action? With a cold expression, Han Jian's gaze fixed on Xiao Bing, reminiscent of someone confronting their father's nemesis. Yet, Xiao Bing was not easily intimidated. While others may have fled, he stood his ground. Hey, you lack courtesy. On what grounds do you command me to leave? I have every right to be here. Xiao Bing challenged, dismissively rolling his eyes. Han Jian trembled slightly with rage. She extended her elegant finger toward him. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you believe I won't have you turn into dog food? What a formidable woman, Xiao Bing mused. But he had faced far worse than mere threats. Oh, spare me your bravado. If you have the ability, go ahead and turn me into dog food. I'm not going anywhere. With that, he reclined further, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Han Jian, hands on her hips, her chest heaving, glared at him, her face flushed with fury. After a moment, she erupted into laughter. Huh, no one has dared to speak to me so boldly before. It seems someone in Beja City is unaware of who I am. Attack, Han Jian commanded with a sharp tone. Instantly, her four formidable bodyguards surged forward, their expressions fierce and resolute. They were clearly not to be trifled with, launching themselves at Xiao Bing with swift and precise aggression. If it were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be terrified by the four men, but alas. They encountered Xiao Bing. Instantly, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Xiao Bing's mouth. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself from the lounge chair. Unfazed by the four men, Xiao Bing unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. At this moment, his strength had reached an extraordinary level. And with the enhancement of the critical strike boxing gloves, his punches packed even more power. With a single blow, a dull thud reverberated through the air. The burly man turned pale, as though struck by a train, and was sent hurtling backward. He flew 3 meters through the air before crashing to the ground. After falling, the man clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Xiao Bing stretched his toes with a wicked grin. Is that all you've got? The remaining 3 burly men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Let's take him down together. The 3 men lunged at Xiao Bing. However, Xiao Bing merely smirked, kicking the ground with force. The sand on the beach flew into the air, blinding the 3 men momentarily. Even with sunglasses, they were momentarily disoriented. At that moment, Xiao Bing leaped into the air, executing a series of aerial kicks. Thud, thud, thud. As the dust settled, all 4 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their chests in agony. They were strong, yet unfortunately, Their opponent was Xiao Bing. Han Jian watched in astonishment as her subordinates were taken down. The seemingly carefree Xiao Bing had proven to be unexpectedly formidable. Nevertheless, Han Jian felt no fear. "Hey, do you dare to strike me? Have you lost your mind? Quickly kneel and apologize to me." Han Yan faltered in anger. Xiao Bing shot her a glance. "Miss, you certainly have a grand presence. You allow your subordinates to harm others, yet I cannot defend myself?" Han Jian placed her hands on her hips, exuding arrogance. "Do you know who I am? Have you heard of the name Han Jian? I give you one last chance. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful." At her words, Xiao Bing was both amused and irritated. He stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he advanced toward Han Jian. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Young lady, it seems you have misunderstood the situation. The one in control here is me." With that, Xiao Bing deliberately flashed a lecherous grin. Han Jian retreated step by step, her brows furrowing in concern as she realized something was amiss. This impudent man seemed unafraid of her. Did he not fear her status? Throughout her life, Han Jian had been accustomed to authority. When she was angry, regardless of the justification, others would suffer the consequences. Everyone around her revolved around her, and no one dared to defy her. Yet Xiao Bing was an exception. "You dare touch me? Do you even know who I am?" Her words remained assertive, but a trace of fear crept into her tone. Xiao Bing grinned mischievously. "Do you know who I am? Who are you?" Han Jian asked angrily. With a wicked smile, Xiao Bing grasped her delicate face. Instantly, her flawless skin turned red from his grip, and tears welled in her eyes. "It hurts. I'm a rogue." Xiao Bing laughed heartily. Han Jian, suppressing her tears, retorted angrily, "You dare to lay a hand on me? I'll kill you." With that, she lunged at Xiao Bing in a fit of rage. However, the 4 strong bodyguards were no match for Xiao Bing, let alone the mere Han Jian. Xiao Bing took off running with remarkable speed. Han Jian was unable to catch up, and soon could only see his retreating figure. In the distance, Xiao Bing's carefree laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha." Han Jian clutched her reddened face, her eyes aflame with fury. Meanwhile, the 4 bodyguards regained their composure and approached Han Jian with their heads bowed. "Miss, we apologize." Slap. Before they could finish, Han Jian delivered a sharp slap to the face of one bodyguard. "Doesn't apology mean anything? Get to work. I want all his information within an hour. To dare to harm me, I will make him wish he were dead." For Xiao Bing, this incident was merely a trivial episode in his daily life, and he paid it no mind. Little did he know that his impulsiveness today would land him in significant trouble. If given the chance to start anew, Xiao Bing would undoubtedly avoid provoking that formidable woman. Upon returning to his room, he sank into a soft mattress and fell into a deep slumber. After some time, the shrill ring of a phone jolted him awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he picked up the landline beside him. "Hello, sir. I sincerely apologize. Your Ferrari has been deliberately damaged in the underground garage. You should come take a look." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing instantly became alert. With a swift motion, he sprang from his bed. "I'll be there immediately." He dashed out of his room and took the elevator down to the garage. Upon arrival, he was struck dumb. "Is this what you call deliberate damage? This car is completely totaled." Surrounding his Ferrari were a large group of hotel staff, and the vehicle had been smashed to pieces with a baseball bat. The windows were shattered, the body pockmarked, and an unidentifiable liquid covered it. Upon closer inspection, a foul odor wafted through the air. That was not the worst of it. Xiao Bing noticed white granules on the engine cover. Laundry powder. Baby formula. Damn it. He cursed, realizing the engine was ruined. Indeed, the engine had been filled with laundry powder and baby formula. The damage was extensive. This $10 million Ferrari was now a wreck. Although Xiao Bing had not purchased the car himself and felt no loss, damaging his car was akin to slapping him in the face. Who did this? Xiao Bing glared at the hotel staff. "I apologize, sir," a young and attractive customer service representative replied. "It was a guest from room 803 who did it. She asked me to relay a message to you." 59. The Ferrari was smashed. Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow. What message? "The guest from room 803 said if you want compensation, go find her in room 803. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious who was behind this mischief. Only that woman. Is she insane? Xiao Bing muttered as he began to make his way upstairs. He did not care about the $1 million Ferrari. He was merely perplexed as to why such an unreasonable woman existed in the world. He intended to make her aware that he was not someone to be trifled with. Taking the elevator to the 8th floor, he found the corridor empty. As he walked, he soon arrived at the door of room 803. Just as he was about to knock, he paused, his ears perked to listen closely to the sound within. It seems that something is amiss. There appears to be more than one person present. With keen eyes, Xiao Bing gazed once again at the wooden door, which instantly dissolved into nothingness. Within the room, two burly men stood guard at the entrance, adopting aggressive postures. Further inside, two more muscular men sat in chairs, each wielding a handgun, awaiting Xiao Bing's arrival. At the innermost part of the room sat the woman, Han Jian. She lounged on a balcony sofa, legs crossed, draped in a bathrobe that revealed her alluring legs, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers as she exhaled wisps of smoke. Indeed, there is treachery afoot. Xiao Bing narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger swelling within him. This woman seeks his demise. It seems that only through inflicting pain upon her will she learn to respect him. Does having a gun grant one the liberty to act with impunity? With a swift motion, a formidable slingshot materialized in Xiao Bing's hand, accompanied by two steel balls. He then knocked on the door with a firm resolve. Knock, knock, knock. Instantly, the four bodyguards inside became alert, their eyes fixated on the door. Who is it? Xiao Bing pinched his nose and mimicked a woman's voice. Housekeeping. In his previous life, he had practiced this skill deliberately. It was a fundamental lesson for special forces. Thus, his imitation of a woman's voice was exceptionally convincing. The bodyguards, caught off guard, opened the door without hesitation. In the moment the door swung open, Xiao Bing kicked it wide. The two bodyguards stationed behind were violently struck on the forehead by the door, toppling to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining two bodyguards hurriedly raised their handguns. However, as Xiao Bing pulled the slingshot's rubber band back, it let out a sharp twang. Whoosh! The two steel balls shot forth. Before they could even lift their weapons, two dull thuds resonated as the projectiles struck them directly in their groin. Instantly, their faces contorted in pain, and they fell to their knees. Such agony is unbearable for any ordinary person. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bing dashed into the room, leaping over the heads of the fallen bodyguards. Han Yong, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, suddenly felt a vice-like grip around her neck. Xiao Bing had ensnared her with the rubber band of the slingshot. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, and the cigarette slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Miss. The four bodyguards, furious, were about to rush to her aid. But Xiao Bing shot them a fierce glare. If you wish for her to live, get out. The bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitating before slowly retreating from the room. Close the door. With a decisive click, the door shut. Xiao Bing cast a glance at Han Jian before releasing the rubber band from her neck. Cough, cough, cough. Han Jian suddenly erupted in a fit of coughing, her face still flushed, drool trickling down. Is it not enough? Speak. Why did you damage my car? Xiao Bing asked coldly. Han Jian raised her head, her eyes reddened. If looks could kill, Xiao Bing would have succumbed to her wrath countless times. How dare you touch me? I will have your life. With a shriek, Han Jian lunged at Xiao Bing, claws outstretched. He scoffed in response. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. With that, he seized Han Jian, tossing her onto the soft mattress of the bed, and pulled out his belt, a fierce expression crossing his face. At that moment, Han Jian finally felt fear. She struggled desperately, shouting, What are you doing? Get away. What am I doing? I shall show you my might. Xiao Bing replied coldly. Han Jian felt tears welling up. This man was the most ruthless she had ever encountered. For the first time, she was subjected to such humiliation. As the daughter of the Han family, when had she ever been disrespected in such a manner? A loud crack echoed as Han Jian felt a sharp pain behind her. She turned to see Xiao Bing brandishing the belt with ferocity. This is for your arrogance. Crack. Han Jian cried out, a mixture of shame and anger flooding her. This man dared to strike her with a belt. While she was somewhat relieved, she also felt a pang of anger. Was she not attractive enough for him? Why was he so different from other men? Let this be a lesson. Do you dare defy me again? Destroy my car. Watch as I teach you a lesson. Apologize. Now. Immediately. If you do not apologize, I will end you. Xiao Bing swung the belt mercilessly, cracking it against her again. Han Jian, a pampered heiress raised with a silver spoon, had never endured such punishment. With each lash, tears streamed down her face. Ouch! You are bullying me. She began to sob, her tears soaking the bedspread. As she cried, Xiao Bing's anger began to dissipate. She's crying? This unruly woman Is she truly capable of tears? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. Although he was a highly skilled soldier, he was utterly inexperienced when it came to emotions. In his past life, he had never even had a girlfriend. In this life, his emotional experiences were virtually non-existent. Thus, when Han Jian began to weep, he was caught off guard. "What are you crying for?" Han Jian, clutching her head, sobbed, "You are bullying me. Ouch, my backside hurts." She buried her face in the bed, weeping profusely. What to do now? What else could he do? He must flee. "You smashed my car. A beating will settle our score. Do not bother me again." With those words, Xiao Bing panicked and exited the scene. He hurried to the door, swung it open, and stepped outside. As he emerged, the 4 bodyguards glared at him with suspicion, though their eyes betrayed a hint of fear. "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before?" Xiao Bing called out. 60, Master Han, he commanded, causing the 4 to retract their gazes, too intimidated to respond. With that, Xiao Bing strode away with confidence. After he departed, the 4 bodyguards rushed into the room. Miss! Upon returning to his own room, Xiao Bing splashed water on his face and collapsed onto the sofa. His emotions were tumultuous. It was indeed peculiar. He had taken countless lives. And aside from the intense anxiety following his first kill, subsequent acts of violence had left him feeling numb. Yet this time, he felt more anxious than during his first murder. Xiao Bing felt a feverish heat coursing through him, his face flushed, heart racing. Recalling the earlier scene, he could hardly contain his excitement. He had not noticed before, but now he realized she had merely been draped in a bathrobe. Yet he had done nothing beyond striking her a few times. The thought made him feel a twinge of regret. No, he could not remain here any longer. His instincts warned him that this was a place fraught with peril. Staying here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. In a hurried manner, Xiao Bing hastily packed his belongings and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, exited the room. He took the elevator down to the first floor. Upon stepping out of the lobby, he briskly made his way out of the Beihua Grand Hotel. With his car vandalized, walking was his only option. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a modest inn, its facade merely 10 square meters in size. The proprietor was a portly woman. "Handsome, looking for a room?" she inquired warmly. Xiao Bing nodded, asking, "How much for a single room?" The innkeeper scrutinized him with a smile. "We have a luxurious VIP room for 998. It's quite the indulgence." 998? For such a small inn, is the lodging fee really that high? What about a standard room? Xiao Bing questioned. The innkeeper shot him a dismissive glance. The standard rate is 80, but the VIP room is truly splendid. "Just give me a standard room," Xiao Bing stated directly. He preferred to remain inconspicuous while traveling. "TCH, you're no fun," the innkeeper remarked, losing interest in him. With that, she assigned him a room and tossed the key card onto the table. "Second floor. Up you go." Taking the card, Xiao Bing ascended to the second floor. Once inside his room, he sat on the bed to rest and glanced at his wristband. With a score of 500, he dominated the rookie leaderboard. Li Dagan had also achieved a commendable score of 200, placing him in the top ranks. The second position was held by a soldier named Su Chong, whose score reached a staggering 280. This rookie caught Xiao Bing's attention. The third place was occupied by a certain Tian Zhongshu with a score of 250. Xiao Bing vaguely recognized him as someone he had encountered in the POW camp, displaying a fickle character. He wondered how his score had reached such heights. After turning off his wristband, he took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and laid down on the bed. The inn's environment was quite ordinary. The sheets had been washed to a faded whiteness, dust covered the floor, and cobwebs lingered in the corners. Such was the price one paid for economy. As time passed, evening approached. Xiao Bing's heartbeat gradually slowed. Feeling a pang of hunger, he opened his door and stepped outside. "Innkeeper, is there anything to eat?" he called out, but no response came. "Innkeeper?" After a few steps, Xiao Bing's pace abruptly halted. Something felt amiss, too quiet. Each room was eerily silent. No conversations, no sounds of objects colliding. Not even the sound of his own breathing. "Run." This was Xiao Bing's immediate reaction. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. His body jolted, freezing him in place. "Don't move." He found himself in the narrow corridor, which could barely accommodate 3 people walking side by side. A man, cigarette in mouth, approached from one end, brandishing a handgun. Behind him loomed a group of burly men in black, each imposing in stature. From the opposite end of the corridor, numerous similarly clad men emerged, all wielding black firearms. Dozens of guns aimed at Xiao Bing's head. This was not a drill. It was real combat. All their weapons were loaded with live ammunition. In that moment, Xiao Bing hesitated, knowing he had no divine assurance of survival against such overwhelming odds. "Brother, which faction are you from?" Xiao Bing squinted, attempting to assess the situation. The man with the cigarette chuckled. "Huh. Do you think you're worthy to call me brother?" Standing at about 1.7 meters, with dark skin and a dragon tattoo, he exuded an air of menace, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Clearly, he was no stranger to violence. "You thought you could just walk away after offending Our Lady? Kid, you're done for." The man sneered, stepping aside, revealing an elderly figure before Xiao Bing. Coughing. The man appeared to be in his 60s, clad in traditional attire, with spectacles that gave him a kind demeanor, yet he seemed out of place amid the menacing thugs. Beside him, Han Jian assisted him carefully. It was her. That woman again. "Be careful, Grandpa," Han Jian gently cautioned. The old man nodded with a smile, still so thoughtful. "My dear." The tattooed thug bowed his head respectfully, Master Han. The old man acknowledged with a slight nod. "Asha, how many times must I tell you not to be so rough? You're not a child anymore." Asha merely nodded. "Yes, Master Han." "Master Han?" Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. He had never heard of such a title in Baya City, yet the man commanded a significant following and wielded considerable power. "Young man, what do they call you?" Master Han inquired with a smile. "Xiao Bing," he replied. "Xiao Bing, a fine name," Master Han mused, then beckoned to one of his subordinates, who promptly approached, placing a black leather suitcase on the ground and opening it. To Xiao Bing's astonishment, the suitcase brimmed with red 100 yuan bills. At first glance, it seemed to contain at least 1,000,000. Stunned, Xiao Bing pondered the meaning behind this gesture. Did he truly intend to compensate him for having wronged his goddaughter? Master Han was known for his adherence to rules. Just then, Asha holstered his weapon and stepped forward. "Provide an address, and this money will be delivered to your home as a form of life compensation." With a thud, the suitcase was slammed shut. Life compensation? Xiao Bing's eyes narrowed. They sought his life. Han Jian glared fiercely at him. "This is what happens when you provoke me." This woman was utterly unreasonable. She had occupied the beach and damaged his car, and now she sought his life. Tension coursed through Xiao Bing's body, fists clenched. The corridor was too narrow. He could not guarantee his safety in a confrontation. Yet, there was no turning back now. He had to fight. "Asha, give him a swift end," Master Han said coolly. "Understood." Asha promptly drew his firearm, aiming it at Xiao Bing with a wicked grin. "Sorry, kid." As he prepared to pull the trigger, Xiao Bing's top body was ready to spring into action. At that moment, a startled exclamation echoed through the air. "Wait a moment." Asha, who had just placed his finger on the trigger, withdrew it once again. All eyes turned towards Han Jian, who was supporting Master Han. Han Jian glanced at Xiao Bing, her expression a complex blend of resentment and helplessness. "Godfather, I was merely speaking in jest. Are you truly going to kill him? I can't bear to watch." As she spoke, Han Jian playfully shook Master Han's arm, her demeanor almost childlike. Master Han, displaying affection towards her, chuckled and patted her head, saying, "If you can't bear to watch, then turn away for the moment. It is merely a matter of a single bullet." His smile was kind, yet the words that left his lips were merciless and cruel. Han Jian furrowed her brows, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Bing. "Godfather, while he may be detestable, does he truly deserve death? Instead, why not allow Asha to teach him a lesson instead?" As she spoke, she once again playfully nudged him, her tone sweet. Faced with her insistence, Master Han was left with no choice but to nod repeatedly, chuckling helplessly. All right, my dear daughter, you are simply too kind." With that, Master Han leaned on his cane, supported by Han Jian, and began to turn away. Han Jian shot a menacing glare at Xiao Bing before they slowly departed together. "Asha, make sure to teach him well," came Master Han's voice from behind. "Yes," Asha responded affirmatively, holstering his pistol and cracking his knuckles. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate." With that, Asha lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Xiao Bing's face. Everyone expected Xiao Bing to submit quietly, accepting the punishment. After all, surviving Master Han's wrath was already a stroke of luck. No one believed Xiao Bing would dare to resist. However, if he were to act as expected, he would no longer be Xiao Bing. In a surprising turn, Xiao Bing let out a cold snort and caught Asha's fist with ease. With a powerful tug, he retaliated with a punch to Asha's chest. Asha stumbled back 3 paces, clutching his chest, his face paling. You. Asha had not anticipated that Xiao Bing would dare to fight back. Just as Master Han was about to exit the corridor, he halted, slowly turning to face Xiao Bing. Asha, what is happening? Asha, clearly embarrassed and enraged, replied, Nothing, Master Han. I will handle him right away, determined to prove his strength. Asha charged at Xiao Bing once more. This time, he unleashed all his power. Yet, Xiao Bing was not to be trifled with. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the narrow confines of the corridor. Bang! Crack! Bang! Crack! Asha, not to be underestimated, displayed his formidable skills, matching Xiao Bing blow for blow. They exchanged blows for 30 rounds. At this point, Asha's eyes were filled with fury. In front of Master Han, he had allowed this brat to withstand 30 rounds. How would Master Han view him after this? Asha bellowed, retracting his right foot before stomping down with tremendous force. The power surged from his foot to his waist and then to his arm. Harnessing this energy, Asha swung his arm towards Xiao Bing with a vicious elbow strike. Asha's intention to kill was ignited. He had forgotten Master Han's command. All he desired now was to eliminate Xiao Bing in a fit of rage. Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. The back fist? This technique is highly lethal. It seems he is truly intent on killing. With a cold snort, Xiao Bing retracted his straightforward punches, grounding himself in a horse stance. His hands circling to intercept Asha's arm. Tai Chi, bang! A resounding thud echoed as Asha's elbow struck Xiao Bing's chest. Yet, Xiao Bing did not falter. Instead, his body rapidly descended, dissipating the force from Asha's strike. With a sudden yank, he pulled Asha towards him. After landing, Xiao Bing kicked Asha in the abdomen, using the ground as leverage to send Asha flying. Whoosh! Thud! A heavy sound resonated as Asha crashed to the ground, his complexion turning pale. Puffed! Asha spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing swiftly rolled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, appearing entirely unscathed. Is that all? Xiao Bing taunted, gazing at Asha provocatively. Asha felt his face flush with humiliation. How could he not defeat this unrefined opponent in front of Master Han? How would he command respect from his subordinates in the future? I will kill you, Asha roared, drawing his handgun, ready to fire. But at that moment, an aged hand landed on his arm. Asha, Master Han had appeared at Asha's side without him noticing. Asha was forced to suppress his fury, retracting the gun. Oomph! Asha coldly huffed in displeasure. Meanwhile, Master Han regarded Xiao Bing with keen interest. Asha was a capable subordinate, yet Xiao Bing's prowess was evidently superior. Having deflected Asha's lethal strike with Tai Chi while still retaining his strength, it was clear Asha was no match for him. This sparked a significant intrigue within Master Han. Young man, do you practice Tai Chi? Xiao Bing, holding no fondness for Master Han, replied curtly, I know a thing or two. Master Han, grinning widely, responded, not bad. For someone who can compel Asha to draw his weapon, you possess some skill. I admire you. How about working for me? Work for you? Xiao Bing regarded Master Han with disdain. As a seasoned warrior, how could he serve a mere underworld boss? His pride forbade such a notion. Kid, you should speak to Master Han with more respect. Asha, unable to contain his agitation at Xiao Bing's arrogance, reprimanded sharply. In response, Xiao Bing scoffed, a defeated foe. Why do you have to challenge me? You. Asha seethed with rage, ready to engage in battle once more. However, Master Han intervened, smiling calmly at Xiao Bing, unfazed by the situation. Young people often have fiery tempers. Moreover, those with true ability are the ones who can afford to be arrogant. I quite like you. With that, Master Han tapped his cane on a black leather case on the ground and said, This 100,000 is a token of my goodwill. Join me, and I will pay you 500,000 a year. What do you think? Master Han raised 5 fingers. Xiao Bing, astonished, thought to himself, 500,000? Just to recruit a bodyguard? Who exactly is this Master Han? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested, Xiao Bing replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Even though 500,000 was not a trivial sum, Xiao Bing still found it beneath him, as he possessed the ability to earn tens of millions daily. How could he settle for a mere 500,000? Hey! At that moment, Han Jian also appeared displeased, scolding, Godfather is showing you respect. Don't be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing's lips curled into a slight smile. Do you know why I refuse to work with you? It is simply because I have no desire to see you. His words struck a nerve with Han Jian, whose delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Anger surged within her. Throughout her life, every man who laid eyes on her would be entranced by her beauty and lineage. Yet this Xiao Bing, at every turn, sought to belittle her, treating her with palpable disdain. This vexation gnawed at her spirit. "Godfather, look at him!" Han Yan exclaimed, shaking Han Ye's arm in a fit of indignation. "Hanyi sukled vrili, alright. Young man, if you do not wish to work with me, I shall not force you. Asha, give him your business card." Reluctantly, Asha let out a huff and retrieved a plain black business card from his pocket. It bore nothing but a single character and a string of numbers. Han, the phone number. Xiao Bing pinched the card between his fingers and tucked it into his pocket without even glancing at it. Faced with such arrogance from Xiao Bing, Han Yi merely shook his head with a smile, leaning on his cane as he ambled toward the exit. "Next time, do not let me cross paths with you. Otherwise, your good fortune will come to an end." Asha spat out a couple of harsh words before storming away. These individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind only a box filled with money. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Bing picked up the box. What manner of people were they? Armed and indifferent to human life. Their initial display had already amounted to millions. The most unsettling aspect was that he had never heard of their name in Beha City. In that moment, Xiao Bing felt like an imposter in his own city. Beha had become utterly alien to him. Clutching the box of money, he returned to his room, restless. He picked up his phone and sent a text message to his butler inquiring about the situation. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. It was the butler calling, and Xiao Bing answered. "Hello." On the other end, the butler's anxious voice rushed forth. "Young master, are you all right? You aren't injured, are you? Why do you ask?" Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. "Young master, given your brash nature, it is inevitable that you would offend those you cannot afford to. And this Han Yi is one such individual." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing's curiosity was ignited. So, this so-called Han Yi wields considerable power? More than just considerable. Han Yi, whose real name is Han Hua, is not a local. Although he is of Chinese descent, he grew up in Cambodia. He only arrived in Beha City in the past 6 months, so it is understandable that you are unaware of him. Beha City is adjacent to the border, and within the jungle lies the armed force established by Han Hua. He has men, weapons, and lacks for nothing in terms of ruthless subordinates. Even if he appears openly in Beha City, the police dare not apprehend him. Firstly, there is no evidence. Secondly, arresting him would plunge Beha City into chaos. After absorbing the butler's words, Xiao Bing felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Han Ye's background was indeed formidable. And Han Jian? Was her standing? Xiao Bing inquired. Han Yan is anhuras gudaugter. When Han Hua was younger, he had a brother-in-arms who sacrificed himself by taking a bullet for him at the border. At that time, Han Jian was just a child, and Han Hua took her in as his goddaughter, treating her as his own. The butler continued, "Young master, although the Xiao family is wealthy, we lack influence. If you encounter anyone from the Han family, you must take a detour. They are devoid of humanity, adhering strictly to their codes rather than the law. Therefore, you must exercise extreme caution." Xiao Bing nodded and promptly ended the call. "Han Yan, who would have thought you had such a significant background? No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you are the goddaughter of a crime lord." Lying back on his bed, Xiao Bing crossed his legs. So, today he had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Surviving the day, he hummed a tune and drifted into slumber. After a deep night's sleep, Xiao Bing awoke the next morning, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he glanced out the window. The sun had risen. Several black business cars were parked below, accompanied by a few pedestrians standing by the vehicles. Xiao Bing frowned, immediately sensing something amiss. These individuals, they resembled plainclothes officers. Their demeanor and stance were not characteristic of ordinary people. Were they Han Hua's men? Unlikely. Han Hua's subordinates exuded a palpable aura of menace that could not be concealed. The individuals below, however, seemed like genuine undercover officers, albeit unprofessional, standing outside a hotel early in the morning, either mentally unwell or up to no good. As Xiao Bing pondered this, a loud bang echoed through the air. The door to his room was suddenly breached with force. "Don't move." A thunderous shout rang out as a squad of armed police burst into the room. With a riot shield at the forefront, the officers, armed with pistols and rifles, aimed their weapons squarely at Xiao Bing, their expressions grim and tense. Xiao Bing, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. What was happening? Hey, gentlemen, didn't we agree that I would withdraw from the drill early? Why are you still here? As soon as he spoke, a deafening bang resonated. The lead officer had pulled the trigger. A bullet whizzed past Xiao Bing's head, embedding itself in the wall. Don't move. Drop your weapon. Surrender. 63. Is instant noodles considered a weapon? Gunfire erupted, causing Xiao Bing to instinctively duck. He glanced back at the wall, realizing with a shock that they were using live ammunition. They were dead serious. Hey, there's no need for this. Wasn't he agreed that I could withdraw from the drill? Xiao Bing stood up, attempting to explain, only to see several officers retreating in unison, their faces painted with anxiety. Put down your weapon. Surrender. Xiao Bing glanced at the instant noodles in his hand and raised them up. Is instant noodles considered a weapon? No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through the instant noodles in his grip, obliterating them. Arrest him. A swarm of officers rushed forward, pinning Xiao Bing firmly to the ground. Hey, it's a drill. A drill. Is this really necessary? Don't press my face. Xiao Bing protested, but they paid him no mind, swiftly handcuffing him. Without a word, they dragged him from the room. As he was led into the corridor, Xiao Bing's heart raced. The corridor was teeming with armed police. There were at least a dozen of them. The looks they cast at him were peculiar, nervous, hateful, and disdainful. Exiting the small hotel, Xiao Bing was shoved into a police vehicle. Subsequently, the armed police formed a formidable convoy. Meanwhile, 100 meters away in an alley, Asha leaned against the wall, peering through binoculars, silently observing Xiao Bing being escorted into the police car. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it, consider yourself lucky." After uttering this, he vanished into the depths of the alley. Half an hour later, Xiao Bing found himself at the Beja City police station. However, this time, his destination was not the equipment room, but rather the interrogation room. In a dimly lit chamber devoid of windows, Xiao Bing found himself secured to an iron chair. Facing a steel table bolted to the ground, handcuffed and shackled, he was evidently treated as a criminal. Opposite him sat two stern-faced policemen, armed with paper and pen. Xiao Bing languidly slumped in his chair, inspecting them with an almost dismissive flair. Along the way, he had come to a realization. This was no mere drill. Their firearms were loaded with live ammunition. As the family steward had indicated, Han Hua's identity was highly sensitive, and those surveilling him were undoubtedly numerous, including the police of Huaxia. Having had a close encounter with Han Hua the previous day, he mused, if the police dared not apprehend Han Hua, would they truly have the audacity to detain him? Following a tip-off, he was swiftly restrained, which also elucidated the anxious demeanor of the officers present. After all, he might just be on par with Han Hua in the world of criminality. "What is your name?" one officer inquired. "I have no idea why you have apprehended me," Xiao Bing retorted with irritation. "We hope for your active cooperation," the officer insisted solemnly. "Xiao Bing," he replied, rolling his eyes. "What is your gender?" Xiao Bing nonchalantly gestured towards his groin and raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you ascertain that for yourselves?" The two policemen glared at him, swiftly jotting down male on their forms. "Why were you at the Shenghua Hotel yesterday?" Xiao Bing, visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I don't wish to converse with you. Bring me Deputy Director Lin Jinping." Just as his words faded, a loud bang echoed through the room as one officer slammed his hand on the table. Rising in anger, "You dare. The Deputy Director is not someone you can simply request to see." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Deputy Director Lin Jinping, his expression grave as he entered the interrogation room. The two policemen immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Good day, Deputy Director Lin." Lin Jinping nodded curtly, waving them away. "Leave. I will handle the interrogation." "Yes, sir," they replied, hastily gathering their belongings before exiting. Xiao Bing stretched out his hands, exclaiming with resignation, "Will you unlock me? Or shall I do it myself?" Lin Jinping chuckled wryly, tossing the keys to Xiao Bing. He accepted them, unlocking the handcuffs and shackles. "How could it be you? We considered various possibilities, perhaps Han Hua's nemesis or his lover, but never anticipated it would be a military man," Lin Jinping remarked. "Now, tell me about the situation at that time." With a sigh, Xiao Bing shook his head, realizing he was entangled in the web surrounding Han Hua, unable to extricate himself. Thus, he recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail, and after 10 minutes, Lin Zhongping comprehended the situation. So, your meeting with Han Hua was entirely due to his goddaughter? Xiao Bing nodded precisely. Now that I've clarified everything, will you let me go? Lin Zhongping, seated in contemplation, was a seasoned individual who had held the position of deputy director for many years. After a moment, he suddenly declared, "You cannot leave." An ominous feeling surged within Xiao Bing's chest. "You cannot be serious," he stammered. Lin Zhongping firmly nodded. Han Hua is a key target of our criminal investigation unit in Beihai City. However, due to a lack of evidence, we have been unable to apprehend him. Now, an opportunity has presented itself. An undercover mission? Xiao Bing raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Lin Zhongping nodded earnestly. Exactly, since Han Hua has shown interest in you. It indicates he holds you in high regard. If you can infiltrate his circle and uncover evidence of his drug trafficking, we can apprehend him immediately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing rubbed his temples. It was precisely as he had anticipated, yet being an undercover agent was no trivial task. One misstep could cost him his life. "Brother, I am merely a novice. Is it appropriate for me to take on such a role?" He lamented. "I can immediately request an exception from the military to allow you to participate in this operation," Lin Zhongping replied, his expression filled with anticipation. "However, I am currently undergoing special operations training. This is a dream for many soldiers." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhongping reassured him, "Rest assured, your training qualification will be preserved. Upon your return, you can continue your training. Once it concludes, you will bypass the training phase and become a special forces soldier." "Yes, you. Xiao Bing inwardly cursed Lin Zhongping for digging a pit for him. In that moment, he struggled to think of a reason to decline. While training was arduous, it was not life-threatening. However, going undercover could indeed lead to death. In a past life, Xiao Bing had been an undercover agent, fully aware of the associated hardships and dangers. Just as he contemplated firmly declining, he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. "Mission issued. Agree to Lin Zhongping's request and infiltrate Han Hua's inner circle. Mission rewards, 200 technology points, 20 attribute points." Reluctantly, Xiao Bing acquiesced. "Very well, I will comply." Lin Zhongping seemed taken aback by the swiftness of Xiao Bing's agreement. He had anticipated resistance from a novice like him, yet his acceptance was remarkably prompt, leading Lin Zhongping to question Xiao Bing's true intentions. "Have you made up your mind? Are you certain you wish to undertake this mission?" Lin Zhongping probed. Xiao Bing nodded resolutely. "Of course. Why are you so slow? If you take any longer, I might change my mind." No. Lin Zhongping quickly smiled. "I'm simply thrilled. Please wait here. I will contact your unit immediately." As Lin Zhongping turned to leave, Xiao Bing grabbed his arm. "Wait, I have 2 more questions." Lin Zhongping paused. "Go ahead. First, what about my background? I am the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. It would be illogical for me to suddenly become a terrorist. Second, I outright rejected Han Hua before. If I approach him again, won't he become suspicious?" Lin Zhongping fell into deep thought at his words. Noticing his silence, Xiao Bing voiced his thoughts. "Given Han Hua's capabilities, he will undoubtedly uncover my identity swiftly. Rather than conceal it, it would be bolder to admit it. I served briefly in the military for 6 months, but I could not endure the hardships and deserted. My skills were honed by a master hired by my family. After my desertion, I severed ties with the Xiao family. What do you think of this explanation?" Lin Zhongping took a deep breath, recognizing the risks involved. However, it seemed there were no other alternatives. He cast another glance at Xiao Bing, who astonished him with his clarity of thought and analytical prowess. The maturity of the mind surpassed his own, compelling him to concede. Secondly, regarding the encounter with Han Hua, there were only 2 options available. First, I had committed a grave offense and was being pursued by the police, leaving me no choice but to seek refuge with Han Hua. Second, I could orchestrate a second chance meeting with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongping stroked his chin in contemplation. After a considerable time, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Xiao Bing turned his gaze towards him. Lin Zhongping retrieved his phone, tapped a few times, and presented it to Xiao Bing. 3 days hence, the opulent yacht, Beihai, would set sail. Lin Zhongping nodded emphatically. Being pursued by the police was far too perilous. When the Beihai embarked, Han Hua would undoubtedly make an appearance. If I could encounter him aboard the Beihai, it would be nothing short of splendid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing nodded in agreement. "You take charge." "Excellent." 24 hours later, Xiaobing exited the police station. The reason for the 24-hour timeline was that, in the absence of sufficient evidence, the police could only detain a suspect for a maximum of 24 hours. Once the time elapsed, they were obliged to release them. With no lingering worries, Xiaobing returned to the Beha Grand Hotel, took a shower, and lay down on the bed, activating the system. At this juncture, Xiaobing had accumulated 500 technology points. The moment for opening the treasure chest had arrived. With 500 technology points, he could unlock a silver-grade treasure chest. The minimum yield from silver chest was a light blue-grade equipment, while the maximum could yield purple-grade equipment. His heart raced with excitement as he prepared to open the chest. With a resounding clang, a silver chest materialized before Xiaobing. As he clicked to open it, 500 technology points vanished. The silver lock on the chest shattered, revealing a dazzling array of weapons spinning within. Heavenly silkworm armor, deep blue, military grade, cobra dagger, purple, restricted grade, compact pistol, deep blue, military grade. The spinning slowed, and with a decisive click, the equipment was finalized. A rifle appeared on the interface. Weapons. Xiaobing's excitement surged. The main weapon had finally emerged. Modified. Light blue, industrial grade. Upon inspecting its grade, Xiaobing was left speechless. It was merely of light blue quality. Modified. A portable rifle that generates 30 rounds of ammunition every 24 hours. It bore no distinction from ordinary firearms, save for its portability and the daily replenishment of 30 rounds. Furthermore, the ammunition count did not accumulate. In other words, regardless of usage, one would only possess 30 rounds per day. Though this weapon seemed somewhat lackluster, it was better than nothing. Next, he reviewed his technology list. Helmet, custom duckbill cap, white, consumer grade, protective goggles, divine vision, pinkish purple, confidential grade, battle armor, fluid vest, deep blue, military grade, combat pants, shadow combat pants, deep blue, military grade, military boots, shadow boots, light blue, industrial grade, gloves, critical strike gauntlets, deep blue, military grade, weapon, modified, light blue, industrial grade, secondary weapon, dominant slingshot, light blue, industrial grade, melee weapon, throwing weapon. Now, only the melee and throwing weapons were missing. He believed that after completing a few more tasks, he could achieve his goal of full equipment. As for attribute points, Xiaobing hesitated briefly before deciding to allocate them entirely to his speed. When undercover, the paramount importance was to run swiftly. Otherwise, not a trace would remain. He allocated all points to speed. Subsequently, a voice from the system echoed in his ear. Allocating points, please wait. He felt an electric surge coursing through his body, that familiar sensation enveloping him once more. A tingling, as if 1,000 ants were crawling over him. This force transformed Xiaobing's muscles, tendons, and bones. Unable to suppress a low groan, he experienced a fusion of pain and pleasure. Half an hour later, with a triumphant roar, the allocation concluded. He surveyed his personal attributes. Host, Xiaobing. Rank, First Class Sergeant. Level, 5. Strength, 101 points. Speed, 90 points. Stamina, 160 points. Defense, 40 points. Reaction, 30 points. Mentality, 10 points. Talent, none. Technology points, 0 points. His strength, speed, and stamina attributes were exceptional, yet the others were rather average. Xiaobing had indeed specialized. However, this was inconsequential. He would eventually elevate his other attributes. The immediate priority was to meet Han Hua at the right place and time, gaining his trust. Xiaobing reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. This position held for 2 hours. After 2 hours, he opened his eyes, and a bold plan was conceived within him. 65 Baye. 3 days later, at the seaside of Beha City, a colossal yacht approached the shore, a staircase extending down towards it. A myriad of characters from Beha City were orderly boarding the vessel. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed. A dazzling Lamborghini sped towards them, moving with remarkable velocity. With a drift, the sleek car came to a halt by the roadside. The scissor doors lifted, and 2 figures emerged. Xiaobing, clad in simple athletic wear, and the flamboyant, well-dressed Li Shengxian, donning sunglasses. Li Shengxian approached Xiaobing with his hands in his pockets. Hey, we agreed that I would take you on the yacht, and you would help me select a valuable raw stone. Last time I gambled with you, I lost over 10 million. When I returned home, my father was furious. If I lose again, he wants to give me any pocket money in the future. Xiaobing smiled slightly in response. Rest assured, I, Xiaobing, am a man of my word. Accompanying Li Shengxian was part of Xiaobing's plan. This luxurious yacht was not accessible to all. Only the prominent figures of Beha City received invitations. And as a castaway from his family, Xiaobing naturally lacked the qualification to board. However, Li Shengxian did possess this privilege. He could bring Xiaobing aboard, thus allowing Xiaobing to ascend the yacht with legitimate standing. The two ascended the staircase, where two men in black checked identities. Upon seeing Li Shengxian, they immediately bowed. Young Master Li Shengxian nodded slightly, gesturing towards Xiaobing behind him. This is my friend. The two men in black dared not obstruct them and promptly allowed passage. Upon boarding the yacht, they were greeted by an expansive deck. It was hard to fathom that a ship could possess such vastness. The deck alone was the size of a football field. Before them stood a multi-story structure, with various entertainment options available on board. Here, one could not only bask in the sun, but also indulge in bowling, baseball, archery, and even karaoke. No wonder the affluent revel in renting yachts. There's indeed a rationale behind it. Shall we enjoy a drink at the bar, Xiao? Li Shengxian inquired with a teasing smile. Xiaobing nodded slightly sure. The two made their way into the cabin and arrived at the bar. Seated at the counter, Xiaobing opted for a simple beer, savoring it alone. In contrast, Li Shengxian ordered a fine spirit and effortlessly beckoned a nearby lady. The beautiful women naturally nestled against Li Shengxian. One even attempted to lean towards Xiaobing, but he deftly sidestepped. Come on, Li Shengxian laughed and chided Xiaobing. When did you become so self-restrained? Those ladies on the yacht are here for our enjoyment. Why not indulge? The current Xiaobing was certainly not the same as before. He felt quite averse to matters of intimacy, preferring to maintain decorum. I apologize, but I lack interest in women. Upon hearing this, Li Shengxian gave a thumbs up. Admiration etched on his face. Impressive. It seems you have truly achieved a state of desirelessness. As the two conversed, a sudden thunderous sound reverberated through the cabin, causing the vessel to tremble. Li Shengxian nearly lost his balance, steadied by two lovely companions. Xiaobing glanced out the window. Are we setting sail? Li Shengxian, rubbing his back, cursed under his breath and nodded. Yes, damn it, that jolted my back. According to Xiaobing's plan, he needed to locate someone. Lu Qing, one of the four young masters of Beha. As the eldest son of the Lu family, he wielded considerable influence in Beha City and was currently the strongest among the four. The Lu family had rapidly ascended from second-tier family to a top-tier one, allegedly backed by powerful patrons. He was certain Lu Qing would be aboard this yacht. Is there not a more engaging and populous area on this yacht? Xiaobing inquired. Li Shengxian, raising his glass, grinned mischievously. Well, for now the bar is the liveliest spot. But in 2 hours, the upper deck will be bustling. He gestured upward toward the second deck. Without further explanation, Xiaobing understood what the second level entailed. Once the yacht ventured into international waters, it would be free from the constraints of Chinese law, allowing for unrestrained gambling aboard. In this realm, one could even commit murder without facing repercussions. Such is the allure of international waters, a paradise for the wealthy. Indeed, as the yacht commenced its journey, an increasing number of guests flooded into the bar. Within, the atmosphere grew vibrant and lively, as prominent figures from Beha gathered, raising their glasses in camaraderie. Notable socialites also accompanied the influential man. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered the bar, stirring excitement among the crowd. Clad in a light yellow gown, with a pair of elegantly shod feet adorned with crystal heels, she glided into the bar, exuding a powerful and confident aura. The moment she appeared, a throng of successful individuals surrounded her, raising their glasses in flattery. Miss Hen, it's been too long. You look stunning today. May I have the honor of being your dance partner? Can we share a drink? Typically aloof heirs rushed toward Han Jian, lowering their airs in hopes of earning her attention. Yet, Han Jian remained imperious, striding past them without acknowledgement. Isn't she captivating? Li Shengxian chuckled beside Xiaobing. She is indeed beautiful, though her temperament could use some refinement. Xiaobing replied quietly. A foul temper? If I could marry her, I would tolerate any disposition. Just look at her beauty. Besides, she is the daughter of Master Han. A strong character is to be expected, Li Shengxian murmured. Then why don't you pursue her? Xiaobing teased. Li Shengxian recoiled slightly, shaking his head. I dare not. Everyone knows Lu Qing from the Lu family is courting Han Jian. To pursue her would be courting disaster. Lu Qing. Xiao Bing's eyes narrowed. So, he will undoubtedly appear before Han Jian tonight? Indeed, Li Shengxian affirmed. Xiao Bing smirked and remarked, "Do you believe that within 10 counts, Han Jian will approach me?" Li Shengxian scrutinized Xiao Bing with skepticism. "Come on. She wouldn't even glance at me. What makes you think she'd notice you? A mere discarded heir?" 10, 9. Xiao Bing began his confident countdown. 6, 5. Just then, Han Jian's gaze shifted toward them, landing on Xiao Bing leaning against the bar. Her brows furrowed as she dismissed the flattering remarks from others and walked directly toward him. 4, 3, 2, 1. She's coming. Li Shengxian rolled his eyes, about to mock. "Come on," as if she would pay you any mind, but his eyes widened in astonishment as Han Jian approached Xiao Bing with clear intent. "What a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Perhaps she is seeking me," Li Shengxian mumbled, hastily adjusting his suit and smoothing his hair, flashing a self-satisfied grin. As the eldest son of the Li family, he assumed his status was sufficient. Thus he confidently approached. "Miss Han, I am," before he could finish. Han Jian didn't spare him a glance, completely ignoring him as she passed by and stood before Xiao Bing. Li Shengxian turned his head in disbelief, astonished. Is she truly here for Xiao Bing? The other gentlemen around them buzzed with excitement. Who is he? How fortunate to have Miss Han seek him out. When everyone noticed Xiao Bing's appearance, their expressions shifted. Clad in cheap athletic wear and even sporting flip-flops, he radiated an unrefined demeanor. How could someone like him board the yacht? What brings you here? Han Jian asked, arms crossed, peering down at Xiao Bing. You can be here. So why can't I? Xiao Bing replied, holding his beer with a smile. Han Jian rolled her eyes in response. Does anyone and everyone have the right to board the Beha? What is your standing that permits you here? The atmosphere crackled with tension as old adversaries met. Li Shengxian, observing keenly, realized why Xiao Bing was so confident Han Jian would approach him. It appeared they had a history of animosity. Instantly, Li Shengxian positioned himself before Xiao Bing. Flishing all gentlemen smile attendion. Miss Han, he is merely my attendant. I happen to bring him along. Given that Li Shengxian and Xiao Bing's friendship was superficial, belittling Xiao Bing elevated his own status. Why not seize the opportunity? Upon hearing this, Han Jian burst into laughter. So, you are simply Li Shengxian's lackey. No wonder we encountered you at the Beha Hotel. You are just a pathetic follower. Li Shengxian chuckled in agreement. Indeed, he is just my little follower. Miss Han, how do you know my name? Han Jian, crossing her arms, replied nonchalantly. How can I not know the eldest son of the Li family? Upon hearing this, Li Shengxian's face lit up, filled with delight. To have his name remembered by Han Jian was indeed an honor. At that moment, he thought to seize the opportunity to engage her in conversation. Perhaps their mutual glances would spark an attraction, and then the Li family could soar to new heights. Miss Han, I feel a sense of familiarity with you. Shall we sit down and share a drink? Li Shengxian eagerly inquired. However, Han Jian showed no interest in him. Before she could decline, a large hand slapped down on Li Shengxian's shoulder. He brushed it off dismissively. Enough, we have serious matters to attend to. He didn't even glance back. Again, the hand came down, more insistently this time. Li Shengxian's thumb flared. Hey, is this never-ending? As he turned around, his irritated expression froze. Standing before him was a towering man, clad in a black suit, possessing a formidable physique. He looked down with a half-smile that radiated a menacing aura. Lu Qing? Li Shengxian's complexion instantly shifted. The Lu family had risen rapidly, now the strongest among the 4 prominent families. Lu Qing's influence dwarfed that of Li Shengxian by many multiples. Naturally, Li Shengxian felt fear upon seeing him. Get lost, Lu Qing uttered curtly. Li Shengxian quickly nodded, understood. Without a second thought, he turned to leave. Then, Lu Qing turned his attention to Han Jian with a smile. His pursuit of her was no secret. While the Lu family was powerful in Beha City, they still fell short compared to the Han family, known for their connections and firearms. Therefore, if the Lu and Han families were to ally through marriage, they would dominate Beha City. What a coincidence, Jianer! Lu Qing exclaimed with a grin. Yet, Han Jian appeared unimpressed by his imposing presence. Coincidence? I don't think so, she responded, her tone indifferent. Jianer, it's rare for you to be out and about. Would you do me the honor of dancing with me? Lu Qing gallantly extended his hand. However, Han Jian shot him a disdainful glance. No need. My mood is quite poor after encountering someone today. Someone? Lu Qing's expression darkened. Who has upset you? I shall deal with them. At this, Han Jian cast a gleeful glance at Xiao Bing. It's him, Li Shengxian's lackey. The cold gaze from Lu Qing swept over Xiao Bing. Upon recognizing him, disdain flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. Oh, who do we have here? Is this not the third young master of the Xiao family? Lu Qing mocked sarcastically. The third young master of the Xiao family? This time, it was Han Jian's turn to be surprised. Wasn't he simply Li Shengxian's subordinate? The Xiao family was quite powerful in Behe City, a fact Han Jian was somewhat aware of. A subordinate? Huh. Xiao Bing, is this the depth to which you have sunk? Serving as a lackey to Li Shengxian? I recall you once looked down on him. Indeed, 30 years of fortune and misfortune can change one's circumstances. In the past, Xiao Bing had feared Lu Qing greatly, as his imposing stature and formidable combat prowess allowed him to bully others. Each time he encountered Lu Qing, he would walk with his head down. However, Xiao Bing was no longer the same man he used to be. Furthermore, he had come here today specifically for Lu Qing. His first step was to provoke him. Oh, big guy, you sure have a lot to say. Is your mouth afflicted with hemorrhoids? That's a condition that requires treatment. As soon as Xiao Bing uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared at him in shock, some even discreetly giving him a thumbs up. To dare to confront Lu Qing with such vulgarity. Xiao Bing was indeed a trailblazer. Meanwhile, Li Shengxian hastily pretended not to know Xiao Bing, distancing himself. Ha! Han Jian was the first to crack, unable to stifle her laughter at Xiao Bing's crude remark. However, upon seeing Lu Qing's furious countenance, she quickly stifled her mirth, though the glimmer of amusement lingered in her eyes. Lu Qing's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Throughout his life, Xiao Bing had never dared to speak back to him. Yet today, in front of the woman he admired, Xiao Bing's foul language had stripped him of his dignity. How could he not be enraged? You worthless fool. Repeat that. Lu Qing bellowed. Xiao Bing smirked coldly. Repeat? Big guy, have your ears clogged with pig hair? Has your hemorrhoids spread to your ears? The hospital is just a left turn away. Feel free to seek treatment. His vulgarity turned Lu Qing's face a deep shade of green. He was so enraged that his chest heaved, his face flushed. The veins in his fists bulged. After a long moment, he finally managed to regain his composure and glared at Xiao Bing with a hint of contempt. Heh, Xiao Bing, it's been half a year, and your tongue has become quite slick. Yet, is this all you learned during your time in the military? Coward. The word coward sparked a commotion. All eyes turned to Xiao Bing. This was undoubtedly a hot topic. Xiao Bing's expression changed, and he shouted, Shut up! Shut up! Lu Qing looked down at Xiao Bing, a mocking smile plastered on his face. You dare to act, but not allow others to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reveal a sensational piece of news. All eyes shifted to Lu Qing, intrigued. He pointed at Xiao Bing and declared loudly, This man is Xiao Bing, the third young master of the Xiao family, a living embodiment of a wealthy second generation. While there were many wealthy second-generation individuals present, he was not like the rest. He has spent his entire life indulging in debauchery, never lifting a finger for serious matters. He is of age, yet refuses to invest or take over the family business, only seeking pleasure. He is so rebellious that he has hospitalized his own father multiple times. Upon hearing this, a wave of gasps resonated through the crowd. All eyes turned to Xiao Bing, filled with disdain. What a waste. The Xiao family? I know him, the waste of the Xiao family. I heard this guy was expelled from the family for being too useless. Murmurs of gossip spread through the crowd. While many present were indeed wealthy second-generation individuals, they were all ambitious in their own right. They either managed family businesses or studied abroad. In any case, they possessed skills that ensured their survival. Yet, Xiao Bing was a genuine wastrel, only knowing how to rely on his family, indulging in a life of excess. His reputation for being useless was well known in Behe City. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Han Jian's eyes reflected a hint of disdain as she regarded Xiao Bing. She had initially thought him merely an arrogant fool. However, after listening to Lu Qing, her negative impression deepened. She found such a wastrel utterly repugnant. Shut your mouth, Xiao Bing roared. However, Lu Qing wore an expression of disdain, utterly ignoring Xiao Bing, and continued to speak loudly. Ha ha, are you angry? I have something even more explosive. Would everyone like to hear it? As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd below. Yes. Hurry up and tell us. Lu Qing nodded, a playful smile gracing his lips. All right, let me continue. His parents, seeing Xiao Bing's lack of ambition, feared that their legacy would be left without an heir. After all, both his elder brothers had passed away prematurely. His cousins were too formidable, and his parents were afraid of being supplanted by the collateral branches. So they had no choice but to send him into the military. They hoped he would improve within the crucible of the army. Can you guess what happened next? Lu Qing deliberately left them in suspense, not disclosing the details. The onlookers' curiosity was piqued, and they eagerly pressed for more. What happened? Tell us. Yes, we can't wait. Lu Qing's smile broadened as he laughed heartily. Ha ha! This kid, once in the army, became a liability. His physical fitness was lacking, his mindset lagged behind. If it weren't for him being the third young master of the Xiao family, he would have been dismissed long ago. Although the leaders in the military took great care of him, he didn't last even half a year before he ran away. He became a deserter. With this revelation, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. The term deserter was laden with scorn, and no one respected a coward. For soldiers are sacred and cannot be sullied. A deserter is nothing but a coward, a waste. A chorus of disdain echoed, and every gaze directed at Xiao Bing was filled with contempt. Some even wished to throw their drinks in his face. Han Jian took a couple of steps back, distancing herself from Xiao Bing, her eyes filled with disgust. She despised cowards. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing, head bowed, fists clenched, trembled with rage, his face flushed. Shut your mouth, he bellowed. But Lu Qing was unfazed by Xiao Bing's outburst. He looked down upon him with cold disdain. Xiao Bing, even when you were the third young master of the Xiao family, I was never afraid of you. Now you are merely a discarded waste cast out by your family. Huh, trash. With that, Lu Qing raised his hand and slapped Xiao Bing's face. I could easily crush you beneath my foot. At that moment, Xiao Bing could no longer endure the humiliation. He swung his fist in retaliation. However, Lu Qing was no stranger to combat. He easily blocked Xiao Bing's blow and retaliated with a kick to his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Bing was sent flying. Thud! He crashed to the ground, sprawled out, his face turning pale, nearly spitting blood. Lu Qing, holding a wine glass, wore a smug expression. To me, you're nothing more than a maggot. To extinguish you, I need merely raise my foot. Xiao Bing, one must have self-awareness, do you understand? Xiao Bing lay on the ground, silent. In an hour, they would be in international waters. Killing in international waters is not a crime. These words were thick with menace. At this moment, Lu Qing undoubtedly became the center of attention in the bar. Relishing the awe surrounding him, he felt immense satisfaction. To humiliate a once great heir before his goddess brought him great joy. Han Jian cast a cold glance at Xiao Bing and remarked, "So this is the kind of person you are. Oomph, a deserter." After uttering this, she turned on her heel and left. Lu Qing snorted with disdain and stepped over Xiao Bing's body, striding after her. Hey, wait for me. As the excitement dwindled, the crowd dispersed quickly. Yet this time, Xiao Bing had become the talk of the entire ship. Li Shengxian, seeing the crowd had cleared, cautiously approached and squatted beside Xiao Bing. Hey, why would you put yourself in such a predicament? Have you forgotten how it was when you were with the Xiao family? He bullied you without pressure, let alone now. Learn from your mistakes. After saying this, Li Shengxian patted Xiao Bing's shoulder, sighed with gravity, and then departed. As the surrounding people thinned out, Xiao Bing slowly rose to his feet. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The first step of his plan was a success. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Beha ship, Master Han sat in a grand chair, holding a cigar. Opposite him sat a woman in her 40s. Though not young, her skin was exquisitely maintained, appearing as if she were in her early 30s. She reclined on the sofa, dressed in a qipao, her figure strikingly alluring. This woman was the owner of the Beha ship, known only as Sister E among those in the underworld. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke the silence. Come in, Master Han said nonchalantly. The door opened, and Ah Sha entered, approaching Master Han with a lowered head. Master Han, that kid has also arrived. That kid? Who? Master Han furrowed his brow, puzzled. The one who provoked the young lady. The discarded heir of the Xiao family, Xiao Bing. Upon hearing this, Master Han exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile creeping onto his face. Him? Ha ha. I find that kid quite intriguing. Asha clearly harbored resentment towards Xiao Bing. Master Han, that kid is clearly a paper tiger. Just now, he was beaten by Lu Qing from the Lu family. He was thoroughly humiliated and didn't dare to utter a word. Oh, Master Han's interest was piqued. This kid is so cowardly. He dares to provoke my daughter. Yet he can't even stand up to a mere Lu Qing. If he truly is that spineless, I might have to reevaluate my opinion of him. Master Han replied indifferently, while Sister Yi leaned closer, her demeanor flirtatious. Master Han, who is it that has captured your attention so? Ha, just an interesting young man. Do you need me to step in and resolve this for you? Sister Yi cooed, leaning against Master Han. However, Master Han shook his head, his expression unyielding. No need. I find him quite interesting. Once we are in international waters, let us see if he dares to stir up any trouble. After being insulted by Lu Qing, Xiao Bing vanished from the crowd's sight. His plan was audacious. One misstep could cost him his life. Yet, this was the most direct way he could think of to approach Master Han. Albeit risky, it was worth a try. On the ship, Xiao Bing was not alone. In a corridor of the cabin, a seemingly simple-minded janitor scrubbed the floor vigorously with a mop. The surface gleamed under his efforts. He raised his head, revealing his honest face, Li Dagan. After finishing his task, he surveyed his surroundings and slowly pushed his cleaning cart away. On the deck, a short, rat-faced young man mingled among a throng of beautiful women. Though he was unattractive, he wore designer clothes and sported a Rolex watch, surrounded by several women. The group laughed and played, oblivious to the tension brewing just beyond their revelry. The man with a disheveled appearance and a pair of distinctive mustaches is also an accomplice of Xiao Bing, known as Tian Zhongshu. Along the edge of the deck, a row of black-clad bodyguards stands silently, hands clasped behind their backs, wearing sunglasses with serious expressions. Among them, one bodyguard is particularly robust, resembling a young bull. He has no direct connection with Xiao Bing, but ranks second on the rookie leaderboard, just behind him. All three individuals are associates of Xiao Bing. Wally Dagan was specifically requested by Xiao Bing. The other two were chosen by Lin Jingping. For the sake of confidentiality, all undercover agents deployed this time are newcomers with clean backgrounds. Xiao Bing's plan leaves Lin Jingping in a state of hesitation, but after much persuasion, he reluctantly agrees. The success or failure hinges on this one endeavor. As time quietly flows, night descends, and the Beihe vessel officially sails into international waters. The revelry commences. At this moment, the deck is devoid of any presence, while on the second floor of the cabin, the casino opens its doors. In international waters, gambling goes unchecked and unmonitored. Here, one can gamble to their heart's content without fear of consequence. As the casino doors swing open, a throng of people rushes inside, filling the chip exchange counter to capacity. Those aboard this luxurious cruise are far from ordinary, and thus, chips are exchanged in amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Within the casino, a multitude of scantily clad bunny girls flit about, each one a paragon of beauty and allure. Li Shengxian makes his timely entrance, exchanging 1 million in chips and embracing a bunny girl as he steps into the casino. Lu Qing and Han Jian also appear, gathering the elite of Beihe City in one place. Half an hour after the festivities begin, Xiao Bing finally makes his entrance. Standing at the entrance of a casino, he surveys the lively scene within. However, having become somewhat of a celebrity, he draws curious glances wherever he goes. Unfazed, Xiao Bing approaches the bar and places his bank card down to exchange for 10,000 in chips. The attractive bartender is momentarily taken aback and then rolls her eyes. I'm sorry, the minimum exchange is 100,000. 100,000? Xiao Bing frowns, his expression revealing his predicament. It's not that he lacks funds. Rather, his current persona is that of a destitute heir who should not possess wealth. At that moment, Li Shengxian appears, wine glass in hand. I say, Xiao Bing, have you truly fallen to such depths? You don't even have 100,000? He then flicks a chip towards Xiao Bing, which swiftly lands in his grasp. It is a heavy black chip, worth 100,000. Here, 100,000 is merely a single chip. Thank you, Xiao Bing replies before entering the casino. Inside, the variety of games is astounding. Every conceivable gambling method is available. From 3-card poker and baccarat to do diju and mahjong. Anything is possible as long as you have money. Xiao Bing quietly approaches a 3-card poker table, finds a seat, and places one of his chips on the table. 5 players occupy the table, and upon seeing Xiao Bing's solitary chip, their brows furrow in unison. Each player before them possesses at least 30 chips, equating to over 3 million. One chip? Are you here to joke? A rotund man questions, frowning. Xiao Bing nods. Yes, is that a problem? Oomph. The portly man scoffs derisively. In this day and age, there are indeed many who wish to achieve greatness with empty hands. Do you truly believe you can win big with just one chip? He chuckles contemptuously, prompting the others around to shake their heads in disbelief. Indeed, in their eyes, a solitary chip is hardly worth considering. Nevertheless, Xiao Bing remains silent, crossing his legs and awaiting the game to commence. As the number of players at the table increases, it fills to capacity with 12 seats as the final woman arrives, causing an uproar among the others. Sister E, the woman, named Jia, is clad in a form-fitting qipao that accentuates her voluptuous figure, exuding the charm of a mature woman with every movement. Her smile is enchanting. Her gaze is captivating as autumn waters, capable of ensnaring hearts. Please, everyone, take your seats. Jia gestures with a smile, prompting everyone to comply, albeit with a sense of restraint, for she is the owner of the Beihe vessel, possessing extensive connections and a profound background. In the presence of such a figure, all are cautious. Shall we begin? Jia, the dealer in the center of the table, inquires carefully. Jia nods, smiling. Let us begin. With that, the dealer commences dealing the cards. Three-card poker is an exceedingly simple game. A flush, known as a golden flower, is a highly favorable hand. Following that are straights, such as 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9. Each player is dealt 3 cards, with the weakest hand being 3 unrelated cards, often referred to as trash hands. The dealer skillfully deals until each player has 3 cards before them, and at this moment, no one looks at their cards, as doing so would require doubling their bets. The dealer announces, Player 1, you may act first. The first player, a man with a cigar, boldly tosses 10 chips onto the table. I'm in for 10. Following him is a bespectacled man, clearly a novice who lacks the courage to go all in without knowing his cards. He cautiously glances at his hand, finding it mediocre, a pair. This leaves him in a state of indecision. After a moment, he sighs, I fold. Folding incurs a loss of the ante, equivalent to 1 chip, or 100,000. Player 3 is Xiao Bing. A hint of a smile graces his lips. With his divine insight, he perceives all the hands on the table. With only 1 chip, he is left with no option but to win. His own hand is neither too strong nor too weak, a pair. In the absence of a golden flower or a straight, this hand is among the strongest. A quick glance reveals that Jia possesses a golden flower, but the other's hands are not as formidable as his. In 3-card poker, there can only be one victor, and Xiao Bing's singular objective is to intimidate Jia into folding. With a decisive motion, Xiao Bing picks up his 3 cards, nervously rubbing them between his fingers. As the cards gradually emerged, Xiao Bing suddenly burst into a raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! With such a hand, who could possibly challenge me? His arrogance drew the attention of those around him. What kind of hand is that? So confident? Sneered the cigar man. Xiao Bing smirked playfully. Shall we compare? The cigar man rolled his eyes. I haven't even looked at my cards. What do you want to compare? You're scared. Xiao Bing taunted. The cigar man, known for his fiery temperament, was instantly enraged. Let us compare then. Xiao Bing's heart raced. He had ensnared the cigar man. The cards were soon handed over to the dealer, who merely glanced at them before returning them. The result, player 3 won, and player 1 was out. The cigar man's face darkened considerably, while Xiao Bing wore a smug expression, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. I wouldn't want you all to lose too embarrassingly. Just fold. At his words, those who hadn't seen their cards wore expressions of doubt. Could he truly have a remarkable hand? Provoked by Xiao Bing's confidence, many lifted their cards to inspect them, only to find their faces grimacing in dismay. Their hands were not impressive at all. Fold, fold, fold. Several players discarded their hands in a flurry. However, there were still those who refused to be intimidated. Player 8 slammed the table, exclaiming, I refuse to believe my hand isn't better than yours. He held a pair, decent among a poor collection. Shall we compare? Xiao Bing smiled knowingly, brimming with confidence. Let us do it. The cards were once again passed to the dealer. The dealer swiftly returned the cards. Player 3 triumphed, and player 8 was ousted. Xiao Bing had won again. Many faces darkened at this. Xiao Bing's confidence soared, having won twice. Everyone began to assume he must possess a formidable hand. Fold. Fold. In no time, countless players had discarded their hands. Only Sister E and Xiao Bing remained at the table. Sister E, why not hold on? It's no fun if everyone folds. How about a big one? Xiao Bing asked, brimming with pride. Sister E, legs crossed and a cigarette in hand, chuckled, young man. You only have one chip. Why would I bother going big with you? With that, she didn't even glance at her cards and simply folded. Fold. The entire table folded. Xiao Bing emerged victorious. His first pot of gold was secured. Player 1, the cigar man, had wagered 10 chips, while the others merely placed a single chip minimum bet. A total of 22 chips piled before Xiao Bing. His assets had swelled from 100,000 to 220,000. With newfound capital, Xiao Bing's confidence surged. Soon, the second round commenced. The cards were dealt. However, Xiao Bing found himself with an exceptionally poor hand, almost the smallest possible. Without a second thought, he folded immediately. The third round began, and upon inspecting his cards, Xiao Bing's eyes lit up. He held the smallest hand, 2, 3, 5. Why was 2, 3, 5 the smallest hand? Because 2, 3, 4 is a straight, and 2, 3, 5 is neither a straight nor a pair. But why not 1, 2, for as the smallest? Because it is the largest single card. Thus 2, 3, 5 is the smallest of all hands. Yet, this very hand could dominate the highest hand in the game, the 3 of a kind. What is 3 of a kind? 3 identical cards make it so. However, the odds of drawing 3 of a kind are exceedingly low. Many players with 2, 3, 5 dare not place a bet, uncertain if their opponent holds 3 of kind. Xiao Bing activated his keen insight and looked around. To his surprise, someone indeed had 3 of a kind. Player 2, the glasses man. Though a novice, Player 2 understood the game rules and held nearly the strongest hand imaginable. He had 3 8s. Such a hand is a rarity. 70. The 3 of a kind is here. At that moment, the dealer announced, last round, Player 12 won. Player 1, please speak. The cigar man nonchalantly tossed 10 chips onto the table, boldly declaring, I'll call 10. Player 2, the glasses man, hesitated, then replied, I'll match 10. He feigned uncertainty, leading others to believe his hand wasn't T-strong, hoping to coax in more chips. Next, it was Xiao Bing's turn. Without hesitation, he pushed in 10 chips. The following players matched with 10 chips as well. But when it reached Player 8, he hesitated for a moment, then glanced at his cards. Seeing his strong hand, 7, 8, 9, he was elated. With a flourish, Player 8 declared, I'll raise 50 chips. Who dares to match? Player 8 stacked his chips high, causing Player 9 to hesitate. He too revealed his cards, which were also substantial, 4, 5, 6. Gritting his teeth, he said, Player 8, I'll match you. Player 8 showed no fear, saying, bring it on. The dealer then took their cards and shortly after, returned them. Player 8 won, and Player 9 was eliminated. A pallor fell over Player 9's face. 5 million gone. The total bets at the table had reached a staggering 17 million, excluding the minimum. Player 10, seeing Player 8's boldness, hesitated for a moment. He looked at his cards and was overjoyed. A flush. Damn, I'll raise 100. Who dares to challenge me? 1 million. Instantly, Player 11's expression changed. After checking his cards, he decisively folded. Next up was Player 12, Sister E. Her hand was formidable as well, a flush straight. What is a flush straight? It consists of a flush and a straight. Sister E held 3 spade cards. Ace 2, 3. Unfazed, she subtly placed her cards down and calmly stated, I'll call. The stakes had grown immense. Players continued to fold, aware that many at the table held strong hands. Soon, only 5 remained. The glasses man, Xiao Bing, Player 8, Player 10, and Player 12. At this juncture, the glasses man spoke up. He glanced at Xiao Bing, saying coolly, shall we clash? Xiao Bing had pushed all his chips forward, totaling 20. Clash. With 2, 3, 5. I can't possibly win against you. Xiao Bing smiled faintly, a 1T clash. The bespectacled man let out a cold laugh, remarking, ha, coward. He then turned his attention to Player 8. Care for a bet? Player 8, brimming with confidence, sneered, your stakes are too low. Increase it by 5 million, and I shall match you. A hint of cold amusement flickered in the bespectacled man's eyes. I shall go all in. With that, he pushed all his chips forward, 200 in total, amounting to 20 million. Player 8's expression shifted. Such audacity? He began to waver. Although his hand was formidable, it clearly did not embolden him to go all in. Yet, To fold would render his previous wager futile. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I call." With that, player 8 matched the 200 chips. The cards were then handed to the dealer, and the bespectacled man wore a confident demeanor, while player 8 appeared exceedingly tense. Mere seconds later, the results were revealed. Player 2 emerged victorious, and player 8 was eliminated. Instantly, player 8 slumped into his chair, stunned. Over 200 chips lost in an instant. The bespectacled man radiated confidence as he turned to player 10. "Shall we bet?" Player 10, gazing at his royal flush, hesitated. Much like player 8, his hand was undoubtedly strong, one of the best possible. To fold now will be a great loss. Resolutely, player 10 clenched his jaw and stated, "I will call 200, but I shall not raise." He was determined to see it through. At this moment, Sister E spoke up. Glancing at her cards with a playful smile, she announced, "I go all in." With that, she pushed 500 chips forward. Player 2 raised an eyebrow. Such boldness? Though 50 million was not a significant sum for her, it was still money. If that's the case, I shall reveal my hand." With a loud clap, the bespectacled man slammed his cards onto the table. 3/8 glaring back. Gasps filled the room. A 3 of a kind. How could they continue from here? Player 10's expression shifted dramatically. He realized defeat was inevitable. In an instant, he appeared aged by decades, slapping his cards down in frustration before storming away. Sister Yi's expression faltered as well. She clearly did not anticipate that her royal flush could be outmatched. "Well, your luck is impressive," she remarked, discarding her hand. Thus, only player 2 and Xiao Bing remained at the table. The triumphant player 2 began gathering all the chips before him. "Ha ha ha, my apologies for the show." Just as he was collecting his winnings, Xiao Bing's large hand clamped down on player 2's arm. "Wait, I am still in this." Player 2 paused, adjusting his glasses with a dismissive smirk. "Ha, kid, do you really think your hand can surpass my 3/8? Step aside." In response, Xiao Bing coldly smiled and dramatically revealed his first card, a 2. At the sight of the 2, the bespectacled man froze. His mind raced to the antithesis of a 3 of a kind. The lowest possible hand, 2-3-5. Impossible. The odds of drawing a 2-3-5 were minuscule. Besides, who would dare to bet with such a hand? Stop bluffing. Do you really expect anyone to believe you have a 2-3-5? Xiao Bing smirked. Dare to find out? With that, he flipped over his second card, a 3. Upon revealing the 3, player 2 trembled, his complexion paling. This was impossible. If it truly was a 2-3-5, all this wealth would be lost to him. The crowd's eyes were fixed on Xiao Bing, each filled with curiosity. Would the last card indeed be a 5? Even Sister E, arms crossed, watched with keen interest. To bet with a 2-3-5? This young man certainly had admirable courage. The moment of truth arrived. With a flourish, Xiao Bing unveiled his final card, a 5. The collective gasp from the crowd was palpable. It was indeed a 5. 2-3-5, the lowest hand, yet it countered the 3 of a kind. Everyone was astounded. Such a scene could only be witnessed in a film like God of Gamblers. Incredible. Wow. Remarkable. It's truly a 2-3-5. To possess a 3 of a kind and still lose. Had it been me, I would have been infuriated. As for player 2, his complexion oscillated between crimson and green. Just moments ago, his emotions soared, only to plummet like a roller coaster. What a thrill. Who could have anticipated that holding a strong hand would lead to such humiliation? He felt as though he were in a dream. No, it couldn't be real. Finally, the dealer's voice broke through the tension. Player 3 is the winner. Player 2 is out. Player 3 emerged as the ultimate victor, claiming 1,500 chips, a staggering total of 150 million. Instantly, envy spread among the onlookers. Xiao Bing, lifting his tray with a grin, said, "My apologies, I shall take my leave." With that, he gathered his chips and departed. The chips in Xiao Bing's possession quickly became the center of attention. Few patrons could boast having over 1,000 chips. Beautiful bunny girls rushed to assist him. Xiao Bing, however, remained unfazed, allowing them to carry his winnings. At that moment, he crossed paths with Li Shengxian, who approached with a dejected demeanor, having lost all his 1 million chips. Upon seeing Xiao Bing, he greeted him. "Xiao Bing, have you lost everything as well?" I knew you weren't cut out for gambling." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shengxian's eyes widened in shock. He gazed at the mountain of chips behind Xiao Bing, utterly dumbfounded. So many chips. That must be at least 100 million. Did you rob the bar? Li Xingxian stared in disbelief. Xiao Bing, with a playful smile, casually tossed him 10 chips. Thank you for lending me some chips. These are for you. Li Shengxian stood frozen, staring at the chips in his hand. Recalling their previous stone gambling escapade, he suddenly wondered if this young man had somehow become a gambling deity. How is it that this fellow is so skilled in gambling? How did you manage to achieve this? Teach me. Xiao Bing chuckled playfully and replied, Hee hee, just follow me, observe closely, and learn well. With that, he directed his gaze towards a table deep within the casino. At that table sat two individuals he knew all too well, Lu Qing and Han Jian. Li Shengxian followed Xiao Bing's gaze and immediately shuddered. Hey, you don't intend to gamble against Lu Qing, do you? That guy is not to be trifled with. Don't be reckless. Xiao Bing let out a cold snort and strode directly towards them. Seeing this, Li Shengxian hesitated momentarily, but, in his pursuit of mastering the art of gambling, gritted his teeth and followed suit. At the innermost table, Lu Qing was engaged in conversation with Han Jian. Han Jian appeared indifferent, standing stoically while feigning disinterest in Lu Qing's words, offering sporadic responses. However, Lu Qing remained undeterred, his enthusiasm unabated, showing no signs of being preoccupied with gambling. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Xiao Bing's tray slammed onto the table, sending over 1,000 chips rolling. Lu Qing, care for a game? Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, staring at the chips on the table, unable to comprehend. Over 100 million in chips? Whose son is this? With such audacity? Looking up, Lu Qing was stunned again. Xiao Bing, this good-for-nothing? Was he expelled from the Xiao family? Where did he acquire such a fortune? Meanwhile, Li Shengxian cautiously stepped aside, observing from a distance. Han Jian, arms crossed, suddenly found herself intrigued. Oh, you little deserter, quite the gambler, aren't you? Winning so much in such a short time? You're not cheating, are you? Xiao Bing shot a glance at Han Jian, his expression impassive. It's none of your concern. I'm here for him. He pointed at Lu Qing. Lu Qing smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. He stretched his limbs and looked down at Xiao Bing. Kid, I kicked you earlier at the bar. It seems you're not content with that. Now you come to offer me money? What is this? Seeking my protection in the future? Huh. For Lu Qing, 150 million was no trifling sum. His eyes glinted with greed. Who doesn't he know that the third young master of the Xiao family is utterly hopeless at gambling? Although Lu Qing had no idea where Xiao Bing had obtained this money, he realized he was about to make a substantial profit. Speak. How do you want to play? Xiao Bing replied nonchalantly, Shake the dice. Shake the dice. A flicker of excitement crossed Lu Qing's eyes. This was indeed his forte. All right, let us begin. Yet, Xiao Bing slammed his hand on the table, staring intently at Lu Qing. What? Do you think you can take advantage of me? Lu Qing snickered, producing his bank card. Li Shengxian, exchange 100 million in chips for me. Li Shengxian hurriedly complied, bustling off. 100 million was no small amount for him either. However, Lu Qing was the most successful among the 4 young masters of Beha, having taken over most of his family's business. Thus, he could afford it. Moreover, he was confident he would not lose this sum. Moments later, with a clattering sound, 1,000 chips were placed before Lu Qing. He glanced at Xiao Bing. Is this enough? Please proceed. The extravagant gamble swiftly captured the attention of many onlookers. Before long, the gambling table was surrounded by a throng of spectators. Above, in a VIP box, Master Han sat on the sofa, peering down through a one-way glass window, intrigued by the spectacle. Behind him stood a serious-looking Asha and Ijie, who had just arrived. Master Han, this kid is quite interesting. He has played 3 rounds, 1 with a fold to break even, and 2 victories. 1 chip has turned into 1,500. Master Han nodded nonchalantly. I see that. It appears he possesses not only skill, but also sharp wits. Such young talent is rare. I have a fondness for Lu Qing as well. However, our Han family only requires 1. I am curious to see which of the 2 will prevail. Below, the high-stakes game commenced. The rules of shaking the dice were remarkably simple. Each player had 10 dice, but could only see their own 5, based on intuition and performance. They would call their bets. For instance, if Xiao Bing had 5 sixes, he would call 5 sixes. If Lu Qing had no 6s at all, he would not believe Xiao Bing and would call open. Upon revealing Xiao Bing's hand, Lu Qing would discover that Xiao Bing truly had 5 sixes. Thus, Xiao Bing had lied and Lu Qing lost. And so, the grand gamble began. The table was encircled by eager spectators. On it lay a staggering 2,500 chips, over 200 million. The two players became the center of attention, their contest captivating all. "Shall I go first?" Lu Qing asked confidently, a smile playing on his lips. Xiao Bing waved his hand dismissively. "You go ahead." "Oof." Lu Qing scoffed, seizing the shaker and began to rattle it. With a clatter, Lu Qing's ears perked up. Years of playing dice had honed his hearing. He could discern the numbers within the shaker, allowing him to have a slight edge in controlling his hand. With a decisive clap, Lu Qing slammed the shaker onto the table, revealing a promising hand. Peeking inside, a smug smile crept onto his face. He had rolled 4 sixes. 5 sixes, Lu Qing declared. Xiao Bing chuckled slightly, shaking his own shaker. A few seconds later, with a snap, he placed it on the table. While he lacked Lu Qing's keen hearing, he possessed the ability to see through the game. Xiao Bing clearly observed Lu Qing's hand. He had rolled 4 ones and a 3. 1 is a wild card. It can represent 2, 3, or 6. Without hesitation, Xiao Bing pushed out 100 chips. "Let's wager 10 million. Do you dare?" 10 million? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiao Bing was remarkably confident. Lu Qing, not one to back down, retorted with 100 chips of his own. "Why would I be afraid?" "Good," Xiao Bing replied, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. 8 sixes. Xiao Bing had effectively declared victory over Lu Qing, for their combined totals equated to precisely 8 sixes. Whether Lu Qing opened or continued to call, he would lose. As expected, Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly. He had intended to bluff Xiao Bing into opening, but was taken aback that Xiao Bing had called 8 sixes. What should one do in such a predicament? The bold thrive while the timid perish. Let the cries continue. 9 sixes. With a thunderous shout, Lu Qing commanded, "Open." No sooner had he finished speaking than, with a sharp crack, Xiao Bing revealed his hand. 4 sixes. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lu Qing's expression soured instantly. He had lost this round. Slowly, he unveiled his own hand, revealing 4 sixes as well, yet combined, they amounted to merely 8 sixes, falling short of the required 9. "I concede," Xiao Bing chuckled, collecting 100 chips before him. In this initial round, Xiao Bing had already claimed a staggering 10 million. This was no trifling sum. Many onlookers turned green with envy. Meanwhile, Han Jian crossed his arms, casting a surprised glance at Xiao Bing. To his astonishment, the lad possessed commendable gambling skills. As for Lu Qing, having lost face before his beloved, he was not one to relent easily. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "Humph, merely good fortune. Let us continue." The two resumed shaking their cups, the sound of the dice clattering resonating in the air. Lu Qing closed his eyes and gradually opened them to unveil his cup. A splendid hand. This time, he had rolled 5 once, a universal hand, granting him the liberty to call whatever he wished. Conversely, Xiao Bing's hand was quite disordered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A hodgepodge, lacking any significant advantage. At this moment, a sly smile crept across Lu Qing's lips. 1 pair, he declared, indicating that 1 could only be a 1, negating its universal value. Xiao Bing glanced at Lu Qing's hand and replied with a slight grin, 2 ones. Unperturbed, Lu Qing bellowed for once. He gambled on Xiao Bing's disbelief in his claim, believing he would fold. In that moment, Xiao Bing stunned by calling 6 ones. Once again, he had cornered Lu Qing. Lu Qing, lacking the courage to raise, opted to reveal his hand, knowing he possessed 5 ones. How was one to proceed from here? His face contorted with conflict. Why did Xiao Bing have the audacity to call 6 ones? It was evident he had at least 1, perhaps more. If Lu Qing raised, he would undoubtedly lose. With that realization, a triumphant smile returned to Lu Qing's face. 7 ones. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing chuckled knowingly, aware he had once again won the round. "Very well, how much shall we wager?" he inquired with a grin. Naturally, Lu Qing could not show weakness before his beloved. With a flourish, he pushed forward 300 chips, 30 million, a high-stakes gamble. "Excellent. I'm in. Open." With a resounding clap, Xiao Bing unveiled his hand. The sight of it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, left the crowd gasping. Xiao Bing only had a single 1. How dared he call 6 once? It appeared Lu Qing was destined to lose. After all, he could only roll 5 dice, and the utmost he could achieve was 5 ones, totaling to 6. Yet, he had claimed 7. Instantly, Lu Qing's countenance darkened. He had lost once more. Confusion clouded his mind. How could he lose with such a formidable hand? Was Xiao Bing employing some trickery? Xiao Bing gleefully gathered the chips before him, declaring, "I concede." Another 30 million won. In mere moments, he had amassed 40 million. Nearby, Li Shengxian looked on in awe. Xiao Bing's gambling prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, reminiscent of a god of gambling, leaving him in admiration. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wow, this kid is impressive. 2 consecutive rounds, each time calling perfectly, leaving Lu Qing with no options. Indeed, the audacity to call 6 ones with merely 1 was a boldness I could scarcely fathom. As the crowd lauded Xiao Bing, Lu Qing's embarrassment deepened. Losing money was painful, but losing face before his idol was even more excruciating. Once more, Lu Qing yelled, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Xiao Bing smiled slightly, very well. The 2 resumed, shaking their dice, and with a clap, they set their cups down simultaneously. This time, Lu Qing cautiously lifted his cup to inspect his hand. It was rather mediocre, 3 5s and 2 2s. No longer inclined to declare a legitimate hand, Lu Qing decided to bluff. For 6s. In truth, he had not a single 6. If Xiao Bing dared to raise, he would reveal his hand. Xiao Bing glanced at his own hand, discovering he had 3 6s. Should he call, Lu Qing would surely lose. The onlookers collectively gasped. For 6s? Would Xiao Bing dare to call? If he held even 2 6s, he would certainly refrain from calling. Xiao Bing smirked. What shall we wager this time? Gritting his teeth, Lu Qing pushed all his remaining chips, 60 million, forward. A bold all-in. He aimed to intimidate Xiao Bing into believing he possessed numerous 6s, thus compelling him to raise. Xiao Bing laughed heartily. Excellent. Let's play. With a flourish, he too pushed 60 million into the pot. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. This gamble was undeniably thrilling. Open. After placing their bets, Xiao Bing shouted. In an instant, Lu Qing's proud smile froze. Had he truly opened? He dared to reveal his hand? Lu Qing was dumbfounded. With a swift motion, Xiao Bing unveiled his cup, revealing 3 6s. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could he call Lu Qing with such a hand? Was he out his mind? Surely, this round was destined for Lu Qing. Han Jin chuckled softly, rolling her eyes. Clearly, she too could not fathom Xiao Bing's reasoning in challenging Lu Qing under these circumstances. Li Shengxian slapped his forehead, lamenting the loss of his earlier winnings, now all but gone. As the murmurs of the crowd crescendoed, Lu Qing's face turned ashen. Everyone believed he would triumph, yet only he understood the harsh truth. He had lost. A devastating defeat. I lost, Lu Qing uttered weakly. The moment his words escaped, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Lost. Lu Qing had lost. His opponent had 3 6s. How could this happen? Was it possible that Lu Qing had rolled no 6s at all? With a trembling hand, he unveiled his cup, confirming the dreadful reality. He had not rolled a single 6. He had lost. Everyone present was wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Lu Qing was caught cheating, yet he could not deceive Xiao Bing, who had called him out. Xiao Bing, indeed, was quite audacious. Holding 3 6s, he dared to challenge his opponent. Had he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Lu Qing lost his entire wager of 100 million, with Xiao Bing emerging as the greatest victor of the game. Before him, the chips were piled like a small mountain. At that moment, Xiao Bing smirked and taunted him. Lu Qing, do you dare to gamble again? Do you dare? He did not dare. After 3 rounds, Xiao Bing had instilled fear in him. Xiao Bing was exceedingly bold, completely disregarding conventional strategies. Every move he made left Lu Qing bewildered. Continuing to gamble would only lead to further losses. Moreover, for Lu Qing, 100 million was not a trivial sum. If his father learned that he had squandered such an amount in gambling, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury and might even strip Lu Qing of his power. Gambling was never a noble pursuit. A small wager would suffice. But losing 100 million, how would his family regard him? Han Jian, standing to the side, cast a gaze of astonishment towards Xiao Bing. Clearly, Xiao Bing's gambling skills had left her in shock. Nevertheless, she still looked down upon him, for he was a coward, no matter how brilliant his gambling prowess. It could never ascend to the esteemed halls of dignity. Not playing anymore? Then I shall take my leave, Xiao Bing jested, waving his hand as the bunny girl behind him began to gather the chips from the table, preparing to depart. Just as Xiao Bing turned, Lu Qing's furious roar echoed behind him. Stop right there? Xiao Bing turned back to face Lu Qing. What's wrong? Can't take the loss? Lu Qing's eyes burned with rage, his fists clenched, veins bulging. He was furious. He had been humiliated by a mere waste of the Xiao family. And worse, it was in front of his goddess. If he did not reclaim his honor today, how could he command respect from others? I'll gamble my life. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present gasped in shock. What was Lu Qing planning? With a swift motion, Lu Qing drew a revolver from behind his waist. The sight of the firearm sent everyone around him recoiling several steps back, fear etched on their faces as they looked at Lu Qing. What was he intending to do? Lu Qing opened the cylinder and poured out all 8 bullets, leaving only one, which he loaded back into the chamber. With a flick, the revolver's chamber spun. No one knew where the bullet would rest. He slammed the revolver onto the table. Dare to play Russian roulette? He demanded, his eyes aflame with fury. He was mocking Xiao Bing. He knew that this timid individual would undoubtedly hesitate. If Xiao Bing refused, Lu Qing could revel in his derision. In a private room above, Master Han puffed on a cigar, a hint of amusement gracing his aged features. Ah, today, youth truly know how to play. Behind him, a Shah displayed a look of disdain. It's all just for show. Do they really dare to play? Clearly, a Shah had little faith in their courage. Ejia shook her head, saying, Master Han, it wouldn't be prudent for someone to die in my establishment. Shall I go down and smooth things over? Upon hearing this, Master Han shook his head slightly, his expression resolute. Rest assured, no one will perish. They wouldn't dare. If they did, I would consider it a grave misjudgment on my part. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing gazed at the revolver. He was aware that Master Han was likely watching him from somewhere, and now was the moment to showcase his mettle. Upon seeing that the bullet was at the very end of the chamber, Xiao Bing felt a surge of exhilaration. You dare to push me? A cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He seized the revolver from the table and pointed it at his own temple. Play? Why would I dare? Lu Qing, don't say I'm bullying you. What if I pull the trigger first? With that, Xiao Bing squeezed the trigger. Everyone in the room flinched, some even covering their eyes, terrified of witnessing a gruesome scene. Yet with a click, no bullet was discharged. Lu Qing trembled, his towering frame betraying his surprise. Despite his imposing stature, he had merely intended to intimidate Xiao Bing. He had not anticipated that Xiao Bing would actually be so audacious. Xiao Bing lowered the revolver and handed it back to Lu Qing, chuckling now. It's your turn. Lu Qing stood frozen, his face ashen, beads of sweat trickling down. Did he dare? He did not dare. The prospect of losing his life loomed large. Not daring? Xiao Bing narrowed his eyes, a look of disdain crossing his face. Is this all the courage you possess? No matter. I shall grant you another chance. With that, Xiao Bing raised the gun again, aiming at his own temple without a moment's hesitation, and pulled the trigger once more. Click! The sound of an empty chamber echoed, sending shivers through those present. Had he gone mad? Did he not value his life? Lu Qing's expression darkened. Xiao Bing truly had the nerve. What had been intended as mockery had transformed into sheer astonishment. The formerly timid Xiao Bing had morphed into a veritable demon. 2 shots had been fired. Xiao Bing now pointed the revolver back at Lu Qing. 2 rounds fired. It's your turn. Lu Qing looked at the gun, his face pale. He could not play. Yet behind him, Han Jian continued to observe. After all, it had been he who proposed the gamble. If he refused, what kind of man would he be? Lu Qing's expression was one of turmoil and hesitation. Noticing his silence, Xiao Bing reclaimed the gun. Not daring? He queried, raising an eyebrow. No matter. I will give you yet another shot. With that, Xiao Bing pressed the gun once more against his own temple. The hearts of everyone around raced. Would he really take it this far? The odds of being shot only increased with each passing moment. Beside them, Li Shengxian was nearly paralyzed with fear. At that moment, he found Xiao Bing utterly unfamiliar. He was no longer the Xiao Bing he had known. Had he realized such a personality resided within Xiao Bing, he would never have dared to confront him. Xiao Bing gently squeezed the trigger again. Click! Another empty chamber resonated, leaving the timid souls present trembling in terror. 3 shots. Xiao Bing had fired 3 rounds at himself. Who possessed such bravery? No one did. Xiao Bing once more reversed the revolver, offering it to Lu Qing. I've given you 3 shots. You wouldn't still hesitate, would you? After all, it was you who proposed this game of Russian roulette. Is this all the bravery you can muster? Where has the courage you displayed in the bar gone? Xiao Bing's expression was one of mockery. Lu Qing's face was ghostly pale, sweat cascading down in droplets. He could not bring himself to accept the gun. No matter. I can offer you a few more rounds if you wish. Xiao Bing raised the gun yet again. Did he lose his mind? If he fires again, he is highly likely to meet his demise. Yet, Xiao Bing, seemingly deranged, seized the gun and pressed the trigger violently against his own temple. Click, 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 click. The sound of the empty chamber echoed 4 times. The onlookers were rendered speechless, utterly astonished. What a fierce individual. He truly disregards his own life. Remarkable. This lad is exceedingly ruthless. 8 shots, and he aimed 7 of them at himself. I am in awe. Many around him displayed expressions of admiration. How could one not be impressed? With a decisive movement, Xiao Bing placed the revolver on the table and turned to Lu Qing, proclaiming, I've already fired 7 shots. You wouldn't dare hesitate now, would you? 7 shots. The final shot must surely contain a bullet. The cylinder can only hold 8 rounds. Despair washed over Lu Qing. He had unwittingly set a trap for himself. To fire the gun would mean certain death. To refrain would mean a tarnished reputation. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, reflected his rage. Suddenly, Lu Qing seized the pistol from the table, but instead of directing it at himself, he pointed it at Xiao Bing. I will kill you. He was utterly enraged, focusing solely on eliminating the loathsome figure before him who had caused him such humiliation. Xiao Bing stood unfazed, exuding calmness, unperturbed. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it was not Lu Qing who had fired. From a private room on the 2nd floor, a black gun barrel emerged through a shattered pane of one-way glass. Lu Qing felt a searing pain as blood erupted from a wound in his right hand, causing the revolver to clatter to the ground. A sniper! Chaos erupted immediately. A sniper! Run for your lives! Xiao Bing, with a playful demeanor, picked up the revolver from the floor, casually toying with it. He then aimed at the ceiling and fired. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the desolate casino. No one leaves without my say-so. As he spoke, a server stationed at the casino entrance flipped over his tray and retrieved a rifle, positioning himself firmly at the entrance. Tot. Gunfire erupted, flames soaring. No one moves. This man was none other than the seemingly simple-minded Li Dagan. Yet, when provoked, even the most unassuming can be terrifying. The entire casino was under his strict guard. No one could enter or exit. Xiao Bing, smiling broadly, ascended the gambling table, surveying the crowd from his elevated position. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Xiao Bing, have come here seeking vengeance. Fear not. If you remain compliant, I shall not take your lives. However, those who defy me should not blame my brothers for their wrath. Xiao Bing sneered. Everyone get down on the floor. With that command, the crowd promptly complied. At this juncture, Xiao Bing turned his gaze to the sweating Lu Qing, who could scarcely fathom the depths of Xiao Bing's ruthlessness. He was no longer the timid person he once was. Lu Xiao, I recall you once told me that killing on the high seas is not a crime. Is that correct? Xiao Bing said with a grin. Yet, to Lu Qing, that smile resembled that of a devil. Don't do anything reckless. Reckless? Xiao Bing laughed. What about when you kicked me in the bar? Did you think of that then? When you, Lu Xiao, humiliated me, did you ever consider it reckless? I fired 7 shots at myself in a game of roulette, and you dare call me reckless? Lu Qing, you truly disappoint me. With a swift kick, Xiao Bing struck Lu Qing in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lu Qing clutched his chest, terror etched across his face as he crawled backward. Gripped by fear, in that moment, he abandoned all pretense of dignity. He only wished to preserve his life. Xiao Bing, I was wrong. Spare me this once. I want to live. I do not wish to die. Lu Qing pleaded desperately. Xiao Bing looked down upon Lu Qing, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. It is too late to admit your faults now. I shall send you on your way. With that, Xiao Bing drew a dagger from behind him, advancing toward Lu Qing. Despair enveloped Lu Qing, yet amidst the hopelessness, a glimmer of hope emerged. For behind Xiao Bing, 4 black-clad bodyguards were slowly approaching. They were Lu Qing's personal guards. Instantly emboldened, Lu Qing pointed at Xiao Bing's nose, laughing derisively. Ha ha, you fool. Do you truly believe you can act as you please with just a few people by your side? Allow me to show you our disparity. Kill him. With that command, the bodyguards surged forward toward Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing, hands in pockets, did not even glance back, his expression utterly indifferent. You are correct. It is time for you to understand the gulf between us. Just then, a gambler crouching with his hands over his head, sprang into action. Short in stature and with a shifty appearance, he moved with remarkable agility. Drawing two handguns from behind him, he leaped into the air and opened fire on the four-man. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out before the four personal bodyguards could reach Xiao Bing. Each fell to the ground, bullets piercing their foreheads. Blood flowed freely, pooling at Xiao Bing's feet. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Bing had not turned his head once. "Boss, it's done." In the aftermath of the gunfire, four lifeless bodies lay on the ground. Their eyes widened in shock, blood oozing from the wounds. They remained forever unblinking. The crowd erupted in screams, and some, paralyzed by fear, soiled themselves. People have truly died. Who on earth is this Xiao Bing? His subordinates are merciless, killing without a second thought. Moreover, how did they manage to smuggle weapons onto the cruise ship with such strict security? At that moment, Lu Qing was left utterly dumbfounded. He watched in horror as his personal bodyguards fell before him, terror consuming him. He was terrified. His legs trembled, rendering him speechless. The towering man, once imposing, now resembled a frightened child. He could not fathom that the timid individual he once bullied had transformed into such a fierce adversary, now surrounded by ruthless associates. He had changed, becoming a stranger to Lu Qing, instilling in him a profound fear. Nearby, Li Shengxian gazed at Xiao Bing, equally astonished, sharing Lu Qing's sentiments. However, he felt fortunate to be considered a quasi-friend of Xiao Bing. Otherwise, he might have fared even worse than Lu Qing. In his heart, Li Shengxian resolved that upon returning, he would never again offend Xiao Bing. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to win his favor. Such a formidable individual must become an ally. Han Jian, arms crossed, furrowed her brow. As the adopted daughter of Han Yi, she had witnessed numerous grand spectacles. The death of a few individuals did not faze her in the slightest. However, she held a certain admiration for Xiao Bing. To dare kill under the very gaze of Lord Han was a clear indication of his disregard for him. Xiao Bing once again brandished his dagger, advancing step by step toward Lu Qing. Indeed, Lu Qing was his target. Prior to boarding this cruise ship, he had meticulously devised his plan. He bore a long-standing grudge against Lu Qing. If he could amplify their conflict on the ship, their confrontation could provide a legitimate pretext for eliminating Lu Qing. This was merely the first step of his scheme. "You can't kill me. I am the eldest of the Lu family. My father is the head of the Lu family. You wouldn't dare." Lu Qing retreated, his face a mask of terror. "Oh," Xiao Bing smirked with amusement. "I've already been expelled from the Xiao family. What do I have to fear? A man barefoot fears no one in shoes. You can't kill me. This is EGS territory. Are you not afraid of her revenge?" Lu Qing stammered, scrambling backward in a most undignified manner. Xiao Bing scoffed, his expression hardening. "Oof, I fear no one." With that, a flash of cold light glinted as the knife struck down. The sound of flesh piercing echoed, and blood erupted forth. Lu Qing, sprawled on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that Xiao Bing truly dared to act. Another thrust. Xiao Bing's face remained cold, devoid of any sympathy. Lu Qing, as the scion of the Lu family, had committed numerous wrongs. Executing him 10 times would not suffice. Xiao Bing showed no mercy in taking his life. "Whatever you have to say, tell it to the king of hell. Also, in your next life, be more cautious and avoid crossing paths with me again." With that, another vicious stab fell. Each of the 3 strikes landed precisely, blood soaking through his garments, and Lu Qing collapsed into a pool of his own blood, utterly motionless. The illustrious scion of the Lu family met his demise here. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. The name and visage of Xiao Bing etched into the minds of all present, never to be forgotten. After the deed was done, Xiao Bing calmly cleaned the dagger and tucked it away at his waist. "Fear not, everyone. Today I, Xiao Bing, have come for vengeance. I shall not harm the innocent." Even so, many cowered in the corners, trembling. Xiao Bing gestured, and Tian Zhongshu and Li Dagan quickly returned to stand behind him. With a crash, a window on the second floor shattered, and Su Chong, bearing a sniper rifle, leapt down. After landing with a roll, the trio stood behind Xiao Bing, each radiating a menacing aura. Among them, Tian Zhongshu and Su Chong had seen their share of the world, while Li Dagan was a true novice. It was his first encounter with death, and the scene was horrifically bloody. Li Dagan, inevitably nervous, turned pale, sweat trickling down his forehead. Xiao Bing glanced at him, furrowing his brow, then raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap. The sound echoed sharply. Li Dagan clutched his face, momentarily dazed. Boss. Xiao Bing's expression was one of disappointment. Damn it. With your cowardice, you think you can run with me? With that, Xiao Bing glared fiercely at Su Chong, angrily declaring, I told you. This guy's a coward. Why did you insist on bringing him along? Are you out of your mind? Su Chong lowered his head, remaining silent. Xiao Bing seized Li Dagan by the ear, pointing toward the crowd before them. Pick someone at random and execute them. If you lack the guts today, then I'll end you myself. Xiao Bing snatched the handgun from Tian Zhongshu and pressed it against Li Dagan's forehead. Boss, Li Dagan was sweating profusely. Yet, in truth, Xiao Bing was even more anxious than Li Dagan. To make this act convincingly realistic, he had to proceed thus. Otherwise, the flaws in Li Dagan's demeanor could cost them all their lives. Not brave enough. Xiao Bing sneered, delivering a kick to Li Dagan's backside. With a thud, Li Dagan fell to the ground. Then I'll execute you. With that, he disengaged the safety and prepared to fire. Tian Zhongshu's eyes darted, and he rushed forward to intervene. Boss, calm down. Tian Zhongshu then turned to Li Dagan, glaring menacingly. What are you hesitating for? Bring someone out to execute. Can't choose? Then I'll help you. With that, Tian Zhongshu yanked a middle-aged man from the crowd, dragging him before Li Dagan. The man knelt, raising his hands in surrender, nearly in tears. Spare me. Spare me. Xiao Bing crossed his arms, observing Li Dagan with indifference. Trembling, Li Dagan rose, gripping the rifle tightly. He looked at the man before him, summoning his courage to raise the gun. Don't blame me. With a mighty shout, Li Dagan pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. To everyone's shock, the muzzle of Li Dagan's gun suddenly aimed skyward, a volley of bullets striking the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the gun had been hit, causing the sudden shift. Quite impressive, Xiao Bing mused. At such a young age, your methods are remarkably ruthless. There are not many like you. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing Han Jian, assisting Lord Han as he made his entrance. Lord Han, donned in a traditional outfit, leaned on a cane, a seemingly benign smile adorning his face, yet veiling a deadly intent. Xiao Bing regarded Lord Han, arching an eyebrow. Well, old man, you are here too. At this, a Shah, standing behind Lord Han, seethed. Kid, mind your tongue. You think you can address him like that? Xiao Bing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of menace surfacing. With a swift motion, he raised his handgun, aiming it at a Shah. Kid, if you dare utter another word, I will blow your head off. Do you believe me? A Shah was no fool. As Xiao Bing brandished his weapon, he too lifted his gun. The atmosphere crackled with tension. However, Han Jian, still smiling, interjected to diffuse the situation. All right, a Shah, lower your weapon. Reluctantly, a Shah huffed, holstering his gun. Xiao Bing rolled his eyes and tucked his firearm into his waistband. Young brother, your personal grievances with him are beyond my concern, Han Jian remarked, gesturing toward the lifeless Lu Qing. However, all the guests aboard this ship must remain unharmed. If you wish to practice killing, do not do so on this vessel. I have a close friendship with Xiao Yi. Hearing this, Xiao Bing shot a glance at Li Dagan, scolding him. Consider yourself fortunate. Once we disembark, I will deal with you. With a grand gesture, he declared, Let us go. Stop. A voice from behind commanded. Xiao Bing turned, his patience wearing thin as he glared at Han Jian. What now? Han Jian's smile faded, his eyes turning cold. Young brother, you're being rather rude. I too hold a stake in this ship. You wreaked havoc in the casino and brazenly brought a firearm aboard the ship. Do you truly think so little of me, Han Hua? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing tilted his head and retorted, What do you intend to do? Han Yi is fully. Shaking his head. On my territory, those who disrupt my rules face but one fate, death. With that declaration, Su Chong and Tian Zhongshu swiftly raised their weapons, aiming them at Han Yi. Li Dagan, though a beat slow to react, quickly followed suit. Xiao Bing laughed derisively, hands on his hips, boasting, Do you truly possess the strength to kill me? Han Yi merely chuckled, a look of contempt gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Bing, as if mocking his ignorance. He found a chair and casually remarked, A Shah. The man beside him, a Shah, immediately understood and spoke into his earpiece, Come in. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed through the casino. The entrance was forced open. 2 rows of burly men clad in black suits stormed in, each one formidable and equipped with sunglasses and earpieces, displaying impeccable training. They wielded rifles, splitting into two groups to encircle the entire casino. With a thunderous march, the two squads surrounded Xiao Bing and his companions, rifles aimed directly at them. There were no fewer than 40 men, all armed with pristine AK-47s, fully loaded. Xiao Bing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing them. Such numbers and firepower. Han Yi had the means to eliminate him, yet he had chosen not to. Was this the depth of Han Ye's resources? Huh. Now, what do you understand? A Sha taunted. If Han Yi desires your demise, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Now, lower your weapons. A Sha commanded, his voice booming. Fear flickered across Su Chong and Tian Zhongshu's faces. Yet neither relinquished their firearms. At that moment, Xiao Bing erupted in a wild laugh. Ha ha! Ha ha! His laughter grew increasingly manic, leaving everyone bewildered. A Sha, growing irate, shouted, "What the hell are you laughing at?" After a prolonged bout of laughter, Xiao Bing finally ceased, casting a scornful glance at a Sha. Do you truly believe I'm foolish? Even if you wield firearms, what of it? If death is to come, let's embrace it together. With that, Xiao Bing slowly retrieved a remote control from his pocket, resembling a car key adorned with a red button. On this vessel, I have hidden 13 explosives. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. 13 explosives? Was he truly willing to perish alongside them? Insanity. He was nothing short of a madman. I am still young. I do not wish to die. Panic spread like wildfire. Fear etched upon every face. A Sha's expression shifted dramatically, and even the seasoned Han Ye's eyes flickered with surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated such ruthlessness from Xiao Bing. 13 explosives could indeed send this ship to the depths of the ocean. Was he truly prepared for mutual destruction? Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Xiao Bing shouted defiantly, pressing the weapon against his own temple. Do you dare to pull the trigger? The man in black appeared tense, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a sharp slap, Xiao Bing struck him, the sound reverberating. Coward! Despite the blow, the bodyguard remained silent. Xiao Bing then turned to Han Yi, stating calmly, "So, you're Han Yi? I boarded this ship with the intent to eliminate this beast. I do not wish to become your enemy. Shall we consider this an opportunity for friendship?" With that, he strode forward arrogantly, nostrils flaring as he extended a hand toward Han Yi. Han Yi glanced at Xiao Bing without uttering a word. After a considerable pause, he erupted in laughter. Ha ha! His laughter was infectious and left the onlookers baffled. You think you can intimidate me? Let me tell you, everything you've attempted is merely a shadow of what I have already accomplished. With that, Han Yi swung his cane, striking Xiao Bing on the head with a resounding thud, causing him to gasp in pain. You old fool! What are you doing? I pressed it. Han Yi smeared kid coldly. Press it then. Go ahead. As he spoke, he began to strike Xiao Bing with his cane relentlessly, forcing him to retreat while desperately trying to shield himself. You think a mere remote can intimidate me? Let me enlighten you. Han Yi is not easily frightened. With a disdainful snort, Han Yi tossed the cane aside. Find him. At his command, his subordinates surged forward without hesitation. Li Dagan and the others had scarcely a moment to resist before they were shackled and bound. A rifle was pressed against Xiao Bing's forehead, and the remote control was snatched from his grasp by a Sha, who handed it to Han Yi. Han Yi toyed with the remote, a cold smile playing on his lips. You wish to play the game of mutual destruction with me? Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, he lightly pressed the button on the remote. A click resounded. Those aboard the ship shuddered violently. Yet after a prolonged silence, the cabin remained eerily quiet. There was no explosion. There were no explosives. Han Yi chuckled derisively, discarding the remote onto the floor. He regarded Xiao Bing with a mocking gaze. Is this what you referred to as 13 explosives? Xiao Bing's face drained of color as he hung his head in silence. Lock them all up. Treat them well. Han Yi commanded, turning to leave. Yes. A Sha's lips curled into a cruel smile as he looked at Xiao Bing. Fear not. I shall take good care of you. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Bing and the three others were imprisoned in a pitch-black room, damp and likely situated below the deck. Bound and unable to move, even with their lives in Han Ye's hands, Xiao Bing exhibited neither panic nor fear. Instead, an air of excitement enveloped him, for his plan had already succeeded halfway. Eliminating Lu Qing was merely a means to confront Han Yi directly. Being captured by Sha was also a calculated opportunity to engage with Han Yi. Now, only one final step remained, a pivotal moment. Just then, the door creaked open. A Shah and several burly men in black appeared before Xiaobing. A Shah grinned widely, brandishing a whip. We meet again. At this moment, a Shah was brimming with enthusiasm. The thought of unleashing his fury upon this loathsome individual made his heart race with anticipation. Xiaobing shot him a cold glare. Falling into your hands merely indicates my temporary incompetence. Do as you wish. I am unafraid. You, young one, possess quite the tenacity. Very well, I shall oblige you. Asha sneered coldly, raising the whip in his hand. With a swift crack, the whip lashed against Xiaobing's body, echoing loudly in the empty room with each strike. After several blows, Xiaobing remained utterly silent, not even a grunt escaping his lips, which greatly displeased Asha. The image he had envisioned of Xiaobing begging for mercy had not materialized. You, young man, possess quite the resilience. Asha scoffed, intensifying his assault. The whip continued to strike, but soon Asha was met with a remarkable phenomenon. While an ordinary person would have been left severely wounded, the blows to Xiaobing seemed to inflict no real pain, merely leaving red marks upon his skin. Xiaobing's defenses had been enhanced by the system, rendering the whip ineffective against him. Damn it. Not only do you have a strong will, but your skin is tough as well. Fine, I shall make you yield. Asha was thoroughly enraged. He seized a spike club from one of his subordinates and swung it directly at Xiaobing. A resounding thud echoed as the club struck Xiaobing, creating several gaping wounds. Xiaobing let out a muffled groan, his face paling as blood streamed from his body. Curse you if you have the ability, grant me a swift end. Xiaobing gritted his teeth and cursed. This defiance only fueled Asha's fury further. Attack! Everyone! On him! In an instant, 7 or 8 men surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the four. The whip and baseball bats rained down mercilessly upon them. Xiaobing received the harshest treatment, bearing the brunt of the assault. Within mere minutes, the four were left gasping for breath, their clothes tattered, bodies battered, and blood pooling around them. Li Dagan bore the worst of it, his face bruised and several teeth knocked out. Yet, despite their dire state, the four uttered not a single plea for mercy. It was not their resilience that kept them silent, but rather their understanding that Xiaobing was their leader. If he did not yield, neither could they. Xiaobing was their pillar of strength. Should he fall, they would too. But Xiaobing would not fall. At that moment, he spat out blood and hoarsely cursed. Curse you! If you have the courage, grant me a swift death. Asha, panting heavily after a vigorous exertion, thought to himself, truly, you are tough. With that, he drew a handgun from his waist, chambering a bullet. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden click echoed as the door swung open. Entering slowly was Elder Han, leaning on a cane. This time, Han Jian did not accompany him, as it seemed Elder Han wished to shield him from such a bloody scene. Elder Han was not alone. Several men in black followed, escorting 2 individuals. The 2, wearing black hoods, were handcuffed and trembling as they knelt upon entering the room. Elder Han smiled at Xiaobing. Ah, young one, you may be small in stature, yet you possess quite the ferocity. Even after all this, you remain unyielding? Xiaobing shot a cold glare at Elder Han, his face smeared with blood. I yield to your mother. Elder Han, unperturbed, calmly withdrew a pistol and instructed, remove his handcuffs. Upon hearing this, Asha promptly complied, unlocking Xiaobing's restraints. The moment the cuffs fell away, Xiaobing lunged at Elder Han, wild with fury. Asha swiftly kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Behave yourself. Elder Han wiped the blood splattered upon him with a handkerchief. Now, I grant you a chance at life. Join my ranks. Elder Han stated matter-of-factly. Xiaobing paused, taken aback. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am Han Hua. Elder Han replied coldly. Even if you somehow manage to walk off this ship unscathed, without the protection of the Xiao family, can you escape the clutches of the Lu family? You won't survive 3 days. At this, Xiaobing fell silent. However, if you follow me, it will be different. The Lu family will not pursue you. Rather, they will seek to befriend you. Do you believe that? Elder Han said with a smile, exuding confidence. Xiaobing remained silent. Young man, I do not easily accept others into my fold. Cherish this opportunity. Asha's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated Elder Han wanting to recruit this insufferable individual. The thought of having to work alongside him filled Asha with ire. Oof. Young one, Elder Han is showing you favor. Enjoy it while it lasts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing looked up at Elder Han. What about my brothers? Elder Han replied, you will continue to lead them. I require funds. 5 million a month. I need women. There are plenty in the woods. I need firearms. There's an abundance of them, just not much else. At this, Xiao Bing fell completely silent. After a considerable pause, he managed a wry smile. Do I truly have a choice? If I do not comply, it is a dead end. Very well. What harm is there in agreeing? If you treat me poorly in the future, I can always run away. Hearing Xiao Bing's words, Elder Han burst into laughter. Ha ha, you are quite forthright. I like that. However, before you step through the doors of the Han family, you must prove your loyalty. These two individuals are undercover agents sent by the police. Eliminate them, and you shall become a member of the Han family. With a flourish, a handgun slid across the floor, stopping before Xiao Bing. Kill the undercover agents. At that moment, the hearts of Chong and the others raced, palms slick with sweat. Kill the undercover agents? These two must surely be comrades of the police. They could not bring themselves to harm their own. However, if they did not act, the four of them would perish here. Han Hua was truly ruthless, a cunning fox. Upon hearing this, even the corners of Xiao Bing's mouth twitched. If the two before him were indeed undercover agents, he could not bring himself to be merciless. But what if they were not? The police had not disclosed whether there were other undercover agents alongside Han Hua for the sake of secrecy. However, it was highly likely that there were. After all, Han Hua was a thorn in the side of the police. The only method to discern if these two were indeed undercover agents lay in one approach: divine vision. An idea flickered in Xiao Bing's mind as he activated his ability, scrutinizing the two. He observed that they appeared to be around 30 years of age, their complexions pale and devoid of color. Furthermore, their bodies bore extensive tattoos, covering nearly 50% of their skin. Seeing this, Xiao Bing let out a cold laugh. These two could not possibly be undercover agents. An undercover agent would not be adorned with tattoos. Even if they were, they would not have so many. Additionally, it was evident that these two were drug users, as their pallor suggested. They were likely mere scapegoats hastily gathered by Han Hua to test Xiao Bing. Noticing Xiao Bing's hesitation to act, Asha narrowed his eyes and questioned, "What is the matter? Are you afraid? Could it be that you are an undercover agent as well?" In response, Xiao Bing lifted his gaze to Asha and promptly seized his handgun. Afraid? Is it merely the act of killing two policemen? What do I have to fear? With that, under the watchful eyes of Su Chong and the others, Xiao Bing slowly raised his firearm. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots echoed loudly within the room. The two men, their heads covered, fell victim to Xiao Bing's precise aim. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed down, soaking their garments. With a thud, the two collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Han Yi observed this with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Well done. Let them go. Upon your return, hand them over to Lao Jiao. With these words, Han Yi leaned on his cane and shakily exited the room. Asha let out a cold snort, somewhat reluctantly unlocking the handcuffs of Xiao Bing and the others. Kid, from now on we are comrades. Don't hold a grudge over today's events. With that, Asha patted Xiao Bing on the shoulder. Xiao Bing glanced at him and grinned. I bear no grudges. If I have one, I typically repay it on the spot. Before Asha could react, a fist from Xiao Bing struck his face. Bang! Asha staggered back several steps, furious. You bastard! Hit me! Asha roared. But the men behind him hesitated and made no move. Now, Xiao Bing's identity had changed. He was no longer an outsider, but rather a brother within their ranks. It seemed his position was not low, and as such, the underlings dared not act against him. However, the three men behind Xiao Bing were different. They were all in the same boat as him, and instantly, the four of them glared at Asha. Asha, feeling helpless, could only point at Xiao Bing and utter a threat. You wait for me. With that, he fled in a panic. Xiao Bing stretched his limbs, his gaze turning cold as he watched Asha's retreating figure. Let us go. The four of them exited the dim, damp room. Becoming one of Han Yi's men naturally brought about a change in their treatment. Xiao Bing and his companions were invited to the most luxurious room aboard the yacht, a place outfitted with facilities rivaling a five-star hotel. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Xiao Bing reclined on the bed, retrieving his phone to send a text message. Please collect the package for me. I will unpack it when I return tonight. Shortly after, his phone chimed with a reply. Received. After anchoring for a night, the yacht set sail back to Beja City the following morning. The $250 million he had won was also deposited into his bank account. Upon learning of Lu Qing's demise aboard the yacht, the Lu family was enraged, vowing to dismember Xiaobing. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Han Yi employed some means to silence their fury, leaving them as quiet as a stone cast into the sea. Outside the dock, a row of black SUVs was parked by the roadside. Han, supporting Han Yi, descended from the yacht, followed by Asha and Xiaobing. The group disembarked in grand fashion, with Han Yi entering the second SUV while Asha took the passenger seat. As the window rolled down, Han Yi glanced at Xiaobing. In this vehicle, you ought to understand the rules. With that, the window slowly ascended. Two men in black approached Xiaobing, blindfolding him with a dark cloth before ushering him into the vehicle. The four brothers were separated into different vehicles. Moments later, the vehicle jolted as the convoy set off. Although blindfolded, Xiaobing was undeterred. With his enhanced perception, he clearly noted the surrounding environment. The convoy gradually exited the city, heading towards the wilderness. The scenery transformed from towering skyscrapers to towering trees, and the road became increasingly steep. Soon, they entered a primordial forest. The routes within the forest were exceedingly complex. For an ordinary person, even with keen observation, it would be impossible to remember the way. However, due to his specialized training and enhanced perception, Xiaobing effortlessly committed the route to memory. After 2 hours, the convoy came to a halt. Click, click. The doors swung open, and the blindfold was removed from Xiaobing's eyes. Get out. We've arrived. All 20 SUVs came to a standstill, and armed men in black disembarked. Xiaobing squinted, assessing the expansive camp before him. It was hard to believe such a large-scale facility existed in such a remote area. The camp consisted entirely of wooden bungalows, with occasional 2- and 3-story buildings, numbering in the hundreds. Moreover, armed men patrolled the perimeter, and lookout towers along with heavy machine guns were stationed at strategic points. This place bore a striking resemblance to a military base, yet it exuded a far more menacing aura, steeped in the scent of money. Everyone present was solely motivated by financial gain. Han Yi, you've returned. As Han Hua stepped out of the vehicle, a middle-aged man with a prominent gold tooth hurried over. His long hair resembled that of a wandering minstrel, and he adorned 10 fingers with 11 gleaming gold rings. Han Yi smiled faintly, nodding. Everything at home has been fine during my absence? The gold-toothed man patted his chest, grinning widely. With me around, you need not worry. Han Yi, there have been no issues whatsoever. Han Yi, you summoned me for a reason? Nothing much, just a few new brothers who need your guidance. Han Yi replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the gold-toothed man's eyes lit up. Han Yi, it's been ages since you brought new brothers to Laojiao. Where are they? Let me have a look. At that moment, Asha gestured for Xiaobing and the others to come forward. These are the ones, Han Yi said with a smile. The gold-toothed man scrutinized Xiaobing and the others, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. A few spirited young lads. I like them. Han Yi, are these brothers to be foot soldiers, or? Han Yi glanced at Xiaobing, smiling slightly. He will be the leader. The rest are foot soldiers. All right. The gold-toothed man responded eagerly, his face brimming with flattery. After Han Yi finished his instructions, he slowly departed. Once Han Yi was gone, the smile on the gold-toothed man's face gradually faded. He scrutinized Xiaobing with a hint of surprise. You've arrived and been appointed leader already? It's been a while since I've seen an airborne officer. Follow me, the gold-toothed man said before striding into the camp with his hands behind his back. Xiaobing remained silent, following closely behind with his 3 companions. Since they were now affiliated with Han Yi, certain rules needed to be established. In this camp, Han Yi is the boss, and I am the second in command. Besides following Han Yi, you all must heed my commands, even when encountering other bosses. You must stand tall and not bring shame to Laojiao, the gold-toothed man explained as he walked. Hearing this, Xiaobing furrowed his brow. Are you implying that there are other bosses here? Big Golden Tooth cast a glance at Xiaobing, somewhat surprised. You, my friend, lack a certain decorum, not even offering a proper greeting. However, it seems that anyone favored by Master Han possesses exceptional qualities. From now on, you may refer to me as Brother Golden Tooth. Within this camp, there are 9 leaders overseeing thousands of individuals. I rank as the 9th, the youngest among them. My responsibility lies in maintaining security. I I do not engage in family business. In terms of a regular army, I am akin to the commander of the security battalion. At these words, Xiao Bing furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. His mission was to uproot Master Han's entire industrial chain. Yet he found himself under the watch of a mere caretaker. What kind of eyes do you have? Big Golden Tooth remarked, grinning. Do not underestimate my role as a mere security chief. I command a considerable force. It is evident that Master Han holds you in high regard, and I suspect it won't be long before you leave my side. Xiao Bing looked puzzled and inquired, What makes you say that? The reasoning is quite simple. Master Han seldom brings anyone back with him, and your immediate promotion to captain indicates his favoritism towards you. Your presence here is merely a formality. Brother, when you make it big, do not forget about me, Brother Golden Tooth. With that, Big Golden Tooth chuckled amiably and patted Xiao Bing on the shoulder. Brother Golden Tooth, what rank does Captain hold? Xiao Bing asked earnestly. Our family consists of 9 leaders. Beneath each leader, there are ranks of captain, squad leader, and team leader. I can appoint squad leaders and team leaders at my discretion, but captains can only be appointed by Master Han himself. You are the 3rd captain under my command, a position of significance. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a 3-story wooden cabin. Big Golden Tooth adjusted his belt and said, You go in and wait for me. I need to relieve myself. With that, he hurried away. Xiao Bing exchanged glances with Li Dagan and the others before pushing open the door and stepping inside. Upon entering, a chill swept over them. The cabin's air conditioning was set to its lowest setting, and the floor was lined with bedding where a dozen burly men lay sprawled. These muscular men, bare-chested, were adorned with tattoos and scars. As soon as Xiao Bing and his companions entered, they lifted their heads to regard him. Hey, a newcomer has arrived. The presence of Xiao Bing ignited a spark of excitement among them. In the camp, devoid of internet and phones, their greatest amusement was eating, sleeping, and tormenting newcomers. Humiliating newcomers brought them immense satisfaction. One burly man clad in floral shorts stood up, eyeing Xiao Bing with interest. Which leader do you follow? Xiao Bing glanced at him and replied coolly, Brother Golden Tooth. At this, everyone in the room fell silent, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. So he asked from a security detail. The 9th is such a weakling, yet he can still recruit new blood? They laughed until they could barely breathe. Xiao Bing frowned, sensing that he had been duped by Big Golden Tooth. If he was indeed under the 9th, he wouldn't hold back. Since I'm a newcomer reporting in, let us adhere to the rules. The man in floral shorts leered, rubbing his chin suggestively as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Bing's lower body. What rules? Xiao Bing asked. Of course, we want to see your backside. The room erupted in another wave of laughter. With a loud bang, the back door was slammed shut. The burly men rose from their bedding, rubbing their hands together as they slowly surrounded Xiao Bing and his companions. It's been ages since we've seen such a young, fresh face. I can hardly contain myself. A chubby man licked his cracked lips, his eyes fixated on Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing's brow furrowed as he coldly regarded the crowd. Get lost. Oh ho, this newcomer has quite the temper. The man in floral shorts laughed, picking up a stick from the ground. No worries, I like it fiery. Otherwise, it would be so boring just standing still. So, are you going to undress yourself? Or should I help you? Xiao Bing looked at the man in floral shorts and grinned. Since you have such a fondness for men, allow me to assist you. With that, Xiao Bing kicked the man in the abdomen and swiftly snatched the stick from his grasp. Then with a powerful tug, Xiao Bing thrust the wooden stick forcefully behind the man in floral shorts. Ah! The room erupted into screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The man clutched his rear, tears streaming down his face. My backside. With that exclamation, he collapsed onto the ground. How dare you lay a hand on one of our leader's men, you scoundrel? Brothers, take him down. A loud roar echoed, and the room filled with a surge of men, their eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao Bing tilted his head, his gaze icy. Hit him, beat him to a pulp. An authoritative shout rang out, and the 3 men behind Xiao Bing sprang into action. Su Chong, a sharpshooter from the former Rocket Brigade, held the rank of 2nd lieutenant and had served for 5 years. His combat prowess was unmatched. Tian Zhongshu, while only a 3rd-class sergeant, hailed from a military family. Both his father and grandfather were soldiers, which instilled in him exceptional skills and medical knowledge. He currently served as a medic in the unit. As for Li Dagan, although not the brightest, he was large and possessed immense strength. The 4 plunged into the fray, engaging in combat. Xiao Bing's fists were adorned with striking gloves. Coupled with his formidable attributes, allowing him to knock down an opponent with a single punch. With swift and powerful strikes, Xiao Bing sent adversaries crashing to the ground. Unstoppable in his onslaught. In a mere 3 minutes, he and his companions had subdued the dozen or so men around them. The room echoed with cries of agony. Ouch! My arm! Ouch! My thigh! They clutched their injuries, rolling on the ground in distress. In stark contrast, Xiao Bing and his companions emerged unscathed. Xiao Bing shook the blood from his fists, scoffing, "Is this all you've got?" The once boisterous man in floral shorts now dared not utter a word, nursing his bruised eyes in a corner, unable to fathom the ferocity of these 4 fighters. Outside the cabin, Big Golden Tooth observed the scene through binoculars. Witnessing Xiao Bing's formidable combat skills, he couldn't help but marvel, so fierce. No wonder Master Han brought him back. However, he thought to himself, I mustn't allow him to thrive under my watch. If he flourishes, my position may be at stake. With that, Big Golden Tooth lowered the binoculars and strode purposefully towards the cabin. Inside, the man in floral shorts pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Bing, cursing, "How dare you lay a hand on us? When did security personnel become so bold? Care to share your name? I'll deal with you when our captain returns." Xiao Bing cast a fleeting glance at him and uttered 2 words with an air of indifference. Xiao Bing. After saying this, he waved his hand decisively and commanded, "Go." Li Dagan spat a thick gob onto the ground, exclaiming, "Pa." The 4 of them left the wooden cabin with an imposing demeanor. Upon exiting, they encountered the formidable Big Gold Tooth, who wore an apologetic smile and said, "My sincerest apologies. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. This is the territory of the boss. Our domain is over there." With a gesture, Big Gold Tooth pointed to a corner of the camp. Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. How could the captain of the guards forget the layout of the camp? It was evident that he had ulterior motives, namely to provoke animosity. Although he saw through Big Gold Tooth's intentions, Xiao Bing chose to remain silent and followed him. Ahead, Big Gold Tooth, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "So, you are Xiao Bing? Since Master Han has appointed you as captain, I shall grant you the role of captain. However, a captain cannot lead without a crew. Can he? I have arranged some men for you. Admittedly, our numbers are limited, so I cannot spare too many, but rest assured, those I provide will be the elite among the elite." Upon finishing his words, 5 individuals arrived at a single-story wooden cabin. The men are inside. You may address them now. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Big Gold Tooth said hastily, departing before Xiao Bing could respond. Xiao Bing's brow knitted tightly. His instincts warned him that misfortune awaited. Pushing open the door, he was immediately assaulted by an unbearable stench. Inside, 100 burly men lay sprawled on the floor, their feet caked in mud, emanating an overwhelming odor. The group was a motley assortment, some tall, some short, some stout, and others lean, each appearing utterly listless. The eldest among them appeared to be in his 50s, while the youngest was merely 13 or 14. A collection of such decrepit souls. And they dared to claim they were the elite? Good heavens, I can clearly see these are the guards. Anyone unfamiliar would mistake this for a nursing home. Tianshu muttered. These men exhibited a lazy demeanor, offering no response as Xiao Bing entered. They lounged on their mats, casually propping their legs up. The sight of them was a crushing disappointment for Xiao Bing, yet he swiftly reconciled with his dismay. He understood that these individuals were the key to establishing his foothold in this den of thieves. "Ah, you must be the new captain," exclaimed a man in his 20s, extending a hand that emerged from between his toes. Xiao Bing scowled and shot him a glare. "Get lost." "All right then." The man promptly collapsed back onto the floor. Is this the caliber of old Zhou's troops? No wonder they're looked down upon. They're nothing but a bunch of idle layabouts. Xiao Bing scoffed, raising his voice in reprimand. However, his words failed to incite any anger. They seemed accustomed to such remarks. The fellow who had reached out earlier glanced at Xiao Bing and remarked, "Captain, we in the guards have it easy. We merely patrol daily. Why the need to be so serious?" A chorus of agreement followed. "Indeed, our pay is meager, only 3,000 a month. Do you expect us to exert ourselves?" Hearing their words, Xiao Bing's frown deepened. What kind of soldiers lack motivation? Even if this 100-strong contingent appeared to be worthless, he was determined to transform them into soldiers. With a cold smile, he extended his hand towards the back. Tianshu, understanding the cue, produced a black pistol and handed it to Xiao Bing. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed within the wooden cabin, startling the 100 men. "Captain, what are you doing? Are you serious? Why are you firing?" As the sound of gunfire rang out, the group instantly snapped to attention, their demeanor shifting as they looked at Xiao Bing with trepidation. Xiao Bing maintained a stoic expression and calmly declared, "You have 30 seconds to assemble outside. If not, I cannot guarantee where the next bullet will land." The atmosphere fell into silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, clatter. The men scrambled to their feet, hastily putting on their shoes and rushing outside with remarkable speed. Within mere moments, the cabin stood empty. "Pathetic, all of you," Xiao Bing sneered, following them outside. He observed them standing haphazardly, unable to form a proper line, scattered about the square. Narrowing his eyes, he exclaimed, "Is this your best? You all resemble a bunch of gluttonous fools. No wonder the other leaders look down upon you. I do as well. Useless, unaccustomed to this kind of reprimand." The men muttered amongst themselves. "Isn't it just being a captain? Does he really think he's in charge? Quite arrogant, isn't he? Who knows if he asks just for show?" Though their voices were low, Xiao Bing heard every word. "What did you say? Speak up if you dare," he thundered. "I will." As soon as he finished speaking, the bold man stepped forward, unafraid to meet Xiao Bing's gaze. "What is the big deal about being a captain? What's all the fuss? Previous captains treated us with respect. You think you can come in here and berate us as if we are worthless? We want to accept that." "Exactly. We want to accept it." The uproar rose as others joined in. In an instant, the 100 men began to protest collectively, creating quite the spectacle that drew the attention of onlookers. Xiao Bing, amused, chuckled, "Oh, you refuse? What give you the right to refuse? I am no less than any of you." The bold man scoffed, "Don't just talk, show us some real skills. Can you shoot?" "Yes. Let us see how good the new captain really is." The crowd erupted in supportive shouts. Xiao Bing smirked dismissively. "You wish to see my marksmanship? Very well." With a wave of his hand, Su Chong stepped forward, retrieving his rifle and chambering a round with a click. "You want to see shooting? What do you wish for me to hit?" Su Chong's expression was unyielding, exuding confidence. The bold man's eyes darted, and he produced a few 1 yuan coins from his pocket. "Who can't shoot at a target? Let us see you hit a coin." His declaration sparked another wave of excitement among the crowd. "Yes, hit the coin. It must be thrown in the air." Su Chong smiled slightly. "Throw it. What are you hesitating for?" The bold man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Chong to accept the challenge to shoot the coin. The target of the coin is so diminutive that hitting it proves exceedingly challenging. At that moment, Big Head let out a mischievous chuckle. He decided to step back and throw with greater force, ensuring he would miss and lose face. "Let us throw," he declared, purposefully retreating several paces. With that, he pinched a coin and hurled it skyward with vigor. Whoosh! A shadow darted past, and almost simultaneously, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang! The smug grin on Big Head's face quickly froze upon witnessing a bullet pierce through the airborne coin. Clang! The coin plummeted to the ground, now marred by a significant hole. Gasps of astonishment resonated around him. Such marksmanship is truly remarkable. "Would you like to see more?" Su Chong asked with a teasing smile. "What is so impressive about hitting one? Show us you can hit 3. With a flush of indignation, Big Head retorted. Su Chong waved his hand, signaling Big Head to proceed. Big Head stepped back once more, this time clutching 3 coins. He swung his arm in a wide arc and forcefully tossed the coins into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shadows ascended heavenward, and Su Chong promptly raised his rifle, aligning his aim, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The coin at the apex was shattered, raining down metallic shards. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking a descending coin mid-flight. Finally, as the last coin neared the ground, a final gunshot echoed. Bang! The coin was perforated, revealing a large hole. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Such extraordinary marksmanship is undeniable. They, as mere amateurs, had never before witnessed such an adept marksman. Typically, their target practice consisted of haphazard sprays of bullets. Su Chong's precision left them utterly astounded. Big Head's face flushed crimson with the desire to argue, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Astonishment evident in his eyes. This shooting skill is impressive. The newly appointed captain is indeed formidable, with a sharpshooter among his ranks. Surely, even Lei Gu's men could not match his accuracy. A murmur of admiration rippled through the crowd. Su Chong holstered his weapon, looking down at the group with an air of arrogance. If it came to a real confrontation, his marksmanship would effortlessly overwhelm them tenfold. So, what do you have to say now? Do you yield? Xiao Bing, hands clasped behind his back, inquired mockingly. Big Head, his face still flushed, bellowed defiantly. I do not yield. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. What do you dispute? Speak. He pointed to his muscles, stating, his shooting is undeniably impressive. I concede that. But what about close combat? I refuse to believe that he, with such a slight build, can hold his own in a brawl. With that, he gestured toward Tian Zhongshu. Xiao Bing chuckled at the challenge to Tian Zhongshu's close combat prowess. Well then, little mouse, what is your response? Tian Zhongshu tilted his head, stretched his limbs, and stepped forward. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Let any 10 of you come at me. If any one of you lands a hit, I'll concede defeat. His audacity infuriated many, including Big Head. How arrogant! I, Big Head, will be the first to challenge you, he shouted. Soon, others echoed his sentiments. I do not yield either. I refuse to believe that such a lightweight can be formidable. Count me in. I refuse to yield. Shortly thereafter, 10 burly men emerged from the crowd. Each was robust, the most formidable among the throng, glaring menacingly at Tian Zhongshu. Tian Zhongshu, stretching again, beckoned them. Don't waste time. Let us do this together. Big Head seethed. How utterly arrogant. Let us take him down. With a loud roar, 10 men lunged at Tian Zhongshu. Fists raised. In response, Tian Zhongshu let out a cold laugh and sprang into action. His greatest asset was his speed, swift and elusive, coupled with his diminutive stature. He navigated effortlessly amongst the 10, who couldn't even graze his clothing. Suddenly, Tian Zhongshu slipped through one man's armpit, delivering a powerful punch to his nose. Bang! The sound echoed as the man lifted off the ground, blood gushing from his crooked nose. Tian Zhongshu then rolled on the ground, darting beneath another opponent, and executed a fierce kick to his groin. A chorus of howls erupted. So agile, too agile. This was Xiao Bing's first glimpse of Tian Zhongshu's close combat skills. His fighting technique was approaching that of a special forces operative. Dodging, striking, rolling, anticipating. Every combat maneuver was executed flawlessly. The 10 men were left sprawling on the ground, unable to land a single blow. Minutes later, not one remained standing. All 10 lay defeated, clutching their injuries and wailing in misery. Meanwhile, Tian Zhongshu brushed off the dust from his clothes, completely unscathed. The stunned expressions on the faces of the crowd spoke volumes. No one expected that 10 could not prevail against 1. Tian Zhongshu appeared slight and frail. Yet his combat prowess was astonishing. It was clear to everyone that he had held back. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse for those 10. A collective gasp filled the air. It seemed the new captain was no trifling matter. His men boasted an exceptional marksman and a formidable fighter. They realized their days of ease might be numbered. I ask you, do you yield? Xiao Bing asked Big Head coolly. Big Head, bruised and battered, hesitated. Yield? Though reluctant. He acknowledged the undeniable skill of his opponent. I yield. I concede, he declared begrudgingly. Xiao Bing, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. Now that you yield, you will heed my orders. From this day forth, one of my brothers will teach you to shoot, while another will instruct you in combat. I intend to transform you from a bunch of loafers into a cadre of soldiers, soldiers capable of fighting. Upon hearing Xiao Bing's proclamation, silence fell over the crowd. There were no cheers or enthusiastic endorsements, only a sea of indifferent faces. Big Head rolled his eyes and remarked, Brother, come on. We're merely security for the Defense Corps. Why subject us to such hardship? His words were met with a chorus of agreement. Indeed, that is not our role. We receive a meager salary, and you expect us to train in shooting and combat? That is absurd. A wave of dissent echoed through the assembly. The words of the big-headed man echoed the sentiments of those present. Xiao Bing furrowed his brow, questioning, Do you not yearn for respect from others? Do you not desire to be regarded with esteem by the leaders of rival factions? His words hung in the air, met with a heavy silence. Each individual wore an expression of indifference. Just then, Asha approached swiftly from distance. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere shifted, tension rippled through the crowd. Asha, a favored confidant of Lord Han, was someone to be respected, and crossing him was not an option. He strode to Xiao Bing's side, carrying a briefcase. Xiao Bing, this is the bonus that Lord Han promised you. Opening the case revealed it brimming with banknotes, $100 bills totaling $5 million. Xiao Bing nodded slightly, replying, "Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Han." After delivering the money, Asha departed the scene. Once Asha had left, disdainful voices began to emerge. "I thought he was impressive. Turns out he's just a bearer of Lord Han's money." Another chimed in. "Indeed, he wields Han's funds to belittle us, demanding our deference. It's truly laughable. A captain earning 5 million a month? I've never seen such a farce. 5 million a month. Yet he belittles us who earn 3,000. It's absurd. If you have means, show me the money. I assure you, I will be the most obedient." Listening to their remarks, Xiao Bing's brow furrowed. He suddenly realized a grave issue. They wielded guns not to defend their homeland or secure their futures, but for a singular, simple motive: money. Discussing dignity and strength was futile. The only force that drove them was wealth. Amused, Xiao Bing shook his head and casually picked up a handful of red bills. "I know what you're thinking. You believe I wield immense wealth while making your lives difficult, demanding your respect. You are mistaken," he bellowed, silencing the crowd instantly. "I want you to grow stronger. For only through strength can you acquire greater wealth. Do you know why you earn merely 3,000 a month? Because that is all you are worth. Your laziness and incompetence dictate your pay. And do you know why I earn 5 million? Because I have the capability. My marksmanship surpasses yours. My combat skills exceed yours. My awareness is superior. Thus, I am worth 5 million. His words left everyone in stunned silence. They did not grasp lofty principles, but they understood the language of money. Finding his reasoning compelling, "Shout out for me. Do you wish to earn money?" Xiao Bing shouted. The crowd remained silent. After a prolonged pause, the big-headed man was the first to raise his hand. "Can our defense team really make money?" he asked hesitantly. "But we are merely responsible for patrols. There is no profit here. If there is a chance to earn, I would be willing to put in the effort." Xiao Bing's lips curled into a smile upon hearing them. "I declare this today. As long as you follow my lead, I will guide you out of this defense team and into true wealth. As long as I have a piece of meat to eat, there will be broth for you all." Li Dagan, the man beside him, jolted, promptly responding, "Here. Disperse the money." "Huh?" Li Dagan was taken aback. "Disperse the money? But that has 5 million. What are you dawdling for? Disperse it." Realizing the urgency, though perplexed, Li Dagan complied with Xiao Bing's command. He seized the $100 bills from the briefcase and tossed them into the air. Bills fluttered down like confetti. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, scrambling to catch the falling money. It was utter chaos. The air was filled with red bills, and the people were ecstatic. "Money! It's all money!" they exclaimed, celebrating the generosity of the new captain. Soon, the 5 million had vanished, with each person securing thousands, some even tens of thousands. After savoring the sweet taste of wealth, they grinned widely, gazing at their stacks of $100 bills. "Now, please tell me loudly, do you want to make money?" Xiao Bing asked. In unison, the crowd responded yes. Their voices resonated powerfully, echoing through the air. "Great. Will you heed my commands?" Xiao Bing inquired again. "Yes. Who am I to you?" "Captain." "Excellent. From this day forward, I will lead you to great wealth." In a comfortable wooden cabin within the camp, Big Tooth reclined on a sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. Behind him, 2 voluptuous women massaged his shoulders. Nearby sat 3 burly men with unkempt beards, a table laden with bottles of liquor and snacks before them. All 4 were mildly inebriated, their faces flushed. "Big Tooth, how many men do you plan to allocate to the newcomer?" one rotund man asked, belching as he clutched a bottle. Big Tooth squinted with disdain, smirking. 100 men. 100 men? The 3 captains exchanged incredulous glances. Typically, a captain could command at least 500. 100 is far too few. "ISNT it?" The rotund man pressed. "Huh, he is new here. What if he is dissatisfied? Besides, this defense team is our territory. Why should we provide him with troops?" The other 3 captains shared knowing smiles, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the boss is indeed astute." Big Tooth seemed pleased, thumping his hairy chest. "Moreover, the men I'm giving him are the laziest and most incompetent of our team. They're quite rebellious. I want this captain to have a hard time." At this, the 3 men collectively raised their thumbs in admiration. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant." A week later, Xiao Bing squatted in the corner, chewing on a blade of grass. Before him, Tian Zhongshu was training the group in physical fitness and combat skills. After a week of effort, their marksmanship and physical abilities had greatly improved. Motivated by the promise of money, they were willing to work harder. Xiao Bing paid little attention to the 5 million, knowing it was ill-gotten gains that would ultimately be reclaimed. Hence, he chose to win their hearts instead. 1. Tian Zhongshu shouted, prompting over 100 individuals to squat in unison. 2. They clenched their fists and threw punches simultaneously. 3. They kicked forward with great vigor, the momentum overwhelming. After a series of movements, they were drenched in sweat. Tanaka Mouse approached Xiao Bing, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss, such efficiency yields no results. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing glanced at him and replied, I can see that. No matter how proficient one becomes, it remains mere theory without practical experience. They lack combat experience, and when the time comes to fight, chaos is inevitable. It's time they tasted blood. However, opportunities for such encounters are scarce. At that moment, Su Chong hurried over, his brow furrowed. Boss, I've trained them with this gun. It's incredibly challenging. Xiao Bing frowned upon hearing this and asked, What's wrong? Are they disobedient? Su Chong shook his head, saying not at all. Last time, after your 5 million per shot, they were like they were on fire, obedient as ever. But this gun is utterly worthless. With that, Su Chong produced an old Hanyang rifle, its body showing signs of wear, with cracks in the wooden stock. This gun is older than my grandfather. It poses a risk of bursting and lacks maintenance, rendering it highly inaccurate. Our team comprises over 100 individuals. Yet we have only 30 of these wretched guns. The rest are armed with hoes or sickles. How am I supposed to teach with this? Hearing this, Xiao Bing spat out a blade of grass and cursed vehemently. Damn it, Virginia! I knew you had ulterior motives. I'm going to find him. With that, Xiao Bing hurriedly departed. Not long after, Xiao Bing found himself outside Virginia's office. As one of the 9 leaders of the camp, Virginia resided in a 3-story independent building. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze greeted him. The European-style furniture, curved screen television, and smart home devices contrasted sharply with the wild living conditions of other henchmen. Oh, Captain Xiao, what brings you here? Virginia, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Xiao Bing got straight to the point. Brother Jean, I need guns. Guns? What guns? Virginia feigned ignorance. Without hesitation, Xiao Bing slammed the Hanyang rifle onto the table, exclaiming, Brother Jean, the least armed among the other henchmen have AK-47s. It's inappropriate to give my brothers this piece of junk. At that moment, Virginia narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a dozen men appeared outside, their expressions grim, each brandishing AK-47s and glaring at Xiao Bing. These men were Virginia's personal guards. Who dares to be so audacious? A cold voice emerged as a portly middle-aged man entered, dressed in a floral shirt, with a hairy chest and a rugged demeanor. He was none other than Brother Huzi, the captain of Virginia's first squad. Brother Jean, who is this kid? So arrogant? Virginia smiled. Allow me to introduce. This is the new captain, Xiao Bing. The new captain, huh? Huzi scrutinized Xiao Bing with disdain. Want guns? Earn them yourself. My men don't even have guns. Virginia quickly interjected with a smile. Brother Xiao, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that I genuinely don't have any. You know our security team is small, and the resources are limited. Where would I find so many guns for you? Asking me for guns is like asking for my life. Xiao Bing let out a cold laugh. The two were clearly toying with him. One playing the good cop, and the other the bad cop. No guns? How could that be possible? They simply didn't wish to provide him with any. Well, since Brother Jean insists, I have nothing more to say, Xiao Bing replied coolly. Virginia nodded in satisfaction. However, my men have no tasks and aren't patrolling. They're getting restless. Brother Jean, I enjoy excitement. Are there any tasks for my brothers? Perhaps deliveries or something? Deliveries? Such work would yield substantial profits. Even Virginia himself wouldn't have access to them, let alone arrange them for Xiao Bing. No, Virginia replied bluntly. Xiao Bing squinted. No tasks, no weapons. Just a band of weaklings. Was he being treated like a fool? Damn it, Virginia, am I giving you face? Xiao Bing erupted, kicking over the table. With a crash, the ashtray toppled, scattering ashes everywhere. Virginia's expression darkened significantly, while Huzi stood in stunned silence, clearly taken aback by Xiao Bing's audacity. Virginia was one of the 9 leaders. Even if he held no real power among them, he was still a leader. Yet, Xiao Bing showed him such blatant disrespect. Suddenly, the guards outside raised their rifles, aiming them at Xiao Bing's head. You're asking for death. Huzi roared, pulling his pistol and aiming it at Xiao Bing. Unfazed, Xiao Bing stared defiantly at Huzi. I'm asking for death, so what? Go ahead. Shoot me. Xiao Bing shouted, deliberately pressing his head against Huzi's gun. You. Huzi took a step back, clearly flustered by Xiao Bing's boldness. This kid was truly wild. Did he fear death? Of course, he did. But he knew that these two men dared not kill him, for he was an officer appointed directly by Lord Han. Killing him would leave them with no way to explain themselves to Lord Han. Virginia, let me tell you, today, whether you like it or not, you will give me those guns. Otherwise, I'll just stay here. With that, Xiao Bing plopped down beside Virginia. The once smiling expression on Virginia's face darkened considerably, clearly furious at Xiao Bing's insolence. Yet, he could not kill Xiao Bing to vent his anger. After a prolonged silence, Virginia let out a chuckle. Brother Xiao, you want guns? Fine, I'll get you some. He waved his hand, go upstairs and fetch the guns. But Huzi started to protest, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Virginia. Reluctantly, Huzi ascended the stairs and soon returned with a long black case. With a thud, he placed the case before Xiao Bing. Take a look, Huzi said, crossing his arms. As Xiao Bing opened the case, dozens of parts came into view. Even in its unassembled state, he recognized it immediately as a bolt-action sniper rifle, specifically a brand-new foreign Type 55 sniper rifle. The firearm in question employs the most primitive bolt-action mechanism, lacking both fully automatic and semi-automatic capabilities. Each bullet necessitates the manual operation of the bolt. However, this weapon boasts remarkable accuracy and formidable power, making it a favorite among snipers. It has been affectionately nicknamed Python by the locals. A splendid weapon indeed. Xiao Bing picked up the 8-power scope from the box, examining it meticulously, unable to part with it. This gun was a gift from a foreign friend. And now, I present it to you, said Virginia with a smile, his pipe clamped between his teeth. Just one? Xiao Bing frowned, clearly displeased. I possess only this singular firearm. Yet, I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Brother Xiao Bing, I have come to realize that you are likely here merely to gild your reputation in front of Lord Han. You are the favored one in his presence. It would be unwise to offend you over such trivial gains. This gun is a token of my goodwill. I shall also offer you a lucrative assignment that will ensure your coffers overflow. When you next meet Lord Han, do speak a few kind words on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing narrowed his eyes. What assignment? 20 kilometers to the east lies a secret armory. It houses the finest equipment belonging to Lord Han. I will assign you to guard this substantial armory. Will you still worry about lacking weaponry? At this revelation, Xiao Bing's eyes sparkled. With a decisive clap of his hands on the table, he declared, Then it is settled. We shall depart tomorrow. Ha ha, excellent. Xiao Bing patted Virginia on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I will speak favorably of you in front of Lord Han. Virginia hastily bowed in gratitude. Then I thank you, Brother Xiao Bing. Farewell. No need to see me off. Xiao Bing confidently strode out of Virginia's chamber, carrying the box. After Xiao Bing's departure, the smile on Virginia's face gradually faded, replaced by a grim expression. Clenching his cigarette, his eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of malice. Brother, why would you assign such a lucrative task to that insolent fellow? Huzi asked, puzzled. A lucrative task? 3 months ago, it might have been considered so. However, last month, all the weaponry was relocated from there. Now, it is utterly barren. If he goes there, he will face deprivation and hardship. Upon hearing this, Huzi's eyes lit up as he gave Virginia a thumbs up. Brother, brilliant, truly brilliant. That fellow is probably feeling quite pleased with himself right now. When he arrives tomorrow, he is bound to be taken aback. But brother, why did you give him that gun? I rather liked it, and yet you bestowed it upon him. At that moment, the genius snorted coldly. That gun is merely a temporary loan to him. Now, contact Huzi and demand $100,000. Inform him that an opportunity lies before him, and ask if he wishes to seize it. Though this lad may not have many men, he is still a captain. If he were to be eliminated, his head would fetch a handsome price. Upon hearing this, Huzi's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he raised his thumb in admiration. I'm impressed. Brother, I truly am. Your strategy is a double-edged sword. You could eliminate that fellow while also profiting. Remarkably clever. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing swiftly returned to his territory, gathering 3 men to inform them of the situation. The trio wore troubled expressions, each harboring their own concerns. Boss, I sensed something amiss. After all the trouble we've given him, do you truly believe he will grant us that generous task? Li Dagan scratched his head, inquiring. Tiao Zhongshu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Boss, this is a matter even Li Dagan can grasp. You surely must understand it as well. Hearing this, Li Dagan shot a disgruntled look at Tiao Zhongshu. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I am foolish? I did not imply that. You certainly did. Xiao Bing raised his hand to silence them. I am fully aware. Going there may only invite suffering. However, it is within harsh and perilous environments that true experts are forged. Thus, venturing there may not be a detriment. Tiao Zhongshu, somewhat enlightened, nodded in understanding. Inform the others to prepare their belongings. We shall depart at dawn. Yes, Tiao Zhongshu replied, turning to exit the room. The next morning, about 100 individuals departed the camp, filled with enthusiasm as they made their way towards the primal forest. Lord Han's camp sprawled across a vast area, equipped with all necessary facilities, housing nearly 10,000 inhabitants. Yet, the journey beyond the camp was fraught with obstacles. Within the primal forest, no paths existed. They had to forge their way through thorns, laboriously carving a route. This trek consumed an entire day. The 20-kilometer journey took them well over 10 hours. By the time they reached their destination, night had fallen. Upon spotting a glimmer of light ahead, the group was invigorated. At last, we have arrived. As they approached, they beheld an expansive clearing. Within this clearing stood a vast warehouse, covering over 1,000 square meters. This was no wooden structure. It was a fortified facility built from bricks, steel, and concrete, designed for the secure storage of weaponry. Adjacent to the immense warehouse was a 2-story building, comprising approximately 30 rooms, also constructed of reinforced concrete. Surrounding the warehouse were about 8 watchtowers, their searchlights continuously scanning the area. Witnessing the scene, many in the group were taken aback. The leader of the group wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is incredible. I've had my fill of those rickety wooden huts. Finally, we can reside in proper accommodations." The others shared in this joyous sentiment. Yet, Xiao Bing furrowed his brow. Prior to their arrival, he had envisioned the destination in the worst possible light. It could have easily been a desolate wasteland or a few makeshift wooden shanties. Upon witnessing the reality before him, he was left in disbelief. Could it be that the Jin had indeed granted him a genuinely lucrative task? Who goes there? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, accompanied by a blinding light directed at Xiao Bing and his companions. The soldiers in the watchtower had aimed their weapons at them. "Do not fire. We are comrades. We have come to relieve your post," Su Chong shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, the sentry expressed immense relief, quickly producing a whistle and blowing it vigorously. The shrill sound pierced the air, and over 20 individuals emerged from the building, each armed and brimming with vigor. A few soldiers leaped down from the watchtower, rapidly assembling with their comrades. "Brothers, our replacements have arrived. We can withdraw." The announcement sparked a wave of cheers among the group. The 20 or so individuals raised their weapons in jubilation, with some even moved to tears, overwhelmed by the moment. A figure resembling a leader approached Xiao Bing, firmly grasping his hand with a look of deep gratitude. "Brother, thank you. Take good care of yourself here." With that, he waved his hand and commanded, "Brothers, withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20-odd individuals darted into the woods like wild men, their speed astonishing. In no time, they vanished without a trace. Their sudden departure left Xiao Bing and his group of over 100 in bewilderment. A sense of unease gripped Xiao Bing. It was evident that trouble lay ahead. Nevertheless, since they had arrived, retreat was not an option. The cohort confidently advanced into their new base. Xiao Bing was the first to enter the 2-story residential building. The environment within was relatively decent. Bunk beds, bedding, and electricity were available, far superior to their previous camp. It was sufficient for the accommodation of their group. Although apprehension lingered in their hearts, upon seeing the soft beds, they cheered and immediately dove onto them. Xiao Bing quietly exited the building and approached the massive warehouse. Was this truly the fabled armory? To his surprise, the door was unlocked. A gentle push opened it. Peering inside, he was taken aback. It was utterly empty. The vast warehouse contained not a single item. No wonder that Genia had assigned him here. It was a deliberate ploy to mislead him. There was nothing of value to be found. "Boss, we have a problem." At that moment, Tianzhong Shu hurried over, his brow furrowed. "What issue?" Xiao Bing inquired. "There is no food." "No food? Reflecting on the earlier departure of those 20-odd individuals, he noticed they all appeared gaunt and hungry. Clearly, resupply was a significant challenge. With the distance from the camp, if there were equipment, provisions would surely follow. However, this warehouse was devoid of supplies, possibly forgotten over time, leaving those stationed here barely able to eat. Let the brothers rest for now. We can address any issues tomorrow. Xiao Bing instructed. Understood. Tianzhong Shu nodded and immediately set to work. Soon, the group of over 100 was assigned rooms. 8 individuals shared each room, with over 30 rooms available and still more than half remaining. Xiao Bing occupied a room alone. Inside, he took out the black box and carefully assembled the components. Click, click. Moments later, a brand new sniper rifle appeared in Xiao Bing's hands. He gently caressed the weapon, unable to tear himself away from it. For Sniper, the rifle is life. This particular gun was pristine, likely never used. It was the greatest prize of their expedition. Holding the rifle, Xiao Bing stepped outside. The night was eerily quiet. He ascended to the watchtower, surveying the open ground below. Surrounding the warehouse was a cleared expanse designed for defense. Raising his rifle, Xiao Bing began to scan the area. Even in the darkness, his eyes remained sharp. With the aid of an 8-fold night vision scope, he could clearly discern objects 300 meters away. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Through the scope, he noticed movement in the grass of the jungle. Movement? His instincts alerted him. Something was amiss. Activating his divine sight, the penetrating vision function immediately engaged. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Within that patch of grass lay 3 individuals, each armed. Moreover, they were not alone. Behind various trees, numerous others concealed themselves, over 100 in total. Their weapons were highly advanced, with several holding AK-47s, and others wielding the Type 95 assault rifle, the least of which was a Mauser 98. They were well prepared. These were not the men of Han Yi. They appeared to be from Myanmar, as indicated by their attire. An ambush? Xiao Bing was no fool. He quickly connected the dots to the Jinya. No wonder he had been sent here. It was a scheme to ensnare him alongside foreign bandits. Xiao Bing smirked. This time, he would not disappoint them. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and calmly instructed, gather everyone immediately. Remember, do not turn on lights. Assemble quietly outside. When the first shot is fired, strike back fiercely. Before long, Su Chong's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Received. On the watchtower, Xiao Bing, rifle in hand, observed the enemy below through the 8-fold scope. Coupled with his divine sight, he was virtually omniscient. No enemy could escape his gaze. Under the commands of Tianzhong Shu and Su Chong, 30 or so of Xiao Bing's men stealthily emerged from their rooms. With only 30 rifles among them, they crept through the night toward their positions, crouching behind sandbags. Squinting into the distance at the encroaching forest, Su Chong, Tianzhong Shu, ascended the watchtower and prepared to scout the southeast. Xiao Bing commanded. Understood, came the prompt reply. Shortly after, Xiao Bing observed the border enemies slowly entering the open ground. This was their inevitable path. Only by crossing this expanse could they penetrate the camp. With their superior weapons and surprise attack, Xiao Bing and his men would be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Click! Xiao Bing chambered the first round, his finger resting on the trigger. A minute passed, and 100-odd intruders had nearly all reached the open ground, crawling slowly. At this moment, a slight smile graced Xiao Bing's lips. The hunt was about to begin. Bang! A single shot rang out, a bullet erupting from the muzzle. The enemy, unaware and crawling 100 meters away, was struck in the head, instantly killed. A single shot, a clean kill. Technology points 10. Attribute points 1. The system's notification chimed in Xiao Bing's ears. Truly, the advanced technological system rewarded kills with tech points. Xiao Bing felt a surge of excitement. Just as he pulled the trigger, 2 blinding beams of light pierced the darkness. In an instant, the enemies sprawled on the open ground were fully illuminated. Those lying in wait behind the sandbags stood up in unison. Big Head, despite his trembling hands, roared with fiery determination, "Brothers, our time to prosper has come. Charge!" Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly as over 30 individuals pulled the triggers of their weapons. Bullet after bullet was discharged, and in an instant, several were struck by stray shots, meeting their demise on the spot. It's an ambush! Retreat! A commanding shout resonated from the open ground, prompting the armed men to flee. However, They had ventured too deeply into the open terrain, and now it was too late to escape. With a swift motion, a bullet casing fell to the ground as the bolt was pulled back, and a new round was chambered. Although it was not a fully automatic sniper rifle, the marksman relished the tactile sensation of cycling the bolt. The projectile entering the chamber was not merely a bullet, but the very essence of the sniper's determination. Moreover, the action of the serpent-like rifle was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrance, for it was a prestigious firearm of considerable worth. Bang! Another shot rang out, and an enemy, sprinting in the distance, was felled by a single bullet. Blood erupted from his back as he fell lifelessly to the ground. With a click, another shell ejected, and a fresh round was loaded. Aiming, he squeezed the trigger again. Bang! With each report of Xiao Bing's rifle, an adversary succumbed. The lethal skill of a master marksman, combined with an exquisite weapon, rendered this encounter a mere slaughter for Xiao Bing. Bang! Another enemy collapsed. Xiao Bing savored the thrill of killing. Yet he was not a cruel man. Each time he aimed, the bullet sought the enemy's vital points. To kill swiftly was to afford the opponent the utmost respect. Like a specter of death cloaked in shadows, it seemed that the magazine was filled not with bullets, but with lives. Bang! Yet another foe fell beneath his aim. At this moment, panic began to grip the remaining group. The leader, a dark-skinned man from Mayan, watched in horror as his comrades fell one after another. In a state of desperation, he shouted, "Sniper! They have a sniper! Quickly, eliminate their sniper!" As his words faded, one of his men hastily retrieved his own sniper rifle, attempting to locate Xiao Bing based on the gunfire. After a brief search, his eyes lit up with discovery. He had found him, pulling back the bolt. He was about to pull the trigger when suddenly a bullet pierced his forehead. In an instant, he widened his eyes, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thud! The Mayan man screamed in terror. Ah! Another one dead. Damn it! How can this shooter be so precise? Bang! Another shot rang out, and another comrade fell before him. Another headshot. The Mayan man was on the brink of despair. In just a few minutes, they had lost more than 30 men, at least 10 of whom had perished at the hands of that sniper. Despite their numerical superiority in weaponry, their situation was dire. The ammunition depot was a legitimate military stronghold, fortified with proper defenses. Surrounding the depot were sandbag barricades, and all around were open fields. To step into the open was to become a target. They had intended to launch a surprise attack on the depot, but to their dismay, they had been detected and were now reduced to a state of utter disarray. Damn it! Big Gold Tooth deceived us. Didn't he say these people were a bunch of useless fools? Why is there such an accurate sharpshooter among them? The Mayan man raged, but no one answered him. The only response was the relentless barrage of bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More of his comrades fell around him. They could not escape this open ground. Inside the ammunition depot, the two and the others were similarly consumed by bloodlust, each seizing their weapons to fire. In the defense unit, they had been ridiculed daily as useless. Now, an enemy lay before them, and all they had to do was raise their guns and pull the triggers to kill. The time had come to prove they were not worthless. The 30-plus individuals continued to pull their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Though their marksmanship was mediocre, their numbers compensated for it. After a round of fire, a few unfortunate souls were inevitably struck. Just then, a voice echoed from the watchtower. "Listen up. Surrender, and you will not be harmed. Resistance leads only to death. Lay your weapons on the ground. Kneel and raise your hands, and you may live." From the watchtower, Su Chong shouted through a loudspeaker at the opposing forces. As soon as his words echoed, some terrified souls instinctively knelt, placing their weapons on the ground and raising their hands skyward. They had surrendered,